Welcome to the world of Dragon Ball, initiating the Saiyan system. A mechanical voice echoed in Luya's mind, stirring him from his slumber, leaving him bewildered. Dragon Ball world? Saiyan system? Goodness! Had he just traversed dimensions? And into the Dragon Ball universe, no less. Had he truly awakened a system? Heaven above, was it necessary for such abruptness? While he had always yearned for a journey across worlds, he was hardly prepared for this. As he opened his eyes, he was greeted by an expansive, starry cosmos. Was he adrift in the universe? Suddenly, a realization struck him. Wait, this spacecraft seems eerily familiar. Isn't this the very pod utilized by the Saiyans? Pinching his own face to confirm the sensation of reality, Luya was utterly convinced. He wasn't dreaming, he had genuinely crossed over into the Dragon Ball universe. Yet, how had he ended up in this space pod? Perplexed, Luya surveyed his surroundings and himself. Ultimately, a peculiar expression crossed his face. He was clad in the distinctive battle attire of a Saiyan, and to his astonishment, a tail sprouted from his lower back. He was a Saiyan. Good heavens! Not only had he traversed dimensions, but he had also become a Saiyan. Suddenly, the mechanical voice chimed in again. Ding! The new beginner's gift pack has been distributed. Would you like to open it? Without hesitation, Luya nodded. Yes, please, Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Super Saiyan transformation ability. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an initial battle power of 100 million. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained the ability to transform into a great ape. As the system's announcements concluded, an overwhelming surge of power erupted from within Luya, causing the entire spacecraft to tremble, cracks forming in its structure. Witnessing this, Luya quickly suppressed his energy. Goodness, starting off with a battle power of 100 million was astonishing. He felt a tinge of embarrassment. System, am I currently in the age of the Saiyans? Luya inquired curiously, and oh, host, you are situated in the era of Dragon Ball Super. The system replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Luya's expression stiffened, his eyes widening in disbelief. You cannot be serious? The system replied, I am not jesting. While your battle power stands at an impressive 100 million, it does not place you among the strongest. Many individuals surpass you, such as Goku, Vegeta, and others. Luya, the system continued, host, the destination of your current spacecraft is Earth. Upon hearing this, Luya exhaled in relief. That was a relief. Being sent to an unknown planet would have been quite the predicament. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Has the World Martial Arts Tournament commenced yet? It has not. We are merely at the beginning. Currently, Goku and Vegeta are not on Earth. They have both traveled to train under Lord Beerus, the god of destruction. Luya furrowed his brow, his eyelids twitching. Does that not coincide with Frieza's resurrection? Indeed, Frieza's resurrection occurs in 3 hours, while his invasion of Earth takes place 4 months later. Then, by this timeline, Frieza's forces have likely begun their quest for the Dragon Balls. I have no time to reach Earth to thwart them. With this in mind, Luya questioned, is there any way to enhance my battle power? Truth be told, while a battle power of 100 million was formidable, it only equated to the first stage of Super Saiyan transformation in the context of Dragon Ball. Goku, even in his base form, already possessed battle powers in the tens of billions, not to mention his ability to transform into Super Saiyan Blue. Furthermore, Frieza could transform into Golden Frieza, boasting power that exceeded Super Saiyan Blue. The system responded, yes, by completing tasks assigned by this system, the host can receive rewards. Additionally, host, you possess the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan. Would you like to activate it? At this, Luya shook his head. I do not wish to perish here. Activating the Super Saiyan bloodline would undoubtedly exceed the spacecraft's capacity to withstand his power. He was no Frieza. He could not survive in the vacuum of space. First, he must reach Earth. 3 hours later, a spacecraft pierced through the Earth's atmosphere, engulfed in flames, plummeting downwards, West City. Boom! With a resounding crash, a massive crater, spanning 100 meters in diameter, formed within a valley in West City. At the center of the crater, a space pod was embedded in the Earth, steam rising around it. Creak, creak, creak. The hatch slowly opened, revealing Luya's face. Stepping out of the pod, Luya surveyed his surroundings. This is Earth in the Dragon Ball universe. Indeed, it differs from the Earth I once knew. In his previous life, Luya was merely a student of average grades, whose only pastime involved watching films from the island nation while tucked under his blankets. It was during one such viewing of a story involving Android 18 and Cell that he inexplicably found himself transported to this world. He was baffled, having encountered various instances of transmigration. But to be whisked away due to watching island films? He might as well be the pioneer of such occurrences. As Luya pondered where to set down roots, he suddenly sensed two immense energies approaching him. Curiosity piqued, he glanced upward to see who it might be. In the next moment, two figures materialized above him, a young boy and a middle-aged man. The boy donned scholarly attire, complete with glasses, embodying the image of a model student, while middle-aged man wore a white cloak, black trousers, pointed black shoes, and a white hat, his skin taking on a green hue. Gohan and Piccolo. The newcomers were none other than Gohan and Piccolo. Piccolo's gaze fell upon Luya, and upon observing his attire and tail, his expression hardened. A Saiyan? What? A Saiyan? Gohan exclaimed, astonished as he turned his attention to Luya. Luya regarded the two, raising a hand in greeting. Hi, how are you? Piccolo and Gohan exchanged peculiar glances, with Gohan leaning closer to Piccolo, whispering, Uncle Piccolo, could we be mistaken? This person seems to have just landed on Earth. Piccolo's facial muscles twitched slightly before he responded solemnly. However, I distinctly sensed someone invoking the dragon just moments ago. Strange, what is going on? He suddenly turned his attention back to Luya. Who are you? Waving his tail, Luya grinned broadly. I'm a Saiyan, Luya. Greetings, Gohan. Piccolo, Gohan. Piccolo? Both were utterly flabbergasted. How did this individual know them? What was happening? How do you know us? Gohan queried, bewildered. Luya smiled gently. Of course I know. It was precisely because I was aware of your existence as Saiyans on Earth that I sought you out and came here. Piccolo scrutinized Luya with keen eyes before stating, your energy is formidable. It is not typical for an ordinary Saiyan. Moreover, were not the Saiyans annihilated by Frieza? Logically, only Earth should harbor any remaining Saiyans. How did you survive? Luya pondered for a moment before replying with a smile. I am not a Saiyan from your universe. Not from our universe? Are you suggesting you hail from another universe? Piccolo stared at Luya in shock. Luya nodded with a grin. Precisely. A few beads of cold sweat trickled down Piccolo and Gohan's faces. Another universe. Beyond their own, there existed other universes. Chapter 2. The Explosive Showdown. Luya versus Gohan. It must be said that both individuals were profoundly astonished, for until now, their encounters had merely grazed the level of the god of destruction, which itself represented the pinnacle of this universe. Ding. System task activated. Task content. Compete with Son Gohan. Upon hearing this, Luya was momentarily taken aback, but soon a spark of excitement flickered in his eyes. Indeed, he wished to ascertain the extent of his own prowess. With that thought, Luya turned to Gohan and inquired, as a fellow Saiyan, may I challenge you to a sparring match? Gohan was momentarily stunned, pointing at himself in confusion. You want to spar with me? Piccolo observed Luya, pondering something. Luya nodded affirmatively. Yes, if you would allow it. Gohan glanced at Luya, then sought Piccolo's counsel. After a moment of silence, Piccolo acquiesced. In that case, Gohan, you may engage with him. Gohan nodded. All right, Uncle Piccolo. Shortly thereafter, Luya and Gohan stood on the ground, merely 20 meters apart. Luya smiled faintly. Let us begin. Gohan's expression turned serious as he removed his glasses and assumed a battle-ready stance. The two locked eyes, neither making the first move. Suddenly, Gohan shot forward. Luya's expression shifted, and he too surged ahead. Boom. In an instant, they collided fiercely, their speed and strength evenly matched. In the air, Piccolo observed the unfolding battle with a calm demeanor. After several exchanges, Gohan suddenly grasped Luya's arm and executed a sweeping kick. Luya hastily raised his arm to defend, but the force sent him flying. Crash. Luya crashed into a nearby hill, which exploded upon impact, dust and debris engulfing him. As Gohan landed gracefully, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. Did I hit too hard? Piccolo replied nonchalantly, his energy is no less than yours. It seems he is struggling to control it, so be cautious. Upon hearing this, Gohan's relaxed expression faded as he turned his serious gaze toward Luya. As the dust settled, Luya suddenly stood, brushing off the debris, his expression unchanged. Gohan narrowed his eyes, sensing the gravity of the situation. Lua reflected on his current power level of 100 million, realizing he had yet to adapt to such intense energy. Through the system, Lua discerned that Gohan's power level had reached 130 million, significantly surpassing his own. In truth, Gohan's potential was boundless. His combat prowess far exceeded this level. Years of neglecting training and being urged by Chi-Chi to focus on academics had led him to become more of a scholar than a warrior. Indeed, prior to transforming into a Super Saiyan, Piccolo's energy had exceeded Gohan's. Lua turned to Gohan and cheerfully declared, "Let us go again." With that, he suddenly vanished from sight. Without hesitation, Gohan too disappeared. The two resumed their fierce battle, their movements so swift that they became mere blurs, leaving only the shockwaves of their clashes in the sky. Following his encounter with Gohan, Lua's mastery over energy began to strengthen, yet he remained under Gohan's pressure. Suddenly, Gohan leaped into the air, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts toward Lua. Refusing to yield, Lua retaliated with countless energy blasts of his own. The space between them erupted in a tumultuous explosion, a fierce confrontation. Whoosh! In an instant, Gohan vanished, reappearing behind Lua, delivering an elbow strike that sent Lua crashing to the ground, raising yet another cloud of dust. Gohan floated above, joining his hands at his waist, gathering energy. Came. Ha! With a powerful shout, Gohan unleashed the Kamehameha wave, the immense shockwave hurtling toward the ground where Lua had fallen. Boom! In an instant, the entire valley was leveled. In the air, Piccolo sighed in exasperation, while the boy could rein in his strength when he was serious. He tended to overexert himself. This Kamehameha could potentially cause severe injury, if not death. Gohan hovered above the smoke, gazing downward with a serious expression, feeling no sense of victory. Instead, an unsettling feeling began to stir within him. Soon, as the smoke cleared, a blurred figure emerged, revealing Lua's form. How? Is this possible? Gohan's eyes widened in disbelief at Lua's appearance. Piccolo too was taken aback, unable to conceal his shock as he gazed at Lua. Hey, Super Saiyan. At that moment, a golden aura enveloped Lua, his hair standing upright and transforming into a golden hue, his energy vastly amplified beyond measure. Ding! Host activates Super Saiyan bloodline, transforming into Super Saiyan. Power level reaching 5 billion. Having awakened his Super Saiyan bloodline, Lua successfully transformed, his combat power exploding from 100 million to an astounding 5 billion, a 50-fold increase. With a mighty roar, Lua unleashed his energy, a formidable aura sweeping across the terrain, sending sand and stones flying, creating a spectacular scene. Unexpectedly, in addition to the Saiyans on Earth, there existed others capable of transforming into Super Saiyans. Gohan suddenly laughed, a fierce battle spirit igniting in his eyes. The stronger the opponent, the more the Saiyan pride surged. With a fierce cry, Gohan too unleashed his energy, his hair instantly turning golden. Super Saiyan. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Surrounded by a powerful golden aura, Gohan smirked. Let me witness the prowess of a Super Saiyan from another universe. Lua gazed at Gohan, recognizing that although his potential had yet to be fully realized, upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, Gohan's power level had reached an astonishing 5 billion. So formidable. He was even stronger. Lua's expression turned grave. He understood that with his current strength, he could not best son Gohan, despite only a 1.5 billion gap. The difference felt monumental. Contemplating this, Lua suddenly relinquished his energy, returning to his original form. Piccolo and Gohan were momentarily taken aback, perplexed by his actions. Lua chuckled. I can't defeat you. Hearing this, Gohan hesitated for a moment before also ceasing his transformation, reverting to his original state. Indeed, the Earth Warriors have not disappointed me. Lua laughed heartily. Gohan also smiled. You are incredibly strong. To have fought me this long is impressive. Lua nodded in agreement. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Task rewards, 100 million power points. Reward skills, Kamehameha. Reward skills, instant transmission. The mechanical voice resonated in Lua's mind, filling him with joy. Putting aside the power points, the Kamehameha and instant transmission were invaluable treasures in the Dragon Ball universe. In that moment, Lua felt he could easily usurp Son Goku's role as the protagonist. However, such thoughts were but fleeting, despite his newfound strength. He still lagged considerably behind Goku and the others. Regaining his focus, Lua turned to Piccolo and Gohan, asking, You have come here to investigate who has used the Dragon Balls, haven't you? Piccolo's expression stiffened. How did you know? Luyas smiled slightly. Because I know who it is. Who is it? Chapter 3. Attaining the Limitless King's Fist. Luya wore a mysterious smile as he recounted the general events that had transpired. After a long pause, Frieza had indeed returned to life. Gohan and Piccolo bore grave expressions, tinged with a hint of trepidation. Undoubtedly, the cosmic tyrant Frieza had left an indelible impression upon them. Despite Goku's repeated victories over him, it was astonishing that Frieza's resilience allowed him to resurrect so swiftly. Gritting his teeth, Gohan remarked. Piccolo's demeanor was equally somber. He had fallen at Frieza's hands in the past. Although they had not crossed paths since, he still harbored considerable apprehension towards him. Piccolo turned to Luya and inquired, "How do you know this? Did you not just arrive on Earth? Is this young man from the future like Trunks?" Luya replied enigmatically, "I have my own channels of information. In any case, Frieza has indeed returned, and he has grown immensely powerful. He is currently training, and he will launch an assault on Earth within 4 months, plunging our world into peril." Gohan's expression darkened. Has Frieza truly become so formidable? Luya nodded. Extremely powerful. It is worth noting that Frieza in his ordinary state could easily obliterate Gohan, who has transformed into a Super Saiyan. This complicates matters significantly. Piccolo and Gohan exchanged glances, and the former proposed, regardless of the truth, we should return and devise a strategy. Gohan agreed, then turned to Luya with a friendly invitation. Luya, is it? If you don't mind, would you like to stay with us? Upon hearing this, Piccolo raised an eyebrow but chose not to voice his thoughts. Luya, taken aback but realizing he had no other options, nodded, very well. I shall stay with you for a few days. Soon after, they departed the location, making their way to Bulma's house to deliver the spacecraft for her to study. Upon encountering Luya, the Saiyan, Bulma and others were quite astonished. However, given that her husband, Vegeta, was also a Saiyan, Bulma received Luya with warmth. After bidding farewell to Bulma, the three of them set off. In the subsequent days, Luya resided at Gohan's home, where he requested Gohan to teach him some techniques, including the Kamehameha. Krillin and the other warriors heard of Luya's presence and were similarly shocked. However, once they learned of Frieza's resurrection, disbelief filled the air, prompting them to commence their training in earnest. Days later, Bulma relayed a staggering piece of news. According to the cosmic patrolman, Gak, Frieza had truly returned. Furthermore, he would soon arrive on Earth. With this revelation, the group solidified their resolve and intensified their training. Even Krillin suspended his duties as a police officer to focus on his training. 2 months later, Luya had become well acquainted with his newfound immense strength, achieving an astonishing combat power of 210 million. His innate talent for cultivation had indeed manifested the bloodline of a Saiyan. Gohan, I wish to train in the hyperbolic time chamber. On this day, Luya made his request. Gohan immediately conferred with Piccolo, who ultimately assented. With Goku and Vegeta absent, they needed formidable allies to confront the terrifying Frieza. Luya's desire to train in the time chamber stemmed from a temporary mission issued by the system. However, even without such a mission, he would still pursue training there, as anyone familiar with Dragon Ball knew it was the fastest venue to enhance one's strength. Before long, Gohan led Luya to the Supreme Kai's temple. It has been a while. Gohan, Den, filled with joy, rushed over to embrace Gohan. Since Piccolo had fused with the previous Supreme Kai, Den had assumed the role of Earth's new Supreme Kai, and he had matured into a young man. After reminiscing with Den, Gohan introduced Luya to him. Den expressed that he had been monitoring Earth's situation and was aware that Luya meant no harm. Thus, he politely greeted, "Hello, Luya, I am Den." Luya smiled faintly, "Greetings, Den. You are indeed the most gifted Namekian since Piccolo. Perfectly suited to be Earth's Supreme Kai." Den was taken aback, wondering how Luya knew so much about him. He glanced at Gohan, who merely shrugged, equally perplexed. As he hadn't mentioned Den to Luya, Luya did not dwell on it. After a brief exchange, he made his request to enter the time chamber for training. Den nodded. "Mr. Popo will guide you." At that moment, Mr. Popo approached Luya, saying, "Please, follow me." Luya nodded at Gohan before following Mr. Popo. In the meantime, Gohan watched Luya's retreating figure, a smile gracing his lips. "Gohan, don't you find his background somewhat mysterious?" Den suddenly asked. Gohan paused before responding, "I don't think it's anything unusual. He claims to be a Saiyan from another universe." Den appeared somewhat incredulous. "Do you truly believe what he says?" Gohan chuckled. It's fine, mainly. He harbors no ill will towards Earth. Even if he did, I would personally deal with him. Din sighed and replied, very well, I shall leave it to you. However, Frieza has indeed returned. Has Goku contacted you yet? Gohan shook his head. Father and Uncle Vegeta are training with Beerus, the god of destruction, and we cannot reach them. Din's expression grew serious. Frieza's power is exceedingly formidable. You may not be able to contend with him. Gohan also wore a grave expression. Currently, we have no other options but to train diligently. Din suddenly suggested, Gohan, can't you also enter the time chamber for a day? With your potential, you could surely grow even stronger. Gohan shook his head and laughed. No need. I'm not feeling like training at the moment. Din. Meanwhile, Luya followed Mr. Popo to the entrance of the time chamber. Mr. Popo explained, in the time chamber, each individual may stay for 2 days, where 1 day outside equates to 1 year inside. The gravity has increased from 10-fold to 50-fold, enhancing the training efficacy significantly. Be mindful of the time. If you exceed your allotted period, the entrance will vanish. Luya feigned understanding and nodded. Understood. Mr. Popo then opened the door to the time chamber and said to Luya, you may enter now. Luya nodded and stepped inside. Beep. Congratulations, host, on completing the task of entering the time chamber for training. Reward, 100 million combat power. Reward, ultimate Saiyan talent. Reward, King's fist, limitless. As the door closed, Luya revealed a smile. One must admit, this system is quite delightful. The tasks are simple, and the rewards are plentiful. With this at his disposal, surpassing Goku and the others would become a matter of moments. No, that's a narrow perspective. Luya should first set a modest goal. Let us aim to surpass the gods. Chapter 4. The Arrival of Frieza. The Z warriors assemble upon entering the room. Luya gazed out into an endless expanse of blinding white light, a realm without horizon, where the gravity was astonishingly intense, 50 times that of the outside world. With such conditions, it was time to commence his training. Rubbing his hands together, Luya activated his Saiyan training prowess. Ding. Utilizing Super Saiyan talent. The host possesses the strongest talent of the Saiyans. Luya smiled broadly. System, how does this talent compare to Gohan's? System, it is undoubtedly superior. The host's talent rivals that of the mightiest Saiyan, Broly. Broly. The mere mention of this name rendered Luya somewhat solemn. Broly was indeed regarded as the strongest Saiyan. His talent fearsome beyond measure. Should he undergo rigorous systematic training, it was likely that no being in the universe would stand a chance against him. Of course, it was not yet time for him to make an appearance. Inside the hyperbolic time chamber, a year passed within, while only a day elapsed outside. Time raced onward. In the cosmic expanse, a colossal battleship soared through the void. Within, a cadre of soldiers clad in combat attire trembled as they knelt in unison. Before them sat an alien figure adorned with a helmet-like visage, Frieza. It was the resurrected Frieza. At that moment, the hatch opened, and several aliens entered. Leading the way was Sorbet. Lord Frieza, we are nearing Earth, Sorbet proclaimed with reverence. Excellent. I did not expect to be revived by you lot. You have shown initiative. Frieza replied with a sinister grin. Sorbet respectfully continued. It is our honor to serve Lord Frieza. Haha. Spare me the flattery. You are a bunch of incompetents, nearly losing the army in my absence. Frieza scoffed derisively. Cold sweat trickled down Sorbet and his cohorts. They had not intended for such losses, had it not been for the emergence of various powerful foes in the universe. Depleting 60% of their forces, they would still be the mightiest army in the cosmos. Enough of this idle chatter, this time. I will settle the score with those Saiyans upon arriving on Earth. Frieza's demeanor turned icy, his voice devoid of warmth. He vividly recalled the humiliation of being vanquished by Super Saiyans twice, defeated by those wretched monkeys, a disgrace beyond measure. Sorbet dared not speak, for during Frieza's previous resurrection, there were those who advised against provoking the Saiyans, only to be ejected into the void of space with no hope of return. Now, the newly empowered Frieza was a force to be reckoned with. Order full speed ahead. We must reach Earth swiftly. I can hardly contain my eagerness to confront those Saiyans. Understood. Time passed, and suddenly, the King Kai and the Supreme Kai on Earth halted their respective tasks, their gazes drawn to the vast sky. Faces etched with grave concern. It has come. On this fateful day, a powerful aura enveloped the entire Earth. Why is it arriving so soon? Piccolo exclaimed in disbelief, gazing toward the north. Swish. Gohan appeared beside Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo, there is an immense energy from the north. Piccolo, beads of cold sweat on his brow, replied gravely. It's Frieza's energy. We must go. Sensing the sudden surge of energy, the Z warriors of Earth hastened toward its source. Meanwhile, on a small island in the northern region, boom, a massive spacecraft descended slowly, coming to rest at the edge of a precipice. The top hatch opened, and a throng of soldiers poured forth from the vessel. Simultaneously, a floating seat emerged, upon which sat Frieza. Ha! Earth, I, Frieza, have returned. He cackled with his trademark laugh. Hey, you there, clear the way. Frieza commanded the floating soldiers. The soldiers promptly parted to create a path. Let me present my greeting gift to these earthlings. Frieza extended a finger toward the distant city, a crimson glow gathering at his fingertip. Swish. In the next instant, a red beam shot forth from Frieza's fingertip, expanding into a wave of light that surged into the city. A moment of silence. Boom. A cataclysmic explosion obliterated the entire northern city. Ha! The thrill of destruction is truly nostalgic. Frieza reveled in his malevolent joy, suddenly shifting his gaze toward another direction. Tap. Tap. Two figures streaked through the air, ultimately landing atop the precipice, Gohan and Piccolo. Staring at the smoldering ruins of the northern city, the two were momentarily stunned. Too late. You monster. Gohan clenched his fists, veins bulging as he glared at Frieza. Ha, so it's you two. You're the Namekian from that fateful encounter on Namek, aren't you? And you, with a resemblance to Son Goku, if I'm not mistaken, you must be his son. Gohan. I never imagined that little brat would grow up so much, Frieza remarked, surveying Gohan and Piccolo with surprise. Humph. Frieza, you remain as incorrigible as ever. Piccolo retorted coldly. Bold and ignorant earthlings, how dare you disrespect Lord Frieza? Sorbet barked. Gohan shot him a frosty glance, ready to respond when suddenly, a figure zoomed in. Tenshinhan. Uncle Tenshinhan. Gohan's expression softened as he greeted him with a smile. Tenshinhan nodded, casting a glance at Frieza. I didn't bring Kaiatsu. He wouldn't be of any use in this battle. Gohan nodded in agreement. Soon, Krillin, Master Roshi, and others arrived, even Bulma, who had come aboard Jocko's ship. Bulma, what brings you here? Krillin and the others were taken aback. Bulma replied nonchalantly, Vegeta is absent, so I decided to come. By the way, Trunks is still young. So I didn't inform him of this situation. Krillin nodded in understanding, then asked, are we still unable to contact Goku and the others? Bulma shook her head. I attempted to reach Whis, but he has yet to respond. At her words, a sense of dread washed over the group. To be frank, they felt insecure without Goku's presence. By the way, who is this? Krillin inquired, glancing at Jocko, who was hiding in the spaceship. Bulma smiled slightly. Let me introduce you. This is my friend. He is a galactic patrolman named Jocko. Upon hearing this, Krillin and the others nodded in acknowledgement. Accustomed to Bulma's tendency to associate with an array of peculiar friends. Hey, I must say, you all seem to be overlooking my presence. Frieza interjected, his expression devoid of emotion. Chapter 5. Training in the Time Chamber. Power surge upon hearing the words. Bulma gazed at Frieza with curiosity, remarking, is this fellow really Frieza? He looks quite ugly. Frieza interjected, hey, mind your tongue. That is the Emperor of the Universe Frieza. Gak, filled with indignation, exclaimed. What is with this woman's venomous tongue? As a friend, I feel utterly alarmed. Bulma glanced at Gak dismissively and replied, what is the big deal? Although Frieza is formidable, our Gohan is now even stronger. He can certainly handle him, right Gohan? Gohan, with a serious expression, looked at Frieza and shook his head, saying, I'm sorry, Bulma auntie, but Frieza's power is terrifyingly immense. Even I might not be able to defeat him. What? How can this be? Bulma's earlier confidence vanished, replaced by disbelief as she glanced at Frieza. Frieza, growing impatient, asked Gohan, where is your father, Son Goku? Gohan replied solemnly, Dad is still training. If you wish to find him, you may have to wait. Bulma quickly added, yes. Goku and the others will be back soon, so please wait. Oh, is that so? Frieza suddenly chuckled, very well, I've waited this long, a moment more won't hurt. I shall wait for you 10 seconds. 10 seconds? The crowd was momentarily taken aback, bewildered. Hey, aren't you being a bit stingy? Bulma protested, visibly irked. Well then, time's up. Let the game begin. Frieza's expression turned sinister. Sorbet waved his hand, commanding, kill them. In an instant, over 1,000 soldiers surged forward like a tidal wave. Gohan and the others gritted their teeth at the sight, and the next moment, they unleashed their energy. With over 1,000 soldiers. That meant each of them had to defeat more than 170. Let's go, everyone. Master Roshi said resolutely. In the next moment, Gohan and the others charged forward. Meanwhile, within the time chamber, Luya was still training, his energy reaching a terrifying level. He had been cultivating here for a year and 3 months, equivalent to a mere day and 6 hours in the outside world. At this moment, his combat power soared to an astonishing 6.5 billion. Indeed, in his pure Saiyan form, his power was 6.5 billion. It must be noted that the training environment here, combined with Luya's unparalleled Saiyan talent, had amplified his strength exponentially. He was now far more powerful than when he first transformed into a Super Saiyan. Breathless, Luya landed on the ground, satisfied with the results of his rigorous training. 6.5 billion, that should still not be enough to deal with Frieza, he pondered. He understood that Frieza's power in his normal state should range from 7 billion to 8 billion. It had been over a year. It was time to exit. Luya spoke slowly. Though he might not yet be Frieza's match, the intensity of his training had begun to take its toll. Furthermore, if others learned that he had achieved such a formidable level in just a year or two of training, they would surely view him as a monster. With this thought, Luya approached the exit of the time chamber. Tian and Bobo, sensing the fierce battle below, wore grave expressions. Frieza was simply too powerful, his strength beyond their comprehension. After 3 months of training, his power has increased so dramatically. Tian remarked with a wry smile. Gohan and the others are likely no match for Frieza. Bobo added. Tian sighed. Not just no match. It's like the difference between heaven and earth. When will Goku and the others return? As they pondered, a voice filled with curiosity interrupted their thoughts. What is going on? You both look so troubled. Startled, Tian and Bobo turned to see Luya strolling towards them with a relaxed smile. Luya, have you completed your training? Tian asked, astonished. Luya smiled slightly and replied, Yes, I felt that prolonged training was too taxing on my body, so I decided to come out early. Tian and Bobo exchanged glances, their expressions somewhat peculiar, as if they had heard that line before. By the way, what were you discussing just now? You both seem quite pale, Luya inquired. Tian, suddenly alert, responded gravely. Frieza has already arrived on Earth. What? So soon? Luya was taken aback. It seemed he had not yet reached the 4-month mark. How could he have arrived? However, upon sensing the energy, Luya confirmed Frieza's presence. This guy truly arrived ahead of schedule. I'm not sure, Tian continued. Logically, he should have arrived in 4 months. But now he is here, and Gohan and the others are fighting him. Hearing this, Luya's eyes narrowed slightly, his demeanor turning serious. Frieza's early arrival was indeed unexpected. But upon reflection, if he had only trained for less than 3 months, could his combat power truly be at 8 billion? With this thought, Luya suddenly contemplated, System. Can you detect Frieza's combat power? System. Sorry, detection is not possible. The entity is too far from the host for accurate measurement. Luya nodded, then said, All right. I shall go meet him then. Beep. System task triggered. Defeat Frieza and save Earth. As the mechanical voice of the system echoed, Luya's expression stiffened. Defeat Frieza? How could that be possible? He couldn't even ascertain if he was a match for Frieza at this moment. Wasn't he that Goku's task? Lost in thought, Tian suddenly bowed to Luya, saying, Luya, may I ask you to join the battle? Help Gohan and the others defeat Frieza? Though it seemed unrealistic. Tian earnestly requested his assistance. Luya looked at Tian and replied with a gentle smile, All right, you are the Earth's guardian. So there is no need for such formality. Besides, I have utilized your time chamber, so I shall personally defeat Frieza. With those words, Luya pointed to the space between his brows, feeling Frieza's energy. This is Tian and Bobo looked on in astonishment, realizing something incredible. Luya suddenly exclaimed joyfully. Found it. He waved to Tian and Bobo, stating, See you next time. With that, he vanished from their sight. Tian and Bobo remained stunned, their expressions still reflecting shock. What just happened was instantaneous movement. Chapter 6. Are you here to amuse us? Kamehameha. Spirit Slash. Demon Light Cannon. Ki Blast. Boom. Boom. The cacophony of explosions reverberated as countless soldiers were reduced to mere remnants. Despite their numbers being 100-fold greater than Gohan and his companions, their quality was severely lacking. Each individual present was a master capable of taking on 100 foes. However, these soldiers seemed almost inexhaustible, gradually wearing down the stamina of the Z fighters. Upon witnessing his allies struggling to hold their ground, Gohan could no longer contain himself. He unleashed his fury, transforming into a Super Saiyan. In an instant, his power surged dramatically. With a cold expression, Gohan extended his palm toward the soldiers, unleashing a devastating energy blast that decimated a large portion of them. Meanwhile, Piccolo was engaged in an evenly matched battle with a Minotaur soldier. Without hesitation, Gohan teleported directly before his opponent. Without striking, he merely locked eyes with him. "You insolent brat! Die!" roared the Minotaur soldier, launching a furious punch at Gohan. Whoosh! However, the Minotaur struck nothing but air. Gohan had already appeared behind him, delivering a swift chop that sent the Minotaur crashing to the ground, rendered unconscious. After dispatching his foe, Gohan nodded at Piccolo and vanished in the blink of an eye. It is worth noting that Gohan did not kill. His kindness prevailed as he merely incapacitated the soldiers. On the other side, Frieza's forehead bulged with veins, his teeth grinding as he glared at the valiant Gohan. Who is this person? Sorbet, drenched in cold sweat, watched his soldiers fall one by one, his heart bleeding. "This is the Super Saiyan. I never expected Goku's son to wield such power. However, just like his father, he possesses a kindness that is almost nauseating." Although Frieza's strength surpassed Gohan's, he was haunted by the memories of being slain by Saiyans twice. Now, witnessing Gohan's transformation, his expression darkened ominously. In the next moment, Frieza suddenly materialized in front of Gohan. Sensing the imminent danger, Gohan shouted in fury, throwing a punch at Frieza. Cold and indifferent, Frieza effortlessly caught Gohan's fist, closing in and landing a solid blow to Gohan's abdomen. Ugh! Gohan could hardly withstand the impact, doubling over as bile erupted from his mouth. Yet, although his fist was captured, he did not fly backward. Instead, his body slackened, his golden hair reverting to black as his energy plummeted. Gohan, Krillin, Piccolo, and the others gasped in horror upon witnessing Gohan fall so easily. Frieza looked upon Gohan and then smirked, swiftly seizing Gohan's hand and delivering a brutal kick to his side. Ugh! Gohan screamed as he was sent flying, crashing into a cliffside, which crumbled upon impact. "Quick! Save him!" Krillin's expression shifted as he exclaimed. Piccolo gritted his teeth, unleashing his energy as he dashed toward Gohan's location. Whoosh! Suddenly, Frieza obstructed his path, an evil smile gracing his lips as he extended his palm, launching a red energy blast that sent Piccolo plummeting into the sea. Piccolo, Krillin, and the others fell into despair. If even Piccolo could not contend with Frieza, how could they hope to fight back? Frieza glanced at Krillin and the others, a knowing grin spreading across his face. The Z fighters stood frozen, paralyzed by Frieza's terrifying presence. They saw no chance of victory. Haha, it seems I am too powerful. Perhaps I am bullying you, Frieza mused, his desire to fight having waned. He had anticipated a challenge, but these foes were not worthy of his time. Frieza withdrew his gaze, preparing to return to his throne when suddenly, his eyes widened in shock as he turned to face a new presence. There, unbeknownst to him, stood a young boy with a tail. Who are you? Frieza stammered in astonishment. The boy smiled gently. Frieza, I have finally found you. Huh? You know me? Frieza asked, perplexed. The boy nodded. Of course. It's Luya. How delightful to finally meet you. At that moment, Bulma exclaimed in surprise. Luya, you've finally arrived. Luya nodded slightly. I apologize for the wait. What? Is he the Saiyan Luya? He seems quite formidable. Krillin and Master Roshi gazed at Luya in astonishment. However, their expressions quickly shifted to one of concern as they realized they could not gauge Luya's power. How is this possible? Luya smiled faintly and turned to Krillin. Mr. Krillin, you must possess some senzu beans, correct? Hurry and save Piccolo and Gohan. Upon hearing this, Krillin was taken aback. Do you know me? Luya chuckled softly. I do. But now is not the time for pleasantries. We must act. Understanding, Krillin nodded, glancing warily at Frieza before soaring toward the shoreline. However, Frieza was not about to let him succeed. In the next instant, he appeared before Krillin, blocking his path. Krillin's expression darkened as he glared at Frieza, steeling himself for a desperate fight. Whoosh! At that moment, Luya suddenly appeared before him, addressing Frieza, your opponent is me. Perfect. I wish to witness the might of the Galactic Emperor, Frieza. Frieza smirked. Oh, is that so? Very well, I accept your challenge. Luya smiled confidently. Krillin seized the opportunity to fly off and rescue his friends. Luya and Frieza locked eyes, neither making the first move. He had already assessed Frieza's battle power. Due to the latter's absence over the past 4 months, his strength stood at 7 billion. In contrast, Gohan's power had surged to 6. 8 billion upon transforming into a Super Saiyan. This 200 million power gap, combined with Frieza's perfect ambush, had led to Gohan's swift defeat. Luya clicked his tongue, feeling regretful. If Gohan had continued his training without faltering, he might not have been weaker than Frieza. Nonetheless, Luya felt no fear, for his own power was a formidable 6.5 billion. While there was a slight disparity, it was not enough for him to be defeated. Suddenly, Luya extended his palm toward Frieza. Taken aback, Frieza smiled, making no further moves. Whoosh! In the next moment, Luya unleashed an energy blast directed at Frieza. Frieza remained unfazed, effortlessly dodging the energy blast as it whizzed past him. "Are you here to amuse me?" Frieza inquired with a grin. Luya responded with a mysterious smile. "Is that so?" Frieza paused, a sense of foreboding creeping in as he recalled something. He swiftly turned around, only to see Luya's energy blast curve and hurtle towards Sorbet. No. No. Lord Frieza. Save me. Help. Ah. Boom. Sorbet was obliterated by the energy blast. Chapter 7. Fierce Battle. Luya versus Frieza. No one anticipated that Luya's target would be Sorbet. However, they were perplexed, for Sorbet was merely a lowly henchman. Why would he be the first to face Luya's wrath? Frieza's expression twisted as he turned his gaze fiercely upon Luya. "You seem rather arrogant." Luya smiled faintly and replied, "I merely believe that a fair battle between us should be devoid of any distractions. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Frieza's demeanor darkened. Did the opponent possess some knowledge? In truth, he had meticulously prepared a trump card for his excursion to Earth, only to find it unexpectedly thwarted by this enigmatic young man. This incited his fury. Nevertheless, Frieza suddenly flashed a cruel smile. "Well, since you've said that, allow me to help you eliminate distractions." As soon as he finished speaking, Frieza pointed decisively towards Tianjin Fan, and with a whoosh, a crimson beam shot forth. Luya's eyes narrowed, and in an instant, he appeared before Tianjin Fan, effortlessly deflecting Frieza's attack. Frieza's expression remained calm, though a chill lingered. Luya stated nonchalantly, "Leave Frieza to me. You should retreat to safety." Tianjin Fan nodded in response. "Thank you." He exchanged a glance with Master Roshi before soaring towards Bulma's direction. Luya turned his attention back to Frieza, grinning. "Now, we can commence our battle." Frieza descended slowly, scrutinizing Luya. "Who exactly are you? Why is your aura so formidable?" Luya flashed a grin and raised the tail wrapped around his waist. Upon seeing the tail, Frieza's expression shifted dramatically. "A tail? You are a Saiyan." "Indeed," Luya replied, amusement evident in his tone. Frieza, incredulous, retorted, "Impossible. Aside from the Saiyans on Earth, all others, including those from planet Vegeta, have been annihilated by me." Luya shook his head. "Do not dwell on the past. Let us engage in combat." Frieza, suppressing his astonishment, chuckled. "You are so confident that you can defeat me?" Suddenly, Luya erupted with a mighty roar, unleashing a terrifying energy that surged from within him. "Impossible. Your power, how can it be so immense?" Frieza gasped, bewildered by Luya's sudden display of strength. Surrounded by a pure white aura, Luya wore a confident smile. "I initially expected you to arrive in 4 months, but I did not anticipate your premature appearance. Unleash your true power." Frieza's expression darkened. The situation had surpassed his expectations. He had not foreseen such a formidable Saiyan beyond Goku and Vegeta. How infuriating. Boom. In the next moment, Frieza too began to radiate energy, enveloped in a purple aura that rivaled Luya's strength. Luya observed Frieza, a smile creeping onto his face, every cell in his body quivering with excitement. Meanwhile, Krillin assisted Piccolo and Gohan, feeding them Senzu beans. True to their reputation, the beans worked miracles, and within moments, both awakened. "Krillin, are you all right?" "Where's Frieza?" Gohan inquired, his confusion evident. Krillin smiled gently. "Gohan, I'm fine. The Saiyan friend you brought back is astonishing." "Saiyan?" Gohan questioned, bewildered, until Piccolo suddenly exclaimed, "That must be the Saiyan Luya." Upon hearing this, Gohan quickly turned his gaze to the battlefield. In an instant, even Gohan was astounded. "Is this Luya? How has his aura transformed like this? So powerful." Gohan's jaw dropped in disbelief. He had previously subdued Luya, yet now he felt insignificant in comparison. Piccolo's expression turned serious. "I did not realize his talent was so profound. Merely a day in the time chamber has elevated his strength to this level. It seems even Goku and the others may not match him." At this revelation, everyone's expression grew solemn. In their eyes, no one surpassed Goku's strength. If anyone could, it would be Vegeta. Yet now, a new contender had emerged in Luya. How could they not be shocked? It appeared Vegeta's long-held position as second best might soon be challenged. In the arena, Luya and Frieza locked eyes, and suddenly, Luya's energy surged once more. Frieza, gritting his teeth, refused to be outdone. Huh? Luya roared, propelling himself forward. Humph. Frieza scoffed, unleashing his own energy. Boom. Their fists collided, and in an instant, a wave of energy exploded outward. Their fists remained locked, neither yielding an inch, continuously amplifying their power in a stalemate. Suddenly, Frieza revealed a sly grin, swiftly seizing Luya's hand, yanking him forward while delivering a powerful kick. Anticipating this move, Luya pressed his other hand against Frieza's knee, reversing the momentum and flinging him away. Frieza plummeted to the ground like a lead weight, and without pause, Luya unleashed an energy blast. Boom. The blast erupted, sending dust soaring. Luya squinted through the haze, relying on the Dragon Ball principle that the greater the dust, the less harm inflicted upon the opponent. Sure enough, as the dust settled, Frieza emerged, standing with a smile. Ho ho ho. You have not disappointed me. Aside from Goku, you are the only opponent worthy of my attention. Luya smiled slightly. Enough talk. Transform now? You are merely in your first form, are you not? Frieza, taken aback, quickly regained his composure, chuckling. Interesting. Though I do not know how you are so well informed about me, since it is thus. I shall entertain you before my duel with Goku. As soon as he finished speaking, Frieza let out a howl, and the ground beneath him cracked. Stones floating as a powerful purple aura erupted from his being. Frieza's body began to swell, growing to more than 3 times its original size. Yet, it did not stop there. His form morphed into something resembling a duck, before finally shrinking back to a shape similar to his original, albeit without his helmet, replaced instead by a bald head. The purple, frenzied aura raged as Frieza relaxed his body, gazing at Luya. This is my ultimate form. Chapter 8. A fierce collision. Instantaneous movement revealed what an overwhelming aura. It turns out that Frieza had never exerted his full strength. Krillin was drenched in cold sweat, his expression tinged with fear. How could he have trained to attain such a level? The Turtle Sage shared the same incredulity. Gohan and Piccolo remained silent, their expressions grave as they observed the two combatants. At this moment, they could no longer intervene in the battle, as Frieza's exhibited power had far surpassed theirs. The final form is quite impressive. Luya gazed at Frieza, momentarily taken aback. This fellow was indeed unrelenting, engaging him with his ultimate form without reservation, catching him off guard. After undergoing 2 transformations, Frieza's battle power had astonishingly reached 15 trillion. It seemed that I could not hold back either. I must exert my full strength in response. Luya smiled faintly, and suddenly, a tempest of energy erupted around him. With a thunderous roar, Luya's power surged exponentially. His hair transformed into a golden hue in an instant, and his aura followed suit, taking on the same golden tint. Super Saiyan. Luya had transformed into a Super Saiyan. His battle power skyrocketed from 6.5 billion to 32.5 billion. Frieza's expression shifted. A Super Saiyan. I never imagined you could transform as well. Are you truly a Saiyan from planet Vegeta? Luya smiled slightly, replying, I apologize, but I am a Super Saiyan from another universe. Upon hearing this, Frieza's expression stiffened, followed by a frown. Another universe? Meanwhile, the other companions were equally astonished. Krillin remarked, Are the Saiyans from other universes this formidable? Gohan solemnly stated, I believe Mr. Luyua's strength has surpassed that of my father. How could that be? He surpassed Goku? That is impossible. Tien was the first to voice his disbelief. Piccolo, beads of sweat on his brow, added, Luya indeed might be stronger than Goku, and his potential seems slightly above that of Goku and Vegeta. Previously, Luya was no match for Gohan, but now, after a year of training in the hyperbolic time chamber, he has reached this level, indicating that he has surpassed us. The group stared incredulously at the scene before them, feeling a complex mix of emotions, as they had never anticipated that, apart from the god of destruction Beerus, others could eclipse Goku and Vegeta, especially when the individual in question was also a Saiyan. At this moment, Luya looked at Frieza and chuckled softly. I still cannot defeat you. If that is the case. Luya erupted with energy once more, golden waves of power shooting skyward. Everything around him was flattened in that instant. Suddenly, strands of lightning danced around Luya. Frieza watched in disbelief as Luya's energy escalated dramatically. Impossible. This cannot be happening. That is the second stage of Super Saiyan. Gohan transformed into this state back in the day. He can transform too. Krillin and the others gasped in astonishment. Gohan's eyes widened. Super Saiyan 2. The form he assumed when he defeated Cell. Could Mr. Luya do the same? As Liyua's roar echoed, his energy exploded forth. Instantly, a massive crater formed beneath him as the ground could not withstand the force. Whoosh, 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 whoosh crackle. The golden energy crackled with lightning. And Liyua's hair grew significantly longer, resembling a spiky hedgehog, even more striking than in his first Super Saiyan form. Beep. The host has activated the Super Saiyan 2 transformation skill, achieving a battle power of 165 trillion. Frieza was rendered speechless. Luyua's power had once again evolved, surpassing his own. Luya looked at him with a mocking grin, stating, "Let the battle continue." Whoosh. With that, Luya vanished in a flash. Frieza gritted his teeth, releasing his energy before disappearing as well. Bang, bang. As soon as the battle commenced, the two engaged in a high-speed clash, creating countless ripples in the air, symbolizing the intensity of their combat. Below, the Z fighters watched intently. It's too fast. I can't catch their movements at all. Tien gritted his teeth, his three eyes darting about. Yet he struggled to keep pace with Luya and Frieza's actions. Gohan frowned, also finding it hard to keep up. Only Piccolo, with his unique physiology, managed to track their movements. Crash. Suddenly, a figure plummeted from the sky. It was Frieza. Whoosh. In the next moment, Luya appeared behind him, roaring as he delivered a powerful punch. Frieza's expression changed, and he quickly wrapped his tail around Liyua's arm. Luya smirked, seizing Frieza's tail with both hands and spinning around like a whirlwind. "Ah!" Frieza exclaimed in horror. "Ah!" With a burst of strength, Luya hurled Frieza into the ground, the impact creating a massive crater. "Catch this!" Luya concentrated energy into a glowing sphere in his hand and hurled it at Frieza. Frieza, with a fierce expression, steadied himself and launched a counter-energy sphere. Boom! The two energies collided, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Luya, surrounded by golden energy, surged through the smoke toward Frieza. The latter suddenly unleashed a barrage of energy blasts toward Luya. Caught off guard, Luya crossed his arms to block the onslaught. Seeing this, Frieza went wild, unleashing a relentless stream of energy blasts. Luya struggled to withstand the assault, his energy waning. "This is bad. We must help him." Krillin's expression changed, and he was about to rush in. "No. Even if we assist now, it would be futile. We cannot interfere in this battle." Gohan stopped Krillin, gravely stating. Krillin countered, "Then what should we do? Are we to just watch as Luya loses? If that happens, our Earth is doomed." Gohan fell silent. Piccolo suddenly turned to Bulma. "Bulma, have there been any updates on Goku and the others?" Bulma shook her head helplessly. "No, I have no way to contact them. I can only communicate with them when Whis reaches out to me." TCH. Piccolo, feeling impatient, snorted and ceased his inquiries. In the arena, Frieza wore a smug grin, believing that by suppressing Luya, victory was assured. However, just as Frieza reveled in his triumph, a figure appeared behind him, delivering a fierce punch. Ugh. Frieza was left dumbfounded, struggling to comprehend. He turned to see Luya gazing at him with a cold smile. "How is this possible? That was instantaneous movement. Isn't that a technique of my father?" Gohan couldn't help but shout in astonishment at the sight. P.S. Based on feedback from numerous readers, battle powers have now been adjusted. Please refrain from stating that the author cannot calculate. I acknowledge my errors. Ordinary form transforming into Super Saiyan grants a 50-fold increase. Super Saiyan transforming into Super Saiyan 2 provides a 5-fold increase. Super Saiyan 2 transforming into Super Saiyan 3 offers another 5-fold increase. This is my limit, as I have already written so much. Changes have indeed been made. So those readers unable to accept this can choose to abandon the story. I do not mind. Chapter 9, The Final Trump Card. Golden Frieza as Luya executed his instant transmission. All present were rendered speechless. How could Luya perform instant transmission? Wasn't that Goku's technique? Could it be that the opponent had also visited that planet? Gohan was puzzled. If Luya could use Kamehameha, he would accept it, having taught him the technique. However, instant transmission was beyond his own understanding. In the arena, after delivering a critical blow to Frieza, Luya kicked him away and vanished once again, only to reappear right before Frieza, landing another devastating strike. Frieza was being relentlessly pursued and struck by Luya, akin to a mere punching bag. Crash. With a powerful punch, Luya sent Frieza crashing into the ground, causing the earth to fracture beneath him. Hovering in the air, Luya gazed downward, then clasped his hands at his waist. The familiar stance instantly revealed to the onlookers that it was the Kamehameha. Krillin, sweat beading on his forehead, asked, Gohan, did you teach him the Kamehameha? Gohan nodded. Indeed. I taught him. In truth, it was not his teaching. Luya had a system that allowed him to learn directly, a fact Gohan was unaware of. Came. Huh. Boom. In an instant, a tremendous energy gathered in Luya's hands, radiating brilliance. Luya thrust his hands forward, unleashing a colossal wave of energy that erupted like a fountain, penetrating the ground. Boom, boom, boom. A massive explosion ensued, shaking the entire island. Quick, get out of here. Gohan's expression changed, and in a flash, he reached Bulma, taking her along as they soared into the distance. The others, witnessing the chaos, also changed their expressions drastically and fled far away. Rumbling. Luya's Kamehameha obliterated the island, causing it to collapse and waves to surge. Swish, swish, swish. Luya, enveloped in golden energy, observed the scene below with an expressionless face. He did not believe he had killed Frieza. The foe had yet to unleash his true power. At this thought, Luya suddenly grew vigilant. Meanwhile, the others had reached a distant island, watching with grave expressions. Do you think Luya can truly defeat Frieza? Krillin pondered aloud. Gohan shook his head. I don't know. Frieza must have come to Earth well prepared. Although he is transformed into his final form, I have an unsettling feeling. I share your sentiment. Tianjin agreed solemnly. However, the fact that Luya can engage Frieza to this extent is already remarkable. At the very least, he can buy us time. We need to wait for Goku and the others to return. Piccolo spoke gravely. Hearing this, everyone felt a sense of helplessness. Goku had yet to send any news, and Whis had not contacted Bulma, leaving them clueless about Goku's whereabouts. For now, they could only wait. Boom. Suddenly, a faint tremor reverberated, causing everyone to tense up. In midair, Luya too looked seriously at the ocean beneath him, sensing something was about to emerge. Boom. In the next moment, a colossal column of water shot into the sky. Within the water, a hazy figure rose, and Luya knew without a doubt that it was Frieza. This guy was unharmed after all. Yet, this realization exhilarated him. The stronger the opponent, the more thrilling the battle. Frieza slowly ascended into the air. Though he bore no severe injuries, the scratches on his body rendered him somewhat disheveled. He stared expressionlessly at Luya, lost in thought. Luya regarded him and smiled faintly. Interesting. You're still intact. His combat power far exceeded Frieza's by 100 billion, yet he had only gained a slight upper hand in their skirmish, indicating that Frieza's battle experience surpassed his own. Frieza scrutinized Luya with a serious expression and then inquired, Your current strength is truly perplexing. How can you be so formidable? Are you truly a Saiyan from another universe? Luya raised an eyebrow and replied, What else could I be? Frieza's expression turned cold. I never anticipated that Saiyans from other universes would be so powerful. Could it be that they also possess members of my race? Luya was taken aback. How did Frieza know? Although he wasn't a Saiyan from another universe, he was aware of one that harbored beings similar to those in the 7th universe, specifically the 6th universe, which had Saiyans and a sinister figure akin to Frieza. Seeing Luya's expression, Frieza understood. It seems my guess was correct. Luya shook his head. Enough with the idle chatter. Let's return to battle. I intend to defeat you, not to engage in boasting. Boasting? What do you mean? Frieza asked, bewildered. Luya hesitated, then realized the linguistic nuances of his world differed from this one. So he replied nonchalantly, just the literal meaning, boastful talk. Understand? Are you a foreigner? Frieza frowned. Luya shot him a glare. You know about foreigners? Frieza furrowed his brow, then coldly remarked, You think you can defeat me? That is impossible. He had always been defeated by Saiyans. Such humiliation was intolerable. Luya smirked. I know you haven't unleashed your true power yet, so transform now. What? Frieza's face stiffened, disbelief washing over him. How? How did you know I could still transform? The ability to become Golden Frieza was his secret, his ultimate technique. How could the opponent know? Luya smiled slightly. Because I am thoroughly familiar with this narrative. Frieza, come. Let me witness how powerful Golden Frieza truly is. Otherwise, you stand no chance against me. Luya taunted. Frieza's expression darkened. He felt a sense of foreboding. The opponent not only knew he hadn't transformed yet, but also that he could become Golden Frieza. Who was he really? This filled him with trepidation. However, given the circumstances, he had no retreat. If he did not transform, he would not be a match for this Saiyan. If that were to happen, his plans would be utterly thwarted. Originally prepared for Goku. But since you have provoked me, I shall oblige. Frieza suddenly chuckled coldly. and his energy began to surge violently. Chapter 10. Eruption. Sevenfold KO Kina. The atmosphere trembles with a resounding roar. As Frieza unleashes his formidable energy, the skies grow dark, thick clouds swirling ominously while bolts of lightning illuminate the horizon, as if heralding the apocalypse. In this moment, an aura of Frieza envelopes the entire Earth, a presence both astonishing and overwhelming. Krillin and the others stand agape, unable to fathom that Frieza's power has surged to such unprecedented heights. What kind of training has this fiend undergone during his years of absence? Piccolo, drenched in cold sweat, gazes in disbelief at the unfolding scene. They had believed their powers had surpassed the Frieza of old. Yet now it is clear that he has grown exponentially stronger. Truly, he is a prodigious genius. Gohan observes Frieza's form, his expression grave. He realizes that even with his transformation into Super Saiyan 2, he may not stand a chance against this foe. The shock reverberates through the air, not only among them but also within Luya, who perceives the alarming escalation of Frieza's energy. 15 trillion, 16 trillion, 17 trillion. The rise in Frieza's power is disturbingly abnormal, approaching an exponential increase. Luya feels a pang of embarrassment. He is utterly outmatched. What to do? Flee? But if he were to abandon the fight, who would stand against Frieza? Would Earth then be doomed? However, to remain would likely spell his own demise. System. Could you possibly issue the mission rewards early? Luya implores the system. System, not possible. The host is yet to complete the task of defeating Frieza. Hence, early rewards cannot be granted. Damn it. Luya grimaces. What happens if I perish? System, should the host be eliminated, this system will sever ties and seek another host. Luya. How ruthless. Is there no way out? Luya's mouth twitches slightly. This system seems rather unreliable. System, the host has two options. 1. Utilize Kaioken, which offers a 50% chance of success. 2. Employ the transformation into a great ape, with an 80% chance of triggering the hidden skill, transforming into Super Saiyan 4. Upon hearing this, Luya is about to choose the second option when the system interrupts. Warning. Should the host transform into a great ape, there is a risk of succumbing to the ferocious Saiyan temperament, leading to a loss of rationality and becoming a mindless killing machine. Luya. Suddenly, Frieza's sinister laughter pierces the air. Luya turns to see Frieza, now shimmering in golden hues. Aside from his color, little else has changed. Yet Luya knows this transformation is far more than mere aesthetics. Golden Frieza. Under the system's scrutiny, his combat power has soared to an astonishing 15 trillion. What an unfathomable concept. This power eclipses that of Super Saiyan 2 by more than 50 times. Luya finds Frieza to be an incredibly formidable opponent. A combat power of 15 trillion could easily obliterate him. His expression is grave, and it is evident that Gohan and the others are equally astonished. Is this truly the extent of Frieza's power? It is terrifying. Under this immense pressure, they feel utterly stifled, their resolve to fight crushed beneath the weight of his aura. Fear renders their very cells almost inert. This form, I shall name it Golden Frieza. Frieza declares with malevolent charm. Although I am unsure how you discovered my trump card, you must possess one of your own to unveil, yes? Luya forces a smile, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his face. You are indeed powerful. It seems you have surpassed Goku and the others. Oh, what do you mean? Frieza replies, his smile fading slightly. Are you suggesting that only by transforming into Golden Frieza can one surpass them? Luya nods. That is indeed the case. Is that so? Very well. I shall first eliminate you, then seek out Goku. Frieza's expression turns malevolent, yet he refrains from attacking Luya, instead offering a sinister proposition. My power now far exceeds yours, but I will grant you an opportunity. If you pledge your loyalty to me, I shall spare your life. Luya smiles faintly. That is unnecessary, for I am not destined to lose. In that instant, Luya erupts with energy, a golden aura enveloping him, crackling with electricity. Kaioken. With a furious roar, Luya's form is suddenly enveloped in a surge of crimson energy, his power rapidly escalating. Kaioken. He too can wield it? Krillin and the others gaze at Luya, utterly flabbergasted. Why does this Saiyan named Luya possess the Kaioken? Instant transmission. Kamehameha. Kaioken. This Saiyan has mastered Goku's signature techniques. Clearly, they have underestimated him. Piccolo's expression turns serious. The energy Luya is exuding now surpasses Goku's previous might. Of course, this is before Goku trained with Beerus at this moment. He would not be a match for Luya. It is evident that Luya's potential is astonishing. A mere foray into the hyperbolic time chamber has yielded such remarkable growth. They had entered that chamber themselves to confront Cell, yet none achieved the same level of enhancement as Luya, not even Gohan. Swirling winds rage through the arena as Luya's energy continues to amplify, the red aura intensifying around him. 1 times, 2 times, 3 times, 16 trillion, 17 trillion, 18 trillion. Luya's energy surges, expanding like water filling a balloon. I recall this technique. Goku utilized it on Namek. I cannot believe you can wield it too. Frieza observes Luya, his eyes narrowing with growing concern. Sevenfold Kaioken. With a thunderous roar, the very ground shatters beneath them, a tsunami of energy surging forth, water columns soaring into the sky. A spectacle to behold. P.S. This is a Dragon Ball fanfiction. I hope you enjoy it. Please consider leaving a rating or a tip. Chapter 11. Super Turtle School Kamehameha. In this moment, Luya's form was entirely enveloped by golden and crimson energy flows, his cold expression resembling that of a war god. His muscular contours were pronounced, having expanded slightly, brimming with explosive power. Yet, deep down, Luya was engulfed by trepidation. Transforming into a Super Saiyan 2 to execute the Kaioken was unprecedented. Even Son Goku could wield it solely in his Super Saiyan blue form. During his time in the hyperbolic time chamber, he had diligently trained with the Kaioken. Maintaining the form of a Super Saiyan throughout, and achieving the sevenfold Kaioken had taken him 6 months, even with his exceptional Saiyan talents. Otherwise, considering his innate abilities, his strength could have far surpassed this. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Host has successfully employed the Kaioken. Side effects are resetting to 0. Current side effects. 1. Luya was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by the system's message. What does this mean, system? The system responded. The Kaioken acquired by the host does not initially carry side effects. Unlike Son Goku's, it starts with no side effects, accumulating only as the host utilizes it. Upon hearing this, Luya was bewildered, then elated. Does that mean I can sustain this form indefinitely? The system clarified. Theoretically, yes. However, while the Kaioken incurs no side effects, it demands an immense amount of energy. In the host's current state, it can be maintained for a maximum of 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Luya's gaze sharpened. That might just be sufficient. His battle prowess, enhanced by the sevenfold Kaioken, had reached an astounding 11,375,000,000. Indeed, he had escalated from over 1 billion to more than 11 billion. Suddenly, a golden figure materialized before Luya. Before he could comprehend the situation, a sharp sting struck his face, and in the next instant, he let out a pained scream, hurtling backward into the sea. The assailant was Frieza, hovering in the void, gazing down at the water with a smirk. So, you thought me weak enough to be distracted during battle? Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, a pillar of water shot skyward, and Luya soared into the air, his aura unwavering as he faced Frieza, grinning, "Bring it on." Frieza's expression darkened, and he vanished like a bullet. Luya followed suit, and in the next moment, the void erupted with violent energy clashes. The two were evenly matched. Krillin observed the fray with a sigh. No. On the surface, Frieza appears to hold the upper hand. Piccolo narrowed his eyes, fixated on the battle. As Luya and Frieza engaged in a rapid exchange of blows, their accuracy was lacking as each strike was deftly blocked by the other. Nonetheless, Luya did receive a few jabs in the process. Overall, Frieza was clearly dominant. Luya suddenly materialized behind Frieza, thrusting his hands forward to unleash an energy blast that sent Frieza spiraling back. Clenching his teeth, Luya charged forward, but Frieza abruptly vanished from his trajectory, reappearing directly in front of him, moving so swiftly that Luya only perceived a fleeting shadow. Crash. Ugh. Frieza's punch landed squarely in Luya's abdomen, causing him to spew forth foam, his body arching backward like a shrimp. Frieza did not afford Luya a moment's respite. He accelerated even further, approaching Luya at supersonic speed, his fists poised for another strike. Ugh! Luya cried out, plummeting downward. Frieza's eyes gleamed with malice as he watched Luya fall, extending his finger to unleash a barrage of laser blasts. Boom, 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 boom. A dozen red laser beams rained down, engulfing the area in smoke. At that moment, a figure emerged from the haze. It was Luya, bearing some injuries, yet not life-threatening. He landed deftly upon a rock. Frieza eyed Luya, laughing. Ho ho ho. Is this truly your full power? You hardly seem a match for me. Wiping the blood from his lips, Luya smirked. You're indeed formidable. But how could I possibly lose to you? Oh, do you possess any other techniques? Feel free to unleash them. Frieza taunted, arms wide, his tail flicking in mockery. Luya clenched his teeth, then erupted with energy, elevating his aura to its zenith. He was still in the Kaioken state, though it was becoming increasingly strenuous. Under normal circumstances, he could maintain it for 10 minutes, but combating Frieza would also deplete his energy, meaning time was of the essence. A swift resolution was imperative. With this thought, Luya maximized his energy output. Simultaneously, he brought his hands to his waist. Came. Witnessing this familiar scene, Gohan and the others were roused from their stupor. Krillin attempted to shout, but Gohan swiftly covered his mouth. Do not disturb them. Gohan spoke with urgency. Krillin nodded eagerly, and once Gohan released him, he exclaimed, is he attempting to use Goku's technique against Frieza, just as he did against Cell? Gohan observed Luya in the arena, silently praying for success. Meanwhile, Luya was fervently amassing energy, elevating his aura to its peak, compressing the surging energy in his hands. Frieza sensed something amiss, gazing at Luya with perplexity. Hey, you must be out of your mind. Such energy gathering could obliterate the entire planet. Luya smiled faintly. What? Are you afraid? Frieza's expression faltered momentarily, then he laughed. Kid, even disregarding whether your attack can harm me, your speed is insufficient to reach me. Therefore, you should conserve your energy for a last-ditch effort. Luya merely smiled in response, remaining silent, and in the next instant, his aura surged dramatically. Frieza's unease grew as he observed this spectacle. Nevertheless, he remained skeptical that Luya could strike him. Or was Luya merely stalling for time? With this thought, Frieza's gaze hardened, and he stretched out his palm, gathering red energy. Die! In the next moment, Frieza unleashed a torrent of energy directly at Luya. Luya's eyes widened, and he bellowed. Kamehameha! Whoosh! In an instant, Luya vanished, leaving only the energy blast to strike his afterimage. At that moment, Luya had already appeared behind Frieza. What? Frieza gasped, attempting to evade, but it was too late. Luya thrust forward, and in an instant, a colossal wave of energy engulfed Frieza. Frieza screamed, swiftly consumed by the torrent of energy. Chapter 12, The Astonishing Rebirth Technique. The return of the duo with a powerful Kamehameha unleashed by Luya. Everything in its path was obliterated. Even the sea was cleaved apart by his energy wave. Countless volumes of seawater evaporated, creating a horizon that seemed endless. This was Luya's ultimate Kamehameha, a manifestation of his gathered energy, boasting a combat power exceeding 11 trillion. The sheer might of this energy was unimaginable. One could assert that had Luya executed this move from midair, it could have potentially annihilated the entire planet. Luya continued to gesture, panting heavily. After unleashing such a colossal attack, his body felt entirely fatigued. Swish, 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 the once ferocious energy began to wane, the crimson aura dissipating to reveal a golden hue. Luya's stamina could no longer sustain the power of the sevenfold Kaioken, prompting him to retract the technique. Furthermore, he could not maintain his Super Saiyan 2 form and reverted to an ordinary Super Saiyan. After executing the Kamehameha, the pent-up energy within him was finally released, rendering him temporarily incapable of transforming into Super Saiyan 2. That guy's he finished? The Z fighters gazed apprehensively at the scene before them. They had witnessed Goku employ this technique against Cell, who had been unable to react in time and was left severely injured. It was evident that Luya's attack was far more potent, and Frieza should not withstand it. With this thought, excitement coursed through the group. It seemed there was no need for Goku and the others to return, as they could handle the formidable Frieza. However, something felt amiss. Gohan and Piccolo did not share the same sense of relief as the others. Instead, they bore expressions of grave concern. Luya, too, exhibited no signs of complacency. Could it be that this guy possesses a regeneration ability akin to Uncle Piccolo's? Gohan pondered, his teeth clenched. Cold sweat dripped from Piccolo's brow. Meanwhile, Luya felt a weighty concern, for he knew that despite the magnitude of his previous attack, Frieza had not been vanquished. The adversary still lived. Beep. Frieza's energy is still detected. Therefore, the host has not completed the task. Please strive harder, host. Luya. So he is not dead. At that moment, everyone suddenly sensed something and turned their gazes in unison. Luya's eyes were fixated on the surface of the sea, cold sweat forming on his brow. Simultaneously, a figure gradually emerged from the waters, first revealing its head, then its body, until Frieza surfaced entirely. The atmosphere fell eerily silent. It was Frieza. He was still alive. Luya regarded Frieza with a slight smile. You truly are tenacious. Frieza's expression was twisted with rage. he appeared rather tragic. Having reverted from his golden Frieza form, one arm severed, and his waist reduced to half, with his tail almost entirely destroyed. Devastating. Although Golden Frieza had sensed Luyas' appearance, he was a moment too late. The instantaneous movement Luyas executed rendered his energy nearly undetectable, making it difficult for even the evolved Golden Frieza to counter. But how infuriating. Cursed Saiyans. Frieza growled, his face contorted in anger. Suddenly, he unleashed a terrifying surge of energy. The remnants of his severed body began to writhe, as if something were trying to break free from within. Piccolo's eyes widened, urgently warning, act quickly. He is regenerating. Luya was momentarily stunned, bewildered. No way. Frieza can regenerate like Piccolo? Is this a joke? I've never seen this before. Regaining his composure, Luya hastily fired several energy blasts at Frieza, which detonated upon impact. Yet, in the next instant, a surge of purple energy erupted, dispersing the smoke instantaneously. Revealing Frieza's form, what Luyas' expression shifted drastically, for Frieza had already restored his physical form. Frieza flexed his muscles, his face devoid of emotion as he addressed Luya. You are the first to force me to resort to regeneration. Regeneration? Luya replied solemnly. Frieza chuckled ominously, continuing, indeed. Regeneration. This technique is my secret art. I only employ it in dire situations. I am a being of the universe, having undergone reassembly with cosmic matter. As long as there is material present and I am not utterly obliterated in one blow, I can revive. Luya furrowed his brow, questioning, then why didn't you use it when you were defeated by Goku and Trunks? At this, Frieza appeared to be struck at a sore spot. Retorting coldly, during my battle with Goku, I had no opportunity to do so. If I had attempted regeneration, I would not have been able to contend with Goku in his Super Saiyan form. I might have been entirely eradicated. After a moment's pause, Frieza added, as for that Super Saiyan boy, I had no chance either. He left me no breathing room, and I was slain. With that, Frieza erupted in fury. It's all because of you Saiyans. A bunch of filthy monkeys. I, Frieza, am merely your servant, yet you have humiliated me time and again. Frieza turned his gaze to Luya, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Well, now that I've vented my frustrations, you should have regained some strength. So let us commence. Luyas' expression grew grave. He had indeed been biding his time to regain his composure. Yet he was far from peak condition and could no longer transform into Super Saiyan 2. While Frieza claimed that his combat power had diminished post-regeneration, he still posed a significant threat to everyone present. What lay ahead was an arduous battle. Frieza chuckled menacingly. So, are you considering surrendering? If so, I might be persuaded. Luya grinned defiantly. Surrender? That is utterly out of the question. I, Luya, would rather perish than yield to you. Frieza's expression darkened. Very well, then you shall die. With that, he ascended into the air, extending his finger as a swirling mass of red energy began to coalesce, growing increasingly larger until it formed a massive red orb. Ha ha ha. Saiyan, I've had enough of this game. Let us make you and this planet disappear together. Frieza cackled wickedly. In the next moment, he hurled the colossal energy ball, now 20 meters in diameter, directly downward. Luya narrowed his eyes. If he failed to intercept it, the Earth would be doomed. What to do? Just as Luya prepared to unleash his transformation, two figures suddenly flashed before him. Upon seeing them, Luya was taken aback, followed by a wave of relief. Good grief, they're finally back. Goku. Vegeta. The sudden arrival of the two elicited exclamations of joy from all the companions. Chapter 13. The Battle of Vegeta's Pride. Having just returned from training with the God of Destruction, Goku and Vegeta were taken aback by the unforeseen events that awaited them upon their instantaneous arrival back on Earth. Instinctively sensing danger, both warriors turned their gazes towards the ominous crimson energy sphere hurtling towards them. In an instant, their expressions darkened, and with a simultaneous motion, they thrust their hands outward, successfully intercepting Frieza's energy blast. Ha! Ha! In the next moment, both warriors erupted with power, unleashing waves of terrifying energy that surged forth, and with a concerted effort, they pushed the colossal sphere back towards Frieza. How is this possible? Frieza's countenance shifted dramatically, and he swiftly vanished from sight. Boom! The massive energy sphere detonated high in the distant clouds, painting the sky a vivid scarlet hue. Goku and Vegeta restrained their auras, and Goku, puzzled, inquired, what is happening? Why is Frieza here on Earth? At that moment, the Z fighters gathered around Goku and his companions. Goku looked at Gohan and the others, his expression brightening. Gohan, Krillin, you're all here. What transpired? Gohan promptly recounted the events leading to Frieza's resurrection. Upon hearing this, both Goku and Vegeta were taken aback. That rascal Frieza truly never changes. How dare he threaten Earth again? Goku exclaimed, his voice tinged with anger. Suddenly, he turned to Luya with a smile. Luya, I understand you are also a Saiyan. Please, do your utmost to prevent Frieza from causing havoc. We VE had difficulty contacting Earth and locating its energy, which consumed quite a bit of time. Luya nodded slightly. It's good that you have returned. Frieza is even more formidable than I anticipated. Now that you are here, I leave him to you. Goku nodded earnestly, rest assured. I shall defeat Frieza. Hey, Kakarot, leave Frieza to me. I have yet to face him since my ascension to Super Saiyan. Vegeta interjected, his irritation palpable. Goku glanced at Vegeta and chuckled. All right, you can go first. But do you not feel a sense of déjà vu? This scene seems reminiscent of our past encounters. At his words, Vegeta paused, then smirked coldly. Now that you mention it, it does evoke memories. Back then, I was not yet a Super Saiyan when Frieza invaded Earth, and it was future Trunks who dealt with him. As he spoke, Vegeta turned to Luya. You mentioned you hailed from another universe? Luya nodded, indeed. Vegeta's brow furrowed, and he remarked, it is curious that aside from our universe, others exist as well. Moreover, you can transform into a Super Saiyan. What is the nature of the universe you come from? Luya raised an eyebrow. A rather impressive universe. Impressive? What does that mean? Vegeta queried, perplexed. The others remained silent. Luya stifled a chuckle. It simply means very powerful. Vegeta nodded, though still not entirely understanding. How powerful is it? Luya replied earnestly, extremely powerful. Vegeta's expression stiffened, his fists clenching. His temper flared, and he felt an urge to confront Luya. Enough chatter. We must eliminate Frieza first. This guy has grown significantly stronger. Goku suddenly interjected, having not paid close attention to the conversation as he focused on Frieza, his eyes gleaming with fervent combat spirit. Humph. Just so you know, Frieza will be taken care of by me, Vegeta. Everyone else, stand back. Vegeta declared with pride. Goku hesitated but ultimately acquiesced. All right, you go ahead. Luya interjected, but remember, Frieza can transform into Golden Frieza, so exercise caution. Vegeta dismissed the warning with a scoff. Humph. Has he truly improved? I have also grown stronger. Defeating him will be a breeze. Luya shook his head, concerned for Vegeta, though he chose not to voice his worries and retreated alongside Goku and the others. Given the considerable energy Luya had expended, it was wise for him to avoid confrontation for now, especially since he had yet to attain the power of Super Blue, rendering him incapable of defeating Frieza. Mr. Krillin, could you provide me with a Senzu bean? Luya suddenly asked Krillin. Krillin nodded eagerly, of course. If it weren't for you, we might have all fallen to Frieza. As he spoke, he produced a Senzu bean and handed it to Luya. Luya accepted it and consumed it without hesitation. Within seconds, he felt his power surge to its peak. Suddenly, Goku turned to Luya, his expression growing serious. This fellow's energy seemed to rival his own. Goku contemplated this and made a decision in his mind. Meanwhile, Vegeta began to move forward, approaching Frieza. After dodging the attack, Frieza was in the process of regaining his strength. Fortunate that these warriors were absorbed in their own excitement, granting him a moment to breathe. Seeing Vegeta approach, he chuckled. Ha ha ha. I wondered who it was. It turns out to be my loyal subordinate, Vegeta. Vegeta's expression turned icy. Humph. Do not mistake me. I, Vegeta, have never regarded you as my master. Frieza, unfazed, interpreted Vegeta's words as mere pride, and continued with a grin. Vegeta, you're just in time. Join forces with me to eliminate Goku, and that Saiyan. I will make you my right-hand man. You can be my top general. What do you say? After a moment of silence, Vegeta revealed a sly smile. It seems your offer is quite enticing. Frieza, believing he had Vegeta in his grasp, urged, indeed. So, come to my side. To everyone's astonishment, Vegeta actually began to walk towards Frieza. What is he doing? Bulma exclaimed in disbelief, anger igniting within her at the sight of her husband seemingly betraying them. Goku observed Vegeta, maintaining his cheerful demeanor, rest assured. Vegeta is no longer the same as he once was. Luya remained silent, his eyes gradually closing as he assessed his own condition. Fortunately, he felt no adverse effects from his power surge. In fact, his strength had considerably increased. In the battle against Frieza, Luya had unleashed his full potential, continuously tapping into his Super Saiyan abilities, growing stronger with each confrontation. His combat power now stood at 6.7 billion, 200 million more than before. He also utilized the system to gauge Goku and Vegeta's combat powers. Astonishingly, they had yet to transform into Super Saiyans, yet their power levels were already remarkable. Goku's combat power registered at 6.9 billion, while Vegeta was close behind at nearly 6.8 billion. The disparity between their strengths was negligible, easily overlooked given their formidable capabilities. Chapter 14. The Debut of Vegeta. The arrival of Super Saiyan Blue. As Vegeta approached Frieza, he came to a halt. Frieza gazed at him with a smug smile, exuding confidence. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, Frieza was struck as if hit by a colossal force, his body curling like a shrimp. A groan escaped his lips, his face contorted in agony as he glared at Vegeta, who had appeared before him, his fist firmly embedded in Frieza's abdomen. Leaning close to Frieza's ear, Vegeta mockingly proclaimed, "Apologies, but your propositions hold no interest for me." Frieza's eyes burned with disbelief, his expression one of incredulity. Vegeta's demeanor shifted, his voice booming as he sent Frieza hurtling away, crashing through several small mountains before finally embedding himself into a cliffside. With a disdainful snort, Vegeta remarked, "Is that all you've got?" Frieza, embedded in the cliff, glared at him through gritted teeth, astonished that Vegeta dared to lay a hand on him. Emerging from the rubble, Frieza's face darkened as he coldly retorted, "I never anticipated that my former subordinate would become so formidable." Vegeta's icy stare met his. "There are many things you have yet to witness and comprehend. For instance." Huh. With that, Vegeta unleashed a fierce roar, transforming into a Super Saiyan. Frieza's pupils constricted in disbelief. Vegeta sneered, "It's not over yet." Boom. Whoosh. Vegeta's power surged again as he ascended to Super Saiyan 2. "Did you expect this, Frieza?" "I, Vegeta, can also transform into a Super Saiyan," he declared, pointing at himself with a cold smile. Frieza clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead as he began to unleash his own power. With a thunderous roar, Frieza's purple aura transformed into a radiant golden glow, his body gradually metamorphosing into Golden Frieza. In an instant, a terrifying force radiated from him, shaking the heavens. Vegeta's expression stiffened, a cold sweat trickling down his face. This is infuriating. This guy? On the other side, Goku, witnessing this form for the first time, displayed an expression of disbelief. How did he train to reach such a level? This is Golden Frieza. His power is incredibly terrifying. Even Luya would struggle against him. Had it not been for Luya executing instant transmission combined with the strongest Kamehameha, we would have been finished, Krillin remarked gravely. Goku, with a complex expression, said, "Instant transmission. Kamehameha. Luya, you are truly impressive." Luya humbly replied, "It's nothing special." "Will Uncle Vegeta be all right?" Gohan asked, concern etched on his face. Goku chuckled, reassured him. "Don't worry. Frieza has indeed grown stronger, but our training has not lagged behind. Trust me, Vegeta will not lose." The others appeared puzzled. Did these two somehow experience a fortuitous encounter? Luya smiled knowingly, aware of their confidence stemming from Goku and Vegeta's ability to ascend even further, reaching the divine realm of Super Saiyan Blue. With a whoosh, the golden aura enveloping Frieza intensified, now at its peak. His power surpassed Luya's. Yet Luya's instant transmission along with the strongest Kamehameha proved formidable, which was why Frieza had suffered injuries. To think your strength would reach such heights is truly terrifying. Even the proud Vegeta felt a tremor of shock. Years had passed since Frieza's last defeat, and now, his rapid ascent in hell was more astonishing than they had imagined. They had been personally trained by Whis, believing Frieza's level would no longer match theirs. Yet, the power he displayed posed a substantial threat. "Ha ha ha. Did you think you were the only ones who could improve? This is the new form I've honed during my years in hell. I call it Golden Frieza." Frieza laughed heartily, brimming with pride. Vegeta's expression darkened as he snorted, "Humph. So what? I have my own secrets." Frieza paused, surprised. "Oh, is that so? Then do not hold back. Show me your strength." With a cold snort, Vegeta's energy began to surge, and he unleashed a furious roar. In that moment, a terrifying golden aura erupted from within him, and astonishingly, that yellow energy began to undergo a transformation. Vegeta's power was escalating rapidly. Soon, Piccolo's eyes widened in awe, beads of sweat pouring down his face. "Incredible!" Krillin and the others stood dumbfounded, utterly astonished. What had Vegeta experienced to attain such strength? Goku wore a mysterious smile. Remaining silent, Luya narrowed his eyes slightly, using his system to gauge Vegeta's power, which continued to rise, surpassing trillions in battle strength. And it was still increasing. Ah! Vegeta continued to roar, seemingly needing this release to fully unleash his power. Frieza's expression faltered as he gritted his teeth at Vegeta, incredulously exclaiming, "How? How is this possible? I refuse to believe it." With a piercing shout, Vegeta's aura transformed into a brilliant blue, no longer merely energy but a liquid-like essence. The divine aura. With his spiky blue hair, Vegeta's energy underwent a monumental shift. He coldly smirked at Frieza and declared, "What do you think? This is my true power." Frieza's expression darkened as he realized Vegeta's energy now surpassed his own, already depleted from their earlier skirmish. He lamented, wishing he had trained for another 6 months before confronting these Saiyans. Without any intention to prolong the confrontation, Vegeta's combat instincts surged, and he charged at Frieza. Frieza, filled with rage, met him head-on. Crash! Their fists collided, unleashing an explosive shockwave that reverberated through the air. Chapter 15, The Wheel Battle, Goku's Entrance Boom. The two engaged in a fierce clash, only to be forcefully repelled simultaneously. Yet, in the next moment, they unleashed their energy waves. Boom! Another explosion echoed. And at that instant, Frieza had already materialized behind Vegeta. A swift elbow strike descended upon him. Unfazed, Vegeta lowered his head, evading Frieza's assault, and countered with a sudden elbow thrust, only to be blocked by Frieza. Whoosh! Vegeta's form flickered, and in the next heartbeat, he appeared above Frieza, launching an energy sphere. Whoosh! Frieza, remarkably swift, vanished in an instant, dodging the attack, and reappeared beside Vegeta, delivering a kick that sent him hurtling away. Within mere seconds, their movements became a blur, impossible to track. Krillin and the others watched intently, both astonished by the immense power displayed and secretly sweating with anxiety. Boom! Whoosh! Vegeta erupted with energy, ascending into the air, glaring at Frieza with a cold snort. Frieza's expression twisted into a menacing grimace as he crossed his arms, each fingertip glimmering with crimson light. "Taste my power." Frieza sneered, thrusting his fingers toward Vegeta, immediately unleashing 10 beams of red light that precisely obstructed Vegeta's path. Cold sweat trickled down Vegeta's face as he gritted his teeth, launching several palm strikes. Multiple energy spheres detonated around him, and in that instant, he unleashed an explosive burst of energy, a blue pillar erupting from the smoke as he soared into the air, charging at Frieza. However, Frieza revealed a sinister smile. "I've been waiting for you." He suddenly spread his palms toward Vegeta. Boom! A terrifyingly concentrated energy sphere shot forth. Vegeta's expression changed. Unable to evade in time, he could only raise his arms in defense. Boom! In the next moment, Vegeta plummeted downward, and Frieza, determined not to let him off easily, surged toward him. In an instant, Frieza delivered a flying kick to Vegeta's back, accelerating his descent into the sea, creating a massive splash. Yet, with a fierce roar, Vegeta burst forth from the water again, glaring at Frieza, teeth clenched as he gathered energy. Final flash. Whoosh! The terrifying energy erupted, coalescing into a formidable force in Vegeta's palms. Frieza's expression shifted, revealing apprehension, and in the next moment, he sneered, "Bring it on." Swish! Frieza began to gather a horrific energy of his own, golden energy swirling in his palms, exuding an ominous aura. "Frieza, you will perish," Vegeta bellowed, unleashing his ultimate technique. A massive energy wave plunging downward. Frieza chuckled darkly, "Ha ha ha. Bloom, beautiful fireworks." Boom! In that instant, he unleashed a horrifying golden energy wave. Boom, 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 boom. The two forces collided, locking in a fierce standoff. However, the surroundings could not withstand their combined might, shattering under the pressure. Goku and the others watched with grave expressions, Goku murmuring, "Frieza has truly become this powerful?" Meanwhile, Luya, observing the battle, contemplated intervening to eliminate Frieza, knowing that if he succeeded, his task would be complete. "These two are incredibly strong," Gohan remarked, feeling a surge of adrenaline as a Saiyan. If he had diligently trained over the years, perhaps he could reach such heights. With that thought, Gohan's resolve solidified. He could not afford to slack off. "We cannot let these two wreak havoc. Otherwise, Earth will be destroyed," Goku declared solemnly. In the next moment, he erupted with energy, a terrifying force radiating from him as he transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. Goku. Dad, Krillin and the others gazed at Goku in astonishment. "So, Goku can transform too." Goku nodded and suddenly vanished from sight, reappearing between the two combatants, instantly elevating his energy to its peak before unleashing his ultimate technique. Came. Haim. Huh. Boom. Goku's Kamehameha obliterated the energy waves of both fighters, sending them spiraling away from Earth. The battlefield returned to normal, though both Frieza and Vegeta appeared somewhat depleted. However, it was evident that Frieza was in a worse state. "Kakarot, what are you doing?" Vegeta exclaimed, furious at Goku for interrupting their battle. Goku sighed. "If you continue fighting like this, Earth will be lost." Vegeta scoffed, arrogantly turning his head away. "Who cares if it dies?" Goku retorted, "You have a family now. You should have some sense of responsibility." At his words, Vegeta's expression darkened. "Shut your mouth. Kakarot, I'll give you 3 seconds. Step aside. My battle with Frieza is not over." Goku hesitated for a moment, then responded earnestly, "It's time for me to step in." "What did you say?" Vegeta's expression soured immediately. Goku laughed heartily, saying, "You're exhausting your energy. And you can't defeat this guy. Let me handle it. I found his weakness." "What?" Vegeta's rage flared. "You dare say I can't defeat him? What a joke." "Oh, a weakness? You claim I have a weakness? Ha ha ha. Son Goku, you are utterly ridiculous. I, Frieza, could never have a weakness." Frieza interjected, his expression twisting in humiliation. "It's your stamina." Luya suddenly chimed in. The revelation stunned everyone into silence. Luya smiled slightly, secretly reveling in the moment. "Finally, my time to shine has come." Goku regarded Luya with admiration. "You truly are impressive. Stay humble." Luya replied modestly. "Humph. Stop spouting nonsense. The weakness you speak of does not exist." Frieza snarled, his face contorted with rage. Goku turned to him, smiling. "If that's the case, then let us have a match." Frieza clenched his fists, glaring intently at Goku. "Kakarot, are you trying to back out? You promised it would be my turn." Vegeta interjected sternly. Goku scratched his head. "When did I ever say that? You fought long enough. Take a break while I take down this guy, all right?" "Absolutely not." Vegeta roared, indignant. Goku shrugged and turned to Frieza, cheerfully asking, "Hey, Frieza, do you want to have a little duel with me?" Frieza. Vegeta. Chapter 16. The Final Struggle. The death of Frieza. What are you saying?" Frieza glared at Goku, his face a pallid shade of iron. At that moment, he felt like a mere clown, toyed with by these two individuals. Goku smiled faintly, and suddenly unleashed an explosive aura, enveloped in a blue divine energy. "Come, I am your target, am I not?" Frieza clenched his teeth, his rage surging as he charged towards Goku. Goku's gaze sharpened, and he immediately engaged. The two clashed at high speed, their fierce collisions resonating through the space. Vegeta's expression darkened, but he quickly composed himself, dissipating his Super Saiyan blue form and landing on the ground. Though Frieza had expended considerable energy, he was still holding his own against Goku. However, this balance was swiftly disrupted. Frieza's complexion grew grim, and he struggled for breath, appearing increasingly fatigued. Goku observed Frieza and asked, "Frieza, it seems you have just successfully transformed into this form, haven't you?" Frieza paused, gritting his teeth as he stared at Goku. "What do you mean by that?" Goku chuckled. "You should familiarize yourself with this form better while on Earth. Otherwise, even Vegeta and I may not stand a chance against you." Frieza scoffed. "Even now, you are no match for me." Goku replied, "You must be exhausted. This form has drained much of your stamina, which is why your vulnerabilities are increasing. At this rate, you cannot possibly contend with me. Enough of your nonsense." Frieza's expression twisted in rage as he surged forward towards Goku. Swish. Crack. Frieza delivered a swift punch, only to have Goku seize his fist. What? Frieza's face contorted with disbelief. Goku grinned. Too slow. With a sudden pivot, Goku hurled Frieza away. Yet, Frieza, not one to be easily bested, managed to halt his trajectory. "Frieza!" Goku shouted, rushing forward with both fists raised to strike. Ugh! Frieza was struck violently, plummeting downwards. The impact shattered a cliffside, and the rebound sent him flying. In an instant, Goku reappeared before him, palm outstretched, launching another energy blast that sent Frieza crashing into the remnants of a distant rock formation, a cloud of dust erupting around him. Goku's expression hardened as he surveyed Frieza's plight. Victory! Gohan and the others beamed with joy. TCH. If it weren't for this prince wearing down the opponent, Kakarot would have achieved nothing. Vegeta declared with pride. At this moment, Luya remained silent, minimizing his presence, preparing for a surprise attack. Defeating Frieza was a task best left to him alone. Suddenly, Goku's expression shifted, and a grave tension settled over him. "Ah, Son Goku." A roar reverberated as Frieza, now ablaze with golden energy, soared into the sky. Goku's eyes narrowed, and he too ascended. his deep blue divine aura twisting around him as he leveled with Frieza. Frieza fixed his gaze on Goku, but he appeared increasingly frail, gasping for breath. Frieza, you can no longer maintain this form. It is time to concede, Goku stated calmly. Concede? I, Frieza, would never accept defeat. Are you jesting? Frieza roared, his face a mask of fury as he lunged at Goku. Die. Frieza's eyes were bloodshot, his punch fueled by hatred. Goku scoffed, ducking beneath the strike and countering with a punch to Frieza's abdomen. Ugh. Frieza's expression twisted in agony, his body trembling from the immense pain. Goku's strike nearly pierced him through. Suddenly, a flash of light enveloped Frieza, and he reverted from his golden form back to his final state. Damn it. Frieza struggled to turn toward Goku, but the latter vanished in an instant, reappearing behind him and delivering a powerful kick that sent Frieza crashing into the ground. Ugh. Frieza slammed into the earth, causing the ground to tremble and shatter beneath him. Goku descended slowly, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded Frieza. With great difficulty, Frieza rose, disbelief etched on his face as he muttered, This is impossible. How could I lose? Frieza, in a fit of rage, pounded the ground with his fists, creating a small crater. Goku coldly remarked, Frieza, hope has eluded you. Now, I shall send you back to hell. Frieza's visage twisted with malice, and a manic grin spread across his face. He, then let us perish together. What? Goku's expression shifted to one of alarm, an intense unease washing over him. Suddenly, Frieza raised his fist, preparing to strike the ground. Goku realized too late that he could not intervene. Begone! Frieza bellowed, his fist descending towards the earth. Just as he was about to unleash his fury, a figure appeared beside him, seizing his wrist. What? Frieza's face paled in disbelief as he looked at his captor. Luya smiled faintly. I've been waiting for you. With that, Luya hurled Frieza away effortlessly. Boom. In the next moment, Luya erupted with energy, achieving Super Saiyan 2 and activating the Kaioken, gathering his strength. Came. Ha! Without hesitation, Luya unleashed his most formidable power, launching it towards Frieza. I will return. Frieza screamed as he disintegrated into blood and ash within the Kamehameha. The unexpected turn of events left everyone in shock. They had not anticipated Frieza's intent to self-destruct, nor Luya's foresight in thwarting him and delivering the final blow. Even Goku and Vegeta broke into a cold sweat. Particularly, upon witnessing Luya's current form, their expressions grew serious. Especially Goku, who had never foreseen that Luya could employ the Kaioken, an ability he had not imagined his opponent possessed. This individual is truly formidable. Chapter 17, A New Mission. Luya versus Goku. The demise of Frieza left the entire gathering in a state of profound complexity. It was hard to fathom that such a notorious tyrant had been vanquished. After defeating Frieza, Luya dissipated his form, returning to his original appearance. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task of defeating Frieza. Ding. Reward granted. 500 million points of combat power. Reward. Frieza's cells acquired. Enables survival in outer space. Reward. Transformation skill into Super Saiyan 3. Reward. 100 Senza beans. Reward. Kaioken power upgraded to tenfold. Upon receiving this cascade of notifications in his mind, Luya's heart soared with joy. Such generous rewards. His combat power had skyrocketed by 500 million points. Moreover, he had acquired the Super Saiyan 3 skill, allowing him to transform just like Goku. It was noteworthy that only Goku, in the fused form of Goten and Trunks, Gotenks, could achieve this transformation until now, and now, he too was included in this elite group. Luya? At that moment, Goku's voice pulled Luya back from his reverie. Luya turned to Goku, questioning, What is it? With a serious expression, Goku inquired, How did you know my techniques? The other companions gathered around, their gazes fixed on Luya. Vegeta crossed his arms, narrowing his eyes slightly. Luya scanned the crowd before responding, I learned from Gohan. The group was momentarily taken aback. Goku turned to Gohan and asked Gohan, Can you also perform my instant transmission in Kaioken? Gohan shook his head. Dad, I can't. I only taught Luya the techniques I know. I don't know your signature moves, so how could I teach him? Understanding dawned on Goku as he nodded. He then turned to Luya, who smiled gently and said, Instant transmission was my creation. In Kaioken, I comprehended on my own. What? The group's expressions morphed into disbelief as they gazed at Luya. Meanwhile, in the realm of heaven, King Kai was also sweating profusely. Goku regarded Luya with a peculiar look, remarking, You created it? Do you even know where instant transmission originated? From Yardrat. Luya replied nonchalantly. I visited there once, and the inhabitants were incredibly kind, so I taught them a bit. Is that a problem? Internally, he chuckled to himself, knowing well the history of Dragon Ball. As a time traveler, he had mastered the art of deception. Upon hearing this, Goku's expression grew serious. After all, he had learned instant transmission from Yardrat. Lua's assertion suddenly seemed plausible. Impossible. You're so young. How could you master such techniques? Besides, back then, you were just a child. Vegeta gritted his teeth. Lua met his gaze with a grin. In fact, I am 520 years old. What? The group was flabbergasted. Lua continued. Actually, I trained for a full 500 years in my homeland, enduring trials beneath a mountain without food or water, facing the elements. That is how I achieved Super Saiyan. My homeland is called Wuzishan. The group fell silent. Lua went on. After I transformed into a Super Saiyan, I ventured across the cosmos seeking worthy opponents. After conquering all challengers, I arrived in this universe. Upon discovering the presence of Saiyans here, I made my way to Earth. Listening to Lua's extravagant claims, the others exchanged skeptical glances. Is it truly possible for someone to live for hundreds of years? Honestly, aside from deities, I've never seen anyone live that long. Goku scratched his head. I've never heard of a Saiyan living for such an extended period. Vegeta remarked dismissively. Just because you haven't encountered it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Am I right? Lua smiled faintly. Suddenly, Goku exclaimed, forget it. Regardless of the incredibility, it's not entirely impossible. Haha. He then turned to Lua, a confident smile spreading across his face. Mr. Lua, how about a sparring match? Lua paused, somewhat perplexed. Are you sure? Goku clenched his fist, grinning, of course. You're so formidable, I'd love to have a match with you. The others sighed, accustomed to Goku's nature and finding it unsurprising. Vegeta, however, felt a pang of frustration, but he merely snorted, saying nothing further. Ding. System task activated. Task. Engage in 1,000 rounds of combat with Goku without being defeated. Lua? Why is there a task now? And such a challenging one? It was evident that unless he invoked Kaioken during Super Saiyan 3, he stood no chance against Goku. Well, Mr. Lua? Goku asked eagerly, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. After a moment's hesitation, Lua nodded. Very well. Fantastic. Goku exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Let us move further away to avoid collateral damage, Lua suggested. Absolutely. Goku replied confidently, and with a shared smile, they executed instant transmission, vanishing from sight. The remaining group exchanged glances, their expressions mixed. Damn it, Kakarot. Vegeta grimaced, feeling irritated that Kakarot had been lured away by another. It was as if his pride as Prince Vegeta had been trampled upon. Kakarot's opponent could only be him. He was the only one worthy of battling Kakarot. With that thought, Vegeta felt a heavy weight in his heart as he glanced at Bulma. Hey, Bulma, let us go. Bulma looked around at the group and quickly nodded. All right. Vegeta led Bulma away, with Goku following closely behind. The others exchanged glances, relieved that the crisis had finally been resolved, and recognized they had no further reason to stay. Do you think those two will cause trouble? Krillin asked, a hint of worry in his voice. Who knows? Gohan. Let us leave. Piccolo stated flatly, beckoning Gohan. Okay, Uncle Piccolo. Gohan responded promptly, then turned to Krillin and the others. You all head back. We'll take our leave now. Goodbye. Stay safe on your journey. Krillin and the others waved goodbye. Moments later, the group dispersed. Unbeknownst to them, a radiant beam of light descended upon the scene. Hey, Whis, where are they? A cold voice inquired. Oh, what is going on? They were just here. Did they leave? A surprised voice responded. Humph, it's all your fault for taking the wrong route. You've wasted my time. Just think of how many desserts I could have enjoyed during this time. The cold voice suddenly expressed irritation. Oh, Lord Beerus, please calm down. I'll take you to Miss Bulma's place right away, the other voice chuckled. In an instant, a beam of light shot into the sky, disappearing into the horizon. Chapter 18, Suppression. Farewell, Super Blue in a desolate desert. Luya and Goku gazed at each other from afar, both suspended in midair, unmoving as the fierce winds howled around them. Suddenly, with a gust of wind, their eyelids fluttered, and in the next instant, they vanished from their positions. With a resounding clash, they reappeared in the sky, launching their fists at one another, creating powerful shockwaves. Locking eyes, they exchanged faint smiles, and in the next moment, Goku unleashed a furious roar, simultaneously erupting with energy. Thus commenced a frenzied battle. The intensity of their conflict only grew, their energy surging wildly. With a thunderous crash, they were forced to retreat, both transforming into Super Saiyans in unison. Goku, looking at Luya with a grin, remarked, "I didn't expect your power to be so formidable. No wonder you could withstand Frieza." Luya returned the smile. "You were quite impressive as well. Had it not been for the sudden increase of 500 million in battle power, I might not have been your match." Even now, he felt the need for utmost vigilance, aware that his opponent's combat experience was vastly superior to his own. Goku suddenly exclaimed, "I hear you can transform into Super Saiyan second stage." Luya nodded. "Indeed." With a confident smile, Goku declared, "Then let's see it." Huh. With that, he transformed into Super Saiyan 2, his power escalating dramatically. Luya, feeling exhilarated, responded with a roar, his energy peaking instantaneously. Thunderous energy crackled around him, his golden hair bristling as he clenched his fists and exclaimed, "What do you think? This is my Super Saiyan second stage." Goku gazed at Luya in astonishment. "It truly resembles it." He then smiled, "Your strength is not inferior to mine. This will be an exhilarating fight." "Wait," Luya interjected, "you can still transform, right? Into Super Saiyan third stage." Goku paused, then nodded, "Indeed I can." Luya smirked, "Then unleash it." Goku hesitated momentarily. "Are you certain? If I transform again, my power will be immense." "Don't worry, just transform," Luya urged. Goku's expression hardened. "All right. Watch closely." Huh. In the next moment, Goku erupted with energy, his aura soaring into the heavens, altering the sky's hue as clouds hastily drifted past, and the very fabric of reality seemed to tremble with his power. Luya observed Goku intently, then commanded, "System, activate Super Saiyan 3 transformation skill." Ding. Activating Super Saiyan 3 transformation skill. The host can transform into Super Saiyan third stage. Luya's expression shifted to one of fierce determination. He threw his head back and roared, "Ah!" A colossal column of golden energy shot into the sky, churning the cloud cover. In that moment, the two formidable energies surged dramatically, both combatants feeling an unprecedented rise in their powers. Meanwhile, on a distant island, a young man with long black hair sensed something amiss. He turned to gaze into the distance, his eyes widening in surprise, followed by a prolonged silence. "Goku, have they already engaged in battle?" Simultaneously, at Bulma's home, the god of destruction, Beerus, who was indulging in desserts, suddenly glanced toward the horizon. "Lord Beerus, it seems this Luya is rather enigmatic," Whis remarked, savoring a spoonful of ice cream. "Humph. And what of it? If he harbors any ill intentions toward this universe, I shall simply obliterate him," Beerus replied nonchalantly. Bulma, bringing over a platter of desserts, interjected, "There's no need for that. Luya is a good person. If it weren't for him, you both wouldn't be enjoying these treats." Beerus raised an eyebrow. "Oh, very well. If that's the case, I shall grant him a reprieve." Bulma smiled. "Thank you, Lord Beerus." Beerus, with a hint of pride, replied, "This is only because of the desserts." Whis chuckled knowingly, then glanced off into the distance, his expression contemplative. Back in the desert, Goku and Luya simultaneously unleashed a tremendous roar, their energies peaking. Their hair elongated to their waists, their expressions fierce, their brows vanished, enveloped in an intimidating golden aura. Goku regarded Luya with a smile. "Indeed, you are concealing even greater power." Luya grinned. "I have a few hidden cards up my sleeve." He could not disclose that he could only transform into Super Saiyan 3 after defeating Frieza, lest he shock Goku once more. "Let us commence." Goku grinned widely. Luya's displayed power thrilled him, as it was nearly on par with his own, filling him with anticipation. Luya nodded and assumed a combat stance, mirroring Goku's readiness. In an instant, they both vanished. Clash, clash, clash. The two engaged in an aerial battle, their bodies weaving through the air as their punches left only afterimages. Their movements nearly imperceptible. With each collision, thunderous bolts of lightning danced through the arena, the sound of their clashes ringing like thunder. Suddenly, Goku landed a punch squarely on Luya's face, causing him to cry out and be sent flying. Goku vanished only to reappear behind Luya, ready to strike again. Luya, quick to react, countered with a push, unleashing an energy blast that struck Goku directly. Goku cried out in pain, sent reeling backward. Seizing the opportunity, Luya unleashed the prince's technique, sending countless energy blasts toward Goku. Goku found himself on the defensive. Ding. The host has engaged in 552 rounds of combat with Goku. Please continue your efforts. Ding. The host. Luya intensified his efforts, unleashing energy blast with fervor. Just then, a terrifying energy emanated from Goku. Goku exploded with energy, transforming into Super Blue, his immense aura pushing Luya back. Unbelievable. Luya exclaimed, somewhat speechless. This was supposed to be a fair fight, and you went Super Blue. Are you taking advantage of my lack of it? Goku, with a sly smile, replied, you are truly remarkable, capable of pushing me into Super Saiyan Blue. Luya hesitated, then asked, how do you transform into Super Blue? Can you share some techniques? Goku? Chapter 19, Super Saiyan 3 and King Kai Fist vs. Super Saiyan Blue. In response to Luya's peculiar inquiry, Goku did not take it to heart but instead remarked, the effort I have expended to reach this level of training is immense. Achieving Super Saiyan Blue is no trivial feat. Luya nodded in comprehension, acknowledging Goku's words. Goku then grinned, are we still going to fight? My current power surpasses yours. Luya could not refuse. After all, the system had set a mission, and they had only completed half of it after merely a few hundred exchanges. Of course we shall fight. Though you have transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, I have yet to unleash my full strength, Luya declared with confidence. Is that so? You also possess the King Kai Fist. Goku suddenly recalled something, and a smile spread across his face. Luya affirmed, indeed, with a resounding roar. Luya unleashed his aura once more, transforming into Super Saiyan 3 and intensifying his energy. King Kai Fist, he shouted, and in an instant, a terrifying power erupted around him. The overwhelming red aura enveloped him, striking fear into the heart. Goku narrowed his eyes, a serious yet excited expression crossing his face. Incredible. He has managed to amplify the King Kai Fist to 7 times its normal power. Though Goku could also wield the King Kai Fist, he dared not employ it in this state, as he had not trained for it, and using it recklessly with Super Saiyan Blue was out of the question. Luya smiled slightly. 7 times? No, I can do even better. As soon as the words left his lips, Luya erupted with energy once more, howling as his power surged. 10 times King Kai Fist. With that, his strength soared yet again. Goku's expression turned grave. The power Luya displayed was now on par with his own. What formidable strength. It seems I too must train in the King Kai Fist. Goku smiled faintly, but added, although your power has increased dramatically. The physical toll of the King Kai Fist is immense. You are akin to Frieza. Luya grinned enigmatically. Is that so? Let us put it to the test. With that, Luya charged at Goku with astonishing speed, catching him off guard. With a thunderous impact, Goku was sent hurtling away, letting out a cry of surprise. So fast. Goku managed to halt his flight, wiping away the blood from his mouth and displaying a grin of exhilaration. Luya, observing Goku, unleashed another burst of energy, his demeanor turning serious and cold. Once more, Goku laughed heartily, charging forward. Luya snorted, refusing to back down, and charged as well. The two began an intense exchange of rapid collisions, trading blows in a fierce manner. Suddenly, Luya activated the King Kai Fist, elevating his speed to a new level. He delivered a crushing blow, sending Goku crashing into the desert below. A massive crater formed, and Goku plummeted down as it appeared, gritting his teeth. He soared upward with renewed speed. Luya sensed this and launched an energy blast. In a blink, Goku vanished from his original position and reappeared beside Luya, delivering a powerful kick to his abdomen. Ugh! Luya gasped as the blow forced the very acid from his stomach. Goku wasted no time, following up with a punch that sent Luya deep into the sand. Kamehameha. In an instant, Goku gathered energy, unleashing a formidable Kamehameha wave. The desert shook violently as a massive crater emerged. As the dust began to settle, Goku looked down into the pit with a knowing smile, saying, I knew you wouldn't be so easily defeated. The next moment, the ground trembled, and a powerful energy column shot skyward, stirring the heavens. With a mighty roar, Luya ascended, his tattered clothing and numerous injuries evident, yet his energy remained largely intact. Goku's expression shifted to one of seriousness. He had underestimated Luya's strength. This opponent was remarkably powerful, able to contend with him despite lacking the godly domain. At that moment, Luya was still under the influence of the King Kai Fist, though he was beginning to breathe heavily, reminiscent of Frieza's earlier state. It was undeniable that the increased use and duration of the King Kai Fist had begun to take its toll. Luya gazed at Goku and declared, I can still continue. Goku nodded. Then it's my turn. With that, he erupted with energy, shrouded in the divine blue aura, and charged at Luya. Luya gritted his teeth and surged forward as well. In truth, completing the task was quite simple. Had he consumed a Senzu bean, he could easily endure 1,000 rounds. However, that was something neither Goku nor Luya could accept. After all, he was a Saiyan, inheriting their pride. His lofty self-esteem would not permit such an act. The two resumed their high-speed clashes, yet as the battle progressed, Luya found himself gradually at a disadvantage. Nevertheless, he realized that while they were in conflict, Goku was helping him rectify his shortcomings, and he struggled to master the power of Super Saiyan 3, a feat Goku was aiding him in achieving. In a fleeting moment, Luya landed a powerful punch on Goku's right cheek, sending him flying several dozen meters. Ding! You have engaged in 999 rounds with Goku. Only one more remains. Keep up the good work, host. Luya's heart raced at this notification, and he turned to Goku, proposing, "Let us settle this with one final blow." Goku paused, then responded with a confident smile, "All right." Luya unleashed a tremendous surge of energy, reaching the pinnacle of the King-Kai fist. Goku, not to be outdone, also erupted with energy, amplifying his divine blue aura several times over. Kamehameha. To their surprise, both warriors executed the same technique simultaneously. Their disparate Kamehameha waves converged, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. Chapter 20. Astonishing. Other universes. After the cataclysmic explosion, the battlefield lay in disarray, dust swirling and vision obscured. The clash between Wukong and Luya nearly transformed the entire desert into a wasteland. An endless chasm emerged, crackling with tendrils of lightning within. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the air, Wukong and Luya maintained their stances, surrounded by energy as they unleashed the Kamehameha, both panting heavily. Wukong retracted his hand, dissipating his super blue state, gradually regaining his composure. Observing this, Luya also released his energy, feeling the toll of maintaining his tenfold King's fist combined with Super Saiyan 3. You are indeed formidable. Thankfully, I stubbornly followed Weiss to train, or I might not have stood a chance against you. Wukong grinned at Luya. Luya returned the smile, remarking, "If we continued to fight, I would surely lose." Wukong did not refute this, instead advising, "You must further hone your King's fist. Only then can your body withstand the burdens it imposes." Luya nodded in agreement, understood. After a moment of contemplation, Wukong asked, "What are your plans moving forward?" Luya raised an eyebrow, about to respond when suddenly the system's voice interrupted. Beep. Congratulations, host, for completing 1,000 rounds with Sun Wukong. Task accomplished. Reward. King's fist upgraded to twice its power, now at level 12. Reward. Combat power increased by 500 million. Reward. Exclusive technique from Sun Wukong. Dragon Fist Explosion. Reward. 100 Senza Beans. Luya frowned, having anticipated a reward for the Super Saiyan Blue skill, only to be disappointed. System, why did you not grant me the Super Blue skill? System. Host, rewards are distributed at random. I cannot provide special treatment. Luya. Wukong? Noticing Luya's distraction, Wukong inquired, puzzled. Luya snapped back to reality and smiled. Yes. My next goal is to diligently train and strive to achieve Super Saiyan Blue as soon as possible. Wukong chuckled. Is that so? You must put in the effort. Achieving Super Saiyan Blue is no trivial task. When time allows, I shall take you to meet Weiss. Oh, by the way, Weiss is an angel. And Lord Beerus is the god of destruction. Luya nodded. I understand. Thank you. Wukong laughed heartily. After our bout, I've grown significantly stronger. And I now comprehend new applications of the King's fist. I too must train diligently to master it. Luya nodded. Wishing you success. A peculiar feeling stirred within Luya. Even without him, based on the storyline, Wukong would later employ the King's fist in his battle against Hit from Universe 6. This signified that Wukong would eventually train on his own, leading Luya to ponder whether he had inadvertently prompted this early realization. Well then, I must take my leave. Should you wish to train, you can visit Gohan's house and seek me out. I eagerly anticipate our next confrontation. Wukong exclaimed with a smile. Luya nodded slightly, definitely. Wukong pointed to his forehead and waved, farewell. With that, he vanished from the spot. Luya stood momentarily stunned before chuckling softly, how intriguing, as he descended to the ground. Luya examined his palm, reflecting on the complexity of his emotions. He had only been in the Dragon Ball world for a few days, yet had unexpectedly grown to such an extent. This rapid ascent felt almost surreal. My combat power now approaches 8 billion, surpassing even Wukong and the others. Yet, the foes ahead are far more terrifying, so even at this level, I doubt I could contend with them. Luya mused aloud. He was acutely aware that following Frieza, the next threats were the warriors from Universe 6, along with Zamasu from the future world, the imposter Vegeta, and the parasites brought by Goku Black. None of these adversaries were to be taken lightly. It seems further training is essential. Luya sighed. Although his current combat power appeared impressive, it would soon prove inadequate. necessitating an acceleration of his training regimen. While he could now control his power, his mastery remained insufficient, and his rapid growth was challenging to assimilate, even for one with extraordinary talent. Thus, Luya abruptly vanished from his location, seeking a place to train alone. Meanwhile, time passed quietly. Elsewhere, in Bulma's spaceship, whoosh, Wukong suddenly materialized, spotting Beerus, who was indulging in desserts. His face lit up. "Lord Beerus, I didn't expect you to actually come. I sensed your energy and followed." Beerus raised an eyebrow. "I'm a god. How did you perceive my energy?" Wukong smiled slightly. "In my super blue state, I possess the godly domain. So detecting you is quite normal." Beerus did not dwell on it and asked, "What brings you here this time?" Wukong replied cheerfully, "I have come to request Lord Weiss to guide my training." Weiss, happily consuming a cherry, looked at Wukong and said, "Haven T, you already attained the ability to transform into super blue? You've surpassed a stage. Isn't that sufficient?" Wukong shook his head. "Not enough. I encountered two immensely powerful opponents." "Oh? Is one of them Frieza?" Weiss inquired, surprised. Wukong nodded. "Indeed, he is one." "And the other?" Just then, Vegeta approached. Wearing a tank top, beads of sweat cascading down his face as if he had just emerged from training. Wukong smiled at him. "Luya." "Luya?" Kakarot. "Are you certain you're not jesting?" Vegeta's expression stiffened, annoyance creeping into his voice. Wukong shook his head. "I am not joking. Luya is truly formidable. To be honest, even using Super Saiyan Blue against him is quite taxing." Vegeta gritted his teeth, seemingly in disbelief. "Oh, Luya? Is he the Saiyan Bulma mentioned? How intriguing. I heard he thwarted Frieza's destruction of Earth. It seems he is quite remarkable." Beerus remarked indifferently. Wukong nodded. "He claims to be from another universe." "Another universe?" In that moment, Beerus and Weiss exchanged bewildered glances. Wukong nodded and, recalling something, asked curiously, "Lord Beerus, do you know of the existence of other universes?" P.S. The current battle power has been adjusted. Readers who have seen it before may wish to revisit it, as it could be somewhat confusing. Please consider rewarding me. I appreciate your ratings and encouragement for updates. Thank you. Chapter 21. The Sixth Universe Destroyer. Kampa's arrival. Beerus cast a glance at Son Goku before remarking, "Well." Suddenly, the angelic staff of Whis began to shimmer, and he looked at the crystal orb atop it with surprise. "Lord Beerus, we have a visitor approaching." A visitor? What sort of visitor?" Beerus inquired, momentarily taken aback. Whis smiled slightly. Who else could frequently seek out Lord Beerus? Upon hearing this, Beerus fell silent for a moment before scoffing. That fellow. He wouldn't be coming here to stir up trouble, would he? Well, who can say? If Lord Beerus doesn't plan on returning, they might just cause some chaos. Whis chuckled, his demeanor remaining relaxed as ever. Beerus, feeling somewhat exasperated, retorted, "Humph. Let us go see then. If that fellow is merely bothering me with trivial matters, he shall not be spared my wrath." With that, he turned abruptly towards Goku and Vegeta. "Hey, you two, don't you wish to learn about the existence of other universes? Come with me." Goku's eyes lit up with excitement. "Is what Lord Beerus says true?" Beerus nodded, stroking his chin. "To safeguard my domain, I shall require your instant transmission." Goku grinned widely. "I am at your service." Boom. In an instant, Goku unleashed his energy, transforming into Super Saiyan Blue. Moments later, the quartet was whisked away from Earth by Goku's instant transmission. They soon found themselves in Beerus's abode. Boom. As soon as they arrived, a destructive sphere hurtled towards them. Goku and Vegeta's expressions changed drastically, hastily taking refuge behind Beerus. With a disdainful huff, Beerus extended his finger and effortlessly dissipated the destructive sphere. "Ah, Beerus. So you are here." A gruff voice boomed, and a short, somewhat portly being resembling Beerus appeared before them, accompanied by an angel who bore a slight resemblance to Whis. Beerus regarded him with a blank expression before stating coolly, "If you don't provide me with a valid reason, I shall be compelled to teach you a lesson." The being chuckled, "Don't be so cold. After all, we are brothers." "Brothers?" Goku and Vegeta, still hiding behind Beerus, exclaimed in astonishment. "Ah. So that's why he looks so much like Lord Beerus. They are indeed siblings." Goku mused, gazing curiously at the being. Vegeta's expression turned complex. If Lord Beerus is a destroyer, and his brother wears similar attire, could he also be a destroyer? How is that even possible? There can only be one destroyer per universe. The being finally noticed Goku and Vegeta, his expression turning cold as he addressed Beerus. "Who are these humans? Your disciples?" Beerus intended to deny it, but after a moment's thought, he proudly declared, "Indeed, they are my disciples, and they are Saiyans. Saiyans, that lowly race. You truly have poor taste." The being scoffed. "What did you say?" Vegeta's temper flared, unable to tolerate such disparagement against the Saiyans. The insult against the Saiyans was an affront to him as the prince of their race. "Oh, what? Do you wish to fight me?" the being asked, eyeing Vegeta with indifference. "Curse you." Vegeta gritted his teeth, glaring at the being. At that moment, Whis interjected, "Calm down, Vegeta. The individual standing before you is Kappa, the destroyer of the sixth universe. His power is formidable. You are not his match." Vegeta was taken aback, then exclaimed, "The destroyer of the sixth universe. Haha, indeed. I am the destroyer of the sixth universe. Have you witnessed my might?" Kappa boasted, his gaze filled with pride as he surveyed Vegeta and Goku. Vegeta trembled slightly. The very notion of facing a destroyer instilled fear in him, especially considering his past encounters with Beerus. "Oh, you are also a destroyer?" Goku's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at Kappa. Kappa reveled in Goku's admiration, mistaking it for reverence, and replied nonchalantly, "Of course." Goku's expression turned mischievous. "You must be incredibly powerful, then." Kappa nodded dismissively, naturally. Goku pressed on. "How do you compare to Lord Beerus in strength?" Kappa faltered, taken aback. While Beerus also raised an eyebrow, then burst into laughter. "Kappa, did you hear that? He is asking who is stronger between us. Shouldn't you respond to that?" Kappa's expression soured as he regarded Goku, a Saiyan. "Huh." Goku promptly introduced himself. "I am Son Goku." Kappa sputtered, "I don't care who you are. You claim to be Beerus's disciple? Your strength must be considerable." Goku laughed heartily, scratching his head. "Oh, I'm just average, really." He was remarkably modest. Kappa replied coolly, "Just so happens, I have a group of subordinates as well. We shall have a contest soon." Goku's excitement surged. "Really? Haha. Kappa, are your sixth universe warriors strong?" Kappa was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for Goku's enthusiasm. Whis smiled slightly, understanding Goku's nature. His simple mind was solely focused on martial arts. If Goku engaged in conversation with Kappa, it might very well infuriate him. Vegeta and Beerus observed the scene with mild indifference, fully aware of Goku's personality. Thus not surprised at all. However, Beerus interjected, "Goku, stand back. This is my affair with him. You may step aside." Goku scratched his head and replied, "All right, Lord Beerus." He then moved beside Vegeta. Beerus turned his attention back to Kappa, stating, "Now, tell me, what brings you here?" Kappa, standing with his arms behind his back, feigned a lofty demeanor, revealing a haughty grin as he pointed at Beerus. "This time, I have brought something you have never seen or tasted before." Beerus paused, intrigued. "Something to eat?" Kappa nodded, "Indeed. But tell me, Beerus, after coming all this way, will you not extend me the courtesy of hospitality?" Beerus's lips twitched involuntarily. "Hee. Kappa, you are a destroyer. Do be mindful of your image," chimed the angel behind him, Vados, with a slight smile. Kappa huffed, remaining silent. After a moment of contemplation, Beerus coldly retorted, "If you do not provide me with something truly astonishing, you shall witness the consequences. P.S. What exactly is a fanfiction? Do you understand my meaning, everyone?" Chapter 22. The Existence of the Entire Universe. Parallel universes moments later. Beerus and Kappa sat across from each other at a long dining table, their gazes locked. Behind them stood Whis and Vados, while Goku and Vegeta were positioned behind Beerus. "Hey, Kappa, didn't you say you had something for me to see? Where is it?" Beerus lightly drummed his fingers on the table, his tone casual. Kappa smiled mysteriously. "Vados." "Here." Vados replied with a smile, and at once, her staff glowed. A large covered dish appeared before Beerus. "Oh, what is this?" Beerus inquired with curiosity. Kappa laughed heartily. "This is the delicacy of my universe. This time, I specially prepared it for you to experience the culinary wonders of Universe 6, which you can never taste in Universe 7. Haha." Beerus exchanged glances with Whis before lifting the lid of the dish, revealing a gloppy yellow substance. Beerus's mouth twitched slightly. "What is this? Is it feces?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Kappa choked, slamming his hands on the table and glaring at Beerus. "Hey, open your eyes and take a look. Smell it. This is gourmet food." "Gourmet." Beerus grimaced but hesitated momentarily before dipping his claw into the substance and tasting it, with Whis following suit out of curiosity. The next moment, both displayed expressions of utter disgust, promptly spitting the contents from their mouths. Kappa's face turned dark with frustration. "Ugh. Whis, feed this to the dog." "No, wait. Even dogs wouldn't eat this. Just throw it away." Beerus exclaimed in exasperation. Before Whis could act, Kampa, feeling insulted, pounded the table with his fists. Hey, what do you mean by that? Beerus replied coolly, if you came all this way just to show off this, you might as well go back. Kampa retorted coldly, what? Is my food not good? Food. More like spoiled fare. You dare present this? Beerus scoffed. Kampa was taken aback. This was not how he envisioned the encounter. Shouldn't Beerus have displayed a look of sheer delight, prompting Kampa to revel in his triumph? It seemed the tables had turned. Hey, Whis, Beerus called out. Here. Whis responded, and with a tap of his staff, several cylindrical containers appeared before Kampa. Kampa and Vados stared in surprise, then curiously asked, what is this? Goku and Vegeta were equally astonished upon seeing the containers. No way. Is that braised beef noodles? And it's already prepared. Since their visit to Earth, Beerus and Whis had developed refined palates. Perhaps in the past, Beerus would have been intrigued by Kampa's offerings, but now he questioned the very nature of what was presented. Could such a thing even be deemed fit for divine consumption? Give it a try. Don't say I didn't warn you. I want you to be convinced. Beerus stated blandly. Kampa crossed his arms. Humph. Just by looking, it seems unappetizing. Perhaps it's poisoned. At that moment, Vados, filled with curiosity, twirled some noodles with a fork and tasted them. After a few chews, she trembled as if struck by lightning. Wow, what a delectable dish. Hey, Vados. What nonsense are you spouting? Kampa shouted angrily upon seeing Vados praise the food. Vados smiled. Lord Kampa, this is genuinely delicious. Far superior to what you brought. Really? Kampa hesitated, unable to resist tasting a bit himself. Upon consuming a few noodles, Kampa's eyes widened in astonishment. He immediately grabbed a container of noodles and began to devour it voraciously. Slurping sounds filled the air as he polished off an entire container in mere seconds. What is this delightful creation? Kampa asked, still craving more. Seeing his reaction, Beerus knew his expectations had been met and proudly declared, Humph. This is instant noodles. Merely an ordinary culinary delight. What? Just an ordinary delicacy? Kampa exclaimed in disbelief. It was hard to fathom that something so delicious could be considered mundane. Whis, you should have informed me of this sooner. Haha. It's not that I didn't want to share, but Lord Beerus wouldn't let me. Whis chuckled lightly. Sister? Goku, who had been silent until now, interjected in surprise. Whis, is she your sister? Whis nodded. Indeed. This is my sister, Vados, the Angel of Universe 6. Universe 6 sounds impressive. Surely, there must be many formidable beings there. Goku remarked with a sense of longing. Of course, and I should share a secret with you. Universe 6 and Universe 7 are parallel universes. They are the two most unique universes among all. Whis smiled gently. All universes? How many are there? Vegeta seized upon the key point with his inquiry. There are 12 universes. Whis replied with a smile. 12 universes. Hearing this, both Goku and Vegeta were taken aback with astonishment. Whis continued casually, each universe has a god of destruction and an angel overseeing it, controlling the fate of all beings within, much like Lord Beerus. If a planet dares to disrupt his order, it faces obliteration. 12 gods of destruction. Goku and Vegeta exchanged complex glances. Beerus was already immensely powerful. It was staggering to consider that there were 11 others of equal strength. Goku's excitement bubbled forth. Can I travel to other universes and challenge those powerful beings? Whis shook his head. That is not permissible. You are not a deity and cannot traverse other universes freely. Otherwise, you risk erasure. Goku felt a chill run down his spine. Is it truly that serious? Humph. Ignorant fool. Just a reckless child. Kampa retorted dismissively. Whis, please elaborate on Universe 6 for them, Beerus suddenly instructed. Whis nodded. Yes, Lord Beerus. He then turned to Goku and Vegeta, as I mentioned earlier. Universe 6 and Universe 7 are parallel universes, meaning whatever exists in our Universe 7 also exists in Universe 6. This includes Earth and the Saiyans. What? Universe 6 has Saiyans too. Both Goku and Vegeta gasped in shock. That means Rhea might have originated from Universe 6. Goku exclaimed, feeling a sense of urgency. Vegeta clenched his teeth, the revelation catching him off guard. The existence of other Saiyans was an overwhelming realization. Chapter 23, The Wager. Universe 6 versus Universe 7 Rhea? Who is Rhea? Kampa inquired, clearly perplexed, as he had not anticipated that a Saiyan from his universe had slipped into Universe 7. That is impossible. If the Rhea you speak of is indeed a Saiyan, then he is hardly related to our Universe 6, Vados replied with a subtle smile. Why? Goku asked, somewhat confused. Because any living being that disrupts the cosmic barrier will be immediately detected by the god of that universe. Therefore, that Luya cannot be from Universe 6, Beerus stated flatly. Not from Universe 6? Is he from another universe then? Vegeta remarked, his expression complex. I'm not sure, but it's unlikely. Since Universe 6 and Universe 7 are parallel universes, they share certain similarities. Aside from the two, there are likely no other Saiyans in the remaining universes, was interjected suddenly. The Saiyan named Luya. Even we gods cannot ascertain his true capabilities, and his origins are unknown to us. Even other gods have no records of him. Beerus said solemnly, is it just a Saiyan? What is all the fuss about? Beerus, why don't you tell me where you got this delicious food? Kampa said, tapping the table casually. Beerus glanced at Kampa and replied nonchalantly, this food comes from a planet called Earth. What? Earth? Are you kidding me? A small planet can produce such delectable food? Kampa appeared incredulous. Of course, Beerus replied coolly. Kampa stroked his chin and then turned to Bados. Hey Bados, don't we have an Earth in Universe 6 too? Bados nodded and responded, indeed, there is an Earth, but it is a desolate planet with very few inhabitants. It appears that something catastrophic occurred there, nearly leading to the extinction of its life forms. Cough. Kampa grimaced, realizing that meant he would have no gourmet food to enjoy. Unacceptable. Kampa had always been in competition with Beerus, consistently suffering defeats. This time, however, he was humbled, even feeling envious of the so-called Earth. Heh, Kampa, it seems you ought to concede defeat, Beerus said, looking triumphantly at Kampa. Kampa responded coolly, humph. What is so impressive about that, Beerus? Actually, I came to see you because I have a wager to propose. Beerus was taken aback and asked, what do you wish to wager? Kampa replied, I have gathered 6 Super Dragon Balls. You remember those, right? The ones that can grant any wish. Beerus's pupils dilated. What are you proposing? Kampa explained, it's quite simple. We will each select 5 warriors from our respective universes to compete in a martial arts contest. If you win, I will give you these 6 Dragon Balls. But if you lose, you must cede Earth to me. Upon hearing this, Beerus's expression darkened, and both Goku and Vegeta were taken aback, sweat beading on their brows. What do you think? Doesn't he seem unfair? Does it? Or are you afraid? Kampa chuckled slyly. He naturally had his eyes set on Earth's culinary delights, dreaming of indulging in them if he won. Beerus regarded Kampa with a discerning gaze, but soon declared coldly, then let us compete. Let us do it, Lord Beerus. Goku exclaimed, nearly choking on his spit as he glared at Goku. What did you say? Goku grinned confidently, let us compete against them. We will surely win. You fool. Haha. Do you even realize what you're saying? Defeating my Universe 6? You must be dreaming. Kampa burst into raucous laughter. Goku turned to Kampa and said, I am very interested in the top fighters of your Universe 6. If possible, please send your strongest ones to compete. Hey, do you know what you're saying? If we lose, Earth will be his. Can you accept that? Beerus remarked, looking at Goku with concern. Goku confidently replied, I want to lose. I will train diligently and defeat them. Don't you want those Super Dragon Balls, Lord Beerus? Hey. Don't just presume to guess a god's thoughts. Beerus said, exasperatedly looking at Goku. Haha. Goku laughed sheepishly. TCH. What a simple-minded fellow. Vegeta said proudly. Vegeta, don't you want to witness the prowess of the top fighters from Universe 6? Goku suddenly asked, grinning at Vegeta. Vegeta's expression stiffened. Then after a moment of hesitation, he said, humph. I have no interest in their kind. All right then. If that's the case, you can sit this one out. And I will go along with Gohan and Piccolo. Goku laughed heartily. Hey, Kakarot, are you doing this on purpose? Vegeta's face turned a deep shade of anger. Is this guy really that dim-witted? Doesn't he realize he is just being obstinate? Beerus observed the two and chuckled, then turned to Kampa. Very well. I accept your challenge. Kampa snapped his fingers. Excellent. Beerus, you will regret agreeing to this. My Universe 6 warriors will easily defeat your disciples. Beerus scoffed. It's too soon to speak of victory. We shall see. Kampa, exuding confidence, stated, very well. I will determine the venue for the competition. Once arranged, I will notify you. Bados, let us depart. Yes, Lord Kampa. Bados said, giving a slight bow before leading Kampa away. In the arena, Beerus turned to Goku and the others. Did you hear that? Universe 6 wants to challenge us to a martial arts contest. Goku replied confidently, don't worry. I want to lose to them. We have many strong fighters too. No. You are underestimating Universe 6. They have a very powerful individual among them. Was suddenly said with a smile. Really? Is he that formidable? Goku's eyes lit up with excitement. Whis nodded. Yes, and you may not stand a chance against him alone. You will likely need to work together to defeat him. What? He is that strong? Vegeta exclaimed, shocked, then suddenly turned to Goku. Kakarot, let me handle this opponent. Goku immediately objected. No way. I want to face him first. The two began to bicker. When will these two ever truly join forces? Whis sighed. Chapter 24, Mastery. Re-entering the time chamber after Kampa's departure, Goku and Vegeta requested to train here, personally guided by Whis. For both of them, this was undoubtedly a tremendous opportunity. They were now awaiting Kampa to prepare for the upcoming match, ready to compete against the formidable warriors of the 6th universe. 3 days later, in a secluded valley on Earth, a powerful energy suddenly surged skyward, affecting the entire sky. Far away, Piccolo and the others sensed this energy and turned in astonishment towards its source. It was Luyas energy. This individual had become even more dangerous. In the valley, Luya stood within a massive crater, enveloped in a milky white aura, exuding an imposing presence. The crater was a testament to the sheer strength of his energy. Forcefully carved from the earth, Luya let out a breath of relief, retracting his aura at that moment. Finally, I can perfectly control the energy within me. My combat power has now reached 8 billion. Luya exclaimed with a hint of surprise. Through these days of training, his strength had significantly increased, and he had mastered his energy as if it were an extension of himself. Not only that, but with the utilization of his Saiyan heritage. His advancements were not limited to this. He had also trained his Kaioken technique. Now, he could unleash a 15-fold Kaioken. Such power was undeniably formidable. Luya felt confident that even the Super Saiyan Blue would struggle against him, though he had yet to master it completely. I wonder if the warriors from the 6th universe have made their appearance by now. Luya mused with a slight smile before employing instant transmission, vanishing from his location. In the sacred temple, Luyua's figure suddenly appeared. Mr. Luya, 1010 exclaimed in surprise, what brings you here? He held a certain respect and trepidation towards Luya, having witnessed this Saiyan confront Frieza and ultimately defeat him. Undoubtedly, this individual's strength was on par with Goku and the others. Luya smiled gently and replied, I have no place to stay, so I thought I would come here. I hope you don't mind? 1010 paused, slightly bewildered. Mr. Luya has nowhere to stay? Luya nodded awkwardly. He indeed had nowhere to go. Previously, he could stay with Gohan. But now he felt it would be intrusive to continue imposing on Gohan and Vidal's privacy. After a moment of hesitation, 1010 nodded. Very well, if Mr. Luya doesn't mind, you can stay here. I can help you create a room. Luya nodded appreciatively. Thank you, 1010. 1010 shyly smiled. It's no trouble at all. Luya then recalled something and asked, by the way, are Goku and the others still on Earth? 1010 shook his head. They left a few days ago. I can no longer sense their presence. They must be training with Lord Beerus. Just as expected, Luya understood, secretly speculating that it likely had something to do with the 6th universe. With this thought, Luyua's eyes narrowed slightly. He wished to participate in the martial arts tournament and challenge the time-manipulating assassin. Now, Luya had reached an incredibly powerful level. Only Goku in his Super Saiyan Blue form or greater could truly push him to unleash his full potential. To feel powerful, one must battle formidable opponents. Beep. System task activated. Task: participate in the martial arts tournament of the 6th universe and defeat Hit. Upon hearing this, Luya was momentarily taken aback. What is this? Defeat Hit? System, are you trying to make this difficult for me? System, host, remain calm. The tournament is still a few days away. You can utilize this time for training. Furthermore, let me hint that if you defeat Hit, there will be unexpected rewards. Intrigued, Luya speculated about the rewards mentioned by the system. It was likely Hit's time manipulation ability. With that, he could easily overpower Super Saiyan Blue. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. System, host, accept your fate. This system has undergone professional training. Unless the host destroys the system, once a task is issued, it cannot be revoked. Luya, I suppose I must complete the task then. With a sigh, he looked at 1010. I should still be able to enter the time chamber, right? 1010 nodded. Yes, you only spent 6 hours in there last time. Each person can enter for 2 days, so you have 18 hours remaining. After a pause, 1010 added, recently, I repaired the time chamber, allowing everyone to re-enter. But this time, you can only stay for 3 days. Repaired? Luya paused in surprise, then nodded. I intend to enter the time chamber for training once more. 1010 hesitated, somewhat confused. Mr. Luya, You are already incredibly strong. If I may be so bold, why continue training? Luya closed his eyes and smiled. As an extraordinary being, as a Saiyan, we naturally pursue the ultimate power. I have a feeling that the events to come will be quite severe, and I may need to step up. Tintin understood only partially but still replied, very well then, Mr. Luya may enter the time chamber. But please be mindful of the time. If the entrance disappears, it will be difficult to exit. Luya nodded, rest assured. In truth, even if he exceeded the time limit, he could simply employ a technique reminiscent of Majin Buu to escape, as he now possessed that capability. Suddenly recalling something, Luya added, if Goku returns to Earth, please let him know I'm here, or if he is looking for me, just inform him of my presence. Tintin was momentarily puzzled, wondering what this meant. Goku was looking for him? What could this signify? At that moment, Tintin felt slightly overwhelmed. Nonetheless, he agreed, all right, I will inform him when Uncle Goku returns. Thank you. Luya smiled before turning to enter the chamber. Tintin watched him with a complex expression, thinking to himself, what a unique Saiyan. In the following hours, Luya trained within the time chamber, instructing Tintin that if anyone other than Goku came by, he should not be notified. Meanwhile, 3 hours later, Goku, Vegeta, Beerus, and Whis returned to Earth. They had only one purpose, to seek out powerful warriors and challenge the masters of the Sixth Universe. P.S. This is a fanfiction and, of course, differs from the original work. I've heard readers are quite fond of gifting beautiful female authors, so here I go. I confess, I am female. Please leave your generous gifts. Chapter 25, Seeking Contest Warriors and Training. Hey, have you decided who will participate in the tournament? Beerus remarked, slightly bored, as he held a cup of lemon tea in his hand. Goku and Vegeta both appeared somewhat troubled. Why not let Krillin go? He is the strongest Earthling now, Goku suggested suddenly. Vegeta crossed his arms, replying coolly, he won't do. His strength is limited to Earth. He can't compete with the masters from other universes. Vegeta, your words are a bit hurtful. Goku responded helplessly. Humph. If you want Earth to lose, then let him compete. I won't bear the consequences. Vegeta scoffed. Goku scratched his head in frustration. I have one spot. His name is Manaka. The other two, you can choose yourselves. Beerus interjected unexpectedly. Manaka? Who is he? Is he strong? Goku asked curiously, while Vegeta also looked at Beerus with intrigue. Beerus grinned proudly. Of course he is strong. He is the mightiest opponent I have ever encountered. He then turned to Goku, saying, did I not mention that you are the second strongest opponent I have faced? Manaka is the first. Really? Lord Beerus, is Manaka truly that formidable? Goku exclaimed excitedly. Vegeta's lips twitched slightly, his expression growing serious. Beerus nodded absolutely. Would I deceive you? Haha. Whis chuckled softly, remaining silent. Impressive. So we have such a rival. Why didn't we see him when we trained with Lord Beerus before? Goku queried eagerly. Beerus wiped a bead of cold sweat from his brow but feigned calmness. Nonsense. He's a Grand Master, very busy. Don't worry about that. Just find the other two contestants. Since that's the case, let us find them. Goku laughed heartily, then added, I think Piccolo and Gohan are currently the strongest. No, we also have Majin Buu. They should suffice. Goku stroked his chin thoughtfully, then said, but Gohan is out of practice. He hasn't trained for years, and Chi-Chi won't allow him to participate. Plus, with my granddaughter just born, his mind is entirely on her. Vegeta's mouth twitched as if to speak, but Goku suddenly interrupted. All right, let's go for Buu. If that doesn't work, we'll seek out Piccolo. I'll go find Buu. Goku laughed heartily, preparing to use instant transmission. Goku, are you back? It's me, Tien. Suddenly, a voice echoed. Goku and the others paused, puzzled. Tien? Why is he here? Oh, it's Tien. I returned to Earth. Is there a problem? Goku replied with a smile. Tien's voice rang out again. Well, Mr. Luya is staying with me, and he asked me to tell you to find him. It seems he knows you're looking for him. What is going on? Do you know? Luya? Goku blinked, and Beerus and the others were equally surprised. Suddenly, Vegeta's expression changed. Kakarot. Aren't you worried about finding a strong fighter? Isn't Luya the one you've spoken so highly of? Why not let him lend a hand? Goku and Beerus exchanged glances, and then both beamed, excitedly exclaiming, of course. How did I not think of that? If Luya is not a Saiyan from the Sixth Universe, he can represent our Seventh Universe in the tournament. Goku grinned widely. Beerus also composed himself and said, then it's settled. You go find him. Goku nodded and, shifting his energy, located Tien's aura, vanishing in an instant. In the sacred realm, Goku suddenly appeared, looking at Tien. Tien, how are you? Goku. Tien exclaimed joyfully, rushing over to Goku. Goku laughed heartily, then asked, so, are you getting used to being here? Tien nodded. Yes, I've become accustomed to the role of a deity. Goku nodded and inquired, by the way, where's Luya? He is still training in the room of spirit and time. I apologize for not mentioning that earlier, causing you to arrive prematurely. Tien explained. Goku glanced in the direction of the time chamber and smiled. No worries, I'll come back later. With that, he suddenly vanished. After leaving the time chamber, Goku went to Gohan's home, where he found Piccolo. After explaining the situation, Piccolo expressed his disinterest in the martial arts tournament, ultimately declining. Deep down, he believed he couldn't compete with the Saiyans without feeling overwhelmed. Although he once considered teaming up with Goku, Goku was already partnered with Vegeta, making it difficult for him to seek practice. Moreover, Gohan's strength had diminished significantly, making their sparring pointless. With Piccolo opting out, they were left with only 3 warriors, Son Goku, Vegeta, and Monaka. Goku pondered and headed directly to Hercule's house, where Majin Buu resided. After a bit of persuasion, and with Hercule's encouragement, Majin Buu ultimately agreed to join. With 4 warriors assembled, Goku's task was complete, and he returned to the spaceship. Excellent. Now that we have gathered enough participants, you two should focus on your training. Beerus remarked to Goku and Vegeta, his tone indifferent. Kakarot, I won't train with you this time. I'll train over here. You can do as you wish, but just so you know, I will definitely surpass you. Vegeta declared, his demeanor proud. Goku was taken aback, but quickly responded, don't worry, Vegeta, I won't be training with Whis. So you can rest easy knowing I won't surpass you. Humph, that's for the best. Vegeta retorted coldly, turning to leave. Goku smiled slightly and waved at Beerus and Whis. Lord Beerus, Whis, I'm off. Go on. Strive to become stronger. Beerus waved his hand dismissively. Goku laughed heartily. You can count on it. Whoosh. In the next moment, Goku vanished. In his wake, Beerus fell into silence. Is Lord Beerus worried about this tournament? Whis chuckled suddenly. Humph. It's not exactly worry, but their demeanor does concern me. By the way, Whis, why are you teaching them to train? And starting with Vegeta, then moving on to Goku? Do you have plans that I am unaware of? Beerus inquired abruptly. Whis chuckled lightly and replied, oh, not at all. I have no such intentions. Beerus. Chapter 26 Farewell, Wukong. The journey of training begins after Wukong's departure. He returned to the Heavenly Temple, where upon his arrival, he eagerly addressed Tian. I wish to enter the time chamber for training. Tian, surprised by his request, replied, but Luya is still inside. Wukong chuckled, no worries. The time chamber can accommodate 2 individuals at once. And haven't you upgraded it? Besides, I also wish to train alongside Luya. Tian pondered for a moment, but quickly nodded in agreement. Very well. I will have Bobo escort you. Thank you. Wukong beamed. Before long, Wukong entered the time chamber. And as he stepped inside, he immediately sensed an overwhelming aura. Excited by this newfound power, he exclaimed, incredible. No wonder he is a Saiyan. The rate of improvement is astonishing. If this fellow joins us in the tournament, he would undoubtedly be a tremendous asset. With that thought, Wukong ventured further inside. Meanwhile, Luya was immersed in his training, leaping into the air and executing rapid punches and kicks, his movements too swift to be captured by the eye. With a whoosh, Luya delivered a punch to the empty space before him and then turned his gaze toward Wukong. Hey, Luya. Wukong greeted him with a smile upon catching his attention. Luya smiled back, seemingly having anticipated Wukong's visit. He descended and approached Wukong. Mr. Wukong, what brings you here? Wukong laughed heartily. I heard from Tian that you knew I would come looking for you. How did you manage that? Internally, Luya mused, of course. I've thoroughly researched the Dragon Ball series. How could I not be aware of the current situation? He considered himself, aside from Wukong and Vegeta, the true pinnacle of strength on Earth. Thus, it was only natural that Wukong would think of him in times of trouble. However, Luya underestimated Wukong's single-mindedness. Had Tian not intervened, Wukong might have forgotten about him altogether and sought Krillin instead. Wukong nodded thoughtfully. I see. By the way, I'm here to extend an invitation for you to join us in the martial arts tournament. Wukong smiled faintly. Luya feigned surprise. What do you mean? Wukong chuckled and proceeded to explain the existence of the 6th and 7th universes, detailing how many universes there were in total and the agreement between the 6th and 7th universes. By the way, Luya, are you a Saiyan from the 6th universe? Suddenly, Wukong posed the question. Luya was momentarily taken aback but quickly met Wukong's gaze. Not at all. After a brief silence, he shook his head. Upon hearing this, Wukong smiled knowingly. Understood. So, I now officially invite you to participate in the martial arts tournament. Do you accept? Without hesitation, Luya nodded. I accept. Of course. Only a fool would hesitate. Luya thought to himself, aware of his mission and knowing that feigning humility would be futile. Excellent. Welcome to our team. Wukong extended his hand towards Luya. Luya returned the gesture with a smile. Shall we train together? Training alone can be rather lonely. Wukong suddenly suggested. Luya nodded. That suits me perfectly. Thus, Wukong and Luya began their intense training within the time chamber, engaging in daily sparring sessions that rapidly increased their strength. Outside, 3 days passed. While within, 3 years elapsed. The two trained diligently for 3 years. Vegeta, equally unwilling to lag behind, trained in the gravity chamber of his spaceship. Thanks to Bulma's modifications, the chamber's performance had significantly improved. Lord Beerus and Whis had also taken residence in the spaceship, where they could indulge in various delicacies prepared by Bulma, who was indeed the epitome of wealth. Upon learning that Wukong had entered the time chamber, Vegeta was incensed, exclaiming that Wukong was bending the rules by training there. Without any hesitation, he sought out Whis for guidance in his training. Whis, tempted by the prospect of exquisite food, had no choice but to oblige Vegeta. The training continued, and 5 days later marked the day agreed upon with the 6th universe. 3 days later. Boom. The doors of the time chamber in the heavenly temple swung open, and 2 figures tumbled out, Wukong and Luya. Wukong. Mr. Luya. Tian rushed over, concern evident on her face. With a hearty laugh, Wukong replied, Apologies. I lost track of time while training and almost exceeded the limit. Luya brushed off the dust from his clothes and remarked, The time chamber is truly remarkable. If it could be modified to eliminate time constraints, it would be splendid. In such a scenario, they could train indefinitely, akin to cheating, where a single day of training would equate to a year. This would make surpassing the god of destruction a trivial task. However, Tian shook her head. That would be unwise. Recklessly altering time could disrupt the fabric of this universe, and Earth itself might suffer the consequences, potentially attracting Lord Beerus's wrath. Luya responded, I prefer to challenge myself against strong opponents. It is through them that one truly grows stronger. Wukong laughed heartily. Tian suddenly proposed, Wukong, Mr. Luya, allow me to fetch you some garments. After 3 years of training, both had matured significantly, especially Luya, who had transitioned from looking like a mere youth to a young man. Wukong, however, declined, preferring his traditional martial arts attire, while Luya, indifferent, donned a simple casual outfit. Tian crafted a green, form-fitting battle suit for him. Once dressed, Wukong turned to Luya. Let us go meet Lord Beerus. I shall introduce you. Luya nodded, eager to witness the enigmatic cat-like deity and curious if he might take a liking to him. With a swish, Wukong led Luya away, bidding farewell to Tian as they departed the heavenly temple. In the spaceship, Wukong and Luya materialized in the main chamber. Oh, Vegeta, didn't you claim you wouldn't seek Whis for training? Are you cheating? Wukong exclaimed upon witnessing Vegeta sparring with Whis, his displeasure evident. Sensing Wukong's arrival, Vegeta and Whis halted their training. Vegeta's expression icy. Humph. Do you think you are not cheating? I am well aware of your escapades in the time chamber. Wukong's expression froze momentarily. Chapter 27. The Power of the Cosmos. Beerus and the Angel's Strength. My apologies. I hadn't intended that. I was merely eager to compete with Luya, so I trained in the time chamber. Goku chuckled awkwardly, then shrugged. So, shall we consider it even? Humph. Vegeta chose not to dwell on it, and instead turned his gaze toward Luya. Luya met his glance and nodded slightly. Greetings, Vegeta. Vegeta's lips twitched, and he closed his eyes, speaking coolly. So you're Luya? Huh? I hope you won't bring disgrace to the Saiyans. Make sure to thoroughly defeat the 6th universe. Luya grinned widely, responding, Of course. Are you the Saiyan Goku mentioned? At that moment, Beerus approached and inquired, Luya, is it? Luya nodded, Indeed. Beerus narrowed his eyes slightly. Which universe do you hail from? Why can I not sense your cosmic power? Cosmic power? What is that? Luya asked, somewhat perplexed. System, host, allow me to clarify. Cosmic power, also known as universal power, is a unique force that exists from birth within this universe. This cosmic power serves as your identification, proving your origin in this universe. Luya began to understand and asked inwardly, what purpose does this cosmic power serve? System, Cosmic power and the power of destruction share a common origin. The overseer of this universe is the god of destruction, who wields the power of destruction. This power is the nemesis of cosmic power. Both forces are exceedingly volatile. As long as you belong to this universe, it signifies that you possess cosmic power, governed by the god of destruction. Should you err, destruction will befall you. This destruction entails detonating the cosmic power within a being, leading to their annihilation. Luya was still puzzled. Does everyone possess it? System, all things in the universe possess it. Be it microorganisms, animals, humans, plants, planets, galaxies, or even the entire universe. Luya nodded slightly, now understanding why he perceived the god of destruction as so formidable. After all, wasn't it all about cultivating energy? Why was there such a significant disparity between them? Of course, if one's power were sufficient to contend with the god of destruction, they could indeed escape destruction, even slay a god. However, the system revealed that Luya lacked the cosmic power of this universe, which is why Beerus targeted him so intentionally. Your understanding of cosmic power is unnecessary. Simply tell me who you are. Beerus, realizing he had inadvertently revealed too much, quickly corrected himself, his tone now cold. Luya smiled gently. I am not someone significant. I am merely a Saiyan. Who I am is not important. What matters is that I will not undertake actions that threaten this universe. Isn't that right? Beerus stared intently at Luya, who met his gaze defiantly. Goku and Vegeta were taken aback. This Luya was quite audacious, daring to confront Lord Beerus. Impressive. Beerus snorted, then declared, I care not whence you come. But should I learn of any misconduct on your part, I shall destroy you without hesitation. He extended his palm toward Luya, a purple aura of destruction swirling ominously before him. Lord Beerus. Goku's expression shifted, hesitating to speak. Whis observed the unfolding scene with a hint of amusement, but refrained from intervening. Luya, however, remained unperturbed. He believed Beerus would not dare act against him, knowing that the absence of cosmic power rendered him immune to destruction. With a slight smile, Luya remarked, Lord Beerus, you claim to possess reverence for all beings and demand that mortals and deities alike exhibit respect. Yet, I have done nothing to provoke you, have I? Upon hearing this, Beerus paused, then replied coolly, however, you do seem rather arrogant. It appears you lack the requisite respect toward me. Luya retorted, you've thrust a destructive orb in my face. Do you expect me to speak to you in a subservient manner? Beerus regarded Luya with displeasure, noting the striking similarity to Goku, who similarly displayed no reverence for deities. Yet, while Goku was simple-minded, this Saiyan before him truly seemed unafraid of the god of destruction. Why? Did he realize that without cosmic power, Beerus's destructive orb would have little effect on him? No, that couldn't be. This fellow did not even comprehend the concept of cosmic power. Or was it that he had simply grown audacious? Hey, Lord Beerus, Luya is a contestant I recruited. Please do not frighten him away. Goku suddenly interjected. Indeed, Lord Beerus, while Luya may be a bit brash, he is unaware of your esteemed presence. Please do not hold it against him, Vegeta added, concerned that Beerus might unleash his wrath as he had upon his first arrival. They could scarcely endure another instance of his destruction. Moreover, if Beerus were provoked again, Earth would likely be in peril. Humph. Beerus scoffed, turning to leave. I care not about you all. This time, we must triumph over the sixth universe. If Earth falls, I shall obliterate you. Haha. Rest assured, Lord Beerus, we shall not be defeated. Goku laughed heartily, attempting to lighten the mood. With just a day remaining until the grand tournament, Whis inquired, are you all prepared? Goku nodded. We have trained thoroughly and are ready. Luya and Vegeta also nodded in agreement. Luya glanced at Whis and Beerus, then decided to test the system to gauge their strength. However, he felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing the system might malfunction and fail to detect the power of a god of destruction. With a thought, he activated the scan. Beep. Detecting that the combat power of god of destruction Beerus has reached the pinnacle of the first-tier angel level. Beep. Detecting that Whis' combat power has reached the second-tier angel level. Luya was momentarily stunned and then queried, Angels? What level of power is that? The system explained. Host, you are currently far from the first-tier angel level. Strive to improve. Luya was taken aback. You don't say? Yet he understood that Beerus was indeed formidable. He had previously assumed that with Goku and Vegeta attaining Super Saiyan Blue, they were nearing the god of destruction's level. However, it now appeared otherwise. Even in their Super Saiyan Blue forms, Goku and Vegeta likely fell short of 20 trillion in power. to reach the strength of a god of destruction. They seemed to have a long way to go. This left Luya pondering. In his own world, netizens often claimed Beerus ranked among the top gods of destruction. Though he was uncertain of the strength of the others, the first-tier angel level was assured, yet he remained unaware of the specifics of their combat power. Moreover, Beerus was at the pinnacle of the first tier. Chapter 28, The Mightiest Monaka? Luya has seen it all. Good heavens! The power of a god of destruction is astonishing, demanding a staggering amount in the hundreds of trillions. Currently, Luya's combat strength, even utilizing the 15-fold Kaioken, barely reaches several hundred trillion and still falls short of the god of destruction's level. Should he perhaps adopt a more low-key demeanor? Suddenly, Whis interjected. It seems that Kampa and the others have prepared the arena for the match. Shouldn't we head over? Beerus paused, then inquired. Oh? Is it ready already? Where is it? Surely not in their 6th universe? Whis smiled. Of course not. The arena is set on a barren planet, right on its surface. Oh, I see. In that case, let us proceed. Beerus nodded, then turned to Goku. Hey, go fetch them. Goku nodded and was about to use instant transmission when Bulma approached suddenly. Hey, are you going beyond Earth? Can I come along? Beerus regarded her with a hint of disdain. What do you want to go for? Come on, Bulma. Don't make things complicated. Vegeta scolded, a bead of cold sweat slipping down his face. Bulma replied nonchalantly. Oh please, don't be so petty. It's not like anyone said we couldn't bring spectators, and without an audience, isn't the battle rather dull? The crowd fell silent. Whis thoughtfully stroked his chin, then said, It does seem to hold some merit. Besides, what has the harm in having an audience? Right? Bulma winked playfully. Humph. Suit yourselves. Just don't lose. Beerus crossed his arms, acting haughty. Bulma chuckled and turned to Goku. Goku, you should also summon Chi-Chi and the others. Goku hesitated, then smiled. Got it. With that, he pointed his finger to his forehead. By the way, Lord Beerus, what about Monaka? May I meet him? Goku suddenly asked. Beerus's expression froze. Luya, Monaka. He recalled, was that delivery guy? Completely lacking in power, yet Beerus had extolled him as a supreme master. Good heavens. The troubling part was that Goku had actually believed it. Fool. Just go get them. Monaka is still on the way. Beerus's face flushed with anger. Goku replied with an O, and promptly left using instant transmission. In his place, Beerus let out a quiet sigh of relief. Ah, Lord Beerus. Are you truly allowing Monaka to participate? From what I know, he is merely an ordinary delivery man with combat abilities that are utterly negligible. Whis chuckled lightly. What? Just a delivery man? Then, why did you claim he was a great master, Lord Beerus? Vegeta's expression soured at the revelation. Beerus glanced at him coolly before replying. Of course, it was to deceive Goku. Deceiving Kakarot. This revelation astonished everyone except Luya. Why go through such lengths? Bulma queried, puzzled. Beerus, with an air of pride, explained, it is simply to give that fool a goal. Goku is far too reckless. In this universe, he has nearly no rivals. If he ever fixates on the masters of other universes, it could lead to countless troubles for my 7th universe. Upon hearing this, the others began to understand. Luya, however, did not share this sentiment, as Goku had already begun to see him as a rival. For the time being, Goku would not feel lonely. Though he had yet to attain Super Saiyan Blue, he could reach the 20-fold Kaioken, sufficient to rival Super Saiyan Blue. This matter must remain confidential if he finds out. It would be disastrous. Beerus cautioned. Everyone nodded earnestly. What disaster, Lord Beerus? Suddenly, a voice of confusion echoed. In an instant, a group appeared, led by Goku. Krillin, Piccolo, Tien, Kaiatsu, Chi-Chi, Master Roshi, Bu, and Satan. All of Goku's companions had arrived. Goku turned to Lord Beerus. What were you saying earlier, Lord Beerus? Beerus's mouth twitched slightly, but he quickly shifted focus. I mentioned that Monaka should refrain from fighting. He is a trump card, which is why he will only step in at the end. Goku, surprised, replied, Is that so? Impressive. By the way, where is Monaka? Beerus looked at Whis, who nodded knowingly. Whis then tapped his staff lightly, and a burst of light filled the arena, revealing a long-eared alien. Monaka appeared, resembling a humanoid but with a significantly larger head, exuding an utterly clueless demeanor, failing to convey the aura of a master. Oh, you must be Monaka. Hello. Goku began to approach for a handshake, but Beerus swiftly punched him on the head, causing Goku to wince in pain. Beerus coolly remarked, Don't be so enthusiastic. Monaka has a flaw. He is extremely shy. If you scare him, Earth may face destruction. Understand? The crowd fell silent. Manaka? What on earth? How did he end up here? Wasn't he still delivering food? Manaka felt bewildered, surrounded by unfamiliar surroundings, though he recognized some familiar faces. Lord Beerus. Upon seeing Beerus, Manaka's expression shifted, and he instinctively prepared to bow. However, Beerus swiftly seized Manaka by the neck and whispered a flurry of secrets into his ear. Goku and the others looked on in confusion, unaware of what transpired, while only Piccolo appeared slightly uneasy, beads of sweat trickling down his face, casting furtive glances at Goku. Manaka, drenched in sweat, nodded occasionally while shaking his head at others. After about half a minute, Beerus finally released Manaka. Manaka appeared conflicted but said nothing. Hey, Lord Beerus, what did you tell Manaka? Goku asked curiously. Beerus replied coolly. Nothing significant, merely informed Manaka about you Aldi's wariness. Is that so? Thank you very much. Goku laughed heartily. Piccolo, Vegeta, and the others twitched their lips but chose to remain silent. All right, enough chatter. Let us depart and meet with the individuals from the 6th universe. Beerus stated indifferently, deliberately positioning himself in front of Manaka to obstruct Goku's eager approach. Let us set off. Whis smiled gently, enveloping everyone in a sphere of light. In a flash, they departed from Earth. P.S. Once again, this is a fanfiction. Any discrepancies are entirely normal, so I hope for your understanding. I revisit this daily, reading from the beginning and checking for comments. The author is also a reader. I believe that enjoying the read is what matters. There may be typos, so if you spot any, kindly let me know. By the way, a little appreciation would be nice. Chapter 29. The competition begins. The first event, the written examination, takes place on a lifeless brown planet, pockmarked with enormous craters. At this moment, a semicircular energy shield envelopes one of the craters, within which a grand arena has been established, covering an impressive area of 500 square meters. On either side of the arena stand towering signs that are, in fact, mirrors reflecting the images of Beerus and Kappa. Kappa, along with Beerus and others, has already gathered in the arena, and their competitors are also present, totaling 6 individuals, one of whom is a referee. Where are they? Kappa inquired, a hint of impatience in his tone. Bardos smiled gently and replied, they have already arrived. Oh. At these words, Kappa turned his gaze to the side. Whoosh. Suddenly, Beerus and his entourage materialized in the arena. The crowd was taken aback, not by the arena itself, but by the colossal golden sphere surrounding the planet, which shimmered and contained 6 stars, each arranged in a specific order. This is essentially a magnified version of the Dragon Balls. Could this possibly be the Super Dragon Balls? They are enormous. Bulma exclaimed in astonishment, never having imagined that Dragon Balls could grow to such size. Nods of agreement rippled through the crowd, as they too were stunned, having never encountered such Dragon Balls before. This is the true Dragon Ball, a cosmic-level artifact. The Dragon Balls on your Earth are merely fragments of these Super Dragon Balls, and their powers are far inferior. Beerus imparted nonchalantly. Well, is this the venue for the tournament? Goku suddenly expressed his excitement. I'm a bit puzzled. Why can we breathe here? Aren't we supposed to be unable to survive away from Earth? Krillin voiced his confusion. This area has been enveloped by Bardos' divine power, so you need not worry. Whis smiled gently. Beerus turned to Kappa and remarked, Kappa, I did not expect you to find such an interesting location for the competition. As he surveyed the Super Dragon Balls around him, he closed his eyes and smiled. I didn't anticipate you would procure so many Super Dragon Balls. You have surprised me. Kappa replied coolly, Humph. I searched for a long time to find the Super Dragon Balls. You understand how significant this battle is to me, right? But I am somewhat curious. Did you take the Super Dragon Balls from my 7th universe? Beerus teased, gazing at Kappa. Oh, well. Kappa looked somewhat embarrassed. Beerus continued, enough with the idle chatter. They ultimately belong to us. Are your competitors assembled? Kappa scoffed, but nodded proudly, of course. With that, he stepped aside, revealing their competitors. A frail-looking youth, a pitch-black robot, a stout golden bear, a cloaked purple alien, and one who bore a striking resemblance to Frieza appeared. That guy is Frieza, isn't it? Krillin and the others' expressions turned serious upon recognizing their opponent. Goku and Vegeta also wore solemn expressions, realizing that their understanding of this parallel universe was still insufficient. Luya cast a casual glance at the 6th universe's competitors before his gaze fell upon Hit, a glimmer of intelligence flashing in his eyes. This individual was undoubtedly the strongest among them. Humph. Frieza is the righteous representative of my 6th universe, having once received the Excellent Justice and Peace Award. Kappa proclaimed with a hint of pride. What? The Peace Award? The moment this was uttered, It left everyone dumbfounded. Seriously? Is this a joke? Frieza cannot possibly be a figure of justice. He is considered the epitome of evil. In the 7th universe, Frieza was infamous as the evil emperor. Greetings. I am Frost, the captain of the 6th universe's Universe Protection Squad. The Frieza lookalike approached amicably. Krillin and the others exchanged glances, hesitant, as Frieza's notorious reputation cast a long shadow over their initial impression of Frost, leaving them unsure of how to respond to his friendliness. Hi, I'm Son Goku. There's someone in our universe who looks a lot like you, but he is quite malicious. Unlike you, who possesses a noble title, Goku chuckled. Frost smiled slightly, responding, I understand. All right, let us prepare to begin. Let us make it swift. Beerus expressed his impatience. Kampa suddenly stepped forward and declared, very well. In that case, let the competition commence. This time, our tournament will consist of 2 segments. First, a written examination, then, a martial arts battle. Beerus frowned. There's a written exam? Kampa replied nonchalantly, of course. This pertains to the competition between our 2 universes. We must evaluate our knowledge. Beerus, growing increasingly impatient, muttered, what a hassle. Let us just proceed. Kampa announced, for this martial contest, he will be the referee. With that, a beanpole-like alien stepped forward. Beerus gave the newcomer a cursory glance before nodding. Let us begin. Soon, both teams sat at a table, with a blank sheet of paper placed before each contestant. The written examination consisted of multiple-choice questions, with 10 inquiries posed. Those who answered 5 correctly would be deemed the winners, Bardos explained with a slight smile. The atmosphere turned serious as everyone focused on their papers, only to be met with confusion. What the hell? These are all about food? Who on earth devised such childish questions? Yawn. Suddenly, both Beerus and Kampa sneezed in unison. They simultaneously turned to each other, exclaiming, did you just insult me? The 2. Whis. Bardos. Humph. Such trivial questions cannot possibly stump me. Vegeta, clearly impatient, picked up his pen and began to write. After all, he was the husband of the wealthy Bulma. Having grown up in such opulence, he had experienced everything. Beep. This contestant has been eliminated. Just as Vegeta began to write, Bardos produced a whistle from seemingly nowhere and blew it beside him, startling Vegeta. The perplexed crowd turned to look at him. Hey, what does this mean? Why am I being eliminated? Vegeta fumed angrily. Bardos smiled slightly. Well, I hadn't called for the start yet, and you answered. That counts as cheating according to the rules. Vegeta. P.S. This plot has been slightly altered by me. There are minor discrepancies, but they do not significantly affect the story. Chapter 30. The peculiar and bizarre written examination. Vegeta has been eliminated, a turn of events that caught everyone by surprise, though a hint of sympathy lingered. To have an end before the beginning was indeed rather awkward. Hey, Vegeta, you're being far too impatient. How could this be acceptable? Goku expressed his grievances. Vegeta's expression soured as he snorted disdainfully. Humph. So what? It's merely a written exam. I have no interest. With that, he soared into the air, heading straight towards the audience. Of course, Bulma was not one to let him off easily, even this formidable woman. Capable of striking down a god of destruction with a mere slap, rendered Vegeta utterly submissive, so much so that he dared not utter a word. Now, let the written examination commence, Bardos declared suddenly. Instantly, participants began answering questions. Luya observed the serious expressions on their faces and couldn't help but chuckle. Seriously, this is what you call culture? It's utterly laughable. Anyone who has undergone 9 years of compulsory education could score full marks. Shaking his head, Luya chose to remain silent. Although his presence had altered the original storyline, it mattered little to him. He quickly completed a sheet of paper, adding his own insights to it. Before long, time was up. After collecting the candidates' answers, Bardos meticulously compared them. Suddenly, her gaze froze, and she raised a sheet of paper high, proclaiming, I hereby announce that the 7th universe triumphs in this written examination. Fair and square. What? How is that possible? Kappa, who had been beaming with pride, was now visibly shaken. He rushed over to Bardos, demanding, Hey Bardos, are you joking? How could my 6th universe possibly lose? The cultural level of the 7th universe is so low, there is no way they could defeat my 6th universe. Are you a spy sent from them? Lord Kampa. Bardos broke into a cold sweat. She merely announced the results, yet had inadvertently offended this god of destruction. Woe is me. My heart aches. Are you unwilling to concede? My 7th universe is not inferior to your 6th. Beerus suddenly appeared before Bardos, snatching the paper to glance at it, his eyes widening in surprise. Oh, so it can be done this way. Huh. Kampa paused, momentarily forgetting his anger as he leaned in to see the paper, his expression shifting to one of intrigue. Whose answer is this? Kampa inquired. Luya raised his hand. Mine. Kampa scrutinized Luya, confusion evident in his eyes. Upon noticing Luya's tail, he was taken aback. You're a Saiyan? Luya nodded. Indeed. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Kampa's eyes. What is going on? Have the Saiyans' cultural levels risen so high now? Aren't they a brutish race solely focused on combat? Excellent. Truly commendable. No wonder you are from my 7th universe. Beerus exclaimed, completely disregarding his previous threats towards Luya. For him, as long as Luya brought him honor, nothing else mattered. Kampa clenched his teeth, resignedly stating, Humph. Then let it be that your 7th universe has won. With that, he discreetly tucked away the test paper. Beerus basked in his triumph, while Goku and the others erupted in cheers, lavishing Luya with praise. The second round would now feature head-to-head combat between the contestants. This time, the format will be a wheel battle. Defeat your opponent to move on to the next, continuing until victory is achieved. The referee explained. Additionally, the first contestant will be determined by drawing lots. With that, the referee produced 2 bamboo tubes, each containing 5 slips. Luya raised an eyebrow, feeling somewhat conflicted. This scene was not part of his recollection, yet it made sense. His arrival had altered the original timeline. All contestants, please come forward to draw lots. The one who draws number 1 will be the first to compete. The referee called out. Goku excitedly exclaimed, Oh well, I'm the first. TCH. Vegeta glanced at Goku and then at his own blank slip, gritting his teeth in frustration. He too wished to take the first turn. How could Kakarot be so fortunate? The first contestant from the 6th universe was the Golden Bear. The two factions stared each other down from a distance. On the arena, Goku and the Golden Bear stood merely 10 meters apart, both fixated on one another. Since Goku is first, who will be second? Beerus inquired nonchalantly. Just as Vegeta was about to speak, Luya swiftly interjected, I'll take that role. Everyone turned to Luya as he smiled gently. Allow me to participate in the second round, if you please. No way. I will take the second round, Vegeta declared, his expression darkening. Luya looked at him. And Vegeta's sour countenance spoke volumes. Since Kakarot is first, I must be second. Luya felt somewhat bemused and suddenly recalled a phrase, eternal second. What? Do you have a problem with that? Vegeta crossed his arms, glaring at Luya. Although Luya was tempted to teach him a lesson, the current situation prevented him from acting. After all, Vegeta would likely lose to Hit, so he might as well concede this one. Thus, Luya nodded, if you wish to compete, then by all means, go ahead. Hearing this, Vegeta finally felt satisfied. Beerus glanced at Luya but chose not to comment further. Then it will be Vegeta for the second round, Luya for the third, Bu for the fourth, and Monaka will be last. Lord Beerus, Bu may not be able to compete. He fell asleep during the written exam. Goku suddenly raised his hand. What? Beerus choked, quickly looking over. Indeed, Bu was fast asleep, resembling a slumbering pig. Damn it. Beerus gritted his teeth. Since the roster was fixed, Bu was effectively eliminated. Wake him up, Goku awkwardly remarked. Once Bu falls asleep, it's tough to rouse him. At that moment, Monaka sat upright, akin to a diligent student, gazing nervously at the unfolding scene. Say, is that the Saiyan from the 6th universe? Why do they look so feeble? Krillin inquired, curiosity evident. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their attention to the Saiyans of the 6th universe. It was indeed noticeable that while the Saiyans of the 7th universe were muscular, those from the 6th appeared slender and lacking in physical strength. Vegeta narrowed his eyes slightly, then remarked coolly, do not underestimate the opposing Saiyans. Their energy is formidable, perhaps even stronger than yours. At this, Krillin and the others promptly shut their mouths, realizing that being around Vegeta felt akin to standing on the edge of a volcano. Suddenly, recalling something, Vegeta turned to Luya. Hey, after training with Kakarot for so long, haven't you managed to transform into a Super Saiyan Blue yet? Luya shook his head. Not yet. P.S. Don't ask why the Kaioshin hasn't appeared. That detail isn't critical. What truly matters is the battles. Chapter 31. Wukong vs. Golden Bear. You should be well aware that the current battleground is dominated by the Super Saiyan Blue. If you have not yet reached this pinnacle and grasped the realm of the gods, then aspiring to surpass us is simply unrealistic, Vegeta remarked with a subtle smile. Luya nodded in acknowledgement. I understand this well. In truth, he also wished to transform into a Super Saiyan Blue, yet the conditions were not favorable. During his time in the hyperbolic time chamber, he had sought guidance from Son Wukong, But despite his efforts, he was unable to achieve the transformation. It appeared that becoming Super Blue required certain specific conditions. Nevertheless, Luya was not anxious. He would await news from the system, curious if completing this task would yield a Super Blue bloodline reward. Enough with the chatter, let us focus on the match. So you may better comprehend the strength of the sixth universe. Beerus suddenly interjected. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, directing their attention to the arena. At that moment, Wukong was locked in a gaze with the Golden Bear, both refraining from uttering a word, even their breaths barely discernible. Clearly, they were assessing each other. Suddenly, Wukong broke the silence, asking, "Hey, what is your name?" The Golden Bear replied nonchalantly, "Just call me Golden Bear." Golden Bear. Quite fitting for your demeanor, but I am more concerned about your strength. Wukong responded with a slight smile. Allow me to demonstrate. The Golden Bear grinned mischievously, then began to pound his chest rhythmically, causing his corpulent body to bounce increasingly faster. Witnessing this, the audience exchanged puzzled glances. What was this large bear doing? Wukong furrowed his brow slightly, but soon realized something was amiss. The bear's speed was escalating at an alarming rate. The Golden Bear suddenly shouted, and in the next instant, his body leapt several meters into the air, shooting towards Wukong like a jet-propelled rocket. Wukong's expression changed, and he swiftly shifted his form, evading the bear's collision. The bear's speed was no slouch, forcing Wukong to hurriedly dodge. Suddenly, the bear charged straight from behind. Wukong's expression darkened, and he extended his palm. Bang! In the next moment, he successfully intercepted the Golden Bear, halting its momentum for an instant. Seizing this opportunity, Wukong delivered a powerful kick, sending the bear soaring into the air. Whoosh! Wukong vanished, only to reappear in midair, striking down upon the Golden Bear with a thunderous fist. The Golden Bear let out a howl, his plump, elastic form plummeting. Boom! The entire arena reverberated, yet oddly enough, it remained intact, merely raising a cloud of dust. As the Golden Bear hit the ground, his body rebounded like a spring. Oh, impressive! Wukong, hovering in the air, expressed his surprise upon witnessing this. After enduring a battering, the Golden Bear's countenance darkened, and in the next moment, he opened his mouth, unleashing a barrage of blue energy blasts that rained down upon Wukong. Wukong's expression sharpened, and he swiftly employed his aerial maneuvering skills, dodging the onslaught. Meanwhile, the Golden Bear relentlessly pursued Wukong, firing energy blasts as if they were limitless. At this moment, Wukong raised his hand, unleashing an energy blast that collided with the bear's barrage, resulting in an explosion. Simultaneously, Wukong unleashed a series of energy blasts, executing a flurry of attacks. In this impasse, the Golden Bear found himself at a disadvantage, his form bouncing erratically in an attempt to evade. A glint of determination flashed in Wukong's eyes. In the next instant, he suddenly appeared behind the Golden Bear, delivering a devastating energy wave. To everyone's astonishment, the Golden Bear did not dodge or evade, taking the hit directly. Boom! An explosion erupted, enveloping the arena in smoke. Fantastic! We struck him. Krillin, Chi-Chi, and the others erupted into cheers. Not so fast. Vegeta and Luya interjected simultaneously. Luya observed the scene, unfazed. He understood the pattern of Dragon Ball. More smoke indicated less damage. Indeed, as the smoke cleared, the Golden Bear was revealed to be unscathed. Wukong stared in disbelief. What? He withstood my energy wave unscathed. The Golden Bear grinned at Wukong, his mouth stretching wide. Is that all you've got? Wukong narrowed his eyes slightly, then smiled. Truly formidable. You are indeed a master of the sixth universe. Blue light flickered in the Golden Bear's eyes, and in an instant, he unleashed a multitude of energy blasts towards Wukong. Wukong snorted, evading while gradually closing the distance. This Super Saiyan from the seventh universe isn't all that impressive. On the other side, Kappa observed the clash with disdain. Frost smirked, watching the battle with a glimmer of intrigue. Do not underestimate them, Lord Kappa, while the Saiyans may be a less cultured race. They are renowned as a formidable warrior race throughout the cosmos. Bardos remarked slowly. Just so. Kappa dismissed the concern. In the arena, Wukong continued to evade the Golden Bear's attacks, and eventually found himself directly in front of his opponent, delivering a powerful punch. Boom. His fist struck solidly against the bear's abdomen, causing it to cave in. However, Wukong's expression shifted. How's that? Your attacks are nothing but a tickle. Have you forgotten to eat? The Golden Bear taunted, brimming with arrogance. Wukong smiled slightly, then shouted as he unleashed a flurry of powerful punches upon the bear's form. Yet the golden bear appeared unaffected, maintaining a nonchalant demeanor. In the next moment, he retaliated with a punch to Wukong's face, sending him sliding back with a cry. Wukong quickly regained his footing, gazing at the golden bear with confusion. What kind of body is this? The golden bear boasted, my body is filled with elasticity, allowing me to ignore any attack. You cannot defeat me. Wukong's expression grew serious. In the audience, everyone was sweating. How could they defeat such an opponent? Luya watched silently, knowing the bear would soon reveal his weakness, so he refrained from speaking further. Vegeta, irritated, exclaimed, what is going on? Defeating such a weakling shouldn't require this much effort. Suddenly, he shouted, Kakarot, can't you think for once? Wukong paused, his eyes lighting up as he turned to the golden bear. I'm coming. With that, he charged directly at the golden bear. The golden bear simply watched. Smack. In the next instant, Wukong collided his head with the bear's belly. Use your brain. Fool, that isn't what I meant by thinking. Vegeta stood up in a fit of rage, shouting. The onlookers could only stare in disbelief. Chapter 32, The Rematch, Goku vs. Frost. Ha ha ha. Fool. Your actions are utterly foolish. The golden bear, upon encountering Goku, banged its head against itself, showing no signs of pain, and instantly wore a mocking smile. Goku suddenly smiled mysteriously. It is you who is foolish. How could you allow your opponent to get close? What? The golden bear felt a sense of foreboding. Suddenly, it sensed its foot being seized. Immediately, its body lost balance. Goku grasped the opponent's ankle with both hands and, with a powerful motion, lifted it up. Bang! The golden bear fell back, crashing to the ground. What? The golden bear was stunned. Is it possible to do this? Goku grinned triumphantly. Hee. Now, let's see how you defend against this. You can ignore my energy blasts, but surely you cannot withstand a physical attack? As he spoke, Goku dragged the golden bear towards the edge of the arena. Let go of me. You scoundrel. Release me. The golden bear struggled, twisting its massive body, but its sheer size made it impossible for it to turn over. Goku, while dragging, remarked, Hee, you must think yourself immune to all attacks, and thus you haven't trained properly, leading to your current size. How foolish. You scoundrel. If you have the guts, put me down. Let's fight to the death. The golden bear retorted angrily. Goku remained unfazed, saying, Stop struggling. I have a good understanding of you now, so it's time for you to go. In the midst of their exchange, Goku had already pulled the golden bear to the edge of the arena. Then, he grasped one of its feet with both hands. And in the next moment, he exerted a tremendous force. The golden bear was hoisted entirely into the air. Off you go. Goku swung his arm vigorously, hurling the opponent off the stage. Boom. The golden bear landed heavily, signifying its defeat. The first match goes to Universe 7. The referee snapped out of astonishment and quickly declared, Oh no. The crowd from Universe 7 erupted in cheers. Damn it. We actually lost. Compa remarked displeased. Turning to Frost, he commanded, You go. Teach this guy a lesson. Frost bowed slightly. At your command. In the next instant, he vanished from his spot, appearing on the arena. Frost looked at Goku and smiled. Next, I shall be your opponent. Please, enlighten me. Goku gazed at Frost and smiled slightly. Oh, Frost. I too look forward to witnessing your prowess. Frost responded calmly. To be honest, as a being of justice, I do not wish to resort to violence against you. But alas, Lord Compa has promised that if I participate, he will grant me a substantial investment to improve our equipment. Goku understood and replied, You are indeed kind-hearted. Far more so than our Frieza from Universe 7. Then, let us engage. Frost smiled faintly. Please do. Goku suddenly chuckled. You are not in your final form yet. Are you? Transform into your ultimate state, otherwise, you won't stand a chance against me. Frost paused, slightly surprised. How do you know? Goku laughed heartily, because our Frieza from Universe 7 can also transform into other forms. Upon hearing this, Frost nodded. I see. Then, with a sudden shout, he began to unleash his energy. Boom. A powerful aura enveloped the arena, a deep blue energy expanding outward. The atmosphere was charged with intensity. As the spectators watched in astonishment, the light dissipated, revealing Frost in a different state. Not his final form, but rather akin to Frieza's second transformation, resembling a duck-like figure. He had not yet unleashed his full power. Frost looked at Goku and stated, This is my ultimate form. Goku furrowed his brow. You have not yet revealed your true strength. Frost smiled slightly. This is sufficient. Goku assumed a fighting stance, declaring, Then let us begin. Frost brought his fists together at his waist, and in the next moment, His pupils dilated as he shouted, transforming into a blur. Goku's expression sharpened, and he too vanished. Bang, 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 bang. The two commenced a rapid exchange, each pursuing the other with fists flying, a spectacle that left the spectators in awe. What on earth? What is Kakarot doing? Shouldn't he easily handle this opponent? Vegeta grumbled from the audience. Luya observed the scene and heard Vegeta's words. However, he had anticipated this. Goku, unlike Vegeta, seldom unleashed his full power at the start of a battle, always leaving a margin. This was a testament to his kindness, while Vegeta's approach was starkly different. When he struck, he did so with overwhelming force, seeking to dominate his foe. Their contrasting styles bewildered Luya. Yet perhaps it was this very difference that forged a pure friendship between the two. Bang! Ugh! Suddenly, Frost struck Goku squarely in the face, sending him tumbling backward, though he swiftly regained his footing. In an instant, he joined his hands together, unleashing a powerful Kamehameha. Boom! The torrent of energy surged towards Frost. Yet Frost bore a sly smile and charged directly into Goku's Kamehameha, tearing through it effortlessly, completely disregarding the attack. What? Goku's expression shifted, but it was too late. He was struck in the abdomen by Frost's head and sent flying. He skidded along the ground for several meters. Frost stood atop the platform, wearing a smug smile. This form of Frost is an assault form, capable of tearing through an opponent's attack with bullet-like speed. Bados from Universe 6 explained. Impressive, exclaimed Saiyan Gate. However, the Saiyan from Universe 7 has yet to exhibit his true power. Bados chuckled. What? He is still holding back? Gabe and the others expressed their surprise. Hit glanced at the arena and then turned away, losing interest. He found such a level of battle rather unengaging. Hey, Bados, how can you speak favorably of Universe 7? Kampa complained. Whimper, Lord Kampa, I am merely stating the truth. Bados replied, feigning innocence. Kampa, P.S. Dear friends, I would like to address that some individuals may not enjoy this book, which is perfectly fine. Everyone has their preferences. I understand that this work has its flaws, and it is normal for some to find it unappealing. However, I kindly ask those who do not wish to read to simply walk away and not disrupt the experience for others with negative comments. Such behavior is intolerable. If you dislike it, just leave. There is no need to leave an unpleasant trace behind. Regarding the issue of the combat power system being inconsistent, it is indeed flawed. To the point that I no longer wish to focus on power levels. I simply wish to write about the battles themselves. After all, while the power levels in Dragon Ball vary significantly, battles can still occur. Thus, the inconsistency is inherent. I can only say that I have not managed to write it in a manner that meets your expectations, but I am grateful for your support. Today, I do not seek rewards. Ahem, my thick skin has been tempered by hardship, and I will strive to write well. I would also like to inquire whether the updates will occur at midnight or in the morning. I am concerned that staying up late may not be beneficial for you. Personally, I have no objections. Chapter 33, The Sudden Dizziness. Is Goku eliminated? Surely, you have not exerted your full strength, have you? Do not hide any longer, or you shall find that you are no match for me. Frost declared confidently, gazing at Goku. Rising to his feet, Goku chuckled, aren't you the same? You have yet to unleash your complete power against me. Frost regarded him, then replied with a grin, very well, let us engage with all our might. Goku nodded slightly. I shall go first. With a resounding roar, Goku erupted with energy, transforming instantaneously into a Super Saiyan. A colossal aura enveloped him as he smiled at Frost. Now, it's your turn. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Frost's brow. What tremendous power. What form is this? The members of Universe 6, including Kampa, were taken aback by this display, bewildered as to when Saiyans had gained the ability to transform. They merely cast a glance at Goku before resuming his meditative state. Goku explained, this is Super Saiyan. Just like you, I have transformed from my base form. Hey, Kaba, you are also a Saiyan. Can you transform? Kampa inquired of Kaba. Kaba, drenched in cold sweat, shook his head. I have never heard of Saiyans being able to transform. Kampa clenched his teeth, feeling a mix of emotions. All right, now it's your turn. Goku laughed heartily. Frost glanced at Goku, a serious expression crossing his face. The opponent's energy had indeed reached an alarming level, seemingly surpassing his own. Yet, he thought, let me witness your strength. With that, Frost vanished from sight, appearing before Goku in an instant. His fist poised to strike with immense force. However, Goku effortlessly raised his hand to block the blow, firmly grasping Frost's fist, rendering him immobile. You. Frost stared in disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment as he looked at Goku. Goku smiled slightly, then his expression hardened as he moved in close, delivering a punch that sent Frost flying. Boom. Frost's body crashed into the protective barrier, trembling in pain from the impact. Clearly, Goku's punch had inflicted significant damage. Yet, Frost gritted his teeth and charged forward once more. Crash. Before he could close the distance, Goku teleported and delivered another crushing blow, sending Frost hurtling away. Futile. Your strength pales in comparison to mine. You should transform quickly. Goku grinned. Suspended in midair, Frost wiped the blood from his mouth and remarked, I did not expect such a vast disparity in your power. It seems I must unleash my full strength to contend with you. However, my final form is so potent that even I struggle to control it. With that, the veins on his forehead bulged as he unleashed a thunderous roar, causing a massive wave of energy to surge forth. Goku furrowed his brow at the overwhelming aura, but remained unfazed. Moments later, the colossal energy dissipated, revealing Frost's form, which now bore a resemblance to Frieza. Indeed, it was his final transformation. Goku smiled. Now that is more like it. Frost returned the smile, stating, My power is formidable, so you best be cautious. With that, he unleashed a deep blue aura that enveloped him, charging towards Goku with astonishing speed. Goku stepped back slightly, then struck out in an instant. Crash. To everyone's surprise, Frost was sent flying by Goku's punch. Frost crashed to the ground, landing in a disheveled heap. How is this possible? Kappa gasped in shock. Isn't he already in his final form? How could he still be so ruthlessly defeated? Remarkable. The members of Universe 7 sighed in relief. Frost's earlier display of power had been quite daunting, yet they had not anticipated Goku's overwhelming superiority. Humph. This weakling is nowhere near Frieza's caliber. Vegeta scoffed disdainfully. Luya, arms crossed, observed the scene without surprise, as Vegeta had indicated, even in his final form. Frost could not compare to Frieza's current state. His system analysis indicated Frost's power was merely in the billions, and given the time that had passed, Frieza must have grown even stronger during his training in Hell. However, Luya narrowed his eyes. The true strength of Frost lay not in his final form, but in the wickedness concealed beneath his facade. Meanwhile, Frost, bewildered by his own defeat, could not fathom how he had been bested despite his apparent increase in strength. This cannot be. How could this happen? Frost was in disbelief, charging forward once again. Take this. Frost held nothing back, launching a kick at Goku. With a slight smirk, Goku anticipated the attack, appearing before Frost and delivering an unceremonious punch. Crash. Frost had no time to react and was sent flying once more. The onlookers fell silent, their eyes filled with awe. Why? Why is your strength greater than mine? Frost stammered incredulously. Goku offered no explanation, for the question was inherently trivial. He replied coolly, out of respect for your noble intentions. I truly do not wish to strike you down further. Surrender now. Frost's expression twisted in defiance. Impossible. I will never concede. If I lose, the funds promised by Lord Kampa will vanish. With that, he charged at Goku once more. Goku frowned and met him head-on. Crash. Crash. The two engaged in rapid combat. But Frost was wholly outmatched, being relentlessly overpowered. With a powerful strike, Goku sent Frost crashing into the arena floor, causing cracks to spiderweb across its surface. Ugh. Frost spat blood, coughing violently. Goku looked down at him, declaring, You have already lost. No, I have not lost. Frost bellowed, launching himself at Goku once more. Overreaching. Goku frowned. Frost, seemingly losing his sanity, unleashed a flurry of wild punches at Goku. Goku calmly defended himself, yet for some inexplicable reason, images began to blur before his eyes, and dizziness overcame him. Suddenly, he felt himself weaken. An opportunity. A glint of determination flashed in Frost's eyes. And in the next moment, he struck Goku squarely in the face, sending him flying off the stage. What? At that moment? The members of Universe 7 were utterly astounded. Chapter 34. Revelation. The arrival of Vegeta as the referee's voice echoed. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Impossible. How could Kakarot lose? With his strength, defeat is inconceivable. Vegeta's face was a mask of incredulity as he glared at the scene before him. Luya, observing Frost's figure, narrowed his eyes but remained silent. This cannot be. Absolutely not. How could Goku lose? The most incredulous of all was Beerus, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had witnessed Goku's prowess. There was no way he could lose to someone of that caliber. Ha ha. There's nothing impossible here. Beerus, the seventh universe has lost. And that's that. No excuses, Kampa exclaimed with pride. Beerus clenched his teeth, letting out a cold huff. Humph, I wouldn't stoop to such levels. Kampa nodded with satisfaction. That's good to hear. Chi-Chi, seeing Goku sprawled on the ground, could no longer contain herself and leaped down beside him. Krillin also descended, quickly placing a senzu bean into Goku's mouth. After consuming the bean, Goku stirred awake, bewildered. What happened? Chi-Chi replied, somewhat disheartened. You were knocked off the stage. What? Goku was momentarily stunned, grappling with disbelief. At that moment, Frost approached with a smile. Mr. Goku must have been a bit distracted. I was eager for victory and may have been a bit too forceful. My apologies. Goku chuckled heartily. No need for modesty. I lost fair and square. Frost bowed slightly. I concede. Seeing Frost's amiable demeanor, the members of the seventh universe found it hard to harbor any resentment. Goku returned to the audience with Chi-Chi, feeling a bit sheepish. Sorry, I messed up. Hey, Kakarot, what happened? Why did you lose to that guy? With your skills, you shouldn't have lost. Vegeta voiced his dissatisfaction. Goku pondered for a moment before shaking his head. I don't know. I thought I would win. TCH. Vegeta scoffed. Well, it's your turn now, Vegeta. With your strength, you'll help me avenge this loss. Goku chuckled, maintaining his optimism. Humph. Vegeta snorted. Suddenly, Luya, who had been silent, spoke up. In truth, Goku did not lose. What? The crowd turned to him in shock. Hey, what do you mean? Clarify. Beerus inquired urgently. Luya pointed toward Frost on the stage. He cheated. What? The audience gasped again. Kid, I advise you to watch your words. Do you have any proof that Frost cheated? Are you just a sore loser? Kampa's expression darkened. Frost shot Luya a glacial glare. Luya smiled slightly, then continued. He concealed a hidden weapon on his wrist. He used it to defeat Goku. If you don't believe me, check for yourselves. Hidden weapon. The crowd was taken aback, immediately turning their suspicious gazes toward Frost. At that moment, the referee approached Frost, inspecting his wrist. Frost gritted his teeth but did not resist. Ah, there is indeed a hidden weapon, the referee exclaimed suddenly. The crowd surged to their feet. Realizing the situation had turned against him, Frost forcefully shook off the referee and revealed a poisoned needle hidden beneath his skin. This is part of my body. Surely it can't be considered a hidden weapon. You, Frost, how dare you resort to such despicable means? Kampa's face flushed with embarrassment. For him, this was an utterly humiliating circumstance. His sixth universe had resorted to underhanded tactics to win a match. How ironic. Frost's expression shifted to one of cunning. Lord Kampa, I didn't intend to use a hidden weapon. I was simply too eager to secure a victory for the sixth universe. You wanted to win, too, right? Shut your mouth. You scoundrel. You've brought disgrace upon me. Kampa fumed, especially infuriated by Beerus's disdainful gaze. Haha, your true colors are showing. I have been diligently serving you. Frost remarked with a dispassionate smile. Suddenly, a surge of destructive energy emanated from Kampa's hands. I will obliterate you. Wait. Vegeta interjected, drawing everyone's attention. Vegeta calmly stated, if that's the case, Kakarot hasn't been eliminated, right? That means he can still resume his place in the competition. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement. The referee spoke up. If Son Goku can be found with an injury, he can reinstate his participation. At that, Chi-Chi and Krillin began searching Goku's body and soon discovered a puncture wound in his palm. Solid proof. The referee declared. I hereby announce that Son Goku's competition eligibility is restored. Goku laughed heartily, unfazed by the turn of events. Vegeta suddenly grinned. Then it's my turn to take the stage. He leaped down to the arena. Vegeta glared at Frost, sneering, no need for destruction. I will handle him myself. Kampa hissed in frustration but did not intervene. He was genuinely angered. Frost had tarnished the reputation of the sixth universe. Babadi, how did he earn 3 Universe Justice Awards? Kampa suddenly inquired. Babadi glanced at his staff before responding. He was able to quell so many wars because he instigated them himself, creating strife only to later resolve it. Thus, he established himself as a figure of justice. Infuriating. Kampa gritted his teeth. Haha. So what if I've laid my cards on the table? I did this solely to secure more funding for improving the equipment of the Universe Patrol. Is there anything wrong with that? Frost sneered maliciously. Vegeta retorted coldly. You are nothing but trash, akin to Frieza. I, the prince, will eradicate your kind. Haha. You think you can? Come at me. Frost mocked, believing that Goku had been the strongest and no one else posed a threat. However, Vegeta erupted with energy, transforming into a Super Saiyan in an instant. In no way, you. Frost's eyes widened in terror. You worthless scum. Vegeta bellowed, charging directly at Frost. Chapter 35, Crushing Frost. The battle against the robot. As Vegeta charged forward with an imposing aura, Frost's expression twisted in fear. He unleashed his full power, meeting Vegeta head-on. Frost threw a powerful punch, but Vegeta effortlessly caught his fist. With his other hand, he struck Frost in the face, sending him flying. Unlike Goku, who often held back, Vegeta was merciless. He did not allow Frost a moment's respite. The instant Frost was propelled away, Vegeta appeared behind him and delivered an elbow strike, sending him hurtling back. Damn it! Frost could no longer endure being suppressed. He unleashed his full strength, a violent aura enveloping him as he charged at Vegeta. Vegeta let out a cold laugh, then erupted with power, a resplendent golden energy surrounding him. With a fierce shout, he charged at Frost. Boom! In an instant, the two were locked in a fierce confrontation. Time seemed to stand still as everyone watched with bated breath. Suddenly, Frost's face contorted in agony, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, the deep blue energy surrounding him dissipating. Vegeta's fist had firmly embedded itself in Frost's abdomen, penetrating deeply. With a cold demeanor, Vegeta declared, "You are not worthy of my effort, but given your actions, you worthless piece of trash, get out of my sight." With a powerful thrust, Vegeta unleashed a shockwave that sent Frost flying. Frost soared through the air, crashing into the protective barrier, which soon gave way under his impact, sending him tumbling off the stage, unconscious. One blow from Vegeta had rendered him senseless, showcasing the brutal nature of the Saiyan Prince. Vegeta cast a disdainful glance at Frost before turning away. The match was over. Vegeta is the victor, the referee announced loudly. Damn, another loss, Kappa exclaimed. Are these truly the elites of the 6th universe? Why are they so weak? Vados replied mournfully, Lord Kappa, it's not that they lack strength, but rather that the fighters from the 7th universe are somewhat extraordinary. What of it? They are merely Saiyans. Gabra, you are next, Kappa commanded sternly. But I'm the 4th to compete. Gabra hesitated. Before Kappa could respond, a robot beside him suddenly stood up, pounded its chest furiously, and let out a deafening roar. Leaping into the arena. Boom. In that moment, the entire stage trembled. Vegeta glanced at the newcomer, a cold smile forming on his lips. Is this my next opponent? Buzz. Suddenly, a protective barrier enveloped the arena. Simultaneously, Kappa appeared mid-air, stating casually, Now, an additional rule has been added. Anyone who touches this barrier will lose. Hey, Kappa, what are you doing? Beerus shouted, appearing beside Kappa, glaring angrily. Kappa grinned widely. This is my new rule. If you're unhappy, then don't compete. Beerus was immediately displeased. Damn it, not compete? The 7th universe has already won 2 matches while the other side has only won 1. They clearly have the advantage. How can we not continue? However, Kappa's arbitrary rule changes infuriated him. Fine, if you don't want to touch it, then so be it. A mere rule cannot thwart me, Vegeta declared haughtily. Upon hearing this, Beerus shot a cold glance at Kappa before falling silent and returning to the stands. Kappa, feeling triumphant, shared a meaningful glance with the arena before also returning to his seat. Oh, the steam robot let out a howl, its belly filled with magma, releasing hot steam from its back as it roared. Vegeta. Suddenly, Luya spoke up. Vegeta turned to Luya. What is it? Luya smiled slightly and said, Its weakness is that it cannot stand being insulted. If you can taunt it a couple of times, you will win. Everyone was taken aback. How does Luya know the robot's weakness? Impossible. What nonsense. How could you possibly know its weakness? No, it has no weaknesses. Kappa roared suddenly. Kiki, how do you know it has no weakness? Or are you deliberately hiding something? Beerus sneered. Kappa gritted his teeth, but he was not one to conceal his feelings. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his face. Beerus turned to Vegeta and said, Hey, Vegeta, do as Luya suggested. However, Vegeta was not one to rely on such underhanded tactics for victory. He snorted, I will defeat it my way. You need not command me. What? Vegeta, you dare to disregard my orders? Beerus exclaimed angrily. Seeing this, Goku quickly interjected, Lord Beerus, let him win on his own. With Vegeta's strength, he won't lose. Upon hearing this, Beerus clenched his teeth and crossed his arms, coldly huffing, I won't involve myself. Let him handle it. Goku chuckled lightly and turned to Vegeta. Hey, Vegeta, don't lose. Otherwise, I will take your place. At this, Vegeta scoffed, "Don't curse me." With that, he turned to the robot and beckoned it with a finger, "Come. Let me see what you are capable of." Oh, provoked by the challenge, the robot roared in fury, opening its enormous mouth to unleash a torrent of terrifyingly hot magma toward Vegeta. Vegeta's expression changed as he swiftly dodged, only to see the ground where he once stood reduced to rubble. The intense heat radiated from the destruction. "Oh, this one is quite formidable," Goku remarked with curiosity. Krillin and the others were drenched in sweat. When did a robot become so powerful? Vegeta continued to evade while the robot relentlessly spewed molten rock at him. Explosions erupted continuously, sending plumes of dust into the air, wreaking havoc on the arena. Vegeta's expression darkened. "Damn it, if it weren't for that barrier, I wouldn't be so restricted." Oh. Suddenly, the robot reappeared before Vegeta, delivering a powerful punch. Caught off guard, Vegeta had no time to evade and could only cross his arms to absorb the impact. Boom. Vegeta's expression shifted as he was sent flying. Chapter 36. The pride of Vegeta trampled after being struck back by a robot's punch. Vegeta's expression darkened. He had underestimated his opponent's speed. Suddenly, the robot appeared before Vegeta, swinging its iron fists with ferocity, forcing Vegeta to defend himself continuously. After unleashing a barrage of punches, the robot raised its fists high, preparing to deliver a devastating blow. Seizing the moment, Vegeta leaped backward several meters. Gathering energy in his palm, Vegeta hurled an energy sphere at the robot. The robot roared in response, spewing forth a torrent of lava that collided with Vegeta's energy blast. The explosion shattered Vegeta's attack, and a massive wave of lava surged toward him. Determined, Vegeta unleashed his signature technique, the energy cannon, which clashed violently with the robot's lava. The two forces locked in a stalemate. Vegeta gritted his teeth and exploded with energy, transforming into a Super Saiyan. His aura surged, and with a defiant shout, he amplified the power of his energy cannon. The robot, undeterred, expelled steam from its back and unleashed a volcanic eruption of lava toward Vegeta. Strangely, the robot's lava scorched Vegeta's energy, causing concern among the onlookers. "That lava-spewing creature is formidable," Krillin remarked, while others nodded in agreement. However, Goku remained unfazed, confident in Vegeta's abilities. "Have you noticed? Vegeta's situation seems precarious," was suddenly pointed out. The crowd gasped and turned their attention to the battlefield. Although Vegeta was holding his ground, his energy was wavering, and he appeared to be struggling for breath. "What is happening?" Goku's expression tightened. "It's the oxygen. The flames have consumed the air within the protective barrier, making it hard to breathe. But that robot doesn't require oxygen," Rula explained. The realization dawned upon the others, their expressions darkening. "That rascal did it on purpose," Beerus exclaimed, visibly angered. "Hey, Vegeta, be careful." Vegeta, feeling suffocated by the lava's flames, realized he couldn't let his opponent gain the upper hand. With a powerful shout, he unleashed a tremendous burst of energy, forcing the lava back with his white-hot energy cannon. The robot sensed the shift and braced itself, digging its feet into the ground and intensifying its assault with a fierce glow in its eyes. The clash of their powers created a thunderous sound. But Vegeta's attack was overwhelmed, and the lava surged inexorably toward him. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta suddenly retracted his energy cannon and, with a fierce burst of energy, struck down at the lava with a knife-hand maneuver, tearing it apart. Yet, in that moment of distraction, the robot closed in and delivered a crushing blow, sending Vegeta flying. The relentless robot pursued, seizing Vegeta's foot and slamming him down again. Vegeta crashed into the ground and, in a moment of desperation, unleashed a flurry of energy blasts. But the agile robot evaded them with ease, swiftly closing the distance. Having missed his chance, Vegeta found himself in disarray, struggling to fend off the robot's relentless attacks. A misstep led to another blow, and he was sent hurtling away. The robot then ascended above him, unleashing a torrent of lava. Vegeta's expression shifted as he quickly raised his hands to shield himself. The impact sent him crashing into the arena, causing a massive explosion that scattered molten rock everywhere. "Vegeta!" Goku shouted, alarmed. Beerus and the others wore concerned expressions, fearing Vegeta had been defeated. "Impossible!" Beerus exclaimed in disbelief. "What is happening? Neither Goku nor Vegeta has unleashed their full power. What kind of battle is this?" Rula observed the scene, shaking his head. The events were not unfolding as he had anticipated, yet they were not entirely unfavorable. As the smoke began to clear, Vegeta's figure emerged, drenched in sweat. His face contorted in frustration as he stood precariously on one foot amidst the debris. The referee rushed over, discovering that Vegeta was standing on a fragment of the arena, and proclaimed in astonishment he hasn't been eliminated. Vegeta is still in the match. The crowd erupted in cheers at the news. The warriors of Universe 7 celebrated, thrilled that Vegeta had not been disqualified. However, Vegeta's expression grew increasingly grim, especially upon hearing the referee's announcement. The proud Prince of Saiyans, reduced to relying on rules to stay in the fight. The golden aura enveloping him flared as he ascended into the air, his expression devoid of emotion. Goku and Rula exchanged glances, concern etched on their faces. Vegeta, Goku murmured. Rula observed Vegeta, then cast a sympathetic glance at the robot. It had chosen the wrong adversary. Vegeta was notorious for his volatile temperament, capable of taking on even the god of destruction. Vegeta's face darkened with fury as he hovered beneath the protective barrier, glaring at the robot with an intensity that radiated murderous intent. The robot, undaunted, pounded its chest, releasing steam from its back. Vegeta's energy swelled violently, escalating as he prepared for a decisive strike. This is bad. That guy? Hey, someone take him out quickly. Zampa shouted urgently. The robot roared, unleashing a massive wave of lava directed at Vegeta. Note: the updates will now occur in the morning, so readers should take care to rest. First matter: some friends are interested in a harem, which is a bit challenging as I am not particularly fond of the female characters in Dragon Ball Super, making it difficult to find a suitable leading lady. Crafting one from thin air would feel implausible. Thus, the protagonist's romantic pursuits will be addressed later, perhaps when the right opportunity arises for the right woman to appear. For now, the focus is on delivering excitement, as Dragon Ball Super is all about exhilaration. Just be patient and enjoy the journey. Second matter: a question for everyone. Which is more impressive, Super Saiyan 4 or Super Saiyan Blue? Third matter: the protagonist will indeed achieve Super Saiyan 4. But that revelation will come later in the storyline. I will orchestrate a surprising twist that leads to his transformation into Super Saiyan 4. The answer will be unveiled in due time. Please hold on. Lastly, I would like to offer a gentle reminder. In the upcoming battles, the intensity of combat may reach unprecedented levels. I kindly ask readers to refrain from using profane language when expressing their frustrations. Finally, I humbly request your generous support. Chapter 37: The Entrance of Gabe. Saiyan versus Saiyan. As the searing magma approached Vegeta, he erupted with an overwhelming surge of energy, disintegrating the molten rock with sheer force. What? The contestants from Universe 6 gasped in astonishment, unable to fathom that a Saiyan could possess such power. Gabe's expression was complex as a fellow Saiyan. He had never known of the Super Saiyan form. Something felt amiss with Vegeta. Krillin and the others felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down their brows, their expressions turning grave. Vegeta seems to be losing his temper, Goku remarked awkwardly, concerned that Vegeta's anger was no trivial matter. Luya observed Vegeta and, using the system to gauge his combat power, was taken aback to find it had surged to an astonishing level beyond that of a Super Saiyan. And yet, Vegeta remained in the first stage of Super Saiyan transformation. It was evident that he was genuinely furious. Golden light radiated around Vegeta as his fury intensified, shattering the protective barrier into a myriad of glass shards that shot out in all directions. He spread his arms wide, then brought them together in a decisive motion, ultimately. What could it be? Piccolo's face turned pale as he recognized the familiar technique. Vegeta, you're being reckless. Goku dodged the shards, muttering his disapproval. Yet, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed something and turned to look at Monaka. Monaka sat there, wide-eyed and expressionless, with shards of sharp glass protruding from the chairs surrounding him. Wow, truly the strongest fighter in the universe. He remained so composed. Goku exclaimed, unaware that Monaka had fainted when he first witnessed Goku transform into a Super Saiyan. Hey, someone stop him! Kampa shouted, jolted into action. Suddenly, the robot hammered its chest, releasing a massive wave of heat as it opened its mouth, magma beginning to coalesce within. Boom! A powerful energy erupted from the robot, its strength surging dramatically. Vegeta's face contorted in rage as he bellowed. Final flash. A tremendous energy surged toward the robot below. Oh! The robot, refusing to back down, unleashed a terrifying stream of magma from its mouth. Boom! 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 The two formidable energies collided, sending shockwaves that compelled the onlookers to shield themselves. Vegeta's veins bulged as he intensified his efforts, while the robot retaliated fiercely. Yet, the might of Vegeta's final flash was overwhelming. Even if the robot's energy could incinerate his aura, Vegeta's energy was far from trivial. In the next moment, The robot found itself suppressed, Vegeta's energy blast inches from its face. The robot, alarmed, braced itself desperately. At that moment, Vegeta unleashed a surge of energy and darted into the blast, maneuvering through it like a fish in water until he stood before the robot. Down you go. You worthless scrap metal, Vegeta roared, delivering a powerful punch to the robot. Upon hearing such a scathing insult, the robot's expression shifted dramatically, and it instantly lost its resolve. Crash. Ignoring the searing magma, Vegeta's fist glowed brilliantly as it shattered the molten rock and struck the robot's face, sending it crashing off the stage. The audience watched in awe, a mix of surprise and admiration evident on their faces. It's out. The contestant from Universe 6 has been eliminated. The 7th Universe's Vegeta has emerged victorious, the referee declared as he approached the robot, confirming its defeat. Yay. Fantastic. Beerus exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy. We won. Krillin, Bulma, and the others erupted in excitement. Haraha. Goku chuckled awkwardly, acknowledging that Vegeta's approach was rather brutal. Vegeta, his expression calm, flew back to the audience, taking a long drink from the water Bulma handed him. Vegeta, you really hurt your opponent, Whis remarked suddenly. The group turned to observe the robot, now curled up in a ball, sobbing pitifully as if emotionally shattered. TCH. Isn't it a robot? Shouldn't it be immune to pain? Vegeta replied nonchalantly. No. I meant his spirit was crushed. He couldn't handle being insulted. Your words, worthless scrap metal, undoubtedly inflicted a significant blow, was explained with a chuckle. Humph. Vegeta's eyelids twitched, though he chose not to elaborate further. All right, let us prepare for the next match. Goku laughed heartily, feeling a twinge of sympathy for their opponent, yet acknowledging the vast disparity in strength. Before long, Thanos and Whis appeared above the arena, simultaneously channeling divine energy to restore the stage to its pristine condition, along with the protective barrier. At that moment, a slender youth descended onto the stage. It was Gabe, the Saiyan from Universe 6. Vegeta glanced at him before leaping onto the stage himself. All right, let the next match commence, the referee announced, raising the microphone. Gabe and Vegeta locked eyes but did not engage immediately. Suddenly, Gabe bowed respectfully to Vegeta, saying, Please. Teach me. Vegeta smiled slightly. Come. Let me witness the power of a Saiyan from Universe 6. Gabe's expression grew serious as he assumed a combat stance, intriguingly similar to Vegeta's own. Vegeta was taken aback, then smirked proudly. Humph. This could be interesting. With that, he also took his stance. Gabe charged first, launching himself forward. His slender frame unleashed a surprisingly potent force. Vegeta's eyes widened, and he quickly crossed his arms in defense. Crash. The impact sent Vegeta reeling backward. But Gabe pressed the attack, unleashing a flurry of rapid punches that forced Vegeta down. Oh no, this Saiyan is incredibly strong. He can actually hold his own against Vegeta, Goku exclaimed in astonishment. The onlookers watched with bated breath, aware that Vegeta had yet to reveal his full power, yet acknowledging how formidable his opponent truly was. Chapter 38. The Pride of the Saiyans. Gabe transforms as Vegeta found himself increasingly suppressed. He suddenly unleashed a surge of energy, momentarily staggering Gabe. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Vegeta retaliated with a flurry of rapid punches directed at Gabe. Unyielding, Gabe responded in kind. The two engaged in a breathtaking exchange of blows, their energies colliding with fervor. Suddenly, Gabe capitalized on a brief opening, delivering a powerful kick to Vegeta's midsection. Vegeta was sent hurtling backward, twisting in the air before crashing to the ground. In the blink of an eye, both warriors assumed identical stances, hands resting on their hips. Final flash. They shouted in unison, unleashing their energy attacks that met in a spectacular explosion, enveloping the arena in a cloud of smoke. As it dissipated, the silhouettes of Vegeta and Gabe emerged, both visibly impressed. Not bad, Vegeta remarked, a hint of admiration in his voice. You truly are a Saiyan. Gabe returned the smile. You're quite formidable yourself. Vegeta narrowed his eyes slightly, then declared, Let us continue. With those words, he erupted with energy, transforming into a Super Saiyan. Golden light enveloped him, and his power surged exponentially. Gabe hesitated, then assumed a defensive stance. Vegeta furrowed his brow, questioning, Why aren't you transforming into a Super Saiyan to fight me? Shaking his head, Gabe replied, I cannot. Vegeta was taken aback. Cannot? Gabe nodded and explained, In my world, the concept of a Super Saiyan does not exist. Vegeta fell silent, contemplating this revelation. Suddenly, Gabi looked earnestly at him and said, "Mr. Vegeta, please teach me how to become a Super Saiyan." "What? Teach you?" Vegeta responded, his tone grave. Gabi bowed respectfully, pleading, "Yes, I wish to transform into a Super Saiyan. Please, teach me." Vegeta's expression hardened, and a sinister smile crept across his lips. "What place does your request hold for the pride of a Saiyan?" Gabi was momentarily stunned. Before he could respond, Vegeta was upon him in an instant, catching Gabi off guard. With a swift punch to his abdomen, Gabi was sent flying. Gabi cried out in pain, barely able to regain his composure before Vegeta reappeared before him, unleashing a relentless barrage of strikes. In a fleeting moment, Gabi managed to fire an energy blast, but Vegeta merely tilted his head to evade it, swiftly grasping Gabi by the neck and applying pressure. Gabi struggled, gasping for air. Vegeta sneered, "With your level of skill, you have no right to ask me for guidance." Gabi was incredulous at Vegeta's abrupt change in demeanor. He had not anticipated such ferocity from his opponent. "As a Saiyan, you would beg for help? What a disgrace to our pride. I am thoroughly disappointed in you." Vegeta's disappointment was palpable. Gabi trembled, unable to resist, as Vegeta's overwhelming strength bore down on him. From the stands, the audience watched in bewilderment. "That Vegeta is too ruthless," Bulma exclaimed, frustration evident. "He wouldn't act without reason. He must have his own motives." Goku defended Vegeta, understanding his partner's complexities. "Seeing Vegeta's harsh teaching methods reminds me of when he abandoned his dignity in pursuit of training. It's quite endearing." Wish chuckled. Luya observed silently, taking in the battle tactics of the 6th Universe warriors, preparing for the upcoming Universal Tournament. Despite previous observations, the reality of the situation felt foreign. Naturally, Gabi would soon transform into a Super Saiyan. Meanwhile, Vegeta continued his verbal onslaught, mercilessly belittling Gabi. "You worthless brat. I might as well eliminate you now. You bring shame to the Saiyan name. Once I'm done with you, I'll take out your family, friends, and loved ones. I'll obliterate your entire planet." Vegeta laughed maniacally. Gabi's pupils constricted, fury igniting within him. His energy surged dramatically. Vegeta smirked. "What's this? You're so weak you can't even protect your family. What right do you have to live? You shut up." "Aya!" Gabi roared, unleashing a powerful force that sent Vegeta staggering back. "Do not harm my family?" Gabi shouted, his voice resonating with newfound strength. In an instant, he was enveloped in a golden aura, his hair transforming to a brilliant gold. "Super Saiyan!" The crowd gasped in astonishment, witnessing this remarkable transformation. Goku raised an eyebrow, grinning. Vegeta really knows how to bring out the best in others. With a fierce cry, Gabi charged at Vegeta, unleashing a flurry of relentless punches. Oddly, Vegeta did not retaliate with equal force, allowing Gabi to dominate the exchange, the disparity in their power evident. With a final surge, Gabi launched Vegeta into the air, following him with explosive energy, raising both fists to deliver a crushing blow. Boom! Vegeta crashed onto the stage, creating a fissure upon impact. As Gabi landed, still seething with rage, he charged at Vegeta once more. Vegeta stood, watching as Gabi aimed a punch directly at him, seemingly unperturbed. With a resounding clash, dust filled the air. As it cleared, Gabi's fist made contact with Vegeta's forehead, yet Vegeta remained calm, an approving smile gracing his lips. "You are indeed teachable." Gabi paused, realizing what he had just attempted. His face paled as he instinctively stepped back, horrified at the thought of having wished to harm Vegeta. Chapter 39. A Change of Order. The emergence of Super Blue is this. Really me? Gabi gazed at his own reflection, astonished. Vegeta responded nonchalantly. To transform into a Super Saiyan, the fundamental requirement is anger. When your fury reaches its peak, it unleashes the potential within you. Thus, your ability to transform into a Super Saiyan, given that you meet all other criteria, is indeed a result of your anger. Upon hearing this, Gabi suddenly understood. "Master, you were trying to provoke me just now, weren't you?" Vegeta, with a hint of pride, replied, "What else could it be?" Gabi felt a sense of relief. But then unexpectedly, he retracted his Super Saiyan form. He was taken aback, as this was not a voluntary action. "Come again, as I instructed," Vegeta said calmly. Gabi nodded and slowly closed his eyes, then abruptly opened them wide. With a roar, a tremendous force erupted from Gabi's body, and in that instant, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Golden light enveloped him, and he was overwhelmed with excitement, exclaiming, "I did it." Vegeta smiled slightly, feeling a sense of satisfaction. "Thank you for your guidance, Master." Gaby bowed deeply to Vegeta. Vegeta replied coolly, "Becoming my disciple is not a trivial matter. I understand. I will work hard. I believe I will impress you in the future." Gaby declared confidently, "That is a matter for another time. For now, it is time to conclude." Vegeta smiled faintly. Gaby suddenly chuckled, "Master, it might be a bit challenging for you to defeat me." Vegeta crossed his arms and teased, "You underestimate me far too much." Gaby was momentarily taken aback. Huh. Vegeta clenched his fists, and in the next moment, a surge of energy enveloped him in pure blue light, amplifying his power exponentially. Wah! Gaby's eyes widened in disbelief. What? On the sixth universe's side, everyone was in shock. What is this form? Why does it emanate a divine aura? Kampa remarked. Astonished. It seems that the Saiyans of the seventh universe possess extraordinary abilities beyond typical Saiyans. Beerus also expressed his surprise. Uft. No need to say. It must be that guy Beerus. He must have taught these Saiyans some special skills. Kampa retorted, a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. Hiki, Lord Kampa. You can't blame Lord Beerus too much. Primarily, you rarely pay attention to matters of the sixth universe. Your mind is filled with food and competing with Lord Beerus. It seems that I am the one managing the sixth universe. Beerus chuckled with a smile. Kampa. Kampa felt somewhat embarrassed, as he indeed fit Beerus's description. He seldom concerned himself with the sixth universe. If things escalated, he would simply intervene and destroy. Look at these Saiyans. They seem to be quite formidable. Transforming into this blue form, their combat power has increased tremendously. Beerus observed, watching the spectacle with amusement. Uft. Kampa felt a bit dejected, but chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, Hit, who had been quietly observing, was also stirred. He opened his eyes, glanced at Vegeta with a profound expression, then shifted his gaze to Goku in the audience. At this moment, Goku was also looking at him, and the two exchanged a charged glance. After a brief moment, Hit intended to withdraw his gaze, but suddenly, he found his focus locked onto Luya. Luya, in turn, was staring at Hit, his expression calm and devoid of emotional fluctuation. However, Hit squinted slightly. Although he could tell that Luya's strength might not match Goku's, he felt an unusual sensation. The seventh universe is indeed intriguing. Hey, Luya. Goku suddenly spoke, though his gaze remained fixed on Hit. Huh. Luya turned to him. Goku smiled. Can I go first in the next match? Luya was taken aback. And so were Beerus and the others, surprised by this turn of events. Goku, what are you planning? Krillin asked, puzzled. Goku looked at Hit and then said with a grin, I want to have a match with Hit. Upon hearing this, everyone was utterly astonished. Not to mention the chance of success. With Vegeta's overwhelming strength, he should easily win. Beerus and Whis exchanged knowing smiles. Goku, are you suggesting Vegeta can't defeat Hit? Piccolo regarded Goku with a serious expression. Goku nodded. That guy is extremely dangerous. So dangerous that even I feel a tremor. At this, everyone was taken aback, with Piccolo paling in fear. Was this truly what Goku said? For a long time, everyone believed Goku was invincible, able to triumph over nearly all opponents, barring deities of destruction. Yet, they had never heard Goku express fear of an opponent's aura. Not even someone as powerful as Cell had this privilege. Luya was unfazed. After a moment of hesitation, he said, You might not be his match. Goku was momentarily surprised before bursting into laughter. I think so too. But it would be a shame not to seize the opportunity to spar with such a master. Everyone understood Goku well. They knew his peculiar tendencies had resurfaced. After a pause, Goku quietly asked Luya, If I use the technique, do I have a chance? Luya nodded. Yes, but Hit has a significant advantage. You have yet to fully master that power. If you falter, the harm to your body could be severe. Goku acknowledged, I understand. I'll take the next match. Luya. He said nothing further, knowing he couldn't yet surpass Super Blue, making it impossible for him to challenge Hit right away. Even though he understood Hit's tactics, his power simply didn't match up. Goku was different. He possessed Super Blue and was already immensely powerful. If he added the Kaioken, he might stand a chance. Meanwhile, in the arena, Vegeta, having successfully transformed, now stood as a Super Saiyan Blue. He looked at Gaby and declared, This is the higher echelon of Super Saiyan Blue. Wow, incredible, Gaby exclaimed. Cold sweat trickling down his face as he marveled at the overwhelming pressure emanating from Vegeta. Undeniably, this was a terrifying form. So this is the extent to which they can transform. Chapter 40. The Emergence of the Ultimate Assassin. Is Vegeta being overpowered? As Gabe faced off against Vegeta, the attention of the crowd was captivated, unaware that a battered figure was slowly making its way in a different direction. However, the keen-eyed Bardoss and Hit both noticed. Bardoss narrowed her eyes slightly, a glint of coldness flashing across her gaze. Hit, observing the scheming Frost, suddenly vanished in the blink of an eye. Damn Saiyans! Frost's face turned pale, yet it was twisted with hatred and malice. He had painstakingly secured the investment from Kampa, the god of destruction, on the condition of winning the match, but now that he had lost, that opportunity was gone, fueled by resentment. He planned to seize the funds while those fighters were preoccupied with their battle. Soon, Frost arrived at a hidden location, where a mountain of jewels and riches awaited him. And there was also a cube. A greedy smirk crossed Frost's face. Huh, all of this is mine. That cube belongs to me, and you'd best not touch it. Suddenly, a calm and indifferent voice came from behind him. Frost was startled, and in the next moment, he turned around in panic. You were Hit. He saw Hit, casually standing with his hands in his pockets. Damn it, no one can stop me. Frost roared in fury and charged at Hit. Hit regarded him with a detached expression, as if observing a mere insect. At that moment, a white time cage suddenly spread out from beneath his feet. What? Frost gasped in horror, realizing he was immobilized. Then, with a series of muffled thuds, silence enveloped the scene. Frost trembled, disbelief etched on his face. For he was now riddled with wounds. In an instant, he lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground, utterly bewildered by the technique that was employed against him. He looked down at Frost, his eyes calm. You should be grateful that I do not wish to kill you right now. The assassin Hit. This was his identity in the 6th universe, and he was the most formidable assassin, the mightiest warrior. After glancing at the unconscious Frost, Hit hoisted him up and turned to leave. Meanwhile, in a corner, Bardoss witnessed the entire event and smiled slightly. It seems I need not intervene. With that, she too turned away. As Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, Gabe's expression was grave. He could feel the vast gulf in power between them. However, Gabe assumed a combat stance and declared, "Let me see the strength of Super Saiyan Blue." Vegeta smirked enigmatically and, in the next instant, charged at Gabe. Huh. Gabe unleashed a surge of energy, pushing his power to the utmost limit, and attacked Vegeta. But alas, Vegeta's speed far surpassed his own. Gabe's punch missed its mark. And instead, he was met with a direct hit. Thud. Ack. Gabe was struck hard, spitting out a mouthful of water as he reverted to his original state. With just one punch, he had been defeated. Gabe fell to the ground, utterly stripped of his combat prowess. Vegeta remained composed as he picked up Gabe and tossed him towards the audience of the 6th universe. Golden Bear caught him, and the onlookers were left in stunned silence. What a defeat. The people of the 6th universe had hoped that Gabe, now transformed, could at least put up a fight against Vegeta. But who could have anticipated that a single punch would bring him down? Is this the power of Super Saiyan Blue? The companions from Universe 7 erupted in cheers. For now, their opponent had but one remaining fighter. If they could defeat him, victory would be theirs. Yet Goku and Ryu wore no expressions of joy. And neither did Beerus and Whis. Their gazes were fixed on Hit, the last contestant from Universe 6, with a profound significance in their eyes. In the arena, Vegeta turned his attention to Hit, understanding that the ace of the 6th universe was now poised to make his move. Come, let me see what you are truly capable of. A sinister smirk graced Vegeta's lips. Before the referee could even speak, it had already leaped into the arena. For reasons unknown, the atmosphere grew serious with his descent. Even the prideful Vegeta displayed a hint of gravity, unable to sense Hit's energy. This was undoubtedly a terrifying situation. Vegeta regarded Hit and assumed a battle stance. Boom. The blue aura enveloped his form as he faced Hit in his strongest super blue state. It watched Vegeta transform, his eyes flickering momentarily before he responded, "Come." As he spoke, he also assumed a stance, yet it was the most ordinary of postures, devoid of any openings. So powerful. Goku's expression turned serious. Even Ryu, equipped with a system, had to concede that Hit was currently flawless. TCH. Playing tricks. Vegeta snorted disdainfully and, in the next second, charged at Hit. Take this. Vegeta pushed his speed to the limit, delivering a punch toward Hit. Swish. But in an instant, Vegeta's expression shifted. For Hit had somehow positioned himself beside him, rendering Vegeta's punch a miss. What? The members of Universe 7 were taken aback, as they had failed to comprehend what had just transpired. Hit did not grant Vegeta a moment's respite. With a single punch, he sent Vegeta flying. What? Vegeta winced in pain, yet disbelief overwhelmed him. He could not fathom how easily his attack had been neutralized. Impossible. It must be an illusion. Vegeta gritted his teeth and unleashed another surge of power, charging at Hit once more. As he neared, He vanished and reappeared behind Hit, delivering a sharp knife-hand strike. Yet, curiously, Hit reappeared next to Vegeta in an instant, landing another punch that sent him staggering back. The crowd gasped. Vegeta, Bulma cried out anxiously. Too fast. I cannot even see his movements. Piccolo admitted, having focused intently yet still unable to decipher Hit's attacks. Goku and Luya were somber expressions, filled with complexity. Having taken 2 consecutive punches, Vegeta was incensed. He was the prince of all Saiyans, embodying their pride. How could he be rendered defenseless? With that thought, he exploded with energy, elevating his combat power to a new level. But Hit did not allow him an opening. He flickered into view and soon stood before Vegeta. Vegeta's face twisted in fury, ready to strike. But, bang, ack. Vegeta was caught off guard, blood spewing from his mouth. Before he could react, Hit unleashed a barrage of blows, raining down punches upon him like a torrential downpour. Chapter 41, Vegeta's Crushing Defeat. Goku makes his entrance under the overwhelming assault from Hit. Vegeta found himself utterly powerless to resist. The onlookers were drenched in cold sweat, especially the companions from Universe 7. As they had witnessed Super Saiyan Blue being the mightiest form they had ever encountered, no one, save for the God of Destruction, had ever managed to defeat it. Yet now, even Super Saiyan Blue seemed incapable of contending with Hit. Just how formidable was he? Goku turned to Luya and asked, "Can you discern Hit's movements?" Luya shook his head, not at the moment, but his attacks have transcended time. Transcended time? Goku was perplexed, clearly hearing this for the first time. Luya was correct. Hit's power indeed surpassed the confines of time. However, this was not a manifestation of his inherent strength but rather a skill he had honed. To put it simply, he could predict his opponent's movement 0.1 seconds in advance, allowing him to traverse into another parallel dimension, rendering Vegeta's attacks ineffective. This was suddenly explained by Whis. Beerus cast a sidelong glance at Luya. "You seem to possess quite a wealth of knowledge." Luya smiled faintly, replying, "One might say I am well versed." Beerus. "Luya, since you are aware of this skill, can it be countered?" Goku inquired. Luya pondered for a moment before responding. Hit's technique is named time skip, which means he can evade your attack the moment before it lands by slipping into another space. His physical form remains in reality, yet he is untouchable while simultaneously able to deliver a fatal blow in the next instant. To counter this, one must predict his predictions. Upon hearing this, Goku fell into silence. Whis and Beerus exchanged solemn glances, realizing that this Luya fellow was becoming increasingly enigmatic. Whis. Is this level of civilization capable of producing such a being? Beerus questioned, a hint of doubt in his voice. Whis shook his head. I cannot say for certain, but it is unlikely. However, I am also unaware of his origins. Beerus fell silent, narrowing his eyes as he gazed at Luya. Luya sensed Beerus' scrutiny and felt a pang of anxiety. He needed to tone down his revelations. I understand. Goku suddenly exclaimed with excitement. What do you understand? Luya looked at him. With a confident grin, Goku replied, just wait and see my performance. Luya. Meanwhile, Vegeta continued to struggle against it, maintaining his distance as the latter's attacks were exceedingly elusive, movements that even he could not perceive. It felt as though Hit was always right before him, with only a fleeting shadow in the distance. Strange. Even more perplexing was that Vegeta could not make contact with Hit's body. Just as he was about to land a blow, he found himself striking nothing but air, only to be met with a counterattack. What are you dawdling for? Hit's voice rang out as he appeared right before Vegeta, delivering a punch. Vegeta attempted to defend himself, but predictably, Hit's fist connected squarely with his abdomen. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Vegeta's eyes gleamed with determination. Now's my chance. With a swift motion, Vegeta seized Hit's arm and retaliated with a punch. Bang. However, in a bizarre turn of events, it was Vegeta who felt the impact. His eyes widened in disbelief as he struggled to comprehend Hit's speed. After taking 2 successive blows, the force of Hit's punches surged through Vegeta's body, causing him to lose his Super Saiyan Blue state due to his grievous injuries. Vegeta collapsed. The arena fell into a hushed silence. The spectators stared in astonishment at the unfolding scene, utterly unprepared for such an outcome. Vegeta had lost? The members of Universe 7 found it hard to believe, their mouths parched with disbelief. Goku's expression grew serious. He had not anticipated such a maneuver from his opponent. Luya also closed his eyes slightly, not surprised by the outcome, but feeling a twinge of regret. In terms of combat prowess, Hit was not significantly superior to Vegeta. It was merely Hit's mastery of time skip that had caught Vegeta off guard. Thus, Vegeta stood no chance against him. The contestant from Universe 7, Vegeta, lay defeated, while the contestant from Universe 6, Hit, emerged victorious. With the referee's declaration, the duel concluded. Hit glanced at Vegeta and remarked, "To withstand so many of my punches and yet remain alive, you are the first." With that, he turned to leave. Vegeta's countenance was grim, but he could not rise. In a flash, Goku appeared beside Vegeta, assisting him back to the spectators' area. Bulma hurriedly asked Krillin for a Senzu Bean to feed Vegeta. After consuming the Senzu Bean, Vegeta was revitalized, though his expression remained somber, clearly feeling the weight of his defeat. Seeing this, Goku quickly said, "Cheer up, Vegeta. Hit is undeniably powerful. Even I couldn't discern his movements. Humph. That guy. I will not allow myself to lose to him." Vegeta coldly retorted. Goku laughed heartily. "All right. It's my turn to take the stage next." "What?" Vegeta was taken aback, glancing at Goku. "Isn't Ruaya supposed to go next?" Ruaya shrugged nonchalantly. Goku chuckled. "I swapped places with him. I want to face Hit." Vegeta scoffed. "Do as you wish." Goku waved to the crowd. "Everyone, I'm off. Go, Goku." Krillin and the others cheered him on. With a slight smile, Goku leaped onto the arena. On the opposite side, Hit also stepped onto the stage. The two locked eyes from several meters apart, both wearing serious expressions. Can Goku really do this? Beerus pondered, his thoughts complex. Whis, however, chuckled lightly. If Goku loses, we still have Ruaya and the universe's strongest fighter, Monaka, don't we? Why is Lord Beerus so anxious? Upon hearing this, Beerus' expression stiffened, followed by a hint of embarrassment. Actually, Monaka is not a martial artist. He is merely a courier in the universe. I said that to spur Goku's fighting spirit. You know that, Whis. Ho ho ho. It seems, Lord Beerus, you might have underestimated the situation. If Goku loses, it appears no one from Universe 7 can stand against it. Whis remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. Damn it. Beerus growled in irritation. Piccolo, possessing keen hearing, overheard their conversation and turned pale with fright. So it seemed that Goku had become their sole hope for Universe 7? With this thought, he glanced at Ruaya. Could this guy really come through? Chapter 42. Seeking the weakness of Hit. Astonishment enveloped the crowd. In the arena, Goku did not immediately engage nor transform into Super Saiyan Blue. Instead, he focused intently on Hit. Hit maintained an expressionless demeanor, patiently waiting for Goku's move. The tension in the atmosphere escalated as the spectators anxiously anticipated an exhilarating duel between Goku and Hit. Humph, what a farce. The Saiyans stand no chance against Hit. Our sixth universe will emerge victorious. Kampa scoffed derisively. Silence. The outcome remains uncertain. Keep your eyes wide open. Beerus intoned gravely. Though Kampa felt disgruntled, he refrained from further provocation. Suddenly, Goku's expression relaxed, and he turned to Hit, saying with a smile, My apologies, I was just trying to find your weakness. Which is why I held back. Hit was momentarily taken aback, then retorted, You were quite candid. Goku assumed a fighting stance and declared, All right then, let our battle commence. I can hardly wait. Hit replied coolly, Can't wait to lose? You've already decided you cannot defeat me. Goku smiled subtly, Who knows? Perhaps I will uncover your weakness. Hit regarded him and replied, Enough of the chatter, let us begin. With that, Hit took up a stance, maintaining a simple and unpretentious posture. However, Goku squinted slightly, reflecting. Indeed, there seems to be no weakness at all. The referee, sensing the charged atmosphere, promptly announced, Both contestants are prepared, let the match begin. As soon as the words left his lips, Goku's expression sharpened, and in an instant, he surged forward, arriving before Hit in the blink of an eye. Launching a powerful punch, Hit's expression remained unchanged as he evaded the strike with the grace of a phantom, reappearing beside Goku and retaliating with a punch of his own. Goku noticed too late and was sent reeling backward from the blow. He winced, clutching the impacted area, exclaiming, You are truly formidable. This sensation, the power you wield, I have never encountered before. Hit regarded him coolly and said, Use your full strength. You cannot defeat me. Goku grinned widely and charged once more. He unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks at Hit, but unsurprisingly, they were all deftly dodged. Hit's power was overwhelmingly intimidating. Utilizing his time-skip technique, Goku couldn't even graze Hit's clothing before being struck again by a crushing blow. Such strength was utterly inconceivable. Bang! After enduring several punishing hits, Goku was propelled through the air, seemingly on the verge of falling from the stage. Suddenly, he executed a series of rapid flips mid-air and landed gracefully. Goku looked at Hit with a smile, saying, Though I paid a price, I've discerned your moves. What? Hit was momentarily stunned. skepticism creeping into his voice as he retorted, Goku, you're quite boastful, but I have no weaknesses. Incorrect. Hit. I have grasped your weakness. From now on, I will be serious. Goku declared confidently. TCH. Hit, now visibly unsettled, could hardly conceal his disbelief. Goku's audacity was astonishing. How could there be a flaw in Hit's assault? Krillin shared in the incredulity. Damn, that Kakarot. Vegeta, however, found some belief in Goku's words, for Kakarot was his partner. He knew him well. Goku was not one for deceit. Perhaps he truly had discovered something. At that moment, Goku erupted with energy. A tremendous force radiating from him as he transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Bathed in blue light, Goku looked at Hit and proclaimed, Hit, you are indeed strong, but I shall not be bested by anyone. Hit observed Goku's transformation into Super Saiyan Blue, his demeanor shifting to one of cautious respect. Clearly, this form was exceptionally powerful. Even he, without the time skip, might harbor some trepidation. With this thought, Hit took a stance and remarked, You claim to have found my weakness? Goku, I must admit, I admire your courage. However, my time skip has no vulnerabilities. Is that so? Goku smiled broadly, then suddenly surged with energy, maximizing the potential of his Super Saiyan Blue state. Bang! In the next moment, Goku charged toward Hit. Hit's eyes narrowed, and as Goku approached, he executed his time skip, momentarily freezing time. With a cold smirk, Hit unleashed a punch. Bang! Yet, to everyone's astonishment, there was no expected scream of pain. Goku had blocked Hit's attack. What? Hit was incredulous, unable to comprehend how Goku had withstood his time skip assault. Oh my! He blocked it. The crowd erupted in shock, unable to fathom that Goku had indeed withstood Hit's attack. How was this possible? How could it be? How did Kakarot perceive that attack? Vegeta struggled to accept it. The time skip allowed the opponent to stop time for 0.1 seconds, a fraction sufficient to execute numerous actions. It was more than mere simplicity. The ability to manipulate time and interparallel dimensions explained why Vegeta could not strike Hit, yet Hit could appear in another position without warning. Luya slowly elucidated. It's akin to how Mr. Whis can manipulate time, reversing it, while Hit's method involves halting time for approximately 0.1 seconds. For a master, that brief moment is ample to accomplish much. Whis nodded in agreement, precisely. However, I am also surprised that, apart from myself, another can manipulate time. It is indeed a perplexing revelation. The crowd was enlightened, realizing the mechanics of Hit's skills. Yet, even with this understanding, overcoming such an ability remained a daunting task. It necessitated not only sufficient strength but also an extraordinary mastery of one's body to achieve a perfect synchronization of mind and spirit, allowing for instantaneous reactions and predictions of an opponent's next position. Goku, in essence, was anticipating Hit's intentions. This is simply astounding. Krillin and the others exchanged complex expressions as they beheld the match, astonished by the unexpected intricacies at play. Chapter 43, The Evolution of Hit. The unseen master in the arena, Hit gazed at Goku with astonishment. How is this possible? Goku chuckled softly. I did it. In the next instant, Goku unleashed a sweeping punch towards Hit. Unfazed, Hit activated his time skip once more. The space around them froze, and without a moment's hesitation, he aimed a punch directly at Goku's abdomen. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded as Goku firmly grasped Hit's fist with one hand. In the blink of an eye, Goku retaliated with a whip-like kick, sending Hit staggering backward. Hit regarded Goku, a grave expression etched on his face. His time skip had truly been broken. Until now, Goku was the first individual to unravel its mystery. Goku took his stance, a faint smile gracing his lips. Hit, without your time skip, your power is not particularly formidable. Therefore, I shall hold nothing back. Hit narrowed his eyes slightly, and then, with a calm demeanor, he remarked, I must admit, you have surprised me. To dismantle my time skip indicates your judgment skills are exceptional. However, to defeat me, you still have a long way to go. Clenching his fists, Hit revealed an exhilarating smile. It has been ages since I experienced such a thrilling battle. Boom. In the next moment, he erupted with energy, unleashing a powerful purple aura that was awe-inspiring. Goku remained silent, his expression gradually turning serious. For years, no one had evaded his assassinations, nor had anyone broken his time skip. Consequently, he had not felt the need to push himself further, until now, when you made me realize I can grow even stronger. With that, Hit suddenly vanished. Goku's expression shifted, and with a loud shout, he unleashed his energy, charging forward. Bang! Unprepared, Goku was struck by a punch. How could this be? He was hit. The faces of Krillin and the others turned pale with shock. Even Goku could not evade it? Hit's time skip had evolved from a mere 0.1 seconds to an enhanced 0.2 seconds. Moreover, he continued to grow stronger. Ryuya remarked slowly, "Is this fellow a monster? How can he become so powerful so easily?" Krillin responded with a hint of complexity. "It's not that he is a monster. Rather, he was always capable of progressing further. He just felt it unnecessary, as he had never encountered an opponent worthy of his attention before." The group wore serious expressions. Will Goku lose? Bulma voiced her concern. Vegeta observed the battle with a calm demeanor, gradually closing his eyes. Kakarot still has some tricks up his sleeve. We shall see how this unfolds. At this moment, Goku staggered back, clutching his abdomen. The power of that last punch had significantly increased. "You've grown stronger," Goku acknowledged, gazing at Hit. Hit replied, "You are the reason for my growth, so I must thank you for revealing my own shortcomings." Suddenly, Hit declared, "Goku, just now, I executed my time skip at 0.2 seconds, and now it is at 0.5 seconds. With that, he vanished once more. Goku's heart raced in alarm, as he could not discern Hit's movements. Suddenly, Goku's eyes narrowed. There. He launched a ki blast to his left. Boom. The blast exploded, yet Hit was nowhere to be seen. Instead, he had already appeared before Goku, delivering a punch. Goku reacted just in time, unleashing a massive energy wave that sent Hit reeling. Seizing the opportunity, Goku charged forward. However, at that moment, his movements froze. Hit's fist swung out in an instant. Boom. Without a doubt, it landed squarely. Gah! The purple force penetrated Goku's body, reminiscent of when Vegeta was defeated. This punch represented Hit's true power. The force was so immense that even Goku could not withstand it, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Bang! Goku fell to his knees, clutching his abdomen, his body trembling slightly. It stood before him, stating that you can anticipate my movements with my time skip, especially in its enhanced form. I can predict your predictions. How many of my punches can you endure? Gritting his teeth, Goku's expression turned defiant as he unleashed another surge of energy, launching himself at Hit. Bang! However, Hit effortlessly evaded Goku's attack with his time skip and retaliated with a powerful punch that sent Goku reeling, blood spilling from his mouth. Goku could no longer withstand Hit's two devastating blows and fell forward. Goku! Krillin and the others exclaimed in alarm. Is it over? In Universe 6, Kampa watched Goku on the ground, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. Beerus remarked, "It is the top assassin of Universe 6, capable of manipulating time itself. Few can defeat him. While Goku's Super Saiyan blue form may possess greater strength, without the means to strike him, that strength is rendered futile." My Universe 6 has secured victory. Kampa suddenly cast a smug glance at Beerus, his eyes brimming with provocation. Could Beerus endure this? Veins bulged on his forehead. Goku cannot defeat Hit. He can anticipate Hit's attacks, but Hit can manipulate time for 0.5 seconds, a considerable duration. Even if Goku predicts Hit's moves, Hit can adapt within that time frame. Whis spoke softly. Can we really accept defeat to Universe 6? Beerus struggled to comprehend. Losing to Universe 6 would not only mean relinquishing Earth, but also sullying his pride. If Kampa boasts about it later, wouldn't that be utterly humiliating? Let us observe. If Goku possesses another hidden card, he might turn the tables. Whis replied calmly. Kakarot has reached his limits. He cannot withstand Hit's onslaught. Vegeta stated gravely. Not necessarily. Ryuya interjected suddenly. The others turned to him, intrigued. What do you mean? Vegeta inquired, his expression turning serious. Ryuya smiled faintly. Goku's strength is far from what you perceive. He has yet to reveal his full potential. What? The group gasped, their eyes shifting back to the arena, filled with anticipation. How do you know? Vegeta challenged. A hint of disbelief in his tone, having trained alongside Kakarot for so long without witnessing any hidden trump cards. Wait, could it be? Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the fallen Goku. Chapter 44. King Kai Fist Super Saiyan Blue observing the fallen Goku. It refrained from making another move and instead summoned the referee. Hey, referee, what now? The rules prohibit killing, correct? Yet, the opponent cannot even concede defeat. How should we proceed? It stated with a calm demeanor. The referee appeared somewhat bewildered, glancing between the prostrate Goku and Hit. Are we to declare a victor? Hit, gazing at Goku, calmly declared, it's over. With that, he turned to leave. Wait. Suddenly, a deep voice resonated. What? Startled, Hit quickly turned back. He was not alone. The others also wore expressions of shock. Goku was slowly rising to his feet. His body trembling uncontrollably, he had stood up. Goku chuckled. Don't be hasty. I haven't lost yet. You. It looked at Goku with incredulity. This is impossible. Even Vegeta, in his Super Saiyan blue form, fell after receiving a single blow from me. This fellow endured 2 strikes and is still standing. What sort of monster is he? Goku gasped for breath. I must admit, I truly felt the threat of death just now. Your power is terrifying. Furthermore, your ability to predict my movements surpasses my own. What incredible talent you possess. I can still fight. Goku asserted with determination. Why? Is victory truly that significant to you? Hit inquired, his tone indifferent. Not at all. Goku shook his head, then looked at Hit earnestly. I just don't want to disappoint you. Oh, Hit responded, puzzled. Goku smiled. You must also desire a worthy opponent, right? Therefore, I refuse to concede defeat. Hearing this, Hit slowly closed his eyes, then opened them to regard Goku with a cold expression. You are struggling merely to stand. How can you hope to battle me? Goku chuckled softly. I initially intended to keep my true power hidden, but circumstances have changed. It's not out of pettiness. Rather, this technique was recently perfected, and I lack confidence in its execution. Hit's gaze sharpened slightly. The onlookers were taken aback, puzzled by Goku's words. It seemed he still held something back. How is this possible? Vegeta's expression darkened. Luya observed the unfolding scene with a faint smile. Goku steadied himself, inhaling deeply before proclaiming, now. It is time to get serious. Assuming a fighting stance, Goku unleashed his energy, activating Super Saiyan Blue to its full potential. Goku's roar reverberated, and an overwhelming aura erupted from him, the blue energy surrounding him flickering with hints of crimson. What, that state? Could it be? Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically as realization dawned upon him. The King Kai Fist. Kakarot's trump card is the King Kai Fist. Goku continued to roar, with his energy surging seemingly without limit. Crack, crack, crack. Under the immense pressure, the protective barrier above shattered. Impossible. This power exceeds Super Saiyan Blue. Could there be an even more potent form? The onlookers from Universe 6 gazed in horror, while Kampa and the Angel Vados exchanged wary glances. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Kampa's brow as he sensed something amiss, and he shouted, Hit. Take him down before he completes his transformation. Hit's eyes gleamed coldly as he focused on Goku, preparing to strike. Hurry. Defeat him. Kampa urged again. Hit regarded Goku, hesitating instead of launching an attack. Lost in contemplation, Kampa, witnessing this, erupted in anger. Hey, what are you doing? Are you defying my orders? Ignoring Kampa, Hit looked at Goku, a confident smile gracing his lips. Son Goku, you are indeed formidable, but I intend to surpass you. Goku's energy continued to escalate, causing the arena to fracture under the strain of his power. Suddenly, Goku ceased his energy outburst, and the glow surrounding him vanished entirely. Everyone was perplexed. Sensing no trace of Goku's energy, Hit stared at Goku, but in the next instant, his pupils dilated. Goku suddenly bellowed. In the next moment, an overwhelming force erupted. The blue aura was enveloped in a red glow. The King Kai Fist. Swish, swish, swish. The sheer power caused the faces of everyone present to pale, including the gods of destruction and angels, their expressions turning grave. This power is astonishing, Hit remarked solemnly. This is my secret weapon, the King Kai Fist. It was imparted to me by the King Kai long ago, but I refrained from using it due to the immense strain it places on me. However, after witnessing Luya's performance, I recalled it, and, after 2 years of training, I finally mastered the King Kai Fist. Yet, mastering it is no simple feat. It requires synchronizing my energy and mental focus perfectly. I had initially planned to use it against Lord Beerus, but now I am compelled to unleash it. Goku elucidated. What? Beerus's demeanor shifted. He was visibly agitated. You mean to say this was meant to combat me? How deeply has he concealed his power? Ho ho ho. Lord Beerus, are you feeling a twinge of fear? Whis teased. Beerus, attempting to appear nonchalant, replied dismissively, impossible. While he is undoubtedly strong, he is still far too naive to think he can challenge me. Luya observed the scene, noting, to utilize the King Kai Fist while in Super Saiyan Blue form greatly amplifies its power. Goku's current Super Saiyan Blue battle power reached an astounding 16 trillion, and upon invoking the King Kai Fist, it doubled to an extraordinary 32.8 trillion. In contrast, its strength stood at merely 16.5 trillion. Goku's power eclipsed this slightly. However, its potential had yet to be fully realized. By the way, if Goku possesses such a formidable technique, why has he only revealed it now? Beerus pondered aloud. Chapter 45, The Output of the Tenfold Kaioken. Crushing hit. As Beerus's words echoed, Goku's companions wore peculiar expressions. Vegeta spoke gravely. Those unfamiliar with the Kaioken cannot fathom the immense burden it places on Kakarot. Back when we battled, I have yet to forget that scene. At that time, I regarded him as a mere weakling, yet it was his use of the Kaioken that led to my defeat. However, he must pay a price. While the Kaioken allows his power to double effortlessly, prolonged use wreaks unimaginable havoc on his body. Moreover, as Kakarot grows stronger, the difficulty of employing the Kaioken escalates. Thus, he would only resort to it in dire circumstances. A silence enveloped Beerus and the others. Indeed, even now that he can transform into Super Saiyan Blue, he cannot maintain it for long. Luya interjected. I haven't asked you, but this move from Kakarot is due to your influence, isn't it? Vegeta suddenly turned to Luya. Luya did not deny it. It is I, TSK. Vegeta snorted, clearly irked that Kakarot had once again outpaced him. Meanwhile, Goku faced Hit, remaining still as he calmed his emotions, soon revealing a joyful smile. I did it. Hit, with a grave expression, acknowledged that Goku's current strength surpassed his own, though he was reluctant to admit it. Who would have thought I could master this power perfectly? Goku exclaimed, turning to Hit. Hit, I challenge you. Hit's gaze sharpened as he assumed a combat stance. I am ready at any time. With a hearty laugh, Goku unleashed his energy and charged at Hit. Hit's eyes glinted, and in an instant, time itself seemed to freeze around him, creating a void. Suddenly, it struck out at Goku. However, a shocking scene unfolded. The restraints that bound Goku began to crack, the fissures expanding rapidly. Realizing the danger, Hit's face turned pale. How is this possible? A formidable force shattered Hit's time freeze, and in the next moment, Goku effortlessly blocked Hit's punch. This is impossible, Hit exclaimed, still in disbelief that his time manipulation had been broken. Everyone else watched in awe, their expressions filled with astonishment. It appeared that Hit's once invincible time manipulation had been shattered. Goku grinned. Your time manipulation is ineffective against me. The ground I stand upon transcends your time. With a powerful thrust, Goku landed a punch squarely in Hit's abdomen. Ugh! For the first time, Hit felt as if he had been struck hard. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, his body trembling in pain. Without hesitation, Goku delivered an elbow strike, sending Hit flying. Hit staggered back, clutching his injured side as he came to a stop. The power, the speed, everything has increased so dramatically. How is this possible? Hit gasped in disbelief. But it's not over yet. This is the might of the Kaioken, Goku said with a slight smile, suddenly clenching his fists and erupting with energy. Oh! Boom! The blue and red luminescence expanded exponentially, as Goku's aura surged with an unfathomable power. Goku's strength has risen once more. Krillin and the others felt a surge of excitement. This terrifying power was unexpected. Even Piccolo was astonished that his old friend could elevate his energy to such heights. But, how infuriating! Kakarot, why must you always be one step ahead of me? Vegeta lamented with frustration. Luya, observing Goku's explosive energy, narrowed his eyes. It was evident that the effects of the Kaioken varied significantly between a regular Super Saiyan and a Super Saiyan Blue. The Kaioken infused with divine energy was immensely stronger. Realizing this, Luya assessed Goku's current power level. Good heavens, he has shattered the 20 trillion mark, and it continues to rise. 450 trillion, 470 trillion, 500 trillion. Incredible! Goku wielding the tenfold Kaioken had reached an unfathomable combat power, rivaling that of a first-tier angel. The most astonished was Hit, who, being closest to Goku, could feel the overwhelming pressure emanating from him. This was an utterly terrifying power. Even he felt a twinge of fear. His strength was skyrocketing. Threefold, fourfold, no, it was tenfold. Tenfold Kaioken. Goku roared, unleashing a cataclysmic force. Boom. Once Goku finished his power-up, he charged at Hit, only to vanish in a blink. Hit's expression shifted, so fast. I can barely follow his movements. I'm right here, Hit. Goku's voice suddenly came from behind him, causing Hit to turn. But before he could react, Goku vanished again, teleporting around Hit multiple times, leaving no trace behind. Whoosh. Suddenly, Goku appeared behind Hit, delivering a punch that sent him flying. But it wasn't over. Goku pursued relentlessly, teleporting in front of Hit and unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. leaving Hit no chance to retaliate. Boom. A punch struck Hit's face, and in the next moment, Goku delivered a knife hand strike, launching Hit into the air. Seizing the moment, Hit recovered in midair and launched several energy blasts at Goku. Goku calmly extended his hand, swatting away the incoming attacks. Useless. I have already surpassed you, Hit. Goku stated nonchalantly. Hit looked at Goku and replied, Son Goku, I must admit, you are truly formidable, hiding such terrifying power. However, I regret to inform you that my strength will only grow alongside yours. Goku's gaze hardened, and in the next instant, he teleported behind Hit, delivering a powerful blow that sent him crashing into the arena. Boom. An explosion erupted, and the arena cracked under the impact. GOH. 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 At that moment, Goku's muscles twitched uncontrollably, and his expression shifted. P.S. Don't ask me why I'm updating now. I'm thrilled. The fan leaderboard is out. How rare. Thanks to everyone's enthusiastic participation. Let's aim to get the reward leaderboard up as well. You know what I mean? I was almost done for. But now I'm back. It's truly miraculous. Chapter 46, A Clash of Titans. Approaching the Battle of Angels, feeling the painful contraction of his muscles, Goku's expression gradually turned grave. It seemed that even in his Super Saiyan blue form, he could not sustain the power of the Kaioken times 10 for long. As his strength increased, so too did the burden placed upon his body by the Kaioken technique, which was immense. Contemplating this, Goku cast his gaze towards the arena below, his eyes narrowing. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, a tumultuous roar erupted, followed by a surge of purple energy that dispersed the dust on the arena, revealing Hit's form. At this moment, a purple luminescence enveloped Hit, who was continuously unleashing his energy, his combat power soaring dramatically. What? That guy Hit possesses such immense power too? Upon witnessing this scene, Vegeta's face instantly reflected his shock. He realized that Hit's energy had far surpassed that of Super Saiyan Blue. In an instant, the companions of Universe 7 grew anxious for Goku. On the other hand, the situation in Universe 6 was tumultuous. Initially, they believed their universe would face defeat, but with Hit's emergence, hope flickered anew. Yet Goku's unexpected maneuver left them utterly unprepared. Now, Hit was striving to surpass him. It had tremendous latent potential, and it seemed he had never fully unleashed it before. For him, prior to this, there had been few worthy opponents. However, now he faced the anomaly that was Goku, which activated his combat instincts and compelled him to reveal all his power. Bato spoke slowly. Kappa sneered him. Victory is undoubtedly ours in Universe 6. Goku's form cannot be sustained for long. Indeed, Lord Kappa is correct. Such a level of explosive power is beyond what his body can bear, naturally leading to a tremendous strain. Batos chuckled. Kappa's crossed his arms, a smug smile adorning his face, as if victory was already within their grasp. In the air, Goku fixated on the surging energy of Hit, sensing that his opponent's power was gradually closing in on him. Unable to conceal his astonishment, Goku murmured, I never imagined such formidable warriors existed in other universes. Had I known, we should have requested Lord Beerus to take us to witness this sooner. I must respond to an opponent who instills such trepidation in me. Clenching his fists, Goku roared, once again unleashing his energy, elevating his aura to its zenith, radiating a brilliant red light. Has Goku lost his mind? Why is he raising his energy? His power should already surpass Hit's. Krillin expressed his concern. Vegeta, with a serious tone, remarked, Kakarot's condition will deteriorate due to the increase in his power, so he must resolve this battle swiftly. Under this premise, Kakarot's strength must far exceed Hit's. Luya observed Hit in the arena, his lips twitching slightly. At that moment, Hit's energy had reached an astonishing level, exceeding hundreds of trillions. Remarkably, it had nearly multiplied several times. Is this a monster? How does such formidable power exist within him? However, although Hit's combat power had not yet reached Goku's level, it is essential to note that Goku's body, despite boasting over 100 trillion in power, could not fully unleash it. At this moment, Hit was enveloped in a purple glow, his aura unprecedentedly strong. He slowly lifted his gaze to Goku and said, I must thank you, Son Goku, for your assistance has allowed my inner potential to be fully unleashed. Goku gazed at Hit, a slight smile gracing his lips. Very well, then let us begin anew. Hit's eyes sharpened, and he assumed a combat stance, his form devoid of any flaws. Yet, from his posture, it was clear that Hit was now serious. Suddenly, Hit vanished from sight. In the next instant, the space surrounding Goku transformed into a blinding white light. Everything froze. In a flash, gritting his teeth, Goku suddenly exploded with energy, shattering Hit's time skip. In the following second, he raised his arm to block. Bang! A powerful fist struck his arm, but fortunately, Goku managed to deflect it. Goku roared and retaliated with a punch. Smack! Unexpectedly, Hit caught his fist. Looking at Goku, Hit spoke slowly, as my full strength erupts. My time skip has surpassed the 1 second limitation, so do not think you can surpass me. Goku suddenly wore a mysterious smile. Is that so? Huh. Bang. Oof. Hit was struck hard, his body doubling over in a shrimp-like position as Goku delivered another heavy punch, sending Hit crashing downwards. It landed awkwardly, but in the next moment, he unleashed a fierce burst of energy and activated his time skip again, appearing right in front of Goku. Yet Goku shattered Hit's time skip, while he did not completely overpower Hit. He managed to keep him at bay. Crash. In a sudden opening, Hit threw a punch at Goku, who could only cross his arms to defend, landing heavily on the arena. Whoosh. Hit reappeared directly in front of Goku. Unexpectedly, Goku unleashed a furious roar, his immense aura pushing Hit back, and his energy surged once more. Whoosh. 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 After repelling Hit, Goku wasted no time, employing the Prince's technique to continuously unleash energy blasts toward Hit. The overwhelming and dense firepower forced Hit to retreat, unable to evade in midair. However, suddenly, as Goku continued to release energy blasts, his expression soured, and his muscles began to contract. Even in his Super Saiyan blue form, he could not sustain the Kaioken times 10 for long. Time was of the essence. Goku's expression hardened, and in the next moment, he suddenly withdrew his hands, bringing them to his waist. Came. Ha. Hit sensed the impending crisis, and his expression turned grave. He roared, immediately elevating his power to its peak. Whoosh. 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 He extended his palm toward Goku, gathering a formidable purple energy in his hand. Whis. In the audience, Beerus suddenly called out. Yes. Whis understood and appeared above the arena in an instant. Simultaneously, Batos appeared next to him. The two angels exchanged glances, nodded, and simultaneously activated their staffs, creating a protective barrier that enveloped the arena, shielding both Goku and Hit. At that moment, Goku unleashed a thunderous roar. Kamehameha. Boom! An immensely terrifying energy wave surged toward Hit. Chapter 47. A Meeting of Kindred Spirits. A duel through martial arts. The terrifying energy wave radiated with an astonishing brilliance, slicing through the fabric of space as it surged toward Hit. At that moment, Hit sensed the extraordinary power of Goku's technique, and his expression shifted dramatically. With a fierce roar, he unleashed a violet energy wave from his palm. The two waves collided with a thunderous impact. Both Goku and Hit exerted their utmost strength, fully aware that only through such efforts could they withstand each other's onslaught. Yet, it was evident that Goku had the upper hand. The immense energy wave gradually eroded Hit's attack, closing the distance between them. Realizing the dire situation, Hit swiftly activated his time skip, causing his figure to vanish in an instant. I've been waiting for you, Goku bellowed, immediately executing his instant transmission, appearing right before Hit in the blink of an eye. With a mighty shout, the Kamehameha struck Hit directly. Hit desperately defended himself, but he had underestimated the sheer force of his opponent in his haste. Boom! With Hit's final act of defiance, a colossal explosion erupted in the air, enveloping the arena in a blinding light that compelled the spectators to shield their eyes. What immense power! I never anticipated that this old rascal, Sun Wukong, could elevate his abilities to such heights. Piccolo's astonishment was palpable. He had journeyed alongside Goku since their beginnings, yet his rival consistently surpassed him time and again. In truth, aside from Vegeta, the long-standing second, who felt disheartened, Piccolo too experienced frustration, for before the Saiyans arrived on Earth, he had regarded himself as Goku's strongest adversary. However, ever since encountering the Saiyans, he realized he had lost all opportunity to shine. Since the android incident, he had ceased to chase after the Saiyans, for he recognized his limitations against their extraordinary prowess. Of course, Vegeta was different. He relentlessly aspired to surpass Goku. Yet, now witnessing Goku's substantial advancement, the disparity weighed heavily on him. Truly a martial arts prodigy, Goku's strength remains impressive. Lord Beerus, would you not agree? Whis chuckled, glancing at Beerus. Beerus's lips twitched slightly. He is indeed commendable, but this lad dares to use such a technique against me that borders on disrespect. As the smoke dissipated in the arena, Goku and Hit's figures were nowhere to be seen. Where have Goku and Hit gone? The referee exclaimed in surprise. Over there, someone called out, prompting the crowd to gaze in a unified direction. There, at the pinnacle of Kampa and Beerus's mirrored statues, stood Goku and Hit. Seeing that neither had fallen, the crowd erupted in astonishment. They had not expected Hit to evade Goku's decisive Kamehameha. Goku stared at it, incredulous. How could you possibly evade my Kamehameha? Hit smiled enigmatically. Thanks to you, I was able to push myself to new heights at a critical moment, allowing me to escape your attack. With that, he clenched his fist, his eyes glinting subtly. Goku gritted his teeth. His body was teetering on the brink of exhaustion. The previous attack had drained too much of his energy and stamina, and he now felt his muscles aching intensely, subtly twitching. Noticing this, Kampa exclaimed excitedly, "Hey, what an opportunity! Son Goku can't hold out much longer. Hit. Finish him off quickly." The members of Universe 7 wore grave expressions. Hit regarded Goku, who, despite his evident fatigue, maintained his Kaioken with an indomitable smile. Suddenly, Hit chuckled. "Son Goku, I must admit, I have great admiration for you. In all these years, I have never encountered someone like you." Goku smiled faintly. "Likewise, it's my first time facing an opponent as formidable as you, aside from Lord Beerus." The two exchanged knowing glances, smiles gracing their lips, embodying a sense of mutual respect. In the next moment, both unleashed their energy. One red, one purple, radiating an overwhelmingly powerful aura. They assumed their stances, prepared to determine the victor once more. Suddenly, Goku's muscles began to spasm violently. He could hardly endure the pain. Beads of sweat cascading down as he gritted his teeth in defiance. This is bad. Goku is nearing his limit. The old Kai's expression shifted dramatically. "Hang in there, Goku." Krillin shouted encouragement. The others joined in, rallying behind Goku. Beerus narrowed his eyes, observing the scene without uttering a word. What an opportunity. Just like that. Hit. Do not engage with Son Goku. Stall for time. He will inevitably falter. Kampa exclaimed excitedly. His words drew many disapproving glances. Even the competitors from Universe 6 displayed their displeasure. Kaba stood up, addressing Kampa. "Lord Kampa, please do not interfere. Show some respect for the integrity of martial arts." Silence. Kampa could not tolerate such insolence from a mere child. He glared furiously at Kaba. "You little brat, mind your own business. You are merely my pawns. Who cares about your fates?" With that, Kampa extended his hand toward Kaba. "Speak another word, and I shall destroy you on the spot." Kaba's face paled, retreating in fright. At that moment, two piercing gazes locked onto him, emanating an icy chill. Startled, Kampa instinctively took a step back, upon realizing it was Goku and Hit. His anger surged again. How could he be intimidated by two mere mortals? Yet Goku and Hit paid no heed to Kampa, continuing to lock eyes. "Let us proceed." Goku inhaled deeply, forcing himself to bear the burden of Kaioken, smiling resolutely. Hit nodded, then instantaneously appeared before Goku. Goku did not strike. The two exchanged glances and simultaneously smiled, gently tapping their fists together. This is the true spirit of martial camaraderie. Hit stepped back, assuming a new stance. And in the next instant, he launched the first attack, using his time skip to appear in front of Goku. So fast, Goku could not react in time and was subjected to a relentless barrage from Hit, cries of agony escaping him. How is this possible? Krillin and the others could not believe their eyes. Luya spoke gravely. Goku's physical condition can no longer sustain the peak tenfold Kaioken. He cannot keep pace with Hit's time skip. The crowd's expressions darkened as they watched the unfolding events. Chapter 48. Goku admits defeat. The agreement of the strong bang. Ugh. Goku was struck multiple times by Hit, each punch landing with visceral impact, causing him to plummet from the air as if he had lost consciousness. "It's over." Beerus's expression changed drastically. "It's a sure loss." Alas. Whis also shook his head in regret. Goku. Krillin and the others rose anxiously, expressing their concern. Is he really going to lose? Has Goku truly been defeated? Splendid. On the other side, Kampa was overjoyed, nearly ready to applaud. Hit remained silent, observing Goku's gradual descent, then closed his eyes, lost in thought. It's finished. Just as everyone believed the match had concluded, Goku suddenly opened his eyes wide, and in an instant, a formidable surge of spirit erupted from him. With Goku's roar, his energy peaked in an instant. In the next moment, he lunged towards Hit. Impossible. Its expression shifted dramatically. Without any defense, he was struck by Goku several times, sent flying into the wall. How? Kampa and the others stood in disbelief. Who could have imagined that Goku could counterattack at such a moment, and with such strength? After the onslaught, Goku suddenly exhausted his energy, collapsing onto the stage. Gasping for breath, Hit, embedded in the wall, struggled to extract himself, panting as he regarded Goku. Goku gritted his teeth and stood up, taking a deep breath as he looked at Hit. Hit, you must still have a trump card that you haven't used, right? Hit paused, then replied, what makes you think that? Goku chuckled heartily, then stated, I sensed that you were somewhat restrained during our battle, as if you were being cautious about something. Hit regarded Goku and, after a moment of silence, said, I am an assassin. My duty is to kill. Therefore, to avoid killing you, I have refrained from using my lethal moves. Goku nodded, I understand. Saying this, he suddenly turned to Kampa and declared, Hey, Lord Kampa, I request a repeal of the match rules. What? Goku's audacious maneuver left everyone bewildered. Hit was taken aback, staring intently at Goku without uttering a word. Kampa was somewhat astonished. Oh? Which rule do you wish to repeal? Goku smiled slightly. I want to abolish the rule regarding killing. If not, Hit here won't be able to unleash his full potential. Upon hearing this, Kampa was momentarily dumbfounded. What sort of audacity was this? The opponent dared to say such a thing. Everyone was astonished, unable to fathom Goku's recklessness. Has Goku lost his mind? Krillin remarked, somewhat nervously. The others were equally puzzled. Why? Hit inquired of Goku, are you not afraid of death? Goku explained with a smile, of course, I fear such things, but I cannot allow you to harbor regrets. You should also exert your full strength in this battle, right? Hit gazed at Goku, remaining silent for a long moment before breaking into a smile. Son Goku, you are truly an interesting person. Hee. Goku chuckled. Ha. Very well. Since you seek death, I shall graciously oblige. Let us repeal the match rules. Kampa exclaimed excitedly. Hey, I do not concur. Beerus suddenly appeared before Kampa, gritting his teeth. Why do you disagree? That's what your Universe 7 contestant requested. Kampa glared angrily at Beerus. Disagreeing is disagreeing. Beerus scoffed. The two gods of destruction were on the verge of a fierce confrontation over the match rules. Observing the celestial beings, Hit reflected, such powerful gods indeed see us as mere ants. However, Goku chuckled, I do not share that sentiment. While I cannot defeat them now, I shall certainly reach that level in the future. Hit paused, then smiled slightly. Indeed. Goku grinned and began to move towards the edge of the stage. Everyone looked on in confusion, uncertain of his intentions. At that moment, Goku leapt off the stage. Gasped. In that instant, everyone was frozen in shock. Hey, Goku, what are you doing? Beerus, regaining his composure, shouted in anger. Goku smiled. I admit defeat. I cannot defeat Hit. He is simply too strong. Simultaneously, Goku murmured, I am no pawn. What? Beerus's face turned purple with rage. Haha. Beerus, now you see the might of my 6th universe, don't you? Kampa laughed triumphantly, not missing the chance to add insult to injury. Humph. Beerus snorted coldly, then returned to his seat. Suddenly, Goku retracted the Kaioken and Super Saiyan blue forms, and at once, his muscles spasmed, immense pain causing him to fall backward. Goku, Chi-Chi and the others rushed down, Krillin feeding him a senzu bean. Goku soon felt much better, breathing a sigh of relief. I've survived. Hit approached the edge of the stage. Looking at Son Goku, why? Goku chuckled. My body had reached its limit long ago. If I didn't quickly release the Kaioken, the consequences would have been dire. Hit frowned. Is that truly the case? Goku grinned. Of course. I also wish to demonstrate through my actions that we are not mere pawns. Hit was taken aback, his expression becoming somewhat complex. Goku stood up, gazing at Hit, his fists slightly clenched. Hit, you are incredibly strong. Even stronger than I am, so if the opportunity arises, please do engage me again. Hit regarded Goku and smiled. Son Goku, to be honest, among those I have encountered, you are indeed one of the strongest. So I look forward to our next duel. Goku was finally satisfied. Excellent. Turning to Krillin and the others, let us go. With that, the group returned to the stands. Lord Beerus, I apologize for losing the match, Goku said, displaying his awareness. Although Beerus was somewhat angry, he was also reasonable, waving his hand. It's fine. It's not your fault. Goku sighed. Hit is truly formidable. In our next battle, I must surpass him. Kakarot, before that, I will surpass you first, Vegeta suddenly said in a low voice. Haha, then let us strive together. Goku laughed heartily. Humph. Vegeta arrogantly turned his head away, ignoring him. The atmosphere lightened. and everyone's expressions relaxed. Speaking of which, it is so strong that only Monaka could possibly defeat him, right? Goku suddenly remarked. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions changed. And Beerus broke into a cold sweat, feeling a sense of panic. Goku turned to Luya, smiling. In the next match, you'll be up against Hit, so be careful. That fellow is no simple opponent. Luya smiled confidently. Don't worry. Beerus suddenly interjected urgently. Hey, Luya, you must eliminate Hit. Otherwise, the consequences will be severe. Do you understand? Luya glanced at Beerus, then shot a perplexed look at Monaka, responding helplessly. I'll do my best. Beerus, your best? If you merely do your best and lose, it will be over. Chapter 49, The Emergence of Luya. A familiar scene. It was Ryua's turn to take the stage. Goku glanced at Luya, pondering deeply. Luya surely cannot be a match for Hit. After his battle with you, Hit has also expended considerable energy. So perhaps there is still a chance. Beerus remarked nonchalantly. Goku was taken aback, then raised an eyebrow and looked toward Krillin. Krillin, do you still have any Senzu beans? As soon as Goku spoke, the expressions of Krillin and the others changed dramatically. Old son, what are you planning? Piccolo's face turned pale with shock. Surely he doesn't intend to give a Senzu bean to Hit? The others shared this concern, as they recalled their previous battle against Cell. Gohan had nearly suffered a fatal injury. Had it not been for his timely transformation into Super Saiyan 2, all the Z fighters might have perished. Could Goku really be considering such a reckless act again? Beerus sensed the tension and looked at Goku coldly. Hey, you wouldn't actually be thinking of giving a Senzu bean to Hit, would you? Given Goku's nature, he could very well do something so outrageous. Goku chuckled awkwardly. Is there really anything wrong with that? After all, he has expended a great deal of energy from fighting me, and besides, we still have Monaka as our trump card, right? Upon hearing this, Beerus panicked and swiftly punched Goku on the head. Baka, how could you even think that? The rest of the group twitched at the corners of their mouths, most of them aware of Monaka's true capabilities, while only Goku remained oblivious. Still believing Monaka to be an exceptional fighter. Rubbing his head in pain, Goku complained. Lord Beerus, why are you hitting me? Beerus, fuming, clenched his fists. I ask you. Do you truly wish for Luya to lose this match so that Monaka can take the stage? Goku laughed heartily. Yes, that's precisely what I was thinking. Beerus. Goku, you must not be foolish. Was suddenly interjected, finding himself at a loss for words regarding his master's antics. Why choose this moment to let Monaka take the stage? Moreover, it was the first time he had seen Beerus so flustered. Goku turned to Whis. After contemplating, Whis said, Monaka is currently unable to intervene, and this match is no trivial matter. Should we lose, you know the consequences. Huh? Why is he unable? Upon this, Goku looked toward Monaka, intending to approach him. At that moment, Beerus quickly blocked Goku. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Goku, puzzled, replied, I'm just going to have a word with Monaka. Beerus coldly stated, absolutely not. Monaka cannot approach at this time. Why? Huh. But why is he just standing there? Goku sidestepped Beerus, fixing his gaze on Monaka. Ah, that's because Monaka has been unconscious ever since witnessing the Kamehameha. Whis whispered suddenly. Beerus panicked, quickly insisting, I told you it's not allowed. Goku narrowed his eyes, sensing something was amiss, yet unable to pinpoint the exact issue. As the truth threatened to surface, a brilliant idea struck Beerus, and he calmly declared, Monaka is currently undergoing mental unification. He cannot be disturbed at this time, or the repercussions would be dire. There was once a planet that was destroyed because of Monaka. Goku was taken aback. Is that true? Incredible! To think that a mere disagreement could lead to the destruction of a planet. Truly a formidable expert. Seizing the moment, Beerus added, thus, he cannot intervene right now. If disturbed, it would be exceedingly detrimental for him. Do you understand? He requires time. Reluctantly, Goku abandoned the idea of having Monaka step in and obediently returned to Vegeta's side. Seeing this, Beerus let out a sigh of relief. Ah, Lord Beerus, it seems you are quite anxious. Whis remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. Beerus, somewhat irked, retorted, you must not speak so carelessly, Whis. We nearly revealed everything. Whis smiled slightly. Who would have thought that as a god of destruction, Lord Beerus would resort to deception? Beerus, feeling slightly embarrassed yet maintaining his bravado, huffed, humph. If it means allowing Goku to grow stronger, sacrificing a little is of no concern. Whis. Hey, they are about to begin. Piccolo reminded them. Everyone turned their attention to the arena. At this moment, Luya gazed at Hit, a look of seriousness on his face. Though his opponent had depleted much of his strength, He remained formidable. It regarded Ruya with a calm expression, lost in thought. Suddenly, Ruya produced a Senza bean and tossed it to Hit. The crowd collectively gasped. What is that fool doing? Beerus's expression turned furious as he glared at Ruya, now thoroughly enraged. What does he intend to do? Krillin and the others were baffled. Fools. Both Piccolo and Vegeta were visibly displeased. Oh, ha. This guy Ruya truly has a flair reminiscent of my earlier days. Goku chuckled with surprise, feeling a surge of excitement at the prospect of witnessing Monaka in action. What is this? It asked, looking at Ruya. Ruya smiled. This is a Senza bean. It can restore your stamina in an instant, bringing you back to peak condition. Hit, puzzled, replied, why are you giving me this? If I return to my prime, your Universe 7 may stand no chance. Ruya smiled slightly. That is not necessarily true. I have confidence in my abilities. I am not a petty individual. Your stamina and strength are less than half of what they were. So I wish to battle you at your peak. Haha. Fool. Who would have thought there was such a simpleton among us? Kappa could not contain his glee. Addressing Beerus. Hey, Beerus, I shall not hold back in claiming your Earth. Damn it. Beerus was seething with anger, his face turning purple as he glared at Ruya with cold eyes. Listen, if you cannot win, I shall destroy you. Ruya glanced at Beerus, then smiled. I will do my utmost. Hit looked at him, a hint of a smile appearing. You are quite amusing, just like Son Goku. However, even if you do this, I will not show any mercy. Ruya confidently replied, bring it on. Hit glanced at Goku in the audience, and, without further hesitation, swallowed the Senza bean. In less than 2 seconds, Hit's condition returned to its peak. Looking at Ruya, Hit stated, you are also a Saiyan, so unleash your power, otherwise, you will not be my opponent. Ruya grinned mischievously. Prepare for a display of my skills. Boom. P.S. Dear friends. Brother. Oh no. I mean, sister has reached 100,000 words. I would like to extend my special thanks to several esteemed patrons, as well as to all friends for their generous support. It makes me feel quite flattered. I have been stockpiling content lately, and soon I shall unleash a wave of updates for your reading pleasure. I kindly request the support of all wealthy and beautiful individuals. More updates will come quickly with your generosity. Chapter 50, 18-fold Kaioken. Luya vs. Hit. Without the slightest hesitation, Luya transformed into a Super Saiyan. Almost immediately, he unleashed his energy once again, ascending to Super Saiyan 2. At this moment, his battle power soared to an astonishing 50 trillion. With the enhancement of his base form, Luya's battle power increased rapidly after transforming into a Super Saiyan. Luya gazed at Hit and remarked, I can still ascend to the 3rd stage of Super Saiyan, but that form is incredibly taxing on stamina. Therefore, I shall engage you in this form. Hit shook his head, not sufficient. At his current awakened potential, Hit's battle power under full exertion approached 100 trillion. Thus, even without utilizing his time skip, he could easily handle his opponent. Luya smiled slightly. I am well aware it is not enough, so... Oh. With that exclamation, Luya erupted with energy, and simultaneously, his strength surged. His battle power continued to climb. This posture, could it be? Hit's expression changed upon witnessing Luya's stance. Luya was utilizing the Kaioken. The spectators from Universe 7 were taken aback. How could this be? His Kaioken was even more formidable than Goku's. Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically. Was he truly destined to become the perennial 3rd? Oh, intriguing. Initially irritated, Beerus was now astonished by the scene, and his anger dissipated considerably. Haha. Luya's Kaioken indeed surpasses mine, and he can endure a greater multiplier than I can. It compensates for his inability to transform into Super Saiyan Blue. Goku smiled subtly. Having trained with Luya in the hyperbolic time chamber, he understood Luya's capabilities. How could this be? He can do it too. At this moment, Kappa and Beerus were both unsettled. Apart from Goku, there was someone else capable of achieving such a state. As Luya's energy intensified, Hit gradually became serious. Yet he refrained from interrupting Luya's energy buildup as a gesture of gratitude for the Senza beans. Simultaneously, Hit suddenly erupted with energy. A purple glow swirling like a raging dragon, his aura surging instantly. Oh, Luya's golden aura was now adorned with a crimson cloak, identical to Goku's. His power was escalating towards tens of billions. 7 times, 8 times, 9 times. The combined energy of the two caused the recently restored barrier to fracture, shattering in pieces. Reluctantly, Whis and Beerus had to exert divine power once more to reinforce the barrier. Luya's energy was by no means weaker than Goku's. Krillin remarked, somewhat anxiously. Goku, too, felt a weight upon him. It's quite remarkable that I can control the tenfold Kaioken, but Luyas surpasses me, even without transforming into Super Saiyan Blue. This indicates that he has mastered the Kaioken to an extraordinary level. However, I find it perplexing. The Kaioken is immensely taxing on stamina, yet he seems unaffected. In the hyperbolic time chamber, he had practiced the Kaioken with Luya, but Luya's stamina consumption was significantly lower than his own, even while he maintained Super Saiyan Blue. Given this momentum, there appears to be hope. Whis smiled slightly. Humph. Beerus scoffed haughtily. In the arena, Luya suddenly roared, 18-fold Kaioken. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, his energy surged. 100 trillion. Luya's power had now reached 100 trillion, rivaling Goku's 10-fold Kaioken in Super Saiyan Blue. In the hyperbolic time chamber, he had barely grasped the 18-fold Kaioken. His perfect endurance limit was 15-fold, and 18-fold was somewhat strenuous. However, it was necessary for him to contend with Hit. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, Hit had completed his energy explosion, his battle power exceeding 90 trillion. Yet, he was still slightly weaker than Luya. Hit regarded Luya with a puzzled expression and inquired, why? Based on Goku's previous use of the Kaioken, such a technique should be extremely exhausting. How can you, not in Super Saiyan Blue, wield even greater power than Goku? Luya smiled subtly. You must have heard the saying practice makes perfect. Hit fell silent. Luya's Kaioken, aided by the system, placed a comparatively lower burden on his body. Naturally, it was not without some strain. The more he utilized it, and the greater the multiplier, the more taxing it became. However, his situation was notably better than Goku's due to the system aid. Using the 18-fold Kaioken in Super Saiyan 2 form, he could likely sustain it for a few minutes. Nevertheless, the burden was still significant, though it would not result in the same after effects Goku experienced. With that thought, he turned to Hit. Allow me to experience your time skip's prowess. Hit assumed a stance and replied, your battle power may surpass mine, but under my time skip, you cannot hope to match me. Luya chuckled, who knows? Hit smiled faintly, interesting. I never anticipated that apart from Goku, there would be another such figure within Universe 7. Saiyans are indeed extraordinary beings. Luya grinned. Very well, let us battle. Hit's smile faded, his gaze sharpened. In the next moment, a white domain began to envelop him. Time prison. Luya bellowed in fury, unleashing his energy, and in the next instant, he struck out, his fists appearing as mere afterimages, relentlessly punching forward. To everyone's astonishment, with each punch he threw, a collision occurred. It had already launched an attack against him, yet Luya successfully blocked it. System. Activate the Ultimate Saiyan Talent. Luya thought to himself. Beep. Activating Ultimate Saiyan Talent. This provided Luya with an excellent opportunity for learning. Through the Ultimate Saiyan Talent, he could perceive his opponent's trajectory and continuously surpass himself through combat. Suddenly, Luya's pupils constricted, and in the next moment, he felt a punch land squarely in his abdomen. In that instant, the time skip vanished, and Hit was now standing right before Luya. How is this possible? Beerus gasped in disbelief, his eyes widening. Oh no. Goku and the others changed expressions, voicing their concerns. Excellent. Just like that. Kampa exclaimed excitedly. Hit approached Luya and calmly stated, my time skip is not so simple. Having battled Goku, I have already surpassed 1 second. Therefore, you cannot defeat me. Is that so? Suddenly, Luya raised his head slightly to gaze at Hit. What? Hit was taken aback, and before he could react, Luya's fist struck him squarely in the face, sending him reeling backward. Reversal moment. P.S. Haha. Does this not align with your expectations? Some have expressed anticipation for the emergence of Super Saiyan 4, but that moment has not yet arrived. I have elevated the concept of Super Saiyan 4 significantly, so it shall appear later. Stay tuned. Chapter 51. Astonishing. I anticipated your anticipation. Hit was countered. The scene left everyone utterly astounded. Luya, astonishingly, withstood Hit's punch. Truly remarkable. Goku's eyes sparkled with surprise, while Vegeta was also taken aback. Both he and Kakarot had first-hand experience with Hit's formidable strikes, and without a doubt, they had been overwhelmed by his attacks. Especially Vegeta, who had been knocked down by Hit's full-force blow. Yet Luya managed to endure this immense pain to counterattack, which undoubtedly left them in disbelief. In the arena, Hit wiped the bruises from his face and turned to Luya. You actually devised this strategy. Luya smirked. In our first encounter, I had no choice but to lure you in close. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had a chance. However, the cost of this strategy is rather steep. Clutching his abdomen, Luya felt a sharp pain and finally understood why Goku and Vegeta had been felled by such punches. For a weaker opponent, being struck once would be utterly devastating. Nevertheless, through this engagement with Hit, he gradually grasped the trajectory of Hit's attacks. If you can anticipate Goku's foresight, then as you predict my anticipation, I shall once again forecast your anticipation. In this manner, I can break through your time skip, Luya declared confidently. Hit smiled faintly. It sounds easy enough, but I fear you may not achieve it. I can and will. With the strongest talent, I shall continue to grow stronger. I will undoubtedly triumph over you. Luya shouted fiercely, and in the next moment, he unleashed his King Kai fist to its utmost potential. In an instant, Luya appeared behind Hit, delivering a powerful punch. Hit reacted quickly, activating his time skip. In that fleeting moment, a white time cage enveloped the arena, freezing Luya's attack. Yet just as Hit prepared to retaliate, Luya suddenly moved. How is this possible? Hit's expression changed as Luya seized his punch. Bang! Luya showed no mercy, delivering an all-out punch straight into Hit's abdomen. In that moment, an invisible force surged through Hit's body. Ugh! Hit immediately retched, the time cage faltered, and the time skip shattered. Hit! Kappa gasped, springing to his feet, drenched in cold sweat. It's a success. Goku, Beerus, and the others rejoiced. That guy has broken Hit's time skip. Incredible! Krillin exclaimed, sweating profusely. Though Goku had also disrupted Hit's time skip previously while using the King Kai fist. The disparity between the two situations was undeniable. Bang! Hit knelt, gasping for breath, attempting to alleviate the pain. He had always been the one to strike others. Yet now he found himself on the receiving end of such a blow. Was his time skip truly broken? Impossible. He had perfected time control to the level of 1 second. How could the opponent possibly overcome it? Luya regarded Hit and said, I anticipated your anticipation of my anticipation. For me, time skip has gradually lost its efficacy. Hit gritted his teeth and struggled to rise. Why? Why can I not withstand merely one of your punches? Luya replied coolly, your direct combat strength is not as formidable as you believe. Your greatest advantage lies in your time skip. However, I, wielding the 18-fold King Kai fist, possess greater strength than you. Bastard. Hit gritted his teeth and, with a roar, activated time skip once more. In the next moment, he unleashed a flurry of punches at Luya. Luya swiftly dodged. Although Hit's speed transcended time, he had discerned a hint of Hit's attack trajectory, coupled with his own advantages. Evasion was still within his grasp. Huh! Luya shouted fiercely and counterattacked, delivering a powerful punch that nullified Hit's strike, transcending time and nullifying his power. I told you, I can predict your predictions. Luya bellowed, swiftly executing a horizontal kick. Hit hastily raised his arm to block. Bang! In the next second, he was sent reeling backward. Luya had gained the upper hand. Hit looked at Luya and remarked, Goku, even in his blue form, cannot maintain this state for long. How is it that you remain unscathed? He realized that Luya adeptly controlled this state without any backlash. Luya smiled slightly, because I am strong. If Goku could also disregard the burdens of the King Kai fist, then Hit might have been defeated by him. Conversely, Luya could still endure the strain of the King Kai fist, significantly enhancing his chances of victory. Hit stared at Luya, assuming a battle stance. I underestimated you, but next, I will give it my all. Luya mirrored the stance. Bring it on. He had adapted to Hit's time skip. It was undeniable that the strongest Saiyan talent was astounding, which explained why Broly, possessing such talent, could easily overpower Goku and the others. Now, he was ready to rise. Boom. With a surge of energy, Luya took the initiative, instantly closing the distance to Hit. The amplification from the King Kai fist was remarkable. His speed had transcended time. Hit's face twisted in fury, and in the next moment, he vanished, evading Luya's strike. He activated time skip, but found himself unable to attack Luya within that fleeting second, as Luya presented no openings. Nowhere to escape. Luya roared, springing forward and landing a punch squarely on Hit's face. Hit cried out in pain, staggering backward, just as Goku appeared before him, unleashing a barrage of relentless punches, each strike hammering down like raindrops. The force was terrifying. As Hit was completely overwhelmed, Kappa began to panic, shouting, counterattack, counterattack. Hit, you cannot lose. The onlookers watched in awe. Who would have thought that the Saiyans could grow to such an extent? The Saiyans of Universe 7 are truly terrifying. Gabe remarked sincerely, then suddenly murmured, if she could be here, it would surely be exhilarating. Excellent. The tide of battle tilted in Luya's favor. Beerus, who had previously harbored concerns, now felt excitement. This young man's performance was, well, passably impressive. Gazing at Kampa's increasingly pale countenance, Beerus felt a wave of relief wash over him. Impossible, aside from Kakarot. How can there be someone who surpasses me by such a margin? I refuse to accept this. Vegeta's expression darkened. This was merely his inner turmoil. Kakarot surpassing him was already infuriating, but now there was another competitor. His long-standing title of third best was solidified. Chapter 52, Super Confrontation. The side effects emerge. With rhythmic precision, Luya rapidly struck Hit, momentarily suppressing him. Although Hit possessed the ability to move in a flash, he found himself hurriedly defending against Luya's relentless onslaught, only managing to block with his arms. Suddenly, Luya's expression hardened. He delivered a powerful kick, sending Hit staggering back. As Hit was pushed away, Luya unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, executing the prince's combat technique with fervor. Hit gritted his teeth, struggling to withstand the onslaught, his energy visibly waning. Woohoo! At this rate, Luya is bound to win, exclaimed Krillin, his excitement palpable. Humph! Now's the time to defeat him, Lord Beerus declared, his demeanor invigorated. Boom! 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 After launching an unrelenting stream of energy blasts, Luya suddenly brought his hands to his waist. Came. Haim. Ha! In an instant, a tremendous surge of energy coalesced in his palms. It seized a moment to catch his breath, and with a furious roar, he unleashed his own energy. Enveloping himself in a radiant purple glow, he too began to gather energy, compressing the purple orb in his palm. Both fighters experienced a dramatic surge in power at that moment. Witnessing this, Whis and Beerus recognized that they were about to unleash their ultimate techniques, prompting them to utilize divine power to maintain the barrier. Luya, unreserved in his intent, aimed to conclude the battle with a fully powered Kamehameha. It was no slouch either. His energy had reached its zenith. At this moment, he too held nothing back. Wave! Luya bellowed, and the next instant, he released his Kamehameha. A full power blast of immense magnitude. It did not falter. He fired the purple energy orb in his hand directly at Luya. Understanding that Luya's Kamehameha was overwhelmingly powerful and expansive, he knew he couldn't escape even with his flash ability, so he braced for a head-on clash. Boom! The purple energy orb collided with Luya's Kamehameha, initially holding its ground, but soon being pushed back. Aya! Luya roared with all his might, channeling tremendous energy into the Kamehameha, intensifying its power. Aya! Hit, though at a disadvantage, refused to concede. He exerted every ounce of strength, his purple aura flickering as though it might dissipate at any moment. The overwhelming energy radiated outward, and despite the barrier's presence, it struggled to contain the clash of powers. Suddenly, cracks began to form in the barrier. The two angels realized that merely patching the situation would not suffice. They abandoned their efforts to maintain the barrier and swiftly returned to their respective sides, activating protective shields. Without the angels' divine energy sustaining it, the barrier shattered under the colossal forces. The immense energy washed over the spectators, who were fortunate to be shielded by the angels' barriers. Otherwise, they would have been in peril from such overwhelming force. What incredible power! It surpasses my own, Goku observed gravely. Although he could match Luya's fighting capacity through his tenfold Kaioken, the strain on his stamina prevented him from wielding its full potential. In contrast, Luya's proficiency far exceeded his own. Such a battle was indeed a rare spectacle. Beerus was equally astounded, never anticipating that a Saiyan could reach such heights. No, it was more astonishing that a mere Kai could devise such techniques. He marveled at the development. However, observing Goku's condition, Beerus glanced at Monaka, realizing he might have overstepped. Perhaps Goku's objective did not require Monaka's involvement. In the arena, an explosive clash was inevitable, scattering even the referee to an unknown corner. Once the smoke cleared, the scene was utterly chaotic. The arena lay in ruins, and aside from the spectators on either side, everything else was obliterated. Strangely, despite enduring such immense force, the small planet remained intact, a surprising fact indeed. Perhaps it was due to the nature of their confrontation, which had not penetrated the planet's core. Suddenly, a figure collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, his aura significantly weakened. Hit. Facing Luya's full power output, he found it exceedingly arduous to withstand, nearly overwhelmed. Internally, he wrestled with confusion. He had hoped to leverage this encounter to enhance his own abilities, similar to his previous clash with Goku, yet this time he had faltered. Why? He could not comprehend. He felt he should have been capable of awakening his inner potential, yet this time he had failed. Had he completely exhausted his potential? He was left perplexed. Across from him, Luya too felt the toll of the battle. He was weary, his chest heaving as he grappled with the immense energy expenditure. The side effects of the Kaioken manifested, with muscle spasms beginning to take hold. Beep. Host has used the Kaioken transition. Side effects 10. The system chimed in. Confirming his predicament, Luya offered a wry smile. It seemed he had truly pushed himself this time. If he did not find a way to bolster his strength soon, employing the 18-fold Kaioken would prove exceedingly difficult. Looking at Hit, Luya took a deep breath and declared, Hit, it's time to determine the victor. Hit rose, taking several seconds to steady his breathing before meeting Luya's gaze. You are indeed formidable. I am no match for you. However, I shall not concede easily. Having been an assassin for many years, he had never tasted defeat. Even Goku had never truly bested him. Now, facing this powerful opponent, he found himself engulfed in a sense of helplessness. As the 6th universe's premier assassin, he held a pride of his own. Hit unleashed a final surge of energy, channeling every last bit of strength, and in the next moment, he hurled a fist toward Luya from a distance, simultaneously employing his flash ability. An intangible yet palpable fist surged forward. This was his all-or-nothing gambit. The speed was breathtaking. Luya gritted his teeth, crossing his arms in defense. Boom. The colossal sound of their collision resonated, and even Luya found himself sliding back across the ground. As he halted, smoke billowed from the point of impact, a testament to the ferocity of Hit's strike. In that instant, Hit, utilizing his flash ability, appeared directly before Luya. Chapter 53, The Final Victory. The 7th universe prevails as Luya braced himself against Hit's powerful punch. The latter was already upon him. A fierce blow came crashing down. Luya swiftly grasped Hit's fist with one hand while launching a counterattack with the other. With a resounding thud, Hit staggered back 2 steps, simultaneously gathering a sphere of energy in his hand, which he hurled toward Luya with great force. Luya, quick on his feet, leapt into the air, narrowly evading the energy blast. Boom. In the aftermath of the explosion, Luya concentrated radiant energy in both hands before merging them, shouting in fury as he unleashed a devastating energy wave. Hit extended both hands to defend, yet his form continued to slide backward. Boom. Swish, swish, swish. Seizing the opportunity, Luya unleashed his remaining strength, desperately maintaining the augmentation of the Kaioken while amplifying his output. At this moment, it was nearly spent. Trembling under the immense energy Luya was exerting, sliding backward uncontrollably. Haim, Luya suddenly called out, channeling all his energy into a single, powerful strike. He aimed to demonstrate that the legends surrounding the inability to match the Sun family in combat were not merely folklore. He, Luya, would also etch his name into history. No, it cannot be. Kappa could no longer remain composed, springing to his feet, drenched in cold sweat. If Hit were to lose, they would have no further competitors. Now was the time to defeat Hit. Beerus, casting aside his demeanor as a destroyer, shouted in exhilaration. With a mighty roar, Luya unleashed the full force of his energy wave, its strength doubling. Under such an overwhelming assault, Hit could no longer withstand it. The arena behind him crumbling into dust. He was propelled hundreds of meters away by the force of the energy wave. Boom. A massive explosion erupted, accompanied by a mushroom cloud. Victory. The onlookers from the 7th universe erupted in joy at the sight. Beerus wore a grin that betrayed his inner elation. Nothing could compare to the joy of triumphing over Kappa. Incredible! Even without transforming into Super Saiyan Blue, Luya managed to defeat Hit. His martial prowess surpassed our own. Goku marveled at Luya's capabilities. However, Vegeta's expression darkened. Compared to his own defeat at the hands of Hit, while in Super Saiyan Blue, Luya had triumphed over Hit in his peak form, a disparity that left him unsettled. No, it cannot be. How could Hit possibly lose? I refuse to believe it. How can the Saiyans be this formidable? Kappa raked his hands through his hair in frustration. Initially, he believed Goku to be the trump card of the 7th universe, securing victory for them, but now there was this unexpected powerhouse. What manner of warriors are the Saiyans of the 7th universe? At that moment, Luya hovered in the air, gasping for breath. As the previous attack had nearly drained his energy, suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. In an instant, a shadowy figure appeared before Luya, launching a rapid punch. Oh no! Luya gasped, but he was too exhausted to defend himself. Bang! Luya was sent reeling, his body curling up like a shrimp. How could this be? Beerus and the others watched in shock as Hit, the one who struck, seemed unharmed. Incredible! Hit, Compa was elated, astonished that they had returned to a position of power. Hit gazed at Luya and remarked, "You are impressive, but I too shall grow stronger." At the precipice of being knocked out of the ring, Hit summoned a vast amount of energy to execute his time skip technique, narrowly escaping the energy wave. Luya gritted his teeth, realizing his opponent could still evade. This was beyond anything he had anticipated. Enduring the pain, Luya roared in fury, and in the next moment, he seized Hit's fist. What? Hit was taken aback, not expecting Luya to fight back. With a powerful flick, Luya hurled Hit away. Simultaneously, he concentrated energy into a sphere and flung it, sending Hit soaring into the air. Hit forcibly halted his ascent, aware that Luya was exhausting his own body, yet it was clearly effective. Without hesitation, Hit thrust his hands towards Luya, unleashing a terrifying energy wave. Luya let out a heart-wrenching scream, drawing on his last reserves of strength as he ascended into the sky. Dragon. Fist. Swish. In the next moment, Luya enveloped himself in golden light, diving into Hit's energy wave like a fish, disregarding the attack as he charged towards Hit. No. It cannot be. Even Hit found this hard to believe. But it was too late. Explosion. Luya roared as he collided with Hit's abdomen. Ugh. Feeling the explosive force within, Hit's expression shifted dramatically. Boom. With a thunderous crash, Hit cried out in agony as a blinding golden light erupted from behind him, transforming into the ethereal image of a five-clawed golden dragon that slowly dissipated, revealing Luya's form. Hit's body bore a gaping wound, trembling in disbelief at the sheer power that had pierced through his formidable physique. "I'm finished." Whis. On the spectator's platform, Goku snapped back to reality and exclaimed. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Whis instantly appeared before Hit, enveloping him with angelic energy to slow the loss of his vitality. At this moment, everyone was left in shock. Luya had nearly killed Hit. Goku then approached Hit, administering a Senzu Bean. Gradually, Hit's condition improved. Meanwhile, Luya's form began to plummet, utterly drained. But Goku quickly appeared before him, offering a Senzu Bean as well. Luya regained his strength, taking a deep breath. "Thank you." Goku chuckled. "You really pushed yourself." Nearly killing Hit. "By the way, what technique was that you used?" Luya smiled faintly. "I'll tell you later." Beep. Host has exceeded the limit of the 18-fold Kaioken. Side effect 5. Please take caution. Beep. Congratulations, host. Task completed. Defeated Hit. Rewards being distributed. Reward. Battle power 1 billion points. Reward. Hit skill. Time skip. Current time control. 0. 1 seconds. Reward. Host's 18-fold Kaioken side effect -5. Current side effect. 10. Note. If the side effect reaches 100, the Kaioken will automatically seal the host, preventing use. If it reaches 50, the host's battle power will only be 80 when using multiple Kaioken forms, and so forth until the side effect reaches 100. Additionally, the host can offset side effect points through tasks, further details to be determined. Beep. Due to the host's assistance in securing victory for the 7th universe, additional rewards are granted. Reward. Battle power 300 million points. Reward. Saiyan energy from Goku and Vegeta. System task triggered. Task content. Collect the power of 5 Saiyans. Transform into Super Saiyan God. Current progress. 2-5. Swish. Luya inhaled deeply, landing on the ground. However, upon hearing the system's announcement, he paused. Super Saiyan God? The one with the red hair? Regarding the Super Saiyan God, Luya has a vague recollection of the transformation, which is achieved by the fusion of the powers of 5 Saiyans into one. Can he also attain this? Now that he possesses the energies of Goku and Vegeta, he only needs the powers of Gohan, Trunks, and Goten to complete the transformation. After pondering this, Luya decided to set it aside and felt a surge of excitement. He had indeed acquired Hit's time skip. Although it is merely a control of 0.1 seconds, it is still incredibly impressive. The time skip can indeed overwhelm the Super Saiyan Blue. However, he understands that after this lesson, Goku and Vegeta will focus their training accordingly, rendering ordinary time skips ineffective against them. Thus, he must become even more formidable. While he did not receive the reward for transforming into Super Saiyan Blue, this achievement is still quite commendable. As for Super Saiyan Blue, he will first transform into Super Saiyan God and take it one step at a time. Returning to the present, he noticed the cheers of the crowd and glanced into the distance. At this moment, it had recovered, though his condition was not favorable. Upon catching Luya's gaze, they exchanged looks. After a few seconds, Hit slightly closed his eyes and appeared on the shattered arena, declaring, "I have lost." Luya smiled gently. "You are strong. Hit glanced at Lua and replied, "You are also formidable. Next time, I will grow even stronger, and I hope to battle you again." Lua's lips curled into a smile, of course. Hit, contemplating something, turned to Goku and said, "This experience has been invaluable. It is an honor to encounter you all. And because of this, I have surpassed my limits." He is aware of his immense potential, but he could not unlock it alone due to the lack of worthy opponents. The battle with Goku and Lua had placed tremendous pressure on him, thus enabling him to break through his own limits. Lua reflected on how prideful Hit was to express such sentiments. Hit nodded at him, choosing not to elaborate further, and in a flash, he arrived at the audience section of Universe 6. The referee emerged from somewhere, looking disheveled, and announced, "I declare that in this match between Universe 6 and Universe 7, Universe 7 is victorious." Cheers erupted from Krillin and the others. Meanwhile, Kappa's expression darkened, resembling a storm that had just arrived. P.S. If I were to disappear one day, would you miss me? Chapter 54. The conclusion of the tournament. The pinnacle of the universe. The arrival of the Omni King. A wisp of divine aura arose from beneath, while Kappa's expression turned unusually frigid. The performances of Hit and the others filled him with profound embarrassment. In other words, as Kappa, he could not accept defeat. "You worthless fools, how could you possibly lose to the 7th universe? This is utterly disappointing," Kappa declared darkly. He felt a pang of regret, for had the rule against killing not been revoked, victory would have been theirs. Hit landed on the ground and then gazed at Kappa, saying, "I no longer desire the cube, let me return." "Ha, ha, ha. It's not that simple. You have brought me immense shame. Since that is the case, you are no longer necessary." Kappa suddenly conjured a destructive sphere, raising his hand aimed at Hit. The expressions of the golden bears shifted dramatically as they quickly stood, bracing for Kappa's wrath, knowing they might face annihilation together. Hit stared at Kappa, his face impassive, but his eyes turned cold. "Is that so?" Meanwhile, Goku could no longer bear to watch, clenching his fists, prepared to intervene. At that moment, Beerus appeared before Goku, his back turned, speaking indifferently, "Undoubtedly, you have performed admirably. But in this matter, you are no longer qualified to interfere. When a god of destruction acts, mortals must refrain from meddling. The consequences are yours to bear." But Goku's brow furrowed tightly. Hit was a martial artist he had painstakingly befriended, and their personalities were quite compatible. If they had the chance to bond, they could become true friends, and he did not wish to see him killed. Furthermore, he found Beerus's actions utterly displeasing. Hit and his comrades had fought valiantly for the 6th universe until the end, and now, upon losing, they were to be discarded like mere pawns. Such behavior was unbecoming of a deity. Beerus turned to Goku and reiterated, "I will say it once more, do not meddle." Sensing Beerus's rising anger, Goku fell silent, yet his fist remained clenched. Below, Lua observed the unfolding situation, then glanced in a particular direction, pausing as if he had spotted something extraordinary. He quickly averted his gaze, feigning ignorance. Meanwhile, the destructive sphere in Kappa's hand solidified, and he disdainfully declared, "You are nothing but pawns. Especially you, Hit. You have repeatedly defied my orders. Now that you hold no value, it is time for annihilation." Hit gritted his teeth, watching Kappa, his heels slightly retreating, preparing for a fierce battle. "Lord Kappa." At that moment, Vados suddenly spoke. Kappa, in a fit of rage, ignored her, continuing his tirade. "You have all brought me disgrace. Since that is the case, I shall destroy you all. Come forth. Use whatever techniques you wish. Super Saiyan or instant transmission. Let us see if I can obliterate you." "Lord Kappa." Vados' voice rang out again. "What? Do not bother me." Kappa glared irritably at Vados. She pointed toward a specific direction, prompting Kappa to look, and suddenly his eyes widened in shock, letting out a scream akin to a slaughtered pig, his entire body trembling as even the destructive sphere extinguished in that moment. Beerus, still preoccupied with stopping Goku and fearing he might cause trouble, was suddenly interrupted by Whis' soft voice. "Lord Beerus, look over there." "Over there? What is it?" Beerus paused. Curiosity piqued, and when he glanced, his reaction mirrored Kappa's, filled with astonishment. The Supreme Kai, watching from the stands, also noticed, and instantly, the Elder Supreme Kai was so frightened that his soul almost left his body. There, standing not far away, were 3 figures, 2 of whom bore an uncanny resemblance to each other, appearing like shrunken Teletubbies, their expressions emotionless. The third was an exceptionally diminutive child, clad in a purple and red robe, with 2 inverted characters adorning the front of his attire, his head resembling an egg, with 3 vertical lines dividing 2 colors, purple on the sides and blue in the center. Who is that child? He looks so infuriating. A Supreme Kai in the audience whispered to the Elder Supreme Kai. The Elder Supreme Kai stiffened, then struck the Supreme Kai's head with a resounding slap. 8, 8, 8. You fool! Silence! That is the Omni King. The esteemed Omni King, a deity even above the gods of destruction. He admonished. Wow, what? The Supreme Kai's face turned ashen, to the point he contemplated severing his own tongue. This cannot be. Who is that? Beerus stammered, his body instinctively trembling. In no way. That figure is. Kampa also appeared taken aback, flustered beyond measure. In the next moment, both gods of destruction exclaimed, It is the Omni King. He looks like a child. Vegeta crossed his arms, perplexed. Who is he? Piccolo inquired. Beerus, gravely serious, responded, The Omni King, he reigns over the 12 universes. No, he is a god. The supreme god. The man at the pinnacle of all deities. What? Vegeta and Piccolo's expressions shifted dramatically. The crowd's faces mirrored the shock. The Omni King. By the way, Lord Beerus. Standing at such a height, while observing the Omni King seems inappropriate, does it not? Whis remarked slowly. What? What are you saying? Cold sweat poured down Beerus's face. In the next instant, Beerus and Kampa found themselves directly before the child, bowing at a 90-degree angle, exhibiting textbook-level obedience, akin to well-behaved schoolchildren. Welcome, esteemed Omni King. The Omni King's expression remained unchanged, exuding an innocent demeanor, his voice as childlike as ever. Whis and Vados also appeared behind the two gods of destruction. It has been a while, esteemed Omni King. Whis greeted. The Omni King replied. I hope you have been well. Esteemed Omni King. Vados continued. The Omni King acknowledged, offering no further words. At this moment, the Supreme Kai of the 6th universe and the Supreme Kai of the 7th universe flew over, without a hint of hesitation, kneeling immediately. The esteemed Omni King. The Elder Supreme Kai trembled as he spoke. The Omni King nodded slightly. Beerus ventured, Might I ask, esteemed Omni King, why have you come this time? The Omni King replied, I have come because you are holding a tournament here, and I am here to remind you. Yes. Beerus and Kampa promptly responded. The Omni King smiled. As gods of destruction, you must not become complacent. Yes. Beerus and Kampa hastily affirmed. Wait, esteemed Omni King. I must report that Lord Beerus has been shirking his duties, spending his time napping and indulging in delicacies. Was suddenly interjected. Upon hearing this, sweat cascaded down Beerus's face like a waterfall. Internally, he seethed. You wait, Whis. You speak as if you have never enjoyed fine cuisine yourself. I too have a complaint. Lord Kampa neglects his health, indulging in excessive feasting, which has resulted in his current figure. I have advised him, but he refuses to listen. Boo-hoo-hoo. Vados suddenly chimed in. Kampa's mind raced with 1,000 curses. He was in utter disarray. He had nearly forgotten that the angel's duty was to oversee the gods of destruction. Upon hearing the words of the two angels, the Omni King fell into contemplation, before stating, Then let us replace one of the gods of destruction. Alas! Upon hearing this, Beerus and Kampa were seized with utmost panic, coupled with an overwhelming sense of dread. It is over. Their fate is sealed. Chapter 55. The Agreement. A conclusion at this moment, the Omni King spoke. I was merely jesting. A sigh of relief escaped the lips of the two brothers simultaneously. You nearly scared the life out of me. Suddenly, the Omni King continued. Yes. The two destroyers promptly responded, devoid of their usual arrogance, filled instead with profound respect and trepidation. The Omni King smiled. I watched your match between the two universes. It was quite entertaining. Thank you for your kind words, Your Majesty. The two destroyers echoed in unison. Therefore, I am contemplating gathering the most skilled warriors from all universes for another match. The Omni King declared, his tone laced with anticipation. Really? An excited voice interjected. The gods were taken aback and turned to see Goku approaching. Is it true? All the strongest warriors from every universe will come? Let us fight. Let us fight. As Goku moved closer to the Omni King, the two destroyers were momentarily stunned, realizing the gravity of the situation, but it was too late for them to react. Suddenly, two guards flanked the Omni King and blocked Goku's path, as if to imply that any further approach would result in his utter annihilation. Goku was taken aback, perplexed. Is it wrong for me to want to speak with him? The guards shook their heads in refusal. Goku pleaded, Please. Just let me say a few words to Your Majesty. The guards remained resolute, exhibiting signs of readiness to act. Fool. You must behave yourself. How could such a lowly mortal dare approach someone as exalted as the Omni King? Beerus scolded. Everything is fine. The Omni King interjected suddenly. What? Beerus, Kampa, and the other gods were astonished. The Omni King stepped forward to Goku and remarked, You performed splendidly. Goku grinned. Thank you. Then let's have a match. A competition between universes soon. The Omni King looked at Goku and smiled. Goku exclaimed, Great. It's a promise. He extended a hand of friendship toward the Omni King. Beerus and Kampa watched this exchange with fluctuating emotions, akin to a roller coaster, their hearts racing with fear. Even Beerus wished to bury Goku for his insolence. Just as everyone assumed Goku had offended the Omni King, the latter hesitated for a moment before grasping Goku's hand. Haha. Goku laughed joyfully, shaking the Omni King's hand, lifting his small frame off the ground. Beerus and Kampa tensed up, their mouths agape in disbelief. Goku, you are being exceedingly disrespectful, Beerus exclaimed angrily. It's all right. The Omni King showed no signs of displeasure, but looked toward Goku and said, You are quite amusing. Haha, you are amusing too. Goku complimented. Well, I must take my leave. The Omni King nodded. Until we meet again. Goku waved. Indeed. Thank you for your efforts, Your Majesty. The Omni King walked between the two guards, who transformed into a flash of light and vanished into the depths of the universe. Once the Omni King departed, the oppressive atmosphere dissipated, and Beerus and Kampa breathed sighs of relief as if they had narrowly escaped death. Suddenly, Beerus rushed to Goku, seizing him by the collar. Hey, you little brat. How dare you show such disrespect to the Omni King? Goku blinked. Was it really that bad? Was it that bad? If the Omni King were to take offense, not only would everyone present perish, but entire universes could vanish. Kampa retorted angrily. Goku raised an eyebrow. I don't see him as that type. But Kampa glared at Goku through gritted teeth. Hey, is Goku always like this? Kabo inquired, leaning toward Vegeta. Vegeta frowned, then replied, that guy is just insufferable. Everyone remained silent. Luya gazed in the direction where the Omni King had disappeared, lost in thought. Internally, he was astonished. Just moments ago, he had attempted to gauge the Omni King's power with the system, but it was beyond detection. What does this imply? It signifies that the Omni King's strength surpassed the system's capabilities. How incredible is that? At this moment, Beerus, feeling somewhat dejected, remarked, Sigh. Even if we win the match, the joy is diminished. Indeed, Kampa quickly agreed. This was merely a warm-up. The real competition will commence when the Omni King organizes a match. So losing isn't a big deal. Seizing the opportunity to excuse himself. However, Beerus was unwilling to let him off the hook, snorting disdainfully. Regardless, a loss is a loss. And you must honor your promise to relinquish the Super Dragon Balls. Kampa gritted his teeth and replied defiantly, Rest assured, I don't need your reminder. The Dragon Balls will be considered a reward for you. However, we still lack the final one, which you won't find easily. You need not trouble yourself with that. Beerus scoffed. Kampa, infuriated, snapped, Let us go. He then turned to Hit and the others. You all should leave too. If you fail to attend the next match organized by the Omni King, you shall face dire consequences. Kaba and the others exchanged glances, relieved that they were not to be killed. Kaba approached Vegeta. Master, you must come to our planet next time. Vegeta paused, then responded haughtily. I don't recall ever becoming your master. Understood. Master, Kaba replied, undeterred by Vegeta's arrogance. Meanwhile, hey, Hit. Goku approached Hit. Shall we have another match next time? Hit glanced at Goku, then at Luya in the distance, slightly closing his eyes. I will be in seclusion for a while. I have no interest. With that, he turned to leave. Then let us schedule it for next time. Bye. Goku beamed as he watched them depart. Chapter 56. The Plan of Luya. Goten's Master? As the individuals from the 6th universe departed, a relaxed atmosphere returned to the arena. Bu, you're awake, exclaimed Satan, joyfully circling around Bu. Indeed, that nap was incredibly comfortable. It's a pity I couldn't assist Mr. Satan in securing victory in the competition. Bu replied with a smile. No worries. We've already won. Satan reassured him, nodding in agreement. At that moment, Monaka approached. Upon seeing him, Satan's heart raced. He had heard from Lord Beerus that this man was an exceptionally formidable fighter, even stronger than Goku. If he could persuade, invite him to join his side, wouldn't that be splendid? The world champion status would be assured. The more Satan contemplated, the more feasible it seemed. He eagerly grasped Monaka's arm and put on a warm, inviting smile. You're Monaka, right? I'm Satan. the strongest man on Earth. Monaka found it peculiar that someone would stop him. Acknowledging Satan's claim and recalling Goku's performance as a fellow Earthling, he nodded slightly. Yes, I am Monaka. Satan gathered his thoughts and continued, I would like to formally invite you to be my spokesperson. Would you be interested? Monaka paused, then quickly declined. Shaking his head, no thanks, I have my own job. Satan, still undeterred, pressed on, but being my spokesperson comes with a nice salary. At this, Monaka's eyes flickered. But he shook his head once more, I'm not in need of money at the moment. Just then, Goku dashed over, excitement radiating from him. Hey, Monaka, there you are? Let us have a match. I didn't TC you in the tournament, and I'm curious about your strength. We must battle. Upon seeing Goku, Monaka was reminded of the earlier incident when Goku unleashed his power, causing his face to turn pale as he struggled to break free. However, Goku held on tightly, insisting on a duel. Meanwhile, Beerus noticed the commotion and his expression changed dramatically. He instantly appeared behind Goku and slapped him. Ouch. That hurts. Why do you keep hitting me, Lord Beerus? Goku complained, visibly irritated. Beerus, exasperated, scolded him, Fool. Did I not say you should not approach Monaka? His shout drew everyone's attention, and those in the know reacted with alarm, rushing over to witness the scene. Goku, feeling frustrated, protested, but I want to spar with Monaka. Beerus began to sweat nervously, his composure faltering. Goku turned to Monaka, grinning. Hey Monaka, be my opponent. Monaka, ignoring him, was drenched in cold sweat, paralyzed by fear. No, absolutely not. Beerus interjected firmly. Why not? Goku asked, perplexed. After pondering briefly, Beerus fabricated a reason. Monaka has yet to achieve mental unity. The arrival of Lord Zeno interrupted his training, so he is not in peak condition. Surely, you wouldn't want to fight him under such circumstances? As he concluded, Beerus felt increasingly justified in his deception, standing tall, as if his lie were the truth. The adage suggests that to prevent a lie from being exposed, one must cover it with another lie. This was precisely Beerus's sentiment. Goku contemplated for a moment before nodding. That makes a bit of sense. Right? Right? Beerus seized the opportunity to affirm. The onlookers were left speechless. Goku truly was a simple-minded individual. Even Luya, who was well acquainted with Goku's character, couldn't suppress a smile. However, Lord Beerus, when can I battle Monaka? Goku inquired, his expression tinged with disappointment. Well, Beerus deliberated. Fearing Goku would persist in pursuing Monaka, he finally said, How about this? Once Monaka is ready, I will arrange a match between the two of you. But until then, you must not pursue him. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Goku beamed with satisfaction. Great. I'll await Lord Beerus's message, haha. Beerus sighed in relief. Dealing with Goku often required abandoning his divine demeanor. Well, Lord Beerus, you seem increasingly less like a god of destruction lately, showing such emotional fluctuations. Whis remarked quietly. Beerus scoffed. What choice do I have? This child is too troublesome. Whis cautiously inquired. So, when do you plan to arrange their duel? Beerus's face stiffened momentarily before he quickly recovered, replying, We shall discuss that another time. At that moment, Luya approached and addressed Goku. Goku, may I trouble you with a request? Goku was taken aback, but smiled. Oh, speak freely. After all, you are a benefactor to our Earth. Without you, we might have had to evacuate. The others chuckled in agreement. They shared the sentiment. If Goku had lost, victory would have been nearly impossible without Luya's timely intervention. Luya smiled slightly before saying, The thing is, I have no place to go. Would you allow me to become your son Goten's teacher? I wish to guide him in his training. What? The statement surprised not only Goku, but everyone else, as they did not understand Luya's reasoning. Goku queried, Why do you want that, Luya? With a gentle smile, Luya replied, I consider myself a friend to you now, right? To be honest, I need to integrate into your community. Otherwise, I feel quite insignificant. Moreover, I wish to challenge you while mentoring Goten. Goku's eyes lit up at that prospect. It was an excellent idea. Setting aside Luya's initial reasoning, the prospect of sparring was incredibly enticing. Luya's strength was undeniable, and frequent matches with him would yield significant benefits for Goku. No way. I cannot agree to this. At that moment, Chi-Chi burst forth from the crowd. Roaring like a mother tiger, I disagree. Goten must focus on his studies. What need is there for martial arts? Isn't having you as a father enough? Goku chuckled awkwardly. Chi-Chi, Silence. Regardless of what you say, I will not agree. Chi-Chi declared vehemently. Goku. Luya. Everyone. Chapter 57. The search for the seventh Super Dragon Ball, witnessing a man capable of unleashing the Kaioken tenfold bowing before a woman elicited suppressed laughter from the onlookers. Piccolo, observing the scene, felt an inexplicable twitch at the corner of his mouth and instinctively took a few steps back, wary of the impending chaos. Humph, Kakarot. You too have your moments. Vegeta, relishing the situation, turned to Luya and said, Hey, come over to my side. My son Trunks is far more gifted than Goten, and I could allow you to be his mentor. Luya raised an eyebrow, then fell into contemplation. His request stemmed from a desire to harness the unique energies of both Goten and Trunks, enabling him to amalgamate the powers of 5 Saiyans and transform into a Super Saiyan god. Although Vegeta's demeanor irked him slightly, he remained indifferent, as long as he could acquire the energy he sought. With that thought, Luya was about to nod in agreement. At that moment, Bulma stepped forward, visibly annoyed. Hey, Vegeta. Trunks is my son. Could you at least consider my opinion? Vegeta's lips twitched slightly before he replied coldly, What? Do you have any objections? With her arms crossed, Bulma retorted, Humph. I've decided to groom Trunks as my company's successor. Vegeta staggered, incredulous. What? That sort of thing should be your concern. We, the proud Saiyans, are warriors. How could we stoop to managing such trivialities? Chi-Chi interjected with a scoff. What's wrong with that? My Gohan is studying hard to become a scholar. Goku and Vegeta exchanged bewildered glances, realizing that even at such elevated levels of training, these two women still had their vulnerabilities. A faint smile crept onto Beerus's face as he observed the spectacle, appearing to enjoy the show. Indeed, they are no ordinary opponents. After all, they have faced Lord Beerus. Whis chimed in with a teasing remark. Beerus bristled at the mention of past events. Hey, Whis, let's not dwell on ancient history. Whis chuckled behind his hand. I refuse to let Trunks languish in your company. Vegeta protested vehemently. What? Is it better for him to follow you two into battles all day? Besides, with you and Goku this strong, we can rest easy knowing the Earth is safe, Bulma replied nonchalantly. Humph. Protecting the Earth is Kakarot's responsibility. What does it have to do with me? Vegeta sulked. Goku added, I have no interest in safeguarding the Earth. I just want to battle formidable opponents to better myself. Besides, isn't Krillin looking after the Earth? Krillin? Seriously? Relying on him? I'm afraid he wouldn't even have time to call for help before being taken down. Suit yourself, but that boy must train with me in the future. If you cause any trouble, don't blame me for being rude. Vegeta retorted. What can you do that would be rude? Bulma replied smugly, having him firmly in her grasp. Well, if that's the case, then I can't do anything for now. I apologize, Luya, Goku said, glancing at Luya. Luya shook his head. It's quite all right. He sighed inwardly, realizing that even these two proud Saiyans had their kryptonite. Have you all finished your chatter? It's time to focus on the matter at hand. Beerus suddenly interjected. The group turned their attention to him. Beerus continued. Now that we have obtained 6 Dragon Balls from Universe 6, we are only one short. We must gather all 7 to summon the Eternal Dragon. Excitement surged among the group as they instinctively gazed at the Golden Dragon Ball, which was comparable in size to a small asteroid. The sight was breathtaking, a spectacle that never ceased to amaze. By the way, where could the 7th Dragon Ball be? Goku inquired, puzzled. Beerus pondered for a moment before addressing Bulma. Hey, Bulma. Can you bring out your Dragon Ball radar? Bulma paused, then quickly responded, Sure. She produced a capsule and pressed it, causing a device larger than the standard Dragon Ball radar to materialize in her hands. The group gathered around her curiously. Let me see, Bulma murmured. Activating the radar. Beep, beep, beep. As the yellow dots on the radar expanded, Bulma suddenly exclaimed, What? How is this possible? What is it? Beerus rushed over. Bulma, somewhat embarrassed, replied, It seems the radar might be broken. What? Fool. Let me take a look, Beerus exclaimed, snatching the radar from Bulma. However, upon seeing the display, he was taken aback. What does this mean? Lord Beerus, what happened? Whis inquired from behind him. Beerus pointed at the radar. It's strange. There are clearly only 6 Dragon Balls here, yet the radar indicates 7. At this, everyone was momentarily stunned, including Luya, who glanced at Monaka and then down at the ground, a smile playing on his lips. Indeed, how could this be? Whis began to ponder deeply. Just then, Monaka approached Whis and tugged at his sleeve. Oh, what is it? Whis looked at Monaka with curiosity. Monaka glanced at the Dragon Ball radar, gestured, and said, I often study cosmic maps. Generally, this needs to be viewed from a 3-dimensional perspective. A 3-dimensional perspective? Whis blinked, confirming. Monaka nodded affirmatively. After a moment of contemplation, Whis' eyes lit up. I understand now. What? Whis, what have you figured out? Beerus questioned, confused. The others were equally puzzled. Whis chuckled. I have discovered the whereabouts of the 7th Dragon Ball. What? Really? Beerus asked eagerly. What is it? Piccolo inquired. The very asteroid we stand upon is the 7th Dragon Ball. That is why the radar shows 7. Luya suddenly announced. Ah. The group gasped in surprise and quickly glanced at their feet. Indeed, this is a 3-dimensional spatial structure. Whis smiled slightly, looking at them. Everyone, hurry onto the block. At that moment, a massive cube appeared in the arena. P.S. Haha. Actually, when I mentioned I might disappear, it was not what you imagined. I'm still here. And updates won't cease. These past few days watching the Olympics has been exhilarating. Seeing our country put in such effort fills me with pride. More so than receiving recognition from readers. I can only say, China is amazing. Additionally, if I maintain a regular update schedule of 5 chapters a day, would you generously shower me with gifts? Author, woo-woo. I stay up late and rise early, all to tirelessly write. Kitty fatigue has become routine. Will I ever receive recognition in my lifetime? Readers, of course you will. Here, let us award the author with a badge of recognition. I casually seek your support. Shower me with gifts. I promise I won't retaliate. To my fellow students, especially the younger ones, please consume wisely, if you enjoy the reading. A small token of love is sufficient. Thank you to all the loyal supporters. Chapter 58. The Super Dragon Balls gathered together. The crowd hurriedly entered the square. And soon, Whis floated upwards. He stepped onto the square, and in the next moment, he waved his staff, causing the entire square to soar into the sky. Gradually, they drifted away from the competition arena, and from their vantage point, they witnessed the magnificent sight of the Super Dragon Balls, which left them in awe. The Dragon Balls resembled asteroids, a rare sight in one's lifetime, a stroke of good fortune indeed. However, they were puzzled to find that the abandoned asteroid where they had previously competed was similar in size to those Super Dragon Balls. Hey, Whis, what are you bringing us up here for? Beerus called out loudly. Whis smiled slightly and replied, Just wait and see, Lord Beerus. With that, he abruptly waved his staff and began to chant incantations. In an instant, a faint green aura of angelic power enveloped Whis' staff. He glanced at the asteroid and then pointed his staff towards it. Buzz, a beam of light shot forth, ultimately merging with the asteroid. Under the curious gazes of the crowd, an unexpected transformation occurred. The seemingly solid asteroid began to tremble, and cracks appeared on its surface. In the next moment, the rocky exterior suddenly shattered and dispersed, a divine light erupting forth as the debris spewed out like a volcanic eruption. Wow, what is happening? Bulma exclaimed, her expression changing dramatically. Could it be? Piccolo pondered, suddenly astonished. Indeed, this asteroid is the 7th Super Dragon Ball, Whis remarked with a subtle smile. That is why there are only 6 known Dragon Balls, yet the radar indicates 7. How incredible! I never imagined the true Dragon Ball would be right beneath our feet. Bulma exclaimed in wonder. Humph, this is largely thanks to that little brat, Kampa. If it weren't for him, we might have spent quite a while searching for the 7th Dragon Ball. Beerus remarked nonchalantly, though momentarily surprised. But why did it become like this? Goku asked, somewhat perplexed. At that moment, Luya smiled slightly and explained, it is likely due to the last wish made. The Dragon Balls, upon fulfilling a wish, automatically vanish. As they disappeared, they collided with a similarly sized asteroid, thus covering the Dragon Ball's original appearance with the asteroid's debris. Piccolo nodded in agreement. Exactly. It's quite similar to the Earth's Shenron. The others understood. As they conversed, the massive Dragon Ball began to restore its original form. It was indeed a Super Dragon Ball. And now, all 7 wish orbs were gathered together. Haha, we finally have them all. Beerus smiled faintly. The crowd marveled. For the Super Dragon Ball was as large as a planet, yet it seemed so insignificant in the vastness of the universe. The cosmos is truly immense. Luya gazed at the Super Dragon Ball with longing, for it possessed immense power. Any wish could be granted. Even the lost universe could be revived. If he could get his hands on such a treasure, it would be exhilarating. As he contemplated, Luya observed the 7 Dragon Balls. They rotated in unison, ultimately forming a hexagon, with the 4-star ball nestled in between. The 7 Dragon Balls were gathered. It was time to witness a miracle. Whis, quickly summon Shenron. Beerus suddenly commanded. Whis displayed a hint of helplessness. Lord Beerus, I'm afraid I do not know how to summon Shenron. Beerus' expression stiffened. Then he turned to Bulma, asking, Bulma, you should know how to summon Shenron, right? Bulma hesitated for a moment before saying, I can tell you how to summon Shenron, but you must refrain from making reckless wishes, especially those that could destroy the universe. Understood, understood. Enough already. Beerus replied impatiently. Rest assured, I will not do anything of the sort. Upon hearing this, Bulma relaxed, then explained, to summon Shenron. You must communicate with the Dragon Balls using the divine language and then shout, I wish for it. This will bring Shenron forth. After a moment of contemplation, Beerus looked at Whis. Let us summon him. Whis nodded gently, then swung his staff. A divine aura erupted from him, and his expression turned serious as he spoke in the divine language. Come forth, Shenron. Gaga gaga. The arena fell silent, and the crowd felt a twinge of uncertainty. Was this a failure? Buzz. Suddenly, the 7 Dragon Balls emitted a golden light. Under the brilliant golden glow, the 7 orbs illuminated, radiating dazzling golden brilliance. The hexagonal configuration of the Dragon Balls transferred their energy entirely to the 4-star ball at the center. Their SA reaction. The crowd held their breath, for they knew that the true pinnacle of existence in this world was about to emerge. Buzz. In an instant, the 7 Dragon Balls were enveloped in golden light, which continued to expand, becoming increasingly blinding. Everyone, protect your eyes. Goku shouted, shielding himself from the blinding radiance. The others quickly followed suit. Beerus, however, remained unfazed, accustomed to the Dragon Balls and displaying no surprise. Moments later, the space around them began to tremble violently. A powerful force spread out, and an overwhelming aura rushed towards them. Whis' gaze sharpened, and he waved his hand slightly, causing his staff to emit a faint green glow that enveloped the entire square, retreating to a safer distance. Once they reached a secure area, they gazed at the awe-inspiring spectacle. Especially Bulma, for as a scientist, this was a phenomenon of immense research value. Goku smiled at the scene. This reminds me of my childhood, when the Dragon Balls on Earth were incredibly difficult to find. Unlike now, where they can be found so easily. Indeed, those days spent searching for Dragon Balls with you, Goku, are truly nostalgic. It's hard to believe so many years have passed. Bulma chimed in, reflecting on the past. Haha, Bulma, you're not that old. Goku laughed heartily. Bulma immediately retorted, Goku, what nonsense are you spouting? Haha. Goku chuckled awkwardly. Meanwhile, Vegeta felt a strong sense of foreboding, as if a storm was brewing above him. Why does it feel like there is something green hovering above my head? Chapter 59, the finale. Bulma's invitation. As everyone marveled at the 7 colossal Dragon Balls, a sudden eruption of resplendent golden light enveloped them. The brilliance was akin to that of the sun, and from this radiant glow, a gigantic figure coalesced, taking the indistinct form of a dragon. A mighty roar resonated through the cosmos, the entire universe reverberating with the majestic dragon's cry, a truly breathtaking spectacle. Simultaneously, a golden dragon soared through the universe, where planets appeared as mere trifles in its eyes. As it opened its massive jaws, it devoured an entire planet whole. In the same instant, Goku and the others found themselves drawn into an endless abyss. What is happening? Their expressions shifted dramatically. They feared they had been consumed by the super dragon. Do not panic. We are entering the inner realm of the dragon, where we shall truly behold its form, Whis interjected suddenly. Upon hearing this, the group felt a semblance of relief. Time passed, and soon they beheld a colossal golden dragon suspended in the darkness, radiating a divine light that seemed poised to illuminate the universe. Is this the dragon summoned by the Super Dragon Balls? Piccolo, being a Namekian well acquainted with Dragon Balls, felt a profound sense of his own insignificance upon witnessing the emergence of this super dragon. Neither the Earth's dragon nor the Namekian dragon could compare to this magnificent being. It was no wonder that the Dragon Balls on Earth were merely fragments of the Super Dragon Balls. The surprise was overwhelming. All right, it is time to make a wish. Lord Beerus, Whis announced, leaning on his staff. Lord Beerus nodded thoughtfully, then turned his gaze towards the super dragon, contemplating. The wish must be articulated in the language of the gods to be effective, correct? Indeed, Lord Beerus, but do not dare to voice any malicious wishes. Bulma cautioned suddenly. Beerus nodded in understanding. I comprehend. No need to reiterate so much. He then turned to Whis and said, Hey, Whis, you make the wish for me. Just repeat what I say. Whis nodded, as you wish, Lord Beerus. After a moment's hesitation, Beerus gathered his thoughts and began to speak a series of incomprehensible words to the dragon. The onlookers were left speechless. Taken aback by the bizarre sounds that resembled a foreign tongue soon, Beerus ceased his strange utterances and turned to Whis, saying, Let that be the wish. Whis raised an eyebrow in surprise but said nothing further. Understood. He then began conversing with the dragon, utilizing the divine language and a particular rhythm. After a brief pause, Whis awaited the dragoness response. Suddenly, the super dragon's eerie red eyes shone brilliantly, and in mere seconds, it reverted to its original form. The super dragon gazed at Whis and declared in divine language, "The wish has been granted. Farewell." Whis bowed slightly. At that moment, the super dragon let out a thunderous roar that echoed through the cosmos. Then, with a swift motion, the super dragon transformed into 7 super dragon balls, which immediately shot off in 7 distinct directions. No one knew their destination. Is it over? Goku's puzzled voice broke the silence of the starry sky. Yes, it seems so, Piccolo replied. What was that all about? It feels like we've just wasted our time. Bulma remarked, glancing at Beerus. What wish did you make? Lord Beerus? It's a secret, Beerus replied with a faint smile. What kind of secret is that? You should at least share since we fought to retrieve the Super Dragon Balls. Bulma protested indignantly. Exactly. What's the big deal, Lord Beerus? Why hide it? Goku added, equally dissatisfied. Fine. Since you are so insistent, I shall reveal it. I merely requested a comfortable bed. Beerus boasted proudly. What? The group was taken aback, unable to fathom such a trivial outcome. Fool. I could have granted that wish easily. You wasted this opportunity, Bulma exclaimed, her anger flaring. What? You dare call me a fool, woman? Have I been too lenient with you? Do you wish for destruction? Beerus retorted angrily. Bulma remained unfazed, responding coolly. That was indeed foolish. Your wish is something I could have easily granted. You could have used the Super Dragon Balls for something beneficial. Humph. The wish has already been made. No point in dwelling on it. This journey concludes here. Whis, let us return, Beerus commanded. At your service, Lord Beerus. Whis replied with a gentle smile, promptly navigating the cube through the cosmos. What a waste of a trip. Bulma sighed. I beg to differ. It was exhilarating to encounter powerful beings from other universes. I look forward to our next battle, Goku exclaimed, his eyes alight with excitement. Humph. Simple-minded creature. Bulma scoffed. Isn't that the truth? Right, Luya? Goku laughed, turning to Luya. Luya snapped back to reality and nodded. Ah, yes. By the way, what are your plans upon returning? Goku inquired curiously. Luya pondered for a moment before replying, I shall remain in the heavenly palace for now. Goku nodded in understanding. Luya, I assume you lack housing? Given your commendable performance, I've decided to gift you a house. What do you think? Bulma suddenly proposed. Luya was taken aback, uncertain of her intentions. Rest assured. I rarely occupy that house. It would be wasted sitting idle. Staying in the heavenly palace can be dull. You might enjoy living below. Plus, it's close to my home. You can come and spar with Vegeta whenever you like, Bulma said playfully. She had her own motives, wanting to help Vegeta improve, especially since he had fallen behind Goku and Luya. Humph. Vegeta surely knows women's intentions, he scoffed coldly. After some contemplation, Luya realized he could not solely focus on training and should embrace life as well. All right then. Thank you, he said. Chapter 60, Celebration Feast. Acknowledging Minaka by name meanwhile. As Bados was hastening back to Universe 6, she was suddenly taken aback as her staff emitted a brilliant green light. What could this mean? Curiosity piqued. Bados glanced at the crystal orb atop her staff, and her expression transformed with excitement. In an instant, the spatial cube they were traversing came to a sudden halt. Ouch! Jampa, caught off guard, collided headfirst into the glass before him. Bados, are you attempting to murder me? Jampa roared, glaring at Bados. Bados appeared within the cube and calmly replied, Not at all, Lord Jampa. I have something important to report to you. What could possibly be so pressing that it can't wait until we return? Jampa grumbled. Bados extended her staff toward Jampa, revealing a planet within the crystal that bore an uncanny resemblance to Earth from Universe 7. Lord Jampa, take a look at this. Jampa dismissed the sight with a wave of his hand, his displeasure evident. It's just Earth. Don't mention it to me. Just thinking about it makes me furious. The thought weighed heavily on him. He had summoned the strongest beings in the universe, only to find himself unable to defeat even a single inhabitant of a mere planet. How could he not feel dejected? That is not the case. This is the Earth of Universe 6. Bados insisted, shaking her head. What do you mean? Jampa asked. His curiosity piqued. Bados elaborated. This is our Earth in Universe 6. For reasons unknown, humanity has returned to this planet, and its civilization, along with other aspects, closely mirrors that of Earth in Universe 7. Is that truly the case? Does this mean we also possess our own Earth? Jampa exclaimed, his spirits lifting with excitement. Indeed. This means we can indulge in delectable cuisine once more. Bato smiled gently. Speaking of which, what caused this phenomenon? Jampa inquired, his brow furrowing in confusion. Batos contemplated for a moment before stating, it is likely that Lord Beerus made a wish with the Super Dragon Balls, transforming our Earth into something akin to theirs. Upon hearing this, Jampa's eyes widened in disbelief. How could that be possible? A colossal golden sphere soared past them, vanishing into the depths of the cosmos within moments. That was a wish ball. Jampa stared in astonishment, struggling to comprehend the scene. Batos remarked, Lord Jampas. It seems my hypothesis holds true. Jampa fell silent, his thoughts a tangle of complexity. After a while, he lifted his head and smirked with a hint of arrogance. Humph. That meddlesome fellow. Don't think I'll express my gratitude. Our competition will not conclude so easily. Though he spoke defiantly, his tone lacked the previous aggression. Batos smiled knowingly before setting off once more. Meanwhile, after concluding their match against Universe 6, the companions returned to Earth, and a tranquil life resumed. Luya had moved into the house that Bulma gifted him. To be honest, Luya had never envisioned such a life. He had always assumed that traversing into the Dragon Ball universe would entail constant battles or relentless training. There was no room in his mind for the comforts of a cozy home. However, the reality was now settling in, and Luya's once-taut nerves began to ease. Given the circumstances, perhaps a few days of rest are in order. On the third day, Bulma announced a gathering to celebrate their victory over Universe 6, inviting all the companions to partake in the festivities. Naturally, their hero, Luya, was also invited. Luya pondered this occasion, realizing it was likely related to the story of Goku and Monaka. Thus, he made his way to Bulma's residence. Hello, Mr. Whis. On Beerus's planet, Whis was engaged in a conversation with Bulma. Oh dear, Miss Bulma, is there something you require? Or perhaps, a new culinary delight has emerged? Whis inquired with anticipation. Within the crystal ball, Bulma smiled slightly, saying, well, I plan to host a celebration feast to honor the heroes who triumphed over Universe 6. And I would love for you to join us. Would that be convenient for you? Whis chuckled, a celebration feast. It must be quite the culinary affair. Indeed. Just like the last banquet when you and Lord Beerus first visited. This time, there will be plenty of food. Bulma enticed. Really? Will there be food? At that moment, Beerus appeared, his face brimming with excitement. Ah, certainly. However, Lord Beerus, could you kindly bring Monaka along? Bulma added thoughtfully. Beerus's expression momentarily faltered before regaining composure. Ah, I understand. Very well, we shall attend. With that, he gestured to Whis, who smiled faintly and bid farewell to Bulma. After the call ended, silence enveloped the room. Beerus paced back and forth, visibly agitated. Whis, perceiving his turmoil, spoke up. Lord Beerus. May I suggest we simply bring him along? Absolutely not. Beerus replied sternly. Yet, this course of action cannot persist. Sooner or later, Goku will discover the truth. Whis replied calmly. No. If we confess, their training will surely falter. Though Vegeta is already aware of the truth, Goku is significantly influenced by this. If he learns that Monaka is a fraud, it could devastate his spirit. That would not reflect well on him. Moreover, as a deity, I have already told a lie. If Goku finds out, I may no longer be on his radar. Not to mention, if this word reaches the Grand Zeno, it could tarnish my reputation. Beerus enumerated his reasons vehemently. Whis chuckled. In the end, it seems your motivations are quite self-serving. Unfazed, Beerus replied nonchalantly, in any case, Goku must never learn of Monaka's true identity. Thus, we shall not bring Monaka to the celebration. But Bulma explicitly requested Monaka's presence. Whis remarked suddenly. Fool. Can't we simply claim he is unwell and cannot attend? Beerus replied, frustration evident on his face. Oh dear, it seems, Lord Beerus. You are becoming increasingly adept at the art of deception. Whis teased with a playful smile. Beerus scowled. For whom am I doing this? Who knows? However, I must admit, the cuisine of Earth is indeed something to look forward to. Whis grinned. Beerus shot a speechless glance at Whis. You, my friend. Chapter 61, A Duel. Lure vs. Gotenks at Bulma's residence. At this moment, Bulma was hosting a grand celebration banquet, inviting all her friends to partake. Naturally, Lure made his way to the event, seated at the lavish feast, delighting in the exquisite delicacies laid before him. The flavors were undeniably delectable. A delightful departure from those of his own world. Yet, Lure remained humble, speaking only when Bulma greeted him at the outset, as the atmosphere was somewhat unfamiliar among acquaintances. Today marked the anticipated battle between Goku and the foe Monaka, a thought that stirred a flicker of excitement within him. Casting a glance around, He noted the absence of Goku and smiled faintly. However, a frown soon crossed his face. He had yet to transform into a Super Saiyan Blue and had not even reached the Super Saiyan God level. Nevertheless, he was diligently striving towards that goal. In that moment, his attention shifted to the playful antics of Trunks and Goten. He realized he would need their assistance. With that thought in mind, Lure rose and approached the two boys. Upon noticing Lure's approach, their curiosity piqued. The two children began to whisper to one another. "Hey Goten, look, it's Big Brother Lure." Indeed, Big Brother Lure is a formidable warrior, having defeated foes that even Dad and Uncle Vegeta could not vanquish. Should we challenge him to a spar? Trunks suggested suddenly. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Mom would scold us if she found out. Goten hesitated, his conscience warring with his excitement. Fool. We can find a spot where no one can see us. And if we manage to defeat Big Brother Lure, we can boast to Dad. Trunks daydreamed. But Goten was still reluctant, showcasing his more obedient nature. Sensing his hesitation, Trunks' eyes sparkled with mischief. How about this? I just bought a limited edition toy yesterday. I could give one to you. What do you say? It's really cool. At this, Goten's eyes lit up, and he eagerly replied, Really? That sounds amazing. All right. It's settled then. Trunks smiled subtly. Lure was taken aback as he observed the two little ones approaching him with newfound determination. What could this mean? Hello, Big Brother Lure. Trunks and Goten greeted him cheerfully. Lure returned the smile. Hello there. What brings you to me? Trunks nodded vigorously. We saw you defeat the strongest assassin, Hit, and we admire you greatly. Right, Goten? He nudged Goten, who quickly affirmed, Yes, that's right. Lure chuckled. So? Is that why you two sought me out? Not at all. We came to challenge you to a fight. Trunks declared proudly. Oh, you wish to spar with me? A glimmer of intrigue danced in Lure's eyes as he replied with a grin. Very well. I accept. Seizing this opportunity. If he could harness the energy of these two youngsters, he would draw closer to his objective. Yay, this is fantastic. Both Trunks and Goten exclaimed in delight. All right, let us find a secluded spot to battle, Trunks suggested. Lure glanced at Bulma and Vegeta in the distance before nodding in agreement. Soon, the trio departed from the banquet. Vegeta, having observed their exit, cast a fleeting glance in their direction, his eyes flickering with curiosity before he returned his gaze. Arriving at a small island by the lake, Lure and the two boys paused. Here is perfect. Our battle 1T disturbed the festivities. Trunks declared, looking at Lure, we are going to team up. Lure smiled softly. Bring it on. Although the boys were not exceptionally powerful individually, their fusion would yield remarkable strength. Trunks turned to Goten. Goten, let us fuse. Yes, Goten replied, excitement coursing through him. The two stood side by side, beginning their fusion dance, their toes pointed, hands extended outward as they drew closer together. Fusion. Their fingers touched, and in an instant, a radiant light enveloped Trunks and Goten. Lure's expression sharpened. He could sense the significant boost in power as the light faded, revealing Gotenks. The form bore no drastic changes, save for a hairstyle reminiscent of Goten's Super Saiyan transformation, with hair color split evenly between them. Gotenks' initial form. What do you think? Impressive, right? This is our secret weapon, Gotenks boasted, assuming Lure was unaware of their fusion ability. Lure nodded appreciatively. Indeed, quite impressive. Ding. Side quest activated. Quest objective. Engage in combat with Gotenks. The system chimed in unexpectedly. Lure felt a surge of enthusiasm. He turned to Gotenks. Let us go. All right. Gotenks positioned himself, then leapt forward with a powerful stomp, charging at Lure. Gotenks threw a punch at Lure, who effortlessly caught his fist. What? How is this possible? Gotenks could scarcely believe it. Having fused, he expected to be formidable. Amused by the children's misplaced confidence, Lure remarked, I can predict your moves even before you strike. So you must give it your all. Then I shall unleash my full power. Gotenks shouted, his aura exploding as he transformed into a Super Saiyan, his strength surging dramatically. Instantly, a wave of force hit Lure, prompting him to release his grip. Seizing the moment, Gotenks unleashed a flurry of rapid punches, the sound of his strikes echoing through the air. Yet, Lure skillfully evaded each attack, unfazed even by the 50-fold increase in Gotenks' power. While both boys could transform into Super Saiyans, their combat prowess remained lacking. Despite the enhancement from their fusion, they still fell short. However, Gotenks' aura continued to escalate, compelling Lure to take the encounter seriously. With a crack, Lure intercepted Gotenks' punch, responding with a swift elbow strike. Anticipating this, Gotenks adeptly flipped over Lure's arm, landing behind him, and swiftly executed a sweeping kick. Luya, quick on his feet, vanished from sight just in time. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, their tumultuous energies sending geysers of water soaring into the air around them. Chapter 62, Fierce Battle. Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks at the celebratory banquet. The attendees sensed a distant energy. It was the presence of Gotenks and also Luya. What could have prompted their confrontation? Krillin expressed his surprise. Indeed. What mischief are those two up to? Piccolo remarked, narrowing his eyes slightly. They must be sparring, Krillin pondered. However, given Luya's personality, it's likely that Goten and Trunks sought him out. The others nodded in agreement, as the antics of these two youngsters were indeed a source of constant concern. Kiki and Bulma were irked. How could those two vanish in the blink of an eye? Hey, Vegeta, go fetch them back. The party is about to commence. Bulma called out to Vegeta, who stood with his arms crossed at a distance. Vegeta hesitated but ultimately acquiesced to his wife's request, vanishing from sight in an instant. Meanwhile, Luya and Gotenks were locked in a fierce battle, and Luya found himself struggling against the two youngsters, who were becoming increasingly formidable. Haha, take this, Gotenks exclaimed excitedly, swinging his fist in a whirlwind motion. Gotenks delivered a powerful punch toward Luya, who, startled, crossed his arms defensively. Bang! The impact sent Luya reeling backward, leaving his arms tingling. Rubbing his arm, Luya looked at Gotenks and grinned. You've got some skill. Kiki. Gotenks chuckled, visibly pleased with himself. However, Luya declared, now I shall get serious. His fists clenched, he unleashed a surge of energy, enveloping himself in a radiant white glow, his power escalating exponentially. Luya had not been using his full strength before. He preferred to warm up first, much like Goku. But now, he was prepared to unleash his true potential. Upon sensing Luya's overwhelming aura, Gotenks' expression changed. System, activate the Ultimate Saiyan talent. Luya silently commanded. Ding. Ultimate Super Saiyan talent activated. Luya turned his gaze toward Gotenks, recognizing this as an excellent opportunity for growth, rather than merely completing a task. Very well. Bring it on. Luya smiled slightly and charged at Gotenks, delivering a swift punch that caught Gotenks off guard, sending him flying. Ouch. That hurts. You attacked me unexpectedly. Gotenks exclaimed, clutching his face, tears welling in his eyes. Luya innocently retorted, what sneak attack? I did give you a warning. With hands on his hips, Gotenks declared, I'm angry now. You'll face serious consequences. Experience my technique. He inhaled deeply and unleashed a flurry of energy, summoning 6 spectral versions of himself. Luya raised an eyebrow. He recognized these entities, knowing that contact with him would result in explosive devastation. Capture him. Gotenks pointed at Luya, and his spectral minions charged forward like wild stallions. Luya's eyes narrowed as he unleashed a barrage of energy blasts. Boom, boom, boom. The blasts detonated upon contact with the spectral forms, sending shockwaves through the arena. What? Gotenks exclaimed, feeling challenged. He summoned a dozen more spectral minions, unleashing them toward Luya. Luya remained composed, channeling his energy and accelerating to evade the onslaught. Gotenks, controlling his spectral minions, pursued Luya with a gleeful expression, finding the chase exhilarating. Boom, boom. Several minions collided with each other, resulting in spectacular explosions. Suddenly, Luya changed direction and charged straight at Gotenks. Huh? Gotenks was taken aback but quickly realized, I know what you're planning, but I won't let you succeed. Luya smiled faintly. And in the next moment, he appeared before Gotenks. Gotenks unleashed a furious punch toward Luya, but the spectral minions remained relentless. Whoosh. Just as Gotenks was about to land his blow, Luya deftly sidestepped, avoiding the attack, leaving them barely a fist's distance apart. In an instant, Luya utilized instant transmission, disappearing from sight, having been so close to Gotenks without any intention to strike. Gotenks, momentarily stunned, realized too late that his spectral minions were now colliding with one another. Gotenks cried out in despair, unable to escape the ensuing explosions. The smoke from the detonations enveloped him entirely. Luya stood several dozen meters away, observing the chaos. But his expression suddenly stiffened. A powerful shout erupted, followed by a radiant golden light bursting through the smoke, revealing Gotenks' transformed figure. Gotenks had undergone a dramatic change. His hair had grown long, and his eyebrows had vanished. He had ascended to Super Saiyan 3. The energy surged around him, and Luya squinted, feeling the gravity of the situation. We have been compelled to reveal our true abilities. Excellent, Gotenks proclaimed, crackling with energy in a striking display. Luya smirked, bring it on. Gotenks grinned widely, and in an instant, He was before Luya, his fingers launching beams of energy with remarkable speed and precision. With Gotenks' enhanced speed, Luya found himself dodging frantically while gathering energy for a counterattack. Gotenks noticed Luya's movement and prepared to unleash a Kamehameha wave, roaring as he released a blinding beam of energy. Luya, too, shouted, releasing his gathered energy in a powerful blast, colliding with Gotenks' Kamehameha. Taking advantage of the moment, Gotenks intensified his output, the energy of his attack surging dramatically. Luya's expression shifted as he braced himself, his other hand joining in to channel energy, striving to withstand Gotenks' relentless assault. P.S. Today's update has quintupled. Let us observe the outcome. I am tirelessly typing away. I have always harbored a dream of nurturing young models, but recent events have shown us the importance of cherishing life and steering clear of perilous distractions. Chapter 63. My apologies. Perhaps I overexerted myself. Gotenks seized the moment with great determination, unleashing his energy without reservation. Luya, though confronted with this overwhelming force, maintained a composed demeanor. Suddenly, as Gotenks released a powerful energy wave, he expelled a spirit form that raced toward Luya. Luya gazed at the approaching spirit with a mysterious smile. Boom. With one hand, he deflected Gotenks' energy wave, while the other hand swiftly countered. Boom. A tremendous force erupted, causing a massive explosion. Whoosh. In an instant, Gotenks appeared before Luya and delivered a punch that sent him crashing into the sea. Thunderous roars followed as waves surged like a giant dumpling. Hooray! We won. Gotenks excitedly struck a pose, grinning with pride. Humph. In the air, Vegeta, who had arrived to observe the battle, chuckled, somewhat pleased with the training progress of these two youngsters. Just as the waves had not yet settled, an even more terrifying wave surged forth. Huh? What? Can he rise again? Gotenks muttered, feeling somewhat disheartened. From the sea, a figure slowly emerged. It was Luya. His green attire bore some damage, yet he appeared unscathed. What? He is fine? Gotenks felt a tinge of frustration. He had exerted himself earnestly. Luya glanced at Gotenks, then at his own tattered clothing, and chuckled. Not too shabby. It seems I underestimated you. He then looked towards Vegeta in the sky and asked, Has the banquet begun? Vegeta crossed his arms and shook his head. Not yet. Continue. Dad. Uncle Vegeta. Gotenks, noticing Vegeta's presence, was at a loss for what to call him, as Trunks was Vegeta's son, but Goten was not. Vegeta's lips twitched slightly before he said, Continue your sparring, Gotenks. I wish to assess your recent training results. Upon hearing this, Gotenks beamed. All right, just watch. We will surely defeat Big Brother Luya. With that, he suddenly erupted with energy, a powerful aura radiating from him, as he elevated his state to its pinnacle. Luya smiled slightly, then shifted his stance, and the next moment, he also unleashed his energy, enveloped in a brilliant white aura. Vegeta observed that Luya had not transformed into a Super Saiyan, his eyes shifting as he contemplated the tail wrapped around Luya's waist. Without transforming, Luya struck a pose and said to Gotenks, Come on, Gotenks. Let me train with you. All right, here I come. Gotenks shouted excitedly, charging towards Luya. Luya grinned and dashed forward as well. Crash. Their fists collided, releasing a surge of powerful energy. And in the next moment, they engaged in a rapid-fire battle, the force of their punches creating ripples in the fabric of space. In this exchange, they were evenly matched. However, Luya found it relatively easy to handle Gotenks, who had transformed into a Super Saiyan at the 3rd level. Their current combat abilities were not exceptionally strong, but as they matured, they would surely stand on their own. Crash. Suddenly, Gotenks' punch was caught, and Luya, showing no mercy, delivered a knee strike to him. Following that, an elbow strike sent Gotenks crashing onto a small island, stirring up a cloud of dust. Vegeta silently watched this scene. Although Luya had been a bit harsh, he was not concerned about retaliation, for he did not fear Vegeta at all. If necessary, he would not hold back. A strict father, a proud warrior. Luya looked at Gotenks on the island, then gathered his hands at his waist. Came, ha, whoosh. A dazzling energy coalesced. And in the next moment, Luya fired an energy wave towards the entire island. Meanwhile, Gotenks, still in the pit, felt the pain and began to flail about. He then looked up at the Kamehameha wave hurtling toward him, his expression tightening, and in the next moment, he unleashed a rising cannon. After the fusion of Goten and Trunks, he retained all their techniques, and the rising cannon was taught to him by Vegeta. However, as he executed it, Vegeta in the air frowned. What is this? Is this how you use the rising cannon? Boom. The two energy waves clashed violently, but Luya's Kamehameha wave proved superior. Boom. Gotenks began to be overwhelmed. His rising cannon steadily eroded. Cough, cough. Gotenks gritted his teeth, persevering, despite repeatedly unleashing energy. He could not withstand Luya's Kamehameha. At that moment, Luya exerted force, causing his energy output to spike, and the Kamehameha was about to strike Gotenks directly. In a critical moment, Gotenks seemed to tap into his latent potential, suddenly shouting in fury, a terrifying energy erupting from his hands, pushing the Kamehameha back slightly. Whoosh. What? But the next moment, Gotenks suddenly flashed with light, reverting to Goten and Trunks. Oh no. Luya was alarmed, quickly retracting his energy. But he was a moment too late. Both Trunks and Goten cried out in panic. Oh my. This is bad. Whoosh. At that moment, Vegeta appeared before them, effortlessly blocking the Kamehameha with one hand. He gritted his teeth and transformed into a Super Saiyan blue, then swiftly waved to the side, launching the Kamehameha away. Phew. Luya sighed in relief. He had put forth considerable effort, hoping to draw out the potential of the two youngsters, but nearly miscalculated. If they had been hit unimpeded, they would have been severely injured. My apologies, I may have overexerted myself, Luya said awkwardly. Vegeta glanced at Luya, then turned to Trunks and Goten. You two need to train diligently from now on. No more slacking off. Huh? What? Trunks replied dejectedly. Idiot. If you don't train properly, I won't take you to the amusement park. Vegeta exclaimed angrily. All right. Trunks, upon hearing this, reluctantly accepted. He was quite fond of the amusement park. Originally, he thought he could defeat Big Brother Luya, but unexpectedly, he had exhausted too much energy and prematurely reverted from the fusion. Chapter 64. The Blunder. Monaka weeps. After concluding their sparring session with Gotenks, the group returned to the banquet hall. Upon seeing their son in a disheveled state, Chi-Chi and Bulma immediately began to reprimand him. Ultimately, the two little rascals were ordered to take a bath, and of course, so was Rhea. Emerging from his shower, Rhea felt refreshed. His recent battle with Gotenks had yielded satisfactory rewards. The boost in combat power was significant, and he had also absorbed energy from the two little ones, bringing him a mere step away from achieving the status of Super Saiyan God. Furthermore, he had acquired a skill from Gotenks that allowed him to summon explosive orbs reminiscent of the undead. This technique possessed considerable destructive power. Should he encounter an opponent renowned for their speed, he could unleash a barrage of bombs to impede their movements. As preparations for the banquet commenced, Goku and Gohan were notably absent. Rhea felt a twinge of disappointment at Gohan's absence, as having him present would have allowed Rhea to absorb his powers in advance. By the way, where is Goku? Bulma inquired, engaging in conversation with Chi-Chi and a few other women. Chi-Chi replied, Goku is likely still working in the fields. I wonder when he will arrive. What? Goku is working? How unusual, Bulma remarked, puzzled. Humph. If he doesn't help out, our situation will become dire. I alone cannot manage everything, Chi-Chi stated matter-of-factly. Bulma nodded, reflecting, I thought only my Vegeta was so unhelpful. It seems Goku is the same way. And Gohan hasn't shown up either? Bulma asked. Gohan? Since that last competition, he has been quite busy and will be late, Chi-Chi explained. All right. Just then, Vegeta approached Bulma, greeting her. What is it? Vegeta frowned and said, Are you certain about hosting this celebration? Let us not irritate Beerus like we did at the last birthday party. Bulma dismissed his concerns, waving her hand. Don't worry, I'm well prepared this time. There will be plenty of food, so we won't face any unexpected incidents. Vegeta's expression softened at her reassurance, and he fell silent. At that moment, Jocko suddenly sensed something, standing up and gazing skyward. Has it finally arrived? Suddenly, a flying car appeared in the sky. What is that? Krillin asked curiously. Jocko replied proudly. This is takeout. I spent a great deal to order this. Takeout? The others gathered around with interest. The flying car descended slowly, and the door opened to reveal an alien in casual attire stepping out. What? You? Everyone froze, recognizing the alien, their expressions turning animated. Hello? The alien removed his hat and bowed to the crowd, his large pink head shining brightly. Monaka? How could it be you? Krillin exclaimed in shock. To him, Monaka was a formidable figure in the universe. How could he be delivering takeout? The others, including Vegeta and Piccolo, exchanged glances, their faces darkening. Why is he here? Monaka hesitated before presenting the package to Jocko, saying, This is your delivery. Please sign here. Realizing he had no choice, Jocko signed for the delivery. The carefree Bulma chimed in. Oh, Manaka. What a surprise to see you. Where are Beerus and the others? Manaka pondered for a moment and replied, I'm sorry, but I am not with Lord Beerus. He recalled how, upon returning to Beerus's planet, he had received a car full of money, along with Beerus's instructions. And he sighed in relief, grateful that Goku was absent. Well, it's all right that you're here. Join us for our celebration. Bulma cheerfully invited. However, I still have deliveries to make, Manaka said, displaying reluctance. Please don't refuse. And think about that matter I mentioned last time. Suddenly, Mr. Satan appeared from nowhere, wrapping an arm around Manaka. Manaka was taken aback by Satan's enthusiasm. What do you say? Would you like to be the image ambassador for my gym? I have even prepared a costume. Satan laughed heartily, beckoning someone over. The crowd turned to see a figure resembling Manaka, albeit larger and clumsier. Removing the headpiece revealed a striking face. Mr. Satan, I can hardly breathe. Satan waved her off and turned to Manaka. So, what do you think, Mr. Manaka? Would you like to be the image ambassador for my gym? No. Manaka shook his head firmly, refusing. Just like that? Satan appeared disappointed. Hey, it's Uncle Manaka. Suddenly, Trunks and Goten rushed over, skidding to a halt in front of Manaka. Hello. Manaka greeted, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Haha. Uncle Manaka, you're here. I heard from Lord Beerus that you are incredibly strong. Trunks exclaimed. Trunks, behave yourself. Vegeta warned, sensing trouble brewing. Come on. It's not every day we see Uncle Manaka. Trunks said, playfully punching Manaka's chest. Right, Manaka. Bam. In an instant, Manaka was sent flying. What? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Manaka, are you all right? Bulma rushed to inquire. Trunks. Vegeta's face turned as dark as coal. Trunks looked at his hand, bewildered. Then back at Manaka, murmuring, this shouldn't have happened. I barely used any strength. Isn't Uncle Manaka supposed to be the strongest in the universe? The realization dawned on the others, and those unaware of the situation looked on in confusion. Indeed, how could this be? Suddenly, Manaka's sobs echoed through the air. Manaka is crying? The crowd's expression shifted to intrigue. Wasn't he supposed to be a master? How could he be reduced to tears? Hey, Piccolo. Do you think Manaka's martial arts skills are actually quite low? Krillin asked, glancing at Piccolo. Piccolo's lips twitched slightly. Who knows? Meanwhile, Luya observed the scene without surprise. Suddenly sensing something, he glanced up towards the sky. They're here. Chapter 65. Yukong's Determination. Just as Luya lifted his gaze, Vegeta's expression shifted. And he too looked skyward. It seems we have arrived. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of light shot down, and shortly after, Beerus and Whis appeared before the crowd. Oh my, is it quite the celebration? Are you all here to welcome us? Whis chuckled heartily. Humph. Having traveled such a great distance, I expect a feast. By the way, you all. Nanny, Manaka, what are you doing here? Beerus exclaimed, suddenly noticing the tearful Manaka, his face turning pale. Lord Beerus, why did you arrive so late? Bulma approached, inquiring. However, Beerus ignored her, directing his ire toward Manaka. Hey, Manaka, did I not instruct you not to come? How did you end up here? Manaka, looking aggrieved, replied, I merely delivered a package. Beerus was momentarily taken aback, then surveyed the expressions of those around him. Feeling a chill in his heart, he was exposed. Oh dear, we have been found out. Whis lamented lightly. Lord Beerus, actually, Manaka is not a skilled fighter. Is he? Krillin asked nervously. Beerus fell silent, and the crowd's expressions became more complex. Vegeta sensed impending trouble. At that moment, Beerus regained his composure and casually stated, Indeed. It is true. The reason Manaka is labeled as a master is due to my suggestion, or rather, Whis's idea. Whis. Luya and Piccolo exchanged incredulous glances. How can you fabricate such a tale? Krillin was perplexed. Why pretend that Manaka is a master to deceive us? Beerus felt a headache coming on. He was not one for lengthy explanations. There was nothing that a destructive ball could not resolve, and if there was, then he would just use two. Suddenly, Whis stepped forward and addressed everyone. The reason we had Manaka masquerade as a master is that we needed to set a goal for Goku and Vegeta to strive towards. For only in this way can they become stronger. His demeanor turned serious as he continued, however, I implore you all to keep this a secret. If Goku learns that Manaka possesses no martial prowess, it would undoubtedly be a significant blow to him, leading to a loss of motivation. Even if he continues to train, he may become complacent, ultimately falling into despair. Do you wish to see that happen? The group exchanged glances, their expressions mixed. Well, since the truth is out. From this moment on, you must join me in keeping this secret, Beerus declared, his tone commanding, finding solace in this course of action. Haha. Who would have thought that the mighty god of destruction would tell a lie? How rare. Bulma teased. What did you say? Beerus's face darkened at her words. Before Bulma could retort, Vegeta rushed over, covering her mouth. Stop. Lord Beerus wishes for me and Kakarot to train diligently, and your meddling isn't helping. Exactly. Beerus snapped his fingers, giving Vegeta an approving nod. It is precisely because we need Goku's strength to face the upcoming universe tournament that you must keep this secret. Otherwise, I shall unleash destruction upon you. Do you understand? At Beerus's fierce tone, the crowd felt a shiver of fear and nodded quickly. They momentarily forgot that he was a god of destruction, not someone to provoke. What secret? Suddenly, a voice rang out as Goku appeared behind Beerus. Ah! Beerus jumped, startled. And upon recognizing Goku, he shouted with an air of guilt, Fool, where did you come from? Don't mind me, Lord Beerus. Goku chuckled. Then his eyes lit up as he spotted Monaka. Oh, Monaka, you made it. In an instant, Goku stood before Monaka, excitedly grasping his arms. Great. Now that we have time, let's have a spar, Monaka. Ah. Monaka's face paled at the sight of Goku, glancing at Beerus for help. The latter, alarmed that Goku might inadvertently harm Monaka in his enthusiasm, shouted, Goku, mind your manners. What is the matter? Goku chuckled, then earnestly beseeched Monaka again. Smack. Suddenly, someone slapped Goku on the head. Who was that? Goku was about to fume, but upon seeing it was Chi-Chi, he deflated. What's wrong, Chi-Chi? Chi-Chi, unimpressed, scolded. Look at how you're dressed. Do you even realize there's a banquet here? Go change your clothes. Goku sniffed himself and indeed detected a hint of sweat, sighing. Fine. With that, Goku swiftly utilized his instant transmission to leave. Hey, we need to think of a way quickly. Goku will be back soon, Bulma exclaimed. Beerus turned to Whis, who shook his head. What should we do? How can we prevent Goku from discovering Monaka's identity? Krillin asked anxiously. Should we send Monaka away? Doesn't T-Lord Whis have the ability to manipulate time? Jocko suggested suddenly. The group's eyes brightened. That was a clever idea. No, it's too late for that. Today, Goku will undoubtedly fight Monaka. If we let Monaka leave now, it would be inappropriate. Whis shook his head in refusal. What are we to do then? Beerus asked impatiently. I have an idea. Trunks suddenly declared. What is it? Everyone looked at him curiously. Trunks smugly replied, in that case, we could simply find someone to impersonate Uncle Monaka. Impersonate? The crowd's eyes sparkled. Beerus also gave Trunks a thumbs up. Excellent, young one. But the question remained. Who could impersonate Monaka? Whis inquired. Beerus paused, then said, the only ones present who can spar with Goku are Vegeta and Rhea. However, Goku is undoubtedly very familiar with Vegeta's techniques. As he spoke, he turned to Rhea. Rhea shrugged helplessly. I can't compete with Goku. I could put up a fight if I used Kaioken, but that would be too conspicuous. The group felt disheartened. None of their options seemed viable. Suddenly, Rhea smiled slightly. But, Lord Beerus, can't you impersonate Monaka? With your power, you'd have no trouble dealing with Goku. Upon hearing this, Beerus's expression instantly turned cold. Chapter 66. Beerus endures humiliation disguised as Monaka. What do you mean? As a god of destruction, how could I possibly engage in such antics? Beerus exclaimed, visibly agitated. What is the big deal? Haven't you lied before? Isn't it only natural to sacrifice a little for your own deceit? Bulma retorted nonchalantly. Damn it. Beerus's forehead throbbed with veins as he contemplated striking this woman. Lord Beerus, you must make a decision swiftly. Otherwise, Goku will return. Whis interjected suddenly. Beerus hesitated. Eh? Did someone call for me? In a flash, Goku appeared in their midst. Beerus widened his eyes in astonishment. So soon. Everyone else was equally startled. Aha. Monaka. Can we have our match now? Goku approached Monaka with a grin. He had awaited this moment for far too long. Upon hearing that Monaka was an extraordinary fighter, he had been consumed with the desire to spar, and now the opportunity had finally arrived. The onlookers were at a loss for words. Beerus stepped forward, forcibly pulling Goku away. Hey, Monaka is not someone you can challenge so easily. Oh, what do you want me to do? Goku asked, perplexed. After contemplating for a moment, Beerus declared, I've got it. If you wish to challenge Monaka, you must first complete 100 trillion sit-ups. 100 trillion? All right, I'll do it. With that, Goku dashed to a nearby patch of grass and began his exercise. As Goku performed sit-ups, Beerus fell silent. At that moment, Trunks and Goten suddenly brought out the Manaka costume that Satan had previously supplied. Lord Beerus, look, we've prepared the props for you, Trunks announced proudly. However, Beerus found it difficult to express his thoughts upon seeing the hideous costume. It was utterly disgraceful for a god of destruction to don such an outfit. Just as Beerus wavered, Whis' voice cut through. You must hurry, Lord Beerus. What? Beerus instinctively glanced toward Goku, his eyes widening in shock. Goku had suddenly accelerated his pace, moving with astonishing speed. Finishing in no time at all seemed genuinely possible. Beerus fell into silence. Nearby, Vegeta and Piccolo watched Goku with beads of sweat forming on their brows. This old friend was always eager for a challenge. All right. Goku suddenly charged over. So fast, Beerus exclaimed, his expression shifting. Hey, Goku, how could you finish so quickly? That's 100 trillion. Goku paused, then replied, it's 100 trillion. Is there a problem? How did you count that? Beerus asked, incredulous. Goku innocently held up his fingers. Just 1 trillion, 2 trillion, 3 trillion. ISNT 100 trillion done in no time? I haven't even warmed up. The others were left speechless. Luya felt a bit of sweat trickle down. It was rumored that Goku from Dragon Ball Super was not only somewhat childish, but truly a simpleton. He had witnessed it firsthand. Fool, that's not how you count. Beerus exclaimed in exasperation. 100 trillion sit-ups would take years to complete. Goku, undeterred, said, all right, I'm ready to face Manaka. He disregarded everyone else and took Manaka by the hand, heading off into the distance. Let us find a place to fight. Manaka struggled, but he was as powerless as a puppet, looking to Beerus and the others for help, tears streaming down his face in silent despair. This is bad. We must stop him. Beerus panicked. Tien, use your gravity technique to hold Goku back. Kaiatsu suddenly called out to Tien. Understood. Kaiatsu didn't hesitate and immediately directed his power toward Goku. Suddenly, Goku felt an overwhelming heaviness, startling him. What is happening? So heavy. Well done, Beerus praised. The others sighed in relief. But just then, Kaiatsu gasped, I can't hold on any longer. The crowd's expressions changed as they saw Kaiatsu being dragged forward. Even gravity techniques couldn't restrain Goku. Beside them, Krillin gritted his teeth and charged forward. Solar flare. With a low shout, he blinded the unsuspecting Goku, causing him to instinctively release Manaka. Seeing this, Krillin swiftly moved to grab Manaka. Lord Beerus, now is your chance. Or it will be too late, Krillin urged. Trunks and Goten hurriedly handed over the equipment. Beerus clenched his teeth, watching Goku on the verge of returning to normal. He could only reach for the costume. Ugh, so blinding, what is going on? Goku suddenly regained his senses and looked back in confusion, only to be taken aback. Huh? Manaka? Why have you gotten bigger? Before him stood a swollen Manaka, his expression cold. Within the costume, Beerus wore a look of disdain and irritation. Hey, make sure to fight far from here. Otherwise, the banquet will be ruined, Bulma advised. Goku laughed heartily and waved his hand. Got it. At that moment, however, Beerus broke from convention and swiftly appeared before Goku. Before Goku could react, Beerus' fist struck his face. Ugh! Goku yelped in pain, sent flying away. Beerus followed suit without hesitation, launching a flurry of punches and kicks at Goku. Goku found himself overwhelmed, taking several blows that left him grimacing in pain. With a powerful kick, Beerus sent Goku soaring several dozen meters away. The crowd's expressions hardened. The fight had truly begun. How impressive. Luya, Vegeta, and Piccolo exchanged serious looks, aware that they still did not fully grasp Beerus' true power. So they focused intently on the battle. Luya activated his strongest Saiyan abilities, pondering when he might acquire an ability akin to the Sharingan. Although this was the Dragon Ball universe, he recalled there was a certain identity known as a time-space patroller. Without further thought, Luya intently observed the sparring match. Ouch, that hurts. Goku rubbed his sore spot but did not take offense at Beerus' sneak attack. Instead, he exclaimed with excitement. I didn't expect you to be this strong, Manaka. In that case, I want to hold back. With a burst of energy, Goku charged toward Beerus. Beneath the costume, Beerus let out a cold chuckle and surged forward in response. Chapter 67, A Spectacular Battle. The excitement of Beerus boom, boom, boom. In the high sky, waves of fist energy reverberated as Goku and Beerus engaged in a fast-paced duel, remarkably exchanging blows with vigor. Crash. Goku was sent flying by a punch, crashing into a distant mountain. Boom. Yet in the next moment, Goku burst forth again, roaring as he shot towards Beerus, launching a barrage of punches with astonishing speed. Beerus, unfazed, effortlessly defended against the onslaught. Goku's level paled in comparison to his, yet he found himself restricted by the confines of this toy-like outfit, unable to fully unleash his potential. Tat 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 tat. Goku, like an excited bull, relentlessly attacked Beerus, each strike delivered with full force. In his mind, Monaka was an incredibly formidable opponent, which led him to shed his previous careless tendencies and approach the fight with utmost seriousness. Crash. Suddenly, Beerus seized Goku's incoming fist, retaliating with a powerful blow. What? Goku was caught completely off guard, unable to fathom how his full-force assault could be countered. Before he could react, Beerus struck him squarely in the face, sending him hurtling like a projectile. However, Beerus' punch had a bit too much force behind it, causing his fist to rip through the toy outfit. Beerus, witnessing this, felt a torrent of frustration surge within him. Meanwhile, Goku, clutching his face with both hands, cried out in pain. Upon stopping, he glanced at Beerus and smiled, saying, "Since you're being so ungracious, I'll fight you with all my might." With that, he unleashed his energy, a terrifying wave of power enveloping him in a milky white glow. In the next instant, Goku charged forward. Beerus, feeling the urgency, concealed his exposed paw behind his back and prepared to meet Goku's attack with one hand. Crash! 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 The two resumed their fierce battle, and astonishingly, Beerus found himself momentarily suppressed. Is this a joke? How could Lord Beerus be overpowered? Everyone was bewildered. When had Lord Beerus' strength diminished so drastically? No, it was the toy outfit that restrained him. He had to control himself to avoid revealing his true power. Vegeta observed the clash, stating calmly, if that's the case, could Goku actually win? Bulma, astonished, chimed in. You underestimate Beerus far too much. His strength is anything but simple. Vegeta replied coolly. The spectators watched the intense confrontation with awe, while Monaka had long since fainted. Crash. Goku was once again caught off guard by Beerus' attack, receiving a punch directly to the stomach. At the same time, Beerus' other hand shattered the glove, revealing his paw. Beerus, taken aback, thought, is it really that fragile? During this moment of distraction, Goku roared in retaliation and unleashed a punch that sent Beerus flying several dozen meters. Goku, serious, gazed at Beerus, sensing that the latter had yet to unleash his full strength. To Goku, this opponent was still Monaka. As Beerus halted, he looked at Goku, and suddenly, a purple-black aura enveloped the toy. Inside, Beerus grinned at Goku, his eyes radiating a fervor and excitement. In the next moment, he altered his tone and let out an earth-shattering roar, enveloped in a terrifying energy. This was the first time Beerus unleashed power beyond his divine aura, and it appeared immensely formidable, augmented by his divine strength. Goku, witnessing this, felt the urgency and grinned. Now that's more like it. A battle should be exhilarating. With a hearty laugh, Goku erupted with energy and charged towards Beerus. Beerus scoffed, disregarding the exposed arm, and unleashed a flurry of strikes at Goku. Goku hasn't even gone all out yet. He could transform into Super Saiyan Blue. Krillin suddenly remarked. They wouldn't dare, if they truly unleashed their full power. Not just this place, but perhaps the entire West City would be obliterated. Piccolo stated calmly. But will Lord Beerus be upset? Being suppressed like this, will it tarnish his pride? He seems a bit angry now. Bulma expressed her concerns. It was already quite a challenge to have him masquerade as Monaka in that ridiculous outfit. Now, with the pressure of battle, she feared Beerus might retaliate against Earth. That's not going to happen. Whis approached, his staff nowhere to be seen, replaced by a bowl of fruit salad in his left hand and a fork in his right, leisurely feeding himself. Whis, is Lord Beerus really not going to get angry? He seems a bit off, Bulma inquired. Whis swallowed his food and waved his hand dismissively, rest assured. Lord Beerus is currently reveling in the thrill of battle. He is not angry at all. Huff. Upon hearing this, everyone let out a collective sigh of relief. Ever since the last match against the Sixth Universe, where Beerus could only watch as a spectator, he had become increasingly restless. Thus, he was eager for a fight, especially since after his bout with Goku, he rarely engaged in combat due to a lack of worthy opponents. Now, with the constraints of this toy outfit, he could gauge his power while battling Goku, a clash he had long desired. Whis chuckled, enjoying a piece of fruit, his spirits soaring. Vegeta and the others focused intently on the fight, and it was clear to them that Beerus was fully immersed in the joy of combat. Meanwhile, Luya munched on snacks while observing the battle, feeling a twinge of impatience. However, after watching this restricted duel for a while, he lost interest and delved into the system. Gazing at his extraordinary combat power exceeding 100 billion, Lua felt a sense of accomplishment, realizing he had significantly improved since the 6th universe match. He had consistently harnessed his Saiyan talents during battles, but aside from combat and training, he had refrained from utilizing them. As he perused his skills, he suddenly fell silent, nearly forgetting about his transformation into a great ape. Chapter 68. The simultaneous existence of Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan Blue? Regarding the transformation into a great ape, Lua only possesses a fragment of knowledge. Saiyans utilize their tails and harness the lunar power to metamorphose into this primal form, the great ape. This transformation embodies an immensely terrifying power, surging exponentially once achieved. He is aware that this transformation also facilitates the ascension to Super Saiyan 4. However, Lua understands that the tail serves merely as an instrument for the Saiyans' transformation into a great ape, bearing no direct correlation with the Super Saiyan 4 transformation. The tail functions more as a conduit, enhancing the absorption of the natural frequency of bulb's light, thereby enabling the body to undergo the transformation. Its presence determines whether a Saiyan can naturally transform. Sans a tail, transformation is still feasible, albeit with diminished efficacy in absorbing bulb's light. Akin to Vegeta in Dragon Ball GT, who successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 4 thanks to the enhanced bulb's light created by Bulma. This suggests that by amplifying bulb's light, transformation remains attainable. Consequently, the tail's significance wanes in relation to the Golden Great Ape and Super Saiyan 4 forms. Upon transforming into a Golden Great Ape, a Saiyan must possess a formidable consciousness to regain their rationality and condense that overwhelming energy to further evolve into Super Saiyan 4th stage. Vegeta, despite lacking a tail, achieved transformation through the augmented bulb's light, with the tail manifesting instantaneously. In simpler terms, a tail allows for transformation under moonlight, without a tail. The enhanced bulb's light suffices for the same. Thus, the tail has lost its pivotal role. The old Supreme Kai comprehends the dormant power within the Saiyan and its awakening method, recognizing the necessity of removing the tail, yet remains oblivious to the fact that technological enhancement of bulb's light yields equivalent results. Of course, within the context of the Dragon Ball Super Universe, such concepts cannot be harmonized, and the current Saiyans are pursuing a divine path, unlike their GT counterparts, who repeatedly evolved into higher stages of Saiyan existence. Contemplating this, Lua mused, "System, is this transformation into a great ape akin to what I envision? System, what does the host imagine this transformation to be?" Lua's lips twitched slightly. "Surely, it pertains to whether this transformation can lead to a breakthrough into Super Saiyan 4? System, host, there is no need for haste. The priority lies in enhancing strength. Otherwise, you may find yourself helpless in employing this ability, and I fear you may succumb to madness and be mercilessly slain." Lua, shaking his head. Lua refrained from further discourse. This system exhibited a rather frivolous demeanor, thus it was prudent to limit interactions. Concerning the existence of Super Saiyan 4 in this universe, he remained uncertain, yet he was confident in his potential to transform into Super Saiyan Blue. He pondered whether both forms could coexist, and whether it was possible to amalgamate their powers. As he contemplated, he gazed skyward. Boom! At that moment, Beerus and Goku were engaged in a fierce battle, their contrasting auras of white and purple colliding with alarming intensity. Crash! Beerus landed a punch squarely on Goku's abdomen, eliciting a pained cry. Yet, despite the searing pain, Goku retaliated with a punch aimed directly at Beerus's forehead. Simultaneously, Beerus deftly evaded, tilting his head slightly, but due to his substantial size, Goku's fist merely grazed his headpiece. Uffed! In an instant, Monaka's headpiece lost an ear. "This is bad." The onlookers gasped in horror. "No, that was my painstaking creation." Satan's expression turned woeful. However, in that fleeting moment, Beerus launched Goku away with a swift kick. Goku was sent hurtling through the air. Beerus, slightly unsettled, thought to himself, "What now? An ear is gone. I must not reveal my identity." Yet Goku remained undeterred, oblivious to the damage, his focus solely on Beerus and the thrill of battle. "Bring it on." Goku laughed heartily, suddenly unleashing his aura, a powerful energy radiating from him as he teleported before Beerus, delivering a thunderous punch. Beerus sidestepped, narrowly avoiding Goku's fist, but in the blink of an eye, Goku's foot followed with an upward kick. Oh no! Beerus, startled, shifted his form once more. In the next moment, his backside was grazed, revealing Beerus's tail. This is not good. Both Piccolo and Vegeta's expressions shifted dramatically, and in an instant, they vanished. Goku, undeterred by his previous failure, launched another assault. However, Beerus pivoted, delivering a kick that sent Goku flying once again. Naturally, Goku would not relent and charged forward once more. Swish. Suddenly, Vegeta and Piccolo appeared before Beerus, with Piccolo draping his cloak over him, while Vegeta hastily offered a piece of white cloth. Beerus comprehended swiftly, wrapping the cloth around his tail. Vegeta? Piccolo, what are you two doing? Goku inquired, perplexed. Well, we are unsure how this transpired. It seems Monaka possesses some controlling power. Why is my hand uncontrollably elongating? Piccolo feigned panic, extending his arm to ensnare the unsuspecting Goku. Vegeta, your acting skills are abysmal. Piccolo's face twitched. At that moment, Vegeta spoke awkwardly. Yes, indeed. I too lack control. My body is completely unresponsive. Piccolo, your acting skills are equally atrocious. Meanwhile, Beerus had successfully concealed his tail, revealing no discernible emotions. In the next heartbeat, he effortlessly flung Piccolo and Vegeta aside. Beerus then locked his gaze on Goku, a cold smirk curling his lips, and in the next moment, he unleashed his aura. A deep purple energy swirled through the heavens, his power escalating significantly. Goku, witnessing this, felt exhilarated. All right. If that is the case, let us proceed. With a fierce shout, Goku erupted with energy, yet he refrained from transforming into Super Saiyan, maximizing his base form instead. Swish. In the next instant, Goku vanished. While Beerus raised his hand, effortlessly seizing a fist. What? Before Goku could process the situation, Beerus's fist connected with his abdomen. Bang. With a muffled thud. Beerus followed up with another punch, driving Goku downward. Whoosh. Boom. Goku struggled to halt his descent, yet he remained several meters above the ground. The force of impact creating a sizable crater. Beerus beckoned Goku with a finger, laden with provocation. Can one endure this? Goku ascended slowly, unleashing his aura, propelling himself toward Beerus. Beerus, too, released his energy, charging forth. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, their tremendous powers ignited a series of explosions in the vicinity. Chapter 69. The storm subsides. Although it was a common occurrence, the intensity of the battle was hardly any less than that of a Super Saiyan. Goku and Beerus locked eyes from a distance, their energy surging at an alarming rate, seemingly eager to determine a victor. Witnessing this scene, Vegeta and the others were taken aback, quickly turning their attention to Whis. Whis, you must intervene. Vegeta's expression grew urgent. He could sense that if these two unleashed their full power, the very Earth would suffer catastrophic consequences. Oh dear. Whis sighed, somewhat exasperated. Why have these two become so addicted to fighting? Suddenly, Goku in the sky began to unleash his energy, and his strength skyrocketed. Humph. Beerus snorted, as an astonishing purple aura enveloped his body. The two exchanged a glance before simultaneously charging towards one another. Neither had any intention of dodging this punch. Luya stood up, ready to intervene, prepared for any unforeseen events. However, it soon became evident that he had underestimated the power of an angel. Just as Goku and Beerus's fists were about to collide, Whis appeared between them, effortlessly grasping their fists with one hand each. Oh dear, I must insist that you stop this, or the banquet shall be impossible to hold, Whis said with a gentle smile. His timely intervention effectively halted Goku and Beerus, leaving the onlookers in awe of Whis's formidable strength, which seemed beyond their comprehension. Second-tier angel. Luya observed Whis, narrowing his eyes. He had to admit that Whis's power surpassed that of Beerus. Whis, why did you stop us? Goku asked, somewhat disgruntled. He was irked at being interrupted. Regardless of who it was, Whis remained unfazed, slowly responding, Lord Beerus commanded you to cease. Hearing this, both Goku and Beerus were momentarily taken aback, then turned their gazes downward. Among the crowd, they spotted Beerus standing there, albeit in a rather peculiar state, devoid of his divine authority, looking somewhat dazed. Upon witnessing this, Beerus's lips twitched slightly, but he refrained from expressing his irritation. Very well then. Upon hearing that it was Beerus who had spoken, Goku reluctantly descended. Whis stole a glance at Beerus and chuckled softly, Lord Beerus, your performance was quite impressive. Humph. Beerus, intrigued, followed suit in descending. Indeed, Monaka is even more formidable than I imagined. If he hadn't held back, I truly wouldn't have been able to defeat him. Goku exclaimed excitedly, realizing that the other party must have refrained from exerting their full strength, likely out of concern for the surroundings. Hey, I told you to fight somewhere else. You've turned my backyard into a disaster. Bulma interjected, clearly displeased. Goku waved his hand dismissively. Well, Bulma, you're the wealthiest person in the world. You shouldn't worry about such trivial matters. Bulma sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. But what could she do when Goku had such a close relationship with her? Ha! You two fought so splendidly that Monaka has fainted. Itai suddenly burst into laughter, pointing at Monaka. The crowd's expressions froze, and a cold sweat broke out among them. Beerus also stiffened at this remark. Monaka? Goku pondered, bewildered. Hadn't he just fought with him? How could he possibly faint? As he thought this, Goku glanced over, only to find Monaka staring blankly ahead, utterly unresponsive. Goku's eyes widened in shock as he darted his gaze between the real Monaka and the fake one. What is going on here? Well, Bulma and the others felt a bit awkward. Itai, basking in the murderous glares from Piccolo and the others, wished he could vanish into thin air. At that moment, Beerus, concealed within the puppet, was seething with rage. He had gone to great lengths to abandon his divine dignity to impersonate this bothersome and unattractive figure, only to see his efforts rendered utterly futile due to Intai's careless remark. This is unforgivable. The purple divine energy swirled around Beerus's body, resembling a wrathful deity poised to destroy everything. Vegeta and Piccolo exchanged nervous glances, quickly adopting battle stances, preparing to confront the fury of Beerus. Indeed, I should have anticipated this. Vegeta's mind raced with a torrent of thoughts. He realized that such grand gatherings should never be held again. Otherwise, the safety of the Earth would be at stake. This gathering is toxic. Whis observed the scene with a sense of resignation, reflecting on the adage that one need not fear a worthy opponent like Goku, but rather a foolish ally. Now, even he was reluctant to provoke Lord Beerus's wrath. Just as Beerus prepared to act, Goku suddenly exclaimed with excitement, Soga, I understand now. Is Monaka capable of creating clones like you? How impressive. Just a mere clone is already so challenging to handle. The others were taken aback, and Beerus was momentarily stunned, then gradually withdrew his energy. Seeing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Very well, although I cannot engage with Monaka in earnest, if his clones are this strong, then the original must be extraordinarily powerful. Excellent. I shall train diligently from now on to ensure I can defeat Monaka next time, Goku declared, brimming with confidence. Yet, mere moments later, his stomach growled. After such a long fight, I'm truly hungry. I should go grab something to eat. With that, he disregarded everyone and headed towards the food area. The group collectively exhaled in relief. The storm had finally passed. Goku truly has a carefree spirit, Krillin remarked, sensing the atmosphere. The others nodded in agreement, sharing a bemused understanding of Goku's character, yet relieved that they had successfully navigated through the crisis. My apologies, it was entirely my fault. Itai quickly offered an awkward apology, realizing he had nearly jeopardized everyone. To be so thoughtless in speech, you truly are a unique talent. Tianjin glanced at Itai, speaking in a nonchalant manner. Itai. Phew. Beerus removed his headpiece, drenched in sweat. It is finally over. Thank you for your hard work, Lord Beerus. Beerus waved his hand dismissively. From this point onward, let us keep Monaka's appearances on Earth to a minimum. Understood. Whis nodded in agreement. Lua looked at Goku, who was happily eating, with a peculiar gaze. Logically, this impersonation of Monaka by Beerus should have had significant flaws. Could it be that Goku truly lacked discernment? Is that truly the case? Chapter 70. Wukong is unwell. The days of being a grandfather. The banquet concluded amidst a thrilling duel, elevating the spirits of all present, swiftly bringing the gathering to an end. We eagerly await your next visit, Lord Beerus and Mr. Whis. Bulma waved farewell to the two deities. The others felt a twinge of embarrassment. If every gathering were to be as exhilarating as this, they would surely live in constant anxiety. Well then, until next time, let us take our leave, Lord Beerus. Whis remarked with a gentle smile. Beerus nodded nonchalantly, reverting to his usual aloof demeanor. Moments later, Whis and Beerus transformed into a streak of rainbow light and vanished from sight. Now that it has come to an end, let us all return home. Piccolo approached Vegeta and Wukong, offering a nod before departing. One by one, everyone dispersed. Luya bid farewell to Wukong and his companions, returning to his abode. After a refreshing shower, he reclined on his bed, reflecting on his current status. I now consider myself one of the elite warriors of the universe. If I continually harness my strongest Saiyan abilities, I could swiftly surpass Wukong and the others. However, such a pursuit would diminish the joy of the journey. Perhaps I shall refrain, Luya mused, shaking his head. Ever since his battle in Universe 6, his strength had surged remarkably. In his normal state, even a combat prodigy like Son Goku would find it challenging to keep pace with him. Notably, Luya had mastered the art of instant transmission, though only for 0.1 seconds. It was beyond the reach of ordinary beings. Apart from Super Saiyan Blue, he could easily dominate any Z fighter. Of course, he could still hold his own without instant transmission. I shall focus on refining my instant transmission. Its mastery has reached 1 second. I suspect he will enhance it further. I must prepare for the upcoming tournament of power, Luya murmured to himself. In the following days, Luya sought a secluded spot for his training, not opting for the hyperbolic time chamber, but instead discovering a tranquil island. He began his rigorous practice of instant transmission, persistently applying it and gradually unveiling the depths of his Saiyan potential. However, just a few days later, Luya received startling news. Wukong had fallen ill. Surprised yet contemplative, he surmised that Wukong's illness stemmed from his overexertion while utilizing the tenfold Kaioken, which had led to a disorder known as delayed onset energy fluctuation syndrome. The amplified power from the Kaioken, combined with Wukong's already formidable strength, had rendered him unable to fully control his abilities. Luya sighed, acknowledging that Wukong's proficiency with the Kaioken was partly due to his own influence, prompting him to pay a visit. At that moment, Wukong was at Gohan's home, playfully engaging with Gohan's daughter, Pan. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi shot him a disapproving glance, frustrated that after she had prepared a hearty meal for his return, he had inadvertently caused chaos, necessitating their temporary relocation to Gohan's residence. Seeing Wukong seemingly unperturbed, as though nothing had transpired, only fueled her ire. Her teeth clenched in annoyance. Piccolo sat on the couch, observing the interaction with a slight smirk. The days without training are dreadfully mundane, Wukong lamented, lifting Pan high in the air. I see nothing wrong with taking a break. You Saiyans are perpetually training. A little leisure time can be refreshing. Besides, you and Vegeta have nearly reached your limits. Further advancement seems negligible. It would be wise to adopt a more relaxed mindset, Piccolo replied calmly. While his words rang true, Wukong still found it difficult to accept. It's tough to bear, he grimaced. Indeed, he had reached a plateau. Any further training would yield minimal results, even within the confines of the time chamber, unless he faced a formidable opponent capable of pushing him to unleash his dormant potential. Wukong, you ought to recover soon. Otherwise, I fear you might inadvertently cause more damage to Gohan's home. Chi-Chi remarked coolly. What do you mean by that, Chi-Chi? Wukong replied awkwardly. Of course not. I trust my father won't do such a thing. Gohan and Videl entered just then. Gohan, Videl, you're back. Wukong waved cheerfully. Daddy, Daddy, Daddy. Pan chirped excitedly upon seeing her father, babbling with delight. Gohan approached with a smile. I returned early today. He lifted Pan, asking, Did you miss Daddy? Yay. Pan affectionately kissed Gohan, indulging in playful antics. The atmosphere was filled with warmth and joy. By the way, Gohan, weren't you discussing a collaboration with the professor at your school? I heard he wanted you to be his assistant. Why are you back so soon? Chi-Chi suddenly inquired, clearly concerned for her son. Gohan lowered his gaze slightly before responding. I turned it down. What? Chi-Chi exclaimed, her surprise evident. Why? Gohan smiled at Pan. Videl and I have decided not to be consumed by work anymore. We want to spend more time with Pan. Indeed, Gohan and I share the same sentiment. Besides, we can afford to take it easy, Videl added. Very well, Chi-Chi replied, somewhat disheartened. It was only natural to feel disappointed at her son's choice to forego a promising future. Gohan, you are quite the opposite, Piccolo remarked, glancing at Wukong. Wukong laughed heartily, unfazed by the matter. For him, training was his sole interest. Of course, I hope that when time permits, Uncle Piccolo can assist me with my training. It has been ages since I had any formal training, and I worry that if I continue like this, I might be unable to intervene in future crises. Gohan suddenly turned to Piccolo, smiling. Piccolo regarded Gohan, then smiled approvingly. Even without your request, I would still train you. Luya's arrival interrupted their camaraderie as footsteps echoed from outside. That presence, it's Luya, Piccolo noted, glancing toward the window. Luya? Wukong exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. As they stepped outside, they were greeted by Luya. Luya, what brings you here? Wukong inquired with a smile. Luya looked at Wukong and asked, I heard you were unwell. Is everything all right? Wukong's expression dimmed slightly as he replied, It's manageable. I just can't exert myself lately, or my energy will become erratic. Luya nodded. You pushed yourself too hard with the Kaioken. Initially, you were fine, but by the end, you were already exhausted yet still forced yourself to continue. Which led to this predicament. Wukong sighed with resignation. I had no idea you would defeat it. Had I known, I wouldn't have pushed myself so hard. Luya remained silent. Chapter 71, Gohan's Request. After greeting Gohan and the others, Ruaya turned to Goku and said, "Since you have nothing pressing, I shall take my leave." Goku nodded, replying, "All right, goodbye." Ruaya acknowledged him with a nod and turned to depart. "Wait," Gohan suddenly called out. Ruaya halted and turned back, inquiring, "Gohan, are you calling me?" Gohan stepped forward, his gaze now imbued with an inexplicable seriousness. "Ruaya, I wish to request a battle with you." "What?" Gohan's unexpected declaration startled Piccolo and Goku, leaving them bewildered as to why Gohan would make such a request. Ruaya was equally taken aback. He had hoped to engage Gohan in combat to harness his power, yet felt hesitant to voice it. Now, however, the proposition had been made by Gohan himself. Gohan met Ruaya's eyes, determination radiating from him. After a moment of silence, Ruaya remarked, "Gohan, you must understand that I have grown significantly stronger since our last encounter." Gohan nodded in acknowledgement. "I understand. That is why I am asking you to fight me." Goku watched Gohan, hesitating to speak, but Piccolo gestured for him to remain silent. "Why?" Ruaya asked with a smile. Gohan clenched his teeth slightly, stating, "I do not wish for the events of the past to repeat. I have not trained for many years, and my strength has waned. As such, when formidable foes arise, I can only watch my friends and family suffer. That feeling is excruciating. Therefore, I wish to reclaim my strength. But Mr. Piccolo can assist you as well," Ruaya countered. Piccolo remained silent. Gohan acknowledged this, yet insisted, "I understand, but I still want to spar with different masters. If my father were available, I would request his training as well." Gohan, Chi-Chi, and Videl exchanged complex glances. "Please, train me." Gohan bowed respectfully to Ruaya. Ruaya sighed in resignation, saying, "Very well, I shall grant your request." "Wonderful!" Gohan exclaimed, his fist clenched in excitement. "Let us find another location." With that, Ruaya soared into the air, heading in a specific direction. Gohan nodded to Goku and the others before following Ruaya. Goku, unable to contain himself, prepared to follow but was suddenly restrained by Piccolo. "Your body is not fit for this. Do not go. I fear you may be provoked." Goku sighed, resigned to stay behind. Nonetheless, Piccolo chose to follow. "How cunning." Goku muttered under his breath. "Goku, come quickly and take care of Xiaofang. Videl and I will prepare dinner." Chi-Chi called out. "All right," Goku replied, scooping up Xiaofang. Meanwhile, Ruaya arrived at a secluded valley, with Gohan closely trailing behind. Ruaya turned to Gohan and instructed, "Do not hold back. Unleash your full power." Gohan nodded, spreading his feet slightly apart and adopting a stance reminiscent of the horse stance. The next moment, he let out a fierce roar. Boom! The Super Saiyan transformation was initiated. Gohan's energy surged, his combat power multiplying 50-fold. However, Ruaya frowned, for even in his transformed state, Gohan was still no match for him in his normal form. Gohan has transformed into a wild version of himself. Ruaya mused with a faint smile. Jumping twice and adopting a battle stance. Beep. Task activated. Task details. Acquire the powers of 5 Saiyans. Current progress. For 5. Gohan regarded Ruaya with heightened vigilance. Despite his transformation, Ruaya's normal form felt utterly impeccable. Incredible! In merely 6 months, Ruaya's power has increased so dramatically. Perhaps I should also train in the time chamber? Suddenly, Ruaya's gaze sharpened, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. Before Gohan could react, Ruaya delivered a powerful punch straight to his face. Ugh! Gohan cried out in agony, his body propelled backward, crashing through several small mountains. Do not lose focus, Ruaya admonished, observing Gohan with a calm demeanor. Piccolo appeared at the scene, but he refrained from intervening, merely watching the unfolding spectacle from above. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupted, and Gohan charged toward Ruaya. Ruaya deftly met him halfway with a swift kick. The clash of their fists echoed like thunder. However, after exchanging hundreds of blows, Ruaya abruptly seized Gohan's fist, driving his knee into Gohan's abdomen, followed by a devastating punch that sent Gohan crashing down. In the next moment, Ruaya gathered energy at his waist and unleashed a Kamehameha. Boom! A colossal wave of energy surged forth. Gohan, rising to his feet, elevated his energy to its zenith and retaliated with his own Kamehameha in a clash against Ruaya. Though there exists an unspoken taboo against engaging in such battles with the Sun family, Ruya seemed to disregard this rule entirely, for Gohan was in a desperate state. Ah! Gohan roared, pouring every ounce of energy into his Kamehameha, generating a massive crater beneath him. Ruya let out a low growl, ramping up his energy output. Meanwhile, Piccolo observed with a grim expression. Although Gohan had sought his guidance after the Frieza battle, his training had been cut short by a scholarly exchange, leaving Gohan's strength still lacking. He could not even contend with Ruya's normal form. The power dormant within him had yet to awaken. How could he help him reclaim it? Piccolo pondered this, but soon dismissed the thought, recognizing that Gohan's aspirations now diverged from those of Goku and the others. Once the finest warrior, that glory had faded. There were no formidable adversaries to confront, and even if there were, Goku and the others could easily handle them. Hence, he relinquished the notion of aiding Gohan's awakening. Ah! Gohan cried out, his voice strained, as he found himself unable to hold on any longer. In the next moment, a tremendous explosion rocked the area, giving rise to a half-spherical wave of energy. Ruya withdrew his energy, observing the aftermath of the explosion. As the smoke began to clear, a vast crater was revealed, with Gohan at its center. Gohan knelt upon the ground, sweat streaming down his face, panting heavily. Having reverted to his normal state, Ruya descended into the pit and remarked, "Your strength has diminished significantly compared to the past." Gohan remained silent. Chapter 72. The Disappearance of Xiao Fang. The trio emerges at this moment. Gohan's body trembled, seemingly reproaching himself for his own frailty. Luya observed him and shook his head, saying, "As far as I know, during your battle with Cell, you awakened the Super Saiyan second level, and subsequently, in the confrontation with Majin Buu, you transcended your limits, unleashing your full potential. Yet now, it appears that your potential has once again been sealed away." Indeed, Piccolo suddenly descended, approaching with measured steps. If Gohan were to persist in his training, his power would undoubtedly rival that of his father. However, he has chosen a life of peace, willingly discarding the innate talents of a Saiyan. Gohan rose to his feet and quietly said, "I apologize, Uncle Piccolo, for disappointing you." Piccolo, however, bore no resentment. Instead, smiling and responding, "It's nothing to worry about. You have your own family now, and with Xiao Fang by your side. There is nothing wrong with pursuing your own life. There is no need to chase after our footsteps. As long as those two are guarding this planet, it will be just fine. I respect your choices." Gohan looked up at Piccolo and, upon seeing no trace of disappointment in his eyes, smiled in return. Although he had established a family, he still felt like a child in Piccolo's presence, who had profoundly influenced his life. "Thank you, Uncle Piccolo," Gohan expressed gratefully. Piccolo smiled gently and turned to Luya, saying, "Let us end the training here. Gohan does not require such rigorous practice at this time." Luya nodded. "Understood." He sighed inwardly, lamenting the loss of a prodigy. However, he remained unconcerned. The power tournament was still some time away, and they could revisit this matter then. "Let us depart, Gohan," Piccolo said. Gohan nodded and turned to Luya, saying, "We shall head back now. Thank you for today." Luya acknowledged, it was a trivial matter. Moments later, Piccolo and Gohan departed. Luya pondered briefly before exclaiming, "How intriguing." Beep. The host's mission remains unfulfilled. Continued effort is required. The system's electronic voice suddenly echoed. Luya smiled slightly, having anticipated this outcome. Although he claimed not to have acquired Gohan's power, he felt no urgency. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Piccolo and Gohan were met with the somber expressions of Goku and the others. What happened?" Gohan inquired, puzzled. Gohan Videl suddenly rushed over and threw herself into Gohan's embrace. Her voice choked with emotion. "What is wrong, Videl?" Gohan asked, bewildered. "Hey, Goku, what is going on?" Piccolo's gaze sharpened as he looked at Goku. Scratching his head, Goku replied, "Well, the thing is, we can't find Xiao Fang." "What?" In an instant, both Piccolo and Gohan's expressions shifted dramatically. "What nonsense are you speaking? How could Xiao Fang possibly be missing? We were only gone for a moment. How could she just disappear?" Piccolo's face turned a shade of green with fury, revealing the depth of his anger. He had cared for Xiao Fang as if she were his own granddaughter, and this distressing news caught him entirely off guard. What on earth happened? Gohan, as a father, wore a grave expression and spoke in a low voice. "Let me explain," Chi-Chi interjected. "Videl and I were cooking, and we entrusted Xiao Fang to Goku. However, that absent-minded fellow fell asleep. By the time we checked, Xiao Fang had vanished. This can't be my fault. Xiao Fang was asleep when I dozed off. And I've not been feeling well lately, so I was in a deep sleep and didn't notice what was happening." Goku murmured defensively. This is not the time for excuses. The priority is to find Xiaofang. Piccolo clenched his fists. We searched the nearby area, but there was no sign of her. Goku admitted, guilt evident in his tone. I'll go look. Gohan, come with me. Piccolo urged Gohan. All right. Gohan replied, following Piccolo out. We'll help too. Goku chimed in. The group hastily commenced their search in the vicinity, as they refused to believe that a small child could wander far. Meanwhile, in a distant thicket, the Fusion Rice trio was spying on Gohan's home through binoculars, a massive robot looming behind them. They had heard of Goku's ailment and intended to seize the opportunity to strike. Yet upon witnessing Piccolo and the others searching nearby, they mistakenly believed they had been discovered. Boss, let us run. They're coming. Ashio urged frantically. Fusion Rice was nearly paralyzed with fear, exclaiming, hurry, run. Xiao Wu took the lead, dashing towards the robot. Boom. At that moment, the robot suddenly activated, as if its engines had roared to life, gradually lifting off the ground. Nanny, the Fusion Rice trio gasped in terror, realizing their spaceship could not initiate flight on its own. Without a moment's hesitation, the three slipped into the vessel just as it was about to take off. Bang, bang, boom. In the next instant, the robot's feet erupted with flames, propelling it skyward in an instant, vanishing into the horizon. Meanwhile, Goku and the others continued their frantic search in the cockpit of the flying robot. Ashio exclaimed. Wait, isn't that Gohan's daughter, Xiaofang? Fusion Rice stared at the little girl joyfully pressing buttons, cold sweat trickling down their faces. Why? Why is this little brat here? Boss, what should we do now? Xiao Wu asked, feeling lost. Idiot. What else can we do? Just throw her out. Fusion Rice panicked. No. She is just a child. We can't do that to her. Xiao Wu, being a woman, was overwhelmed with maternal instincts. Idiot. Fusion Rice scolded furiously. Wait. What is that smell? Ashio wrinkled his nose, his expression darkening. It's awful. Could it be? The three of them simultaneously turned their gaze toward Xiaofang. Oh, she actually soiled herself. Fusion Rice's face paled in horror. Boss, there is no window in here. Xiao Wu exclaimed anxiously. How could this happen? Fusion Rice felt his blood rush to his head, and in a fit of rage, he slammed his fist down on the control panel. Beep, 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 beep. Suddenly, an alarm blared, and the entire robot shook violently. In the next moment, it lost control and unleashed its firepower, soaring into the sky. Ah no. Chapter 73, accomplished. The mission of Super Saiyan got a sudden, intense rumbling echoed through the air. Luya, who was soaring through the sky, sensed a disturbance and glanced upward, only to behold a colossal yellow robot ascending into the clouds. Was that a mixed rice? Luya paused momentarily, then, filled with rage, charged towards the robot. Boom. The robot burst through the atmosphere and continued its ascent as if its fuel was inexhaustible. Luya followed closely, utilizing Frieza's cells to sustain himself in the vacuum of space. Just as he caught up, the robot erupted in a violent explosion. Oh no. Luya gasped, realizing that Gohan's daughter, Xiaofang, was inside, along with the mixed rice trio. Despite being antagonists, they were decent individuals. In an instant, Luya raced toward the explosion. Without uttering a word, he unleashed a powerful palm strike, dispersing the flames with his immense energy. However, in the next moment, he was taken aback as a small figure emerged from the chaos, radiating a soft, milky light. The mixed rice trio clung to her feet. Luya felt a surge of emotions. He understood that Xiaofang had awakened, truly, as a descendant of the Saiyans. It was rare for one so young to possess such extraordinary talent. Yaga. Xiaofang waved her tiny hands and, upon spotting Luya, squinted her eyes in delight. Luya smiled faintly and turned to the mixed rice trio beneath her. You three truly never learn. Spare us. We didn't mean to. It was the little girl who came running over. The mixed rice trio whimpered, unable to muster any bravado. Humph. If Gohan discovers that you nearly put her in danger, no one will be able to save you. Luya scoffed. Not to mention Gohan's kind heart, Piccolo was not one to show mercy. If he found out, it would spell disaster for them. We only wanted to bring her back. The machine malfunctioned, leaving us no choice. Xiao Wu suddenly interjected. Luya glanced at Xiao Wu, well aware of her future with Trunks, and chose not to dwell on it. He then approached Xiaofang, grinning broadly, and opened his arms. Come, I'll take you back. Xiaofang blinked her big eyes, hesitated for a moment, then placed her tiny hand in Luya's, beaming at him and curiously babbling. Luya smiled gently before executing instant transmission. And in an instant, they appeared above a forest. He looked at the mixed rice trio. Consider this a lesson, at your age. You should abandon the idea of being villains. Before they could react in astonishment, Luya casually waved his hand, and the three plummeted downward. Ignoring their plight. Luya knew they would be fine, and he cradled Xiaofang, his brow furrowing. Did you mess yourself? Yeah. Xiaofang giggled, her tiny hands playfully tugging at Luya's face. Forget it. I'll take you home. Luya chuckled resignedly, and in the next moment, he vanished. Meanwhile, the trio remained suspended in the treetops, all unconscious. On the other side, Goku and the others sat at the doorstep, their expressions somber. Piccolo's muscles were taut, resembling a volcano ready to erupt. Gohan attempted to soothe Videl. Worry etched on his face. Goku, this is all your fault. You didn't keep an eye on Xiaofang, and now she's missing. Chi-Chi scolded, poking Goku's forehead in frustration. Goku felt a pang of guilt, realizing that if he hadn't been ill, finding Xiaofang would have been swift. But without the ability to sense energy, he had missed the opportunity. Damn it, it's all my fault. Xiaofang. Just then, Luya appeared, holding Xiaofang. Xiaofang. The sudden sight of Luya startled everyone, but upon seeing him cradling Xiaofang, they rushed towards him in a frenzy. Videl immediately took Xiaofang in her arms, weeping uncontrollably. Luya, why is Xiaofang with you? Goku asked, puzzled. I had barely left when she ran towards me, and astonishingly, she can fly. At such a young age, it's remarkable. I was worried she would wander off, so I brought her back. Luya explained. I see. Piccolo's expression softened somewhat. Thank you so much, Luya. If it weren't for you, we would never have found her. Gohan bowed in gratitude. Luya waved his hand dismissively and turned to Videl. Just a small favor. By the way, could you change Xiaofang's diaper? Videl blushed at the suggestion, quickly nodding. Thank you. She then took Xiaofang inside. Speaking of which, she really did mess herself. Goku relaxed, chuckling. Shut up. If you let this happen again, you won't be allowed near Xiaofang. Chi-Chi huffed, still irritated. How can you say that? After all, I am Xiaofang's grandfather. Goku protested. Is there a grandfather who loses track of his own granddaughter? If it weren't for Luya, we'd still be searching for her. Chi-Chi retorted angrily. Goku smiled awkwardly, glancing at Gohan for assistance. Mom, let us not blame Dad too much. Now that we found Xiaofang, let us just eat. Gohan suggested, knowing that Chi-Chi was Goku's nemesis. Humph. Chi-Chi scoffed, turning to head inside. Luya, why don't you join us for a meal? It's a way to thank you for bringing Xiaofang back. Goku invited. Luya was about to decline. But Gohan added, yes, come eat with us. I suppose a simple meal won't hurt. Luya relented. Soon after, Luya finished his meal with Goku's family and took his leave, having become more familiar with Xiaofang, who no longer regarded him as a stranger. After Luya departed, Goku decided to train with King Kai to regain his strength. He could no longer endure being powerless. Upon returning home, just as Luya prepared for a shower, a series of system notifications rang out. Ding. Congratulations, host, for assisting Xiaofang. Special reward, Energy of Saiyan Xiaofang. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the Super Saiyan God mission. Rewards are being distributed. Chapter 74, Superhuman Water. The imposter Vegeta appears 3 days later in a certain forest. A flash of light flickered mysteriously, and in an instant, the surrounding space turned blank. A figure had quietly appeared, Luya. With a hint of excitement, Luya smiled, for his time manipulation had reached an astonishing 0.3 seconds. In just 3 days, utilizing the innate abilities of the strongest Saiyan, he realized the terrifying difficulty of such training. Achieving hits level before the power tournament seemed a daunting task. As Luya pondered this, he suddenly froze and gazed into the distant sky. After a moment of contemplation, he pointed his finger to his forehead, centering himself. Vegeta, Trunks, and Goten were no longer on Earth. Luya squinted slightly, if he was not mistaken. They must be on planet Firepan. Ding. System task triggered. Luya was taken aback, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. Meanwhile, on planet Firepan, boom, boom, boom. In a valley, explosions echoed, and shortly after, several figures soared out of the gorge, dodging a barrage of laser cannons relentlessly firing at them. Hey, Goten, hurry up and run. Don't let them catch us, Trunks yelled, sprinting while carrying Minaka on his back. Goten, burdened with an elderly man, who gripped a pacifier-like object, followed closely. Behind them, a horde of pink aliens pursued relentlessly, having been possessed by a substance known as superhuman water. Originally, Trunks and Goten had accidentally boarded Minaka's spaceship, which had brought them to planet Firepan. Before they could fully grasp their surroundings, they found themselves embroiled in a chase, saving an old man from a group of intergalactic fugitives. However, the captors seized Monaka, forcing Trunks and Goten to comply. The fugitive, Griel, sought the pacifier in the old man's possession, rumored to be a key sealing away a substance known as Super God Water. Blinded by ambition, they snatched the key, only to be forcefully possessed upon unlocking the superhuman water, resulting in perfect copies of themselves that boasted enhanced powers. Given the peculiar nature of the superhuman water, Trunks and Goten had no choice but to flee. Suddenly, Trunks stumbled and fell as he turned around. "Trunks!" Goten called out anxiously. Just then, before Trunks could react, several laser blasts surged toward him. "This is it." Trunks' face paled. In that critical moment, Vegeta appeared before Trunks, effortlessly swatting the laser blast aside. "Dad!" Trunks exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy. Vegeta, with an air of arrogance, turned to him. "What are you doing running around like this? Do you have any idea how worried your mother is?" "I'm sorry, but if you hadn't come, we would have been done for." Trunks quickly changed the subject. Vegeta snorted, his gaze shifting to the aliens. "What are these creatures?" "Ah, it's Griel," exclaimed Gak, who had just arrived. "Griel? Is that the fugitive you mentioned?" Vegeta mused. "Heh, looks like a stronger foe has arrived. Excellent. Next, I shall absorb all of your powers." Griel approached menacingly, his eyes locked onto Vegeta. "Humph. You think your pathetic group can absorb my energy? How laughable." Vegeta scoffed. "How will you know unless you try?" Griel replied with a sinister smile, signaling his subordinates to charge forward. "TCH. A bunch of trash." Vegeta coldly dismissed, and in the next instant he vanished, appearing before one of the henchmen, delivering a powerful punch that sent the foe crashing down. Vegeta continued to flicker in and out of existence, each appearance resulting in the defeat of an enemy. In no way. Griel's expression shifted in disbelief as he realized the formidable strength of this mysterious figure. However, after a moment of surprise, Griel's expression shifted to one of cunning delight. "No matter how strong you are still no match for us." "Huh." Vegeta unleashed a blast of energy at the approaching henchmen, wiping them out in one fell swoop. The ground was drenched in a viscous pink liquid, which writhed ominously. "Dad, be careful," Trunks warned anxiously. Ignoring Trunks' concern, Vegeta landed before Griel, arms crossed. "It's just you left. Speak. Have you decided how you wish to perish?" "Heh. I must admit, you are quite powerful. However, defeating me is utterly impossible," Griel replied, a calm smile gracing his lips. "What nonsense are you spouting? A weakling like you? I could eliminate you with a mere fingertip." "Are you jesting?" Vegeta retorted disdainfully. "Is that so? Then your power shall belong to me." Griel laughed ominously. Suddenly, a mass of pink liquid appeared silently behind Vegeta, enveloping him in an instant. "Dad!" Trunks gasped, his face turning pale. "How is this possible? What is this thing?" "Ah!" Vegeta struggled violently, but the more he fought, the more he found himself suffocating, his strength draining away as if being forcibly siphoned. In mere moments, Vegeta was expelled from the pink liquid, collapsing before Trunks. "How can this be?" Vegeta struggled to rise, staring incredulously at the liquid, which began to morph into his own likeness. A pink Vegeta. "Impossible!" Vegeta cried out in disbelief. "Haha, witness my prowess." "Surprised, aren't you?" Griel approached, leering. Vegeta, filled with doubt, realized his powers had vanished, leaving him weak. "Dad, are you all right?" Trunks rushed forward, worried. "What trouble have you gotten us into?" Vegeta inquired, displeasure evident in his tone. "Well, that old man." Trunks hesitated, but at that moment, the imposter Vegeta charged forward. "Watch out." Vegeta pushed Trunks aside, but was struck by a powerful punch that sent him crashing into the boulders. Chapter 75. The formidable imposter Vegeta. Ha! Surrender your resistance, for you shall all be absorbed of your energy, Greer proclaimed, exuding confidence now that he had the imposter Vegeta as his ally. "You scoundrel! How dare you harm my father?" Trunks seethed, glaring at his opponent. "Come down. You will have your turn as well." Greer replied nonchalantly, then turned to the imposter Vegeta. "Hurry, absorb them." The imposter Vegeta cast a hesitant glance at Trunks. "Trunks, run." Vegeta, emerging from the rubble, urged his son. Yet Trunks had no intention of fleeing. He fixed his gaze on Greer and, with a fierce shout, transformed into a Super Saiyan, charging directly at his foe. Suddenly, the imposter Vegeta interposed himself in front of Greer, extending his hand to seize Trunks by the wrist, a grin spreading across his face. With a powerful throw, he sent Trunks hurtling away. Final flash. The imposter Vegeta's expression turned cold as he unleashed his signature attack, aimed squarely at Trunks. This is bad. Vegeta's heart raced with urgency, knowing he was powerless to intervene in his current state. Trunks, too, displayed fear. The disparity between him and his father was already vast. And now he faced the enhanced strength of the imposter Vegeta. The attack was meant to obliterate him. For a moment, Trunks forgot to evade. Trunks! Goten shouted, launching himself forward to collide with Trunks, and both tumbled aside just as the final flash obliterated the surrounding mountains. This is impossible. His power is greater than mine. Vegeta stared in disbelief at the destructive force, astonished by the imposter's newfound strength. Impressive. That old fool is clearly panicking. Greer was already terrifying enough, and now there's this formidable man as well. We're doomed today. Goten, Trunks called out, having narrowly dodged the attack. Goten understood and nodded. The two quickly aligned themselves, their power surging as they transformed into Super Saiyans, and then they fused together. Boom. A blinding white light enveloped the area, heralding the arrival of Gotenks. Oh, they can still fuse. How intriguing. However, I intend to claim your strength, Greer remarked, momentarily surprised, then quickly grew excited. Once he amassed this power, he would be unrivaled across the universe. Humph. I'm Gotenks. I shall eradicate you in the name of justice, Gotenks declared, pointing angrily at Greer before unleashing an energy blast. Yet Greer remained unfazed, as the imposter Vegeta stepped forward, effortlessly deflecting the attack with a casual flick. Swiftly, Gotenks appeared before the imposter Vegeta, launching a rapid barrage of strikes. Clash! Clash! The imposter Vegeta calmly parried each blow, the gap in their strengths insurmountable. With a sudden movement, the imposter Vegeta seized Gotenks' fist and lifted him effortlessly. Ugh! Gotenks struggled, but the imposter Vegeta delivered a punishing blow, sending him crashing through mountains. Humph! Too weak, the imposter Vegeta remarked, somewhat dissatisfied, perhaps due to having copied Vegeta. He felt no immediate urge to eliminate them, but instead viewed the two boys as subjects for correction. Gah! In a surge of energy, Gotenks charged once more, unleashing another final flash at the imposter Vegeta. Fool! You dare use that attack against me? The imposter Vegeta sneered, erupting with energy and raising his fist to deliver a counterattack. Boom! In a dazzling explosion of light, a tremendous force repelled Gotenks' assault, sending him crashing into a wall. Vegeta watched in frustration. Gotenks had not undergone systematic training recently, resulting in a significant drop in his combat prowess. We must leave this place, the old man suddenly suggested. Hey, what is this thing? Vegeta glared at the old man, his expression darkening. The old man, without hesitation, recounted the events. Super water? It can replicate others' powers? I see. Vegeta pondered, a complex expression crossing his face as he turned to the imposter Vegeta. This is dire. My own self has no flaws. Only one person can defeat this imposter. The old man was taken aback. So confident? In Vegeta's mind, he only acknowledged Kakarot as a worthy opponent. None others were deserving. We must defeat him quickly. Otherwise, you will cease to exist. The old man warned after a moment's hesitation. What? Vegeta gasped. Cease to exist? How could that be? Such was the terrifying nature of super water. The old man's expression grew grave. It is precisely because it is so fearsome that it was sealed away. And now it has been unleashed by those blinded by greed. After a long silence, Vegeta surveyed the chaotic battlefield, urgency flashing in his eyes. Ah! At that moment, Gotenks roared, his power escalating to the third level of Super Saiyan. Oh? Finally taking this seriously? The imposter Vegeta scoffed, immediately launching an attack. Gotenks showed no fear, charging headlong into battle. Thud. Thud. The two exchanged rapid blows, hundreds of strikes within mere seconds. Clash. Ugh. Yet, it was evident that the imposter Vegeta's strength far surpassed Gotenks, delivering a devastating elbow strike that sent him flying. Whoosh. Meanwhile, the imposter Vegeta gathered an energy sphere, launching it at Gotenks. Came. Ha. Gotenks could only unleash his own Kamehameha in response. Boom. The two energies clashed, resulting in a spectacular explosion. I can't match his strength. I need to escape. Gotenks contemplated fleeing. However, the imposter Vegeta had already emerged through the smoke, grinning sinisterly. Where do you think you're going? A powerful kick sent Gotenks hurtling away. Gotenks. Vegeta's expression changed drastically. Such an attack was beyond their capacity to endure. Thud. Gotenks, forced to revert from fusion, collapsed to the ground, both boys visibly weakened. Humph. The imposter Vegeta observed them, extending his hand to prepare another energy sphere. Suddenly, he froze, turning sharply to look at a figure atop a distant hill. It was Luya, pointing directly at his forehead. Chapter 76. Luya arrives. The battle against the imposter Vegeta, a figure clad in green battle attire, with short hair dancing in the wind, approached. It was Luya. Humph. You've finally arrived. Vegeta exhaled in relief upon seeing Luya. Luya's strength was not inferior to his own. In fact, under the influence of the Kaioken, even he could hardly withstand Luya's power. Luya, big brother. Trunks and Goten exclaimed with delight. Sorry to keep you waiting. Luya smiled slightly and then turned his gaze towards the imposter Vegeta, his eyes narrowing ever so slightly. One must admit that the replicated Vegeta possessed strength surpassing that of his original. TCH, I thought Kakarot was coming. But it turns out to be you. The imposter Vegeta remarked, somewhat disappointed. Luya replied with a grin, no need to be disheartened, for soon you shall learn how to write the words beaten. Ridiculous. The imposter Vegeta scoffed arrogantly. Hey, don't bother with that guy. First, absorb the energy of those two little brats. Grail suddenly commanded. The imposter Vegeta's expression turned icy. Do not command me. What did you say? Grail responded incredulously, baffled that he, being the leader, would be defied. Suddenly, a blinding flash shot forth, hurtling directly towards Grail. Wah, what? No. Grail's face changed dramatically. But it was already too late for him to evade. Boom. With a colossal explosion, Grail was swept away. The imposter Vegeta glared at Luya, saying, Who permitted you to strike? Luya withdrew his hand and chuckled. I presume you dislike being ordered around as well. Vegeta let out a cold huff. With a light tap, Luya landed before Vegeta, smiling as he said, Now, it's just you left. Hey, haha, you are overly confident. Well then, ever since our battle with the Sixth Universe, I have longed to fight you. Why should you stand above me? The imposter Vegeta retorted coldly, suddenly erupting with power, elevating his strength to its peak. Luya smirked and similarly unleashed his own power, resulting in a fierce clash of remarkable forces. We should move further away. Vegeta interjected. Trunks and Goten hurried over, and the group quickly retreated to observe from a distance. Dad, do you think Luya can defeat that imposter? Trunks asked. Vegeta crossed his arms, gazing at the two combatants in the distance, and replied nonchalantly, Who knows? Swish. The two warriors exchanged glances, surrounded by a radiant aura. Ha! Suddenly, Vegeta roared in fury, dashing towards Luya to deliver a punch. Luya reacted swiftly, raising his hand to block the strike while countering with a punch of his own. Smack. Yet the imposter Vegeta was no pushover, promptly seizing Luya's fist. The two locked eyes closely, and in the next moment, they both kicked simultaneously. Crash. They ascended and descended, continuously colliding in a fierce display of combat. His strength has increased again. How can this be? Despite being of the same Saiyan lineage, does he possess no limits? Vegeta, watching from afar, felt a sheen of sweat on his brow, though he had not participated in the battle. He could see Luya's power escalating daily. In truth, he and Kakarot had nearly reached their limits. Any further training would yield minuscule results unless they could push their extremes and stimulate a breakthrough. However, Luya was a peculiar Saiyan, exhibiting terrifying talent and seemingly limitless growth. If this continued, Luya's power might very well surpass both him and that Kakarot fellow. Crash, crash, crash. As the two combatants separated momentarily, they unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, executing their royal techniques. Final flash. Kamehameha. Boom. In an instant, the sky erupted, the immense force radiating in all directions. How impressive. What monstrous beings are these? The old man was nearly swept away by the explosion, saved only by Trunks' quick reflexes. Who are these people, capable of such power? Boom. The intense clashes resumed, with Luya and Vegeta locked in a fierce struggle. Yet astonishingly, Luya's strength continued to rise. Vegeta furrowed his brow, observing the battle as if he were directly involved. That guy is still holding back. Why is he restraining himself? Vegeta felt a twinge of annoyance. Even if it was merely an imposter, he did not appreciate Luya's reluctance to unleash his full potential, as if it implied he was incapable of besting him. Suddenly, Vegeta's form flickered momentarily. Dad. Trunks and the others gasped at this sight. This is bad. It's starting to take effect. The old man expressed his concern. Vegeta examined his own body and then looked towards the old man. Hey, is there a way to counter this? The old man wiped the cold sweat from his brow, responding solemnly, the only way now is to defeat that imposter version of you. Otherwise, we must locate that super water and destroy its core energy to fully understand this situation. At this, Vegeta's expression darkened. He found it hard to accept being defeated. He then turned to Trunks and the others. Trunks, you all quickly search near where Grail was killed. That super water might still be alive. Understood. Trunks and Goten nodded fervently before departing. I think I'll sit this one out. Jack hesitated, ultimately remaining behind. Vegeta glanced at Jack, instinctively feeling displeased. Yet he chose not to comment further. The fierce battle continued, and it must be said that Vegeta's power was indeed formidable, especially the imposter Vegeta, whose strength had risen significantly. In his ordinary state, Luya found it challenging to swiftly overcome him. Hey, Luya, the only solution is to quickly deal with that imposter. You must finish him off, or I will disappear. Vegeta suddenly shouted, unable to contain his urgency. In that moment, Luya was momentarily startled. Boom. The imposter Vegeta seized the opportunity, transforming into a Super Saiyan and landing a punch squarely in Luya's abdomen. He followed up with a kick, sending Luya flying. Hey! Luya screamed as he smashed through several small mountains. What? Vegeta's expression darkened, and he could no longer bear to watch. Is this all you've got? To defeat me is but a naive dream. The imposter Vegeta sneered disdainfully. Chapter 77, Luya's Instant Flash. Vegeta stunned, unconventional combat. Luya rose from the pile of stones, casting an irate glance at the imposter Vegeta. Fool. Vegeta retorted, somewhat at a loss for words. I believe you should refrain from interfering with him. The old man beside him suddenly interjected. Shut up. Vegeta shot a foul look at the old man, instantly silencing him. The old man, begrudgingly, ceased his chatter. Luya turned his attention to the counterfeit Vegeta and, in the blink of an eye, appeared before him. Though the imposter's body was a shade of purplish red, his entire aura radiated a golden hue, reminiscent of a Super Saiyan, inheriting all of Vegeta's power. The imposter Vegeta regarded Luya with a smug grin. Luya briefly assessed his opponent, and in the next moment, his eyes sparked with determination. What? The counterfeit Vegeta barely had time to react before a flash of white light enveloped him, rendering him immobile. In an instant, Luya was before him, delivering a fierce punch directly into the imposter's abdomen. Ugh! The punch forced the counterfeit Vegeta to expel his breath, as if struck by a devastating blow. Impossible. This must be a joke. On the other side, Vegeta's expression morphed into one of sheer terror upon witnessing this scene. It was eerily reminiscent of a past encounter. Yet he remained uncertain. Luya smirked, showing no mercy as he executed another knee strike, sending the imposter Vegeta soaring. Boom. A massive boulder shattered upon impact, burying him within the debris. A surprise attack? Allow me to return the favor, Luya remarked nonchalantly. Having just utilized Instant Flash, the imposter Vegeta was utterly defenseless against him. Boom. Suddenly, a surge of formidable energy erupted from the rubble, followed by a blinding light that sent the debris flying, revealing the figure of the imposter Vegeta. At this moment, the counterfeit Vegeta was filled with rage, staring at Luya with disbelief and fury. Impossible! How could you possibly use Instant Flash? Instant Flash! At last, Vegeta firmly grasped the situation. This individual could indeed perform Hit's Instant Flash. Luya smiled faintly. I learned it during my last battle with Hit. Damn it! The imposter Vegeta struggled to accept this reality as he embodied Vegeta's will, unable to fathom such a fact. How could this individual be so extraordinary? He was the rightful prince of the Saiyans. Though he begrudgingly accepted that Kakarot, a lowly warrior, surpassed him, he refused to believe that any random Saiyan could outshine him. Luya coolly stated, transform into Super Saiyan Blue, or you shall not stand a chance against me. Silence. You are not worthy of transforming into Super Saiyan Blue. The imposter Vegeta's face contorted with rage, his eyes glowing with dark energy. With a ferocious roar, the imposter Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan of the second level, amplifying his power once more. Luyu's gaze sharpened, and in the very next moment, he appeared before the imposter Vegeta without any warning. Be careful! Vegeta cried out from a distance, concerned for his counterfeit self. The old man muttered, whose side are you on? However, he underestimated Vegeta's pride. For him, even an imposter version of himself could not be easily defeated by another, not even by Kakarot. Yet, it was too late. Luyu's Instant Flash, though merely 0.3 seconds, was beyond what the imposter Vegeta could withstand in his current state. It felt as if he were struck by a barrage of fists, the sound of collisions echoing throughout. After suffering a series of relentless blows, the imposter Vegeta found himself half-kneeling. Luya appeared before him, about to speak, when suddenly the imposter Vegeta unleashed a powerful energy blast. Caught off guard, Luya was taken aback, unable to believe that the imposter could retaliate with such force. He could only cross his arms to shield himself. Boom. Under the colossal wave of energy, Luya was propelled backward, crashing through countless rocks until he was sent tumbling down a mountainside. Boom. A tremendous explosion resounded. TCH. Must I resort to using my true power? The imposter Vegeta scoffed. By replicating Vegeta, he had not only enhanced his strength but also fortified his physical resilience. Thus, while the opponent's attacks were powerful, they did not pose a lethal threat, granting him an opening. Rising to his feet, the imposter Vegeta instantaneously appeared atop the pile of rubble, unleashing his full energy. Snap! Suddenly, several stones atop the pile shifted. With a fierce glint in his eyes, the imposter Vegeta unleashed his royal combat technique, bombarding the area below with energy blasts, resulting in a cacophony of explosions. This is bad. Vegeta observed the unfolding chaos, sensing impending doom. Meanwhile, his form flickered once more. The old man spoke with complexity, realizing he could offer no assistance as his own combat prowess was far too inadequate. On the other side, Goten and Trunks, who were tracking the super water, also took note of the unfolding situation, their expressions filled with worry. I hope Big Brother Luya is all right, Goten fretted. Trunks replied solemnly, Father's power is overwhelmingly superior now. Luya is likely in grave danger. What should we do? None of us can stand against Uncle Vegeta. Goten sighed. As the two youngsters deliberated, they remained oblivious to the writhing purplish-red liquid creeping toward them from above. Just as it approached within 5 meters, the super water leaped down, intent on consuming them. However, as it descended, Goten and Trunks noticed the shadow looming over them and swiftly leaped aside. Crash! The super water crashed to the ground, then suddenly accelerated toward Trunks. Being slightly stronger than Goten, it aimed to capture him first. Ugh! Trunks was taken aback by the speed, quickly taking flight. Alarmingly, the super water followed suit, launching itself toward Trunks. What? Trunks was stunned. It could fly? At that moment, a barrage of lasers shot forth, piercing numerous holes through the super water. The creature faltered and fell, losing its opportunity to strike, and immediately fled without hesitation. Goten and Trunks turned to see Jack standing atop a height, holding a firearm. Jack, what are you doing here? Trunks exhaled in relief, smiling. Jack smirked. The protagonist always makes their grand entrance at the most critical moment. With that, he coolly holstered his weapon. In truth, he had no desire to remain in the company of the stoic-faced Vegeta. Chapter 78. The imitation Vegeta breaks the flash time in midair. The imitation Vegeta executed the prince's combat techniques with remarkable precision. Though he had perfectly replicated Vegeta's abilities, he was now aligned with the forces of evil and was determined to deny Luya any chance for a comeback. Amidst a flurry of attacks, the imitation Vegeta suddenly made a forward gesture. Ultimately, oh no, the faces of Vegeta and his companions turned pale at this sight. If this move landed, they would surely be affected. Damn it. Luya, what are you doing? Unleash the power you used against Hit. Vegeta gritted his teeth. In a flash, the imitation Vegeta gathered a tremendous force, and a terrifying light illuminated the sky. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. This ends now. Do not resist any further. A calm voice resonated, causing the imitation Vegeta's expression to shift. He turned slightly, unaware that Luya had already appeared behind him. What? The imitation Vegeta faltered. Disbelief etched on his face. When did this guy? The real Vegeta, too, was taken aback. The sudden appearance of his opponent caught him off guard. Luya's short hair stood on end, transitioning from black to a golden hue, devoid of any blinding golden radiance, his eyes reflecting a hint of cold indifference, a true Super Saiyan. After recovering from his shock, the imitation Vegeta swiftly turned to strike Luya. Bang! However, he was a moment too late, as he raised his fist. Luya's punch had already collided with his abdomen. Ugh! Vegeta instinctively clutched his belly. Luya, showing no mercy, transformed his fist into an open palm, emanating light from it. Whoosh! Boom! With a point-blank strike, the imitation Vegeta was sent flying. Luya's body trembled slightly, and in the next instant, he left a trail of afterimages in the air. Arriving behind Vegeta, in a flash, with both hands clenched in a fist, he delivered a powerful blow, driving Vegeta deep into the ground. Just as Luya aimed to conclude the battle with full force, an unexpected change occurred. Boom! A stunning blue light shot into the sky, and the source was none other than the imitation Vegeta. You bastard! Stop this, now! An overwhelming aura surged forth as the imitation Vegeta transformed into his Super Saiyan blue form. How is this possible? How could that imitation transform into a Super Saiyan blue like my father? Trunks exclaimed in astonishment as he landed beside Vegeta. Naturally, that imposter has inherited all my powers and can perfectly wield everything I possess. Vegeta crossed his arms, watching the spectacle without surprise. Dad, your body. Trunks suddenly glanced at Vegeta, noticing that his father's form had become increasingly ethereal. Oh, no need to worry. As long as Luya defeats that imitation, everything will be fine. Vegeta appeared remarkably composed. Old man, is there any other way to restore my father? Trunks inquired urgently, turning to the elder. The elder responded. There are two options. Either locate the essence of that super water and destroy its core energy, or defeat that imitation. However, it seems this battle is quite stalemated. How could this happen? Trunks lamented. By the way, this can help you buy some time, the elder said, producing a pacifier and handing it to Vegeta. Vegeta, unsure of its purpose, decided to take the pacifier into his mouth, hearing it would alleviate his condition. This scene was somewhat comical. The mischievous little ones recognized the gravity of the situation and paid little attention. Otherwise, their jaws would have surely dropped in disbelief. In the arena, the imitation Vegeta continued to unleash astonishing power, his super blue form radiating an intense blue light. Luya narrowed his eyes slightly and remarked, So you are finally taking this seriously? But alas, I shall not grant you the opportunity. Humph. Do you really think I lack a way to counter your flash time? Kakarot can break through flash time, and so can I. With that, the imitation Vegeta roared, and in the next moment, he propelled himself directly in front of Luya. Luya activated flash time, and instantly, the entire space-time froze as he gathered energy to strike the imitation Vegeta. Yet an unexpected scene unfolded. The space surrounding the imitation Vegeta began to crack. Suddenly, the fists that had been entrapped by the time prison were raised. Boom! Their fists collided, creating a deafening sound wave that reverberated through the air. In the next instant, Luya was sent hurtling backward. But it was not over yet. The imitation Vegeta roared in anger, his form exploding with energy as he charged toward Luya. Luya sensed an incredible threat and was taken aback. He had not anticipated Vegeta's rapid adaptation to flash time. Could it be that his opponent had improved so significantly, even while he could only manipulate time for 0.3 seconds? Without hesitation, Luya unleashed his energy, Kaioken. Boom! Golden light enveloped him, amplifying his power exponentially. As Vegeta's attack approached, Luya vanished. Whoosh! In the next moment, Luya reappeared above the imitation Vegeta, delivering a powerful punch downward. Boom! Ugh! The imitation Vegeta plummeted but did not crash into the ground. Instead, he hovered in midair. Luya gazed at the imitation Vegeta, revealing a hint of excitement in his battle intent. I never expected that after my fight with Hit, your power would reach such heights. The imitation Vegeta smirked. Don't think that you alone can improve. However, I must admit, your mastery of flash time has caught me off guard. TCH. Vegeta, watching from the sidelines, wore a grim expression. Although he was astonished by Luya's emergence of flash time, he was not concerned about his counterpart's defeat. Just as the imitation had noted, he had also undergone systematic training to counter Hit's flash time, especially after consulting Whis, the angel capable of manipulating time. Thanks to his guidance, Vegeta had experienced a remarkable enhancement in power. Of course, he had initially planned to reserve a trump card for his future confrontation with Hit, but he had not expected Luya to learn flash time, thus exposing his own tactics. Though he felt displeased, Vegeta hoped Luya would triumph over the imitation. Yet he did not wish to be outdone by him, creating a conflicting sentiment within him. Meanwhile, although the pacifier sustained his form, it still continued to fade. At that moment, Luya in the air suddenly ceased his energy surge and reverted to his normal state. The crowd was taken aback. What was he doing? Surrendering? Chapter 79, The New Transformation of Luya. Super Saiyan God, what is he planning to do? Even Vegeta finds Luya's mysterious maneuvers perplexing. Luya's aura has diminished significantly. Trunks remarked. In the arena, the imposter Vegeta gazed at Luya and coldly asked, Oh, is this your way of surrendering? Luya smirked. You think too much. I'm merely testing my newly acquired skill. What skill? Vegeta frowned, visibly annoyed. Can you be more concise? With a subtle smile, Luya clenched his fists and closed his eyes slightly. In that moment, his energy reached an extraordinary calm, akin to a still pond. His mind converged into a singularity. Suddenly, a flicker of crimson flames enveloped Luya's form, ethereal, yet undeniably real. Impossible. That unfathomable aura, that posture. Could it be? At the same time, both Vegetas were stunned, gazing at Luya in disbelief. They could hardly fathom that this young man had achieved such a feat. At that instant, Luya abruptly opened his eyes, which transformed into a vivid red. In the next moment, he unleashed a powerful roar, and a wave of fiery brilliance radiated outward. His hair instantly turned a brilliant red. Super Saiyan God. Luya has transformed into a Super Saiyan God. Since uniting the powers of 5 Saiyans, he had unlocked the ability to metamorphose into a Super Saiyan God. The imposter Vegeta, clearly aware of Luya's transformation, could no longer maintain his composure. It is well known that the power of Super Saiyan Blue surpasses that of Super Saiyan God, yet why was his opponent able to transform into a Super Saiyan God? Wasn't it said that the legendary Super Saiyan God required the energy of 5 Saiyans to be channeled into one? Could it be that Luya had sought out Kakarot and the others behind Vegeta's back? How could this be? Meanwhile, on King Kai's planet, Goku had also paused in his training, a gleeful fist pump signaling his triumph. Wonderful. I'm back at my peak. Through relentless training and pushing his limits, he had regained control over the power that he was meant to possess. Hey, Goku, come here. Something's wrong. Suddenly, King Kai shouted from a distance. Goku was taken aback and questioned, "What is it, King Kai?" In an instant, he appeared before King Kai, who did not meet Goku's gaze but instead stared into the endless starry sky, gravely stating, "Just now, I sensed the powers of Vegeta and Gotenks beyond Earth. And then I felt Luya's energy, but now Luya's energy has vanished, replaced by a divine essence. Something must have occurred." Goku paused, curiosity piqued. "Wait, so they're not on Earth?" "That appears to be the case," King Kai confirmed with a nod. "How strange. Why would they leave Earth?" Goku pondered aloud before declaring, "Well, my power is restored, so I shall pay them a visit. Be careful on your journey." King Kai cautioned. "Understood." On Fire Mountain, the imposter Vegeta glared at Luya, his expression darkening. "How did you transform into a Super Saiyan God?" Luya smiled faintly. "I transformed just like Goku did." "Impossible. The transformation into a Super Saiyan God requires the power of 5 Saiyans. Did you receive assistance from Kakarot and the others?" The imposter Vegeta questioned sternly. Luya contemplated for a moment before replying. "I didn't gather them. Rather, I collected the powers of Goku and his companions, researched them, and through practice, I successfully fused them." "Vegeta, you insolent fool. Are you here to insult my intelligence?" "Regardless, discussing this is futile. Let me see what the Super Saiyan God is truly capable of." Luya descended to the ground and began to warm up with a series of playful hops. "Do as you wish. While the Super Saiyan God is formidable, it pales in comparison to Super Saiyan Blue. You won't stand a chance against me." The imposter Vegeta retorted coldly. "Who knows? Perhaps soon, I too shall transform into Super Saiyan Blue," Luya replied, tilting his head with an enigmatic smile. Vegeta gritted his teeth, staring intently at Luya. He refrained from arguing, for the feeling Luya exuded was undeniably strange. The speed of his growth was astonishing. It was conceivable that he could indeed become a Super Saiyan Blue. That monster. It wasn't until Vegeta encountered Broly that he comprehended the existence of even greater monsters. But that is a tale for another time. "Hey, Luya, big brother, quickly defeat the imposter dad. My dad is about to vanish," shouted Trunks. Luya's gaze sharpened as he observed that Vegeta's form was becoming increasingly transparent. After a moment of silence, Luya turned to the imposter Vegeta. "I wonder what will happen when I combine the state of Super Saiyan God with the technique of instant transmission." With a whisper, Luya vanished, reappearing before the imposter Vegeta in an instant. So fast, the imposter Vegeta was taken aback, quickly reacting. Luya's fist struck the imposter's arm, sending him reeling. The imposter Vegeta winced in pain. Even without utilizing the King Kai fist, Luya's strength was formidable. Coupled with instant transmission, it was exceedingly difficult to contend with him. In that moment, Luya charged forward once more. Under normal circumstances, he would not mind sparring with Vegeta, but the stakes were too high to hesitate. Bang, bang, bang. Luya relentlessly assaulted the imposter Vegeta with a flawless combination of instant transmission and the form of Super Saiyan God, leaving the imposter struggling to defend himself. Although the strikes did not severely injure him, the intensity of the battle had escalated to an entirely new level. He was forced into a defensive position. "I cannot. I need more power." Meanwhile, Trunks and the others watched the battle intently, completely oblivious to the purplish-red liquid rapidly approaching from behind. Just awakened from his stupor, Manaka suddenly realized the impending danger of the superhuman water and exclaimed, "Ah! What?" The group instinctively turned around. At that moment, the superhuman water revealed its intent, surging at breakneck speed towards the strongest among them, Trunks. Ah! Trunks panicked, forgetting to resist. Trunks! Vegeta rushed in front of Trunks, attempting to shield him, but his form was already nearly transparent. The superhuman water effortlessly passed through him, racing towards Trunks. A life-and-death crisis. Chapter 80. Destruction of superhuman water. Return to normal, damn it. Stop. Vegeta's expression turned exceedingly grim, and the pacifier in his mouth fell away as his form began to shimmer and fade. In that moment of peril, an orange figure appeared before Trunks, delivering a direct energy blast without a word. Instantly, the superhuman water evaporated. Ah! On the other side. The imposter Vegeta suddenly screamed in agony. Now's our chance. Gak hurriedly exclaimed. Luya swiftly reverted to his normal state, and in the next moment, an immense power surged forth, enveloped in a red battlesuit, as he unleashed the 18-fold Kaioken. Kamehameha. Gathering a staggering amount of energy, Luya launched it forward. The unsuspecting imposter Vegeta bore the brunt of this terrifying strike, and in an instant, he too turned to vapor like the superhuman water. As the imposter Vegeta vanished, the real Vegeta returned to his normal state. It's over. Luya retracted his power and turned to face the newcomer, a smile gracing his lips. Dad. Goten beamed with joy upon seeing the arrival. Ah. The newcomer was none other than Goku, who glanced at Vegeta and asked, Are you all right, Vegeta? Nothing's wrong. Vegeta replied nonchalantly. By the way, how did you all end up in this place and encounter such a troublesome enemy without informing me? Goku surveyed the surroundings, puzzled. TCH. It's not like I wanted to come here. These two brats sneaked onto Manaka's spaceship, and I was merely tasked by Bulma to fetch them. Vegeta retorted coolly. Oh, I see. Wait, Manaka. Suddenly, Goku seemed to recall something and turned to the side where Manaka lay on the ground, momentarily stunned. Manaka? What happened? It turned out that Manaka had fainted upon stepping onto the superhuman water. Thank you for your assistance. Without you, this universe would have faced dire consequences. The old man approached, sincerely expressing gratitude to Goku and the others. I didn't do much, I arrived late. Goku lamented, wishing he could have tested his recently regained strength. Indeed, if it weren't for Big Brother Luya's timely intervention, we would have been doomed. Trunks waved his hand dismissively. Luya approached, chuckling. I just happened to sense a powerful energy, so I followed it. Let us save the chatter for later. We should head back. Vegeta cast a lingering glance at Luya before summoning the others. Moments later, Goku and the others bid farewell to the old man, Manaka, and Gak. Returning to Earth. As they appeared, Bulma was already in a flurry, rushing over to scold Trunks by tugging at his ear. Goten, witnessing his friend's reprimand, dared not utter a word, feeling thankful he had escaped his mother's wrath. Goten. Suddenly, a deep voice resonated, and before long, Chi-Chi rushed over from somewhere, seizing Goten with a firm grip. Ignoring the two women chastising their children, Vegeta turned to Luya and inquired, Now, tell me, how is it that you can transform into a Super Saiyan god? Goku was taken aback, then looked at Luya. Luya, you can transform into a Super Saiyan god? What is going on? He had not paid much attention to Luya when he appeared, thus missing the sight of Luya's transformation into a Super Saiyan god. Luya smiled slightly. Speaking casually, I studied the powers of the 5 Saiyans and attempted to fuse them, and by chance, I succeeded. Are you joking? However, you indeed fought alongside me, Vegeta, Gohan, and Trunks. Although surprised, Goku held little skepticism, his interest piqued by powerful opponents. He grinned widely. In that case, Luya, you're not far from achieving Super Saiyan Blue. Just train diligently, and you'll be able to transform. Luya nodded. I understand, and I will strive for it. Excellent. Once you attain Super Saiyan Blue, you must engage in a proper spar with me. Goku implored earnestly. Luya did not refuse, nodding in agreement. Aside from being a Super Saiyan god, he has also mastered his time skip. Vegeta interjected unexpectedly. Goku seemed unfazed by this. That should be normal. Luya can also use my Kamehameha and instant transmission. While time skip is formidable, it is not without countermeasures, albeit challenging to master. TCH. Truly a single-celled organism. Vegeta scoffed. Turning away, Goku watched Vegeta's retreating figure, then turned to Luya. So, Luya, how about we train together for the next few days? Luya hesitated for a moment, then nodded. All right. Wonderful. Thank you so much. Goku laughed heartily. His strength had just been restored, and he was eager for a fight, making Luya a splendid choice as his sparring partner. Luya also wished to familiarize himself with the power of the Super Saiyan god. In the ensuing days, Luya and Goku trained on an island near Vegeta's home, battling daily, with Goku utilizing Super Saiyan Blue while Luya employed Super Saiyan God. Of course, when Luya executed time skip, Goku no longer found it as challenging as when he first faced hit. He had learned to evade Luya's time skip. Naturally, Luya's strength had also significantly increased. Following his battle with the imposter Vegeta on Fire Up Star, his power had grown immensely. His control over time skip had surpassed 0.5 seconds. His combat prowess had greatly improved. The two trained vigorously for 5 days, yielding substantial gains for both Goku and Luya. Just as they were about to continue their sparring, Beerus and Whis arrived at Bulma's residence. Upon hearing of Beerus's arrival, Luya and Goku went over to greet them. Clearly, the two food enthusiasts had come to Earth for new delicacies. After relishing the feast, the two prepared to depart. However, they were stopped by Vegeta, who requested to accompany them for training. Whis naturally did not refuse, and upon witnessing this, Goku promptly raised his hand to indicate he wished to join as well. Luya expressed his preference to remain on Earth for training, believing that going with Beerus and the others was not suitable for him. Additionally, he was confident he could grow stronger on his own, possessing a unique advantage. Who could he fear? Thus, Goku and Vegeta departed with Whis, while Luya returned to his dwelling to continue his training, preparing for the enemies that lay ahead. Meanwhile, in the future world, monumental changes were underway. Chapter 81. Changes of the Future. The mysterious dark man in the stillness of the night. A series of tremendous explosions echoed, revealing glimpses of hemispheric glows in the distance. In a city that should have been thriving, devastation, ruins, and smoke enveloped the landscape, intermingled with the harrowing cries of despair, presenting a profoundly tragic scene. Astonishingly, this is the future world. Such a sight had never occurred even during the arrival of the androids, yet now, the calamity surpasses that time in its severity. Humanity finds itself akin to lambs led to slaughter or frightened rodents fleeing in panic, oblivious to when their fate might be sealed, perhaps in the next moment, perhaps instantly. Amidst the rubble, a young swordsman deftly navigates through the debris, ever cautious not to make a sound, fearing the awakening of a dreadful presence. With his blue short hair and striking features reminiscent of Vegeta, anyone familiar with Bulma and Goku would instantly recognize him. This is Trunks, the Trunks from the future. His clothes are tattered, and visible wounds mar his body as he runs with urgency, driven by an overwhelming need to reach his destination. Suddenly, a violent explosion erupts nearby, a terrifying shockwave sending debris flying and flames rising. Trunks halts in his tracks, his gaze fixed in the direction of the blast. His eyes betraying a fierce intent and hatred, yet he refrains from acting, forced to witness the destruction unfold before him. Damn it, Dark Man. I will not spare you. Trunks seethes, his anger boiling over, yet he struggles to contain his power, fearful that revealing his presence would invite death itself. He casts a deep glance towards the distance, where a shadowy figure looms, proud and formidable. Trunks' icy gaze remains locked onto the figure for several tense moments before he turns away, disappearing into the night. Eventually, after an uncertain passage of time, a figure suddenly materializes in the air where Trunks once stood, cold eyes scanning the surroundings as if searching for something. You fled quite swiftly, but as long as you remain on this planet, I will find you, Trunks. Hee hee. A sinister smile graces the figure's lips before it vanishes without a trace. Meanwhile, Trunks returns to a modest underground shelter, where he finds the future Bulma awaiting him. Mother! Trunks exclaims with excitement. Bulma, now bearing the marks of time, brightens at his return. Trunks, you're back. The two embrace, finding solace in each other's presence. What is the situation outside? Bulma inquires. A shadow of sorrow crosses Trunks' face as he shakes his head. I'm sorry, I couldn't win. Bulma pauses, then smiles reassuringly. It's all right. You did your best. That dark man is simply too powerful. None of us stand a chance against him. Trunks grits his teeth. That bastard has slain so many on Earth, and is still not satisfied. If only Uncle Goku and the others were here, he wouldn't have succeeded. Bulma falls silent for a moment, then her eyes light up. I want to show you something. Curious, Trunks asks, what is it? Bulma retrieves a cylindrical container from her equipment, half filled with a shimmering liquid. This is fuel. Trunks recognizes it immediately as the fuel needed to power the time machine. With this, he could traverse time and return to the past. Bulma nods with a smile. Yes, but the resources are too difficult to gather now. It took me this long to collect just half a barrel, enough for only one trip. She expresses her frustration. If the world hadn't turned out this way, she wouldn't have to worry about fuel. After the android disaster and the Majin Buu incident, they should have been living in peace. But fate has played a cruel joke on them. There's hope, Trunks declares with newfound determination. As long as I can return to the past, see Goku and my mother from then, there is hope for this world. Bulma nods in agreement. Yes. Only Goku and Vegeta might be able to confront the Dark Man. She hands Trunks a capsule along with the fuel. You must reach the past before the Dark Man finds this place. Otherwise, he will not allow you to succeed. Trunks affirms with a resolute nod. I understand. Mother, I will protect you, this world, and her. Silly child. Bulma chuckles, shaking her head. Just as they continue their conversation, a sudden, deafening explosion shatters the moment. Meanwhile, 10 days have passed on Earth. Goku and Vegeta are still training with Beerus. And for the moment, tranquility has returned to the planet. Luya departed for the sacred world 3 days prior, and after expressing his intentions, he re-enters the time chamber. However, having been advised by Tien and the others, Luya is aware that his remaining time in the chamber is limited. Luya remains unfazed, without a door. He can simply create one himself. Inside the time chamber, Luya primarily focuses on mastering instant transmission and enhancing his strength. Yet, he is astonished to discover that his potential for growth is diminishing. Just like Vegeta and Goku, even the mightiest of individuals have limits, in Luya's case. Achieving Super Saiyan God is already a commendable feat, and even the system struggles to elevate him to Super Saiyan Blue. Nevertheless, while Luya has yet to evolve to Super Saiyan Blue, he can still refine his base combat power. After all, a stronger base will bolster his transformations. Even within the time chamber, the speed of his enhancements has slowed considerably as his body begins to reach its limits. It's akin to digging a pit and filling it with water. Once the pit is full, there is no more room unless you dig deeper. Currently, however, Luya's basic combat power and overall conditions have met the necessary standards, and his target now is to attain Super Saiyan Blue. Only by mastering the divine power can he strive to attempt Ultra Instinct. What is the hallmark of Dragon Ball Super? Undoubtedly, Ultra Instinct holds a significant place. Of course, he hasn't pondered what lies beyond Ultra Instinct, for he has already discovered his own path to cultivation in another aspect, and he shall strive for it. Chapter 82. The first encounter of future and present Trunks in the capsule of Bulma's residence. An ominous transformation took place in the sky. What was once a serene and sunny day rapidly darkened with ominous clouds and crackling thunder. Strange, lightning-like beams of light converged ominously in the heavens above. Well, what is happening? The nearby residents grew restless, gazing anxiously at the tumultuous sky, bewildered by the unfolding events. Hey, Trunks, look at what's going on. On a patch of grass, the trio known as Kairatsu, Yamcha, and Krillin noticed the unusual phenomena in the sky. Their voices filled with trepidation as they called out for Trunks. What? Trunks, intrigued, approached them with a puzzled expression. Upon his arrival, the group felt a wave of relief. For they knew Trunks was a Saiyan, capable of transforming into a powerful form, and thus, they clung to the hope that he could protect them. It seems something is descending from above. Kairatsu pointed towards the sky. Trunks looked up, and in less than 3 seconds, a colossal vortex manifested, followed by the sudden appearance of a time machine. Wow, an alien invasion. The trio huddled together in fear. Trunks cast a bemused glance at their cowardice before scrutinizing the spacecraft. It appeared to be out of fuel, sputtering before plummeting to the ground. Run! Trunks shouted, startled, as he swiftly dodged aside. With a thunderous crash, the yellow machine struck the earth, creating a crater while remaining largely intact. Silence enveloped the scene. Curiosity piqued. Trunks cautiously approached the downed vessel. Hey, be careful. What if there are aliens inside? Kairatsu exclaimed, his voice laced with concern. Trunks, however, paid no heed. He had encountered numerous extraterrestrial beings, including the god of destruction, Beerus, and felt no fear. Thick clouds of smoke enveloped the machine, obscuring its interior. Trunks' heartbeat quickened as he mused that if Goten were here, it would be better, but alas, he had been taken back by Chi-Chi. Otherwise, he would have let him test the waters. Wiping the glass with his small hand, Trunks was startled. Ah. The trio, startled by his reaction, instinctively retreated several meters away. There is someone inside, Trunks exclaimed, realizing something monumental. Someone? The trio, perplexed, gathered their courage to approach. Hey, ISNT that the Capsule Corporation logo? Trunks, ISNT that your family has technology? Sure, with keen eyesight, spotted the emblem on the machine. Trunks, now realizing, responded with surprise, no way. When did my family create something like this? Hey, go call my mom. Sure. You go. Kaiatsu ordered, having regained his composure. Huh? Why me? Sure protested. Because you're the fastest. Kaiatsu retorted coolly. Moments later, Bulma arrived anxiously on her flying device. Upon seeing the familiar time machine, she froze in shock. It's really Trunks. Mom, what do you need? Trunks hopped down to her side. Bulma snapped back to reality and asked, Trunks, is there a blue-haired boy inside? Yes. How did you know? But it seems that Big Brother is unconscious. Trunks replied, puzzled. Unconscious. This is bad. Trunks. Quickly get him out. Bulma's expression changed drastically. Shortly thereafter, the future Trunks was rescued, and Bulma fetched a soft cushion to carry him to a nearby pavilion. Observing Bulma's worried gaze towards the unconscious Trunks, the trio and present Trunks felt an increasing sense of confusion. What is going on? I wonder if this boy has some connection to Bulma, a connection we cannot describe? The trio whispered among themselves, unconcerned whether Bulma could hear them. Could it be? There is a resemblance between this boy and Trunks, don't you think? Asher remarked quietly, scrutinizing the young Trunks. Now that you mention it. It does seem plausible, Kaiatsu agreed, nodding. Hey, you all, keep an eye on him for me. Bulma instructed the group. Yes. They stood at attention. Bulma turned to young Trunks, saying, Trunks, watch over him and don't let anyone touch him. But, Mom. Young Trunks was filled with questions, but Bulma rushed off in a hurry. The group stood, bewildered. Meanwhile, on another planet, Goku and his companions were relaxing after a meal. I must say, this instant noodle is truly never boring. Whis commented, satisfied. Beerus, using his sharp claws, cleaned his teeth and remarked, next time, bring a different flavor. Got it. Haha. Goku chuckled. At that moment, the crystal ball atop Whis' staff suddenly illuminated. Oh, it's Bulma. Whis exclaimed in surprise, promptly answering the call. Hi, Bulma. Is there more delicious food? Whis. No, I have something else to discuss today. Bulma's tone was noticeably urgent. This caught Goku and Vegeta off guard. Hey, why are we chatting without food? Beerus grumbled, disappointed that there was no feast waiting for him. Idiot. Can you think of anything besides food? I'm really contacting you about something important. Bulma snapped impatiently, catching Beerus off guard. Whis, is Vegeta with you? Bulma ignored Beerus and directed her question to Whis. Oh. Bulma, what is going on? Goku suddenly interjected. Great. Goku, you're here too. Bulma responded with delight. What is happening, Bulma? Be clear. Vegeta said coolly. I need you all to return at once. Something significant has occurred in the future. Bulma urged anxiously. Something significant. Goku and Vegeta exchanged startled glances. Future? Beerus and Whis exchanged knowing looks, sensing a deeper issue. How do you know? Did Trunks come back? Vegeta asked quickly. Exactly. Just come back for now. And remember to bring some Senza beans. Bulma concluded before abruptly ending the call. P.S. Many readers claim the chapters are short. However, they are merely brief. If I were to extend them, each chapter would appear longer. Daily updates are rare. I hope readers can offer more support. Donations are not mandatory. But please refrain from harsh criticism. The author, though kind-hearted, also wishes to respond. Ultimately, there are no benefits for anyone. Why should workers make things difficult for other workers? As for me, the author, if gifts exceed 100 or if the push for updates reaches 3,000, I will deliver 10 updates tomorrow. I promise. Chapter 83. Tampering with time is a grave offense. On the other side, Luya, having exited the time house through unique means, felt an immediate sense of relief. It must be said that spending time in that blank world was truly lonely. Despite his prolonged training, his combat abilities had not surged as dramatically as anticipated. There had been some improvement, yet it paled in comparison to the remarkable prowess he initially possessed. It seemed that he was nearing his threshold, and further enhancement had become exceedingly challenging. Nevertheless, he had adeptly mastered the form of Super Saiyan God. Although he had not yet reached Super Saiyan Blue, he was aware that he met the necessary conditions and was merely a step away. There was no rush. Luya sought out Tian and Bobo, requesting a combat uniform from them. Naturally, it was not the green one. While that attire was comfortable, he had no affinity for it. Those who understood. After bidding farewell to Tian and the others, he prepared to depart when he suddenly sensed the presence of Goku and the others. They had returned? Luyas was somewhat taken aback, for he knew that Goku and Vegeta had gone to train with Beerus, and their return signified the unfolding of future events. With this thought in mind, Luyas resolved to investigate. Meanwhile, in Bulma's garden, young Trunks was seething with rage when Goku and the others suddenly appeared. Indeed, Beerus and Whis were also present. Dad. Trunks rushed to Vegeta. Trunks? Where's Bulma? Vegeta began to inquire, but caught a glimpse of Bulma and the others out of the corner of his eye. We're right here. Bulma waved. Beerus and Whis exchanged glances at the situation within the pavilion, then simultaneously noticed the time machine. Whis. Beerus stated calmly. Yes, this situation seems rather peculiar, Lord Beerus. Whis narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a hint of seriousness for the first time. What is happening? Vegeta and Goku approached, and upon seeing the unconscious adult Trunks, they were both astonished. What happened to Trunks? How did he sustain such severe injuries? Goku queried, leaning closer in confusion. Hey, Kakarot, stop staring. Quickly go to Korin Tower and fetch some Senzu beans. Vegeta's expression darkened. Oh no. Goku snapped back to reality and prepared to use instant transmission. I have Senzu beans. A voice chimed in, and Luyas appeared, tossing a Senzu bean directly to Vegeta. Vegeta caught it and promptly handed it to Bulma. Thank you, Luyas. Goku expressed his gratitude. Luyas casually acknowledged him, glancing at Beerus and Whis to greet them, lest they think he had become unmoored again. Trunks? Huh? Did I hear that correctly? At this moment, the trio, having regained their composure, was utterly shocked, hastily wandering between the adult Trunks and the young Trunks. You share the same surname. You both have a connection to Bulma. You look strikingly alike. The trio exclaimed in unison. The others merely twitched their lips in amusement. Young Trunks was also perplexed, questioning, who am I? Where do I come from? Mom, what is happening? Well, Bulma began to explain, but at that moment, the adult Trunks regained consciousness. Trunks, you're awake? Bulma exclaimed with joy. Vegeta and Goku exchanged a glance, and the latter approached, asking, Hey Trunks, long time no see. The newly revived Trunks, upon hearing that voice, felt his pupils constrict, and his body trembled, as if recalling something dreadful. Trunks? Can you hear me? Goku inquired, puzzled. You bastard. You bastard. Suddenly, upon recognizing Goku's likeness, the adult Trunks erupted in fury, launching a punch at Goku. Bang. Goku caught Trunks' fist, his eyes narrowing as he sensed something was amiss. The onlookers were bewildered. Why would a comrade attack another comrade? Hey, Trunks, what are you doing? Vegeta voiced his displeasure. However, Trunks' focus was solely on Goku, his eyes filled with murderous intent, seemingly intent on devouring Goku whole. Are you out of your mind? Goku regarded Trunks with confusion. You bastard. You, demon. The power within Trunks began to spiral out of control, as if he truly intended to kill Goku. Calm down. Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out, and the adult Trunks was swiftly slapped by Bulma. The adult Trunks, momentarily dazed, looked at Goku in shock. Uncle. Goku. Haha. Trunks, you've finally come to. I thought you had been possessed. Goku exclaimed, relieved. For he had recently encountered a series of bizarre events and nearly believed this Trunks was indeed possessed. I'm sorry. I didn't recognize you, Uncle Goku. Trunks apologized. Then turned to Vegeta. Dad. Vegeta crossed his arms, maintaining his proud demeanor, merely nodding slightly. Trunks, what exactly happened? Bulma interjected suddenly, hearing her familiar voice. The adult Trunks stiffened, gazing at Bulma with confusion. Mom. Mom? Thud. The next moment, the adult Trunks knelt before Bulma, tears welling in his eyes. The onlookers were utterly perplexed by his behavior. Luyas observed quietly, understanding Trunks' emotions. After all, in the future, he was the sole survivor. And that feeling of losing nearly all family members was something one could not fathom without experiencing it firsthand. Dad? Mom? The group was utterly shocked by this revelation. What kind of relationship was this? The young boy's name was Trunks. And there was another Trunks who simultaneously called Vegeta Dad and Bulma Mom? Goodness. This is scandalous. Mom. I demand an explanation. Young Trunks could no longer contain himself. Directly confronting Bulma. Bulma ruffled the adult Trunks' hair and then addressed the young Trunks. He is just like you. He is my and Vegeta's child. And he is also named Trunks, which means he is your future self. Huh. So, he is me. Young Trunks exclaimed in shock. The trio was equally astonished. So that's how it is. It seems he truly hails from the future. Time has indeed been tampered with. How intriguing. Beerus suddenly interjected, his tone somewhat chilling, leaving the others with an unsettling feeling. Huh? Lord Beerus, what do you mean by tampering with time? Bulma asked, puzzled. Beerus looked at Whis, who nodded in understanding. Even the typically cheerful Whis wore a serious expression at this moment. Chapter 84. The Future Catastrophe. The Dark One. It must be said that young Trunks was utterly astonished. How had he never heard of his future self being able to arrive here? Why did his parents seem to know? Hey, Trunks, are you feeling better? Bulma redirected her gaze towards the older Trunks. The older Trunks composed himself and stood up, saying, I apologize for my outburst. He then smiled gently at the younger Trunks, adding, I look forward to your guidance. The younger Trunks, a bit taken aback, instinctively nodded in agreement. By the way, what exactly happened? How did you sustain such serious injuries? Is it true that the future has not yet regained peace? Bulma inquired. Trunks fell silent, his mood darkening as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Before we proceed, shouldn't we address the fact that you tampered with time and created a time machine? Do you realize that this is a grave offense? Beerus suddenly interjected. Grave offense? Goku and the others were momentarily stunned. At that moment, Whis stepped forward and remarked, time and space have always been guarded and monitored by deities. If one were to traverse time and space without permission, the consequences could be unimaginably dire, potentially leading to the destruction of a once peaceful world. Is it truly that severe? Goku asked, somewhat embarrassed. It cannot be that serious, can it, Whis? Vegeta frowned, instinctively defending Trunks. Whis replied solemnly, consider this, if a sapling, destined to grow into a towering tree, were to wither due to the chaos of time, have you contemplated the ramifications of such an outcome? The group exchanged uneasy glances. In the past, there have been deities who sought to control time for selfish purposes, and they were ultimately obliterated. Those who alter time violate the natural order and must be eradicated, Beerus stated matter-of-factly. Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically. Indeed, regardless of whether this young man is in serious trouble, the act of using a time machine to traverse the past and future is already a significant offense. This cannot be the first instance of such behavior. Whis cast a meaningful glance at the older Trunks. Hey, can't you be a bit less rigid? Trunks is my son. After all, moreover, creating a time machine, such a brilliant piece of technology, is quite an achievement. My future self must be remarkable. Bulma protested. Accustomed to sparring verbally with Beerus, her demeanor exuding a hint of narcissism. How impressive. My future self truly is a genius. Oh dear. It seems Bulma is yet to grasp the severity of the situation. Whis remarked with mild surprise. I never imagined such a thing could be constructed by humanity. I must say, humans are indeed a species of boundless potential. Beerus noted with an air of indifference. Whis chuckled softly before addressing Bulma. Creating a time machine, Bulma, is a grave offense and warrants destruction. At this, Bulma was momentarily taken aback, as were Vegeta and the others. No. The older Trunks clearly recognized the gravity of the situation and humbly knelt before Whis, saying, My lord, it is not my mother's fault. All of this is my doing. Please do not harm her. Whis appeared somewhat puzzled. Beerus, on the other hand, was visibly exasperated, wondering who the true destroyer was in this scenario. Ah, you misunderstand. The true deity is this gentleman here. You should kneel before him instead of me, Whis chuckled, pointing at Beerus. Huh? The older Trunks was momentarily bewildered but quickly shifted his position to kneel in the correct direction. Respected Lord, I implore you to impose punishment upon me. Beerus regarded Trunks with a contemplative expression. Lord Beerus, grant him some leniency. Goku laughed heartily, advocating for Trunks. Though this is a grave offense if you remain silent. And Whis remains silent as well. No one will ever know. Otherwise, the exquisite cuisine of Earth shall be forever beyond your reach. Bulma declared with a hint of arrogance. That is implausible. Both Whis and Beerus retorted, not out of a desire to punish Trunks, but rather due to their concern for their culinary futures. Well, if you can persuade me to overlook this, it may be possible, but it depends on how you proceed. I traveled a long distance only to find no delectable food. The implication was unmistakable. Bulma snapped her fingers. Not a problem. I have just the thing. She produced a fish sausage, declaring, This is a fish sausage, and its flavor will undoubtedly satisfy you. Both Beerus and Whis took one, simultaneously tearing open the packaging and taking a bite. Delicious, they exclaimed, their eyes widening in delight. Isn't it? Isn't it? Bulma beamed with pride, producing another capsule from which she retrieved a box of fish sausages and distributed them to everyone. Everyone relished the meal, even Vegeta, who, having trained with Whis and Beerus, had developed an appreciation for fine cuisine. Luya, however, remained indifferent. finding the sausage merely a tad fishy with some added starch. While tasty, it did not captivate him as it did the others. There's still so much left. Looking at the remaining fish sausages, Beerus remarked, "Of course, if you were to part with that entire box, I could overlook this matter." Bulma, eager to comply, readily agreed and handed the box over to Beerus. "Speaking of which, Trunks, can you now share what has transpired in the future?" Goku inquired, his curiosity piqued. Trunks, having gathered his thoughts, solemnly replied, "In the future, following the androids, an exceedingly terrifying enemy has emerged." Enemy? The group leaned in, eager to listen. "Is it Majin Buu?" Vegeta queried. Trunks shook his head. "While we did face Majin Buu after the androids and fought valiantly, we ultimately triumphed and prevented his emergence." "Not Buu. Then who?" Goku asked, puzzled. Trunks looked at Goku, his expression unusual. "We refer to him as the Dark One. His power is immense, and since his arrival, the entire Earth has been engulfed in darkness. There is no longer any light. The world is shrouded in perpetual night." "The Dark One?" The group was puzzled, unsure of the significance of this name. Trunks continued, "This Dark One bears a striking resemblance to you, Uncle Goku." "Eh?" The group was left in utter disbelief. Chapter 85, The Sparring Between Wukong and Trunks. "Are you saying that the enemy from the future resembles me?" Wukong pondered, perplexed by the assertion. "Is that the reason you attacked me earlier?" He had no recollection of any foe resembling him. Vegeta furrowed his brow, lost in thought. Trunks nodded solemnly and continued, "Indeed. His power is terrifying. Moreover, due to his emergence, humanity in the future is nearly extinct. Only a handful of survivors remain. It seems his objective is to eradicate humanity. Is that so? Who exactly is he?" Wukong inquired, feeling a headache coming on. Trunks replied gravely, "He calls himself Son Goku, sharing the same name as you, Uncle. His appearance is almost identical as well. In our timeline, he is referred to as Black Goku." Wait, not only Wukong, but even Beerus and Whis also seem intrigued. This is getting increasingly interesting. How is that possible? He is also named Son Goku? And looks just like me? Wukong exclaimed in confusion. "But didn't I die in the future?" "I don't know. That bastard killed my mother." Even Trunks' face twisted with rage as he recalled his mother's death and the demise of his companion. His hatred for Black Goku intensified. "Wait a minute. Trunks, are you implying that I was killed in the future?" Bulma interjected suddenly. Trunks nodded gently. "Yes. How could this be?" Bulma appeared bewildered. "Humph." Vegeta's expression darkened, clearly displeased. "Hey, Trunks, since you say that Black Goku is formidable, is there a significant gap in strength between you two?" Wukong asked suddenly. Trunks contemplated for a moment before shaking his head. "I'm not sure. In any case, I am not his match. And what's more frightening is that he grows stronger during battle." "Growing stronger during battle," Wukong murmured, then grinned. "Then let us have a match." Trunks was taken aback but quickly understood. "All right." The two soared into the sky, and for safety's sake, Bulma activated a protective shield around them. "I'll check the time machine for anything left behind," Bulma remarked disinterestedly as she walked towards the time machine, followed by the trio. Luya and others gazed upwards. Luya was aware of Trunks' strength. Although he could transform into Super Saiyan 2, he was still significantly weaker than Wukong and Vegeta. However, he understood that Black Goku was the true powerhouse and prepared himself accordingly. In the air, Wukong and Trunks locked eyes, their energies rapidly escalating to an alarming degree. "Come, don't hold back," Wukong exclaimed with a smile. Trunks, gazing at Wukong's face, felt a momentary sense of confusion, often mistaking him for Black Goku. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed his energy. Boom. In an instant, he transformed into Super Saiyan. His power surged exponentially, and at the same time, his fury peaked, unleashing an even greater force into the sky. "Oh, Super Saiyan 2? Quite impressive. In that case, I shall not hold back either," Wukong said, excitement bubbling within him. With that, he erupted with energy, transforming into Super Saiyan, his power continuously rising. The two roared in the air, creating spirals of energy that rippled outward. The intensity was terrifying. After an indeterminate time, both their auras reached their zenith. "An interesting young man. Quite extraordinary," Beerus remarked, eyeing Trunks with admiration. "Indeed. But it appears the adversary is even more formidable," was commented with a chuckle. "Lord Beerus, do you not find this situation rather peculiar?" Beerus slightly closed his eyes and replied, "We don't yet know the full story, so it would be unwise to jump to conclusions. Let us observe for now." In the sky, Trunks looked at Wukong and declared, "I'm going in." Wukong grinned, "Come at me." With a fierce roar, Trunks dashed towards Wukong. throwing powerful punches without hesitation, clearly intent on fighting rather than testing the waters. Wukong chose not to retaliate, eager to gauge how much Trunks had improved. Ah, ah, ah. Trunks' attacks quickened and intensified, and in a flash, he unleashed two full-powered punches aimed at Wukong. Wukong's gaze sharpened as he extended both hands, catching Trunks' fist simultaneously, exclaiming, "Not bad, Trunks. You've grown significantly." Trunks replied with a complex expression, "But even with this strength, I'm still no match for Black Goku." "He can grow stronger in battle, is that so?" Suddenly, a tremendous force erupted, sending Trunks reeling back, his expression shifting to one of shock. "What is this?" The sheer pressure alone was enough to push him back. "Incredible!" Ah, ah, ah. Wukong howled, his hair quickly lengthening as he transformed into Super Saiyan 3. Crackling arcs of electricity surrounded him, transforming his appearance. This was the power beyond Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3. Remarkable. "I never expected Uncle Wukong to surpass the limits of Super Saiyan," Trunks exclaimed in astonishment. "Ah, my strength has indeed increased, just as you mentioned." "Come again." Wukong smiled gently. "All right, I shall no longer hold back." Trunks drew his sword, channeling all his energy into it. He leaped into the air, shouting as he charged down towards Wukong with a fierce slash. "Humph." Wukong chuckled mysteriously, just as Trunks was about to strike him. He swiftly caught the blade between his fingers. Boom. Despite the simplicity of their clash, the overwhelming energies shattered Bulma's protective shield. Bulma, who was approaching with a book, gasped. "Hey, are you guys serious? How is it possible to stop with just your fingers?" "Incredible!" Trunks, witnessing Wukong's prowess, recalled the first time they met, when Wukong had also sparred with him using but a single finger. Yet he remained as formidable as ever. Hee. Quite impressive, Trunks. I didn't expect you to train to this level." Wukong beamed with delight, then suddenly unleashed a powerful shockwave, sending Trunks' sword flying, and leaped above him, delivering a crushing blow. "Ah!" Trunks cried out in pain as he plummeted to the ground, creating a massive crater. Chapter 86. The Arrival of Black Goku. Astonishing power boom. A large crater formed on the ground, smoke billowing upward. "Trunks, are you all right?" Bulma rushed over with concern. "I'm fine." Trunks had already reverted to his normal state, emerging from the pit with a leap. "Impressive, Trunks. You've managed to reach such heights on your own." Goku descended back to his normal form, offering praise. Trunks humbly replied, "Not at all. I'm still not as formidable as Uncle Goku." "After all these years, has your power grown this immense?" Goku chuckled heartily and remarked, "Your father, Vegeta, has become quite strong as well." Taken aback, Trunks turned to look at Vegeta. The two shared a moment of silent understanding. Trunks felt a mix of emotions. It was heartening to realize that not only had he grown stronger, but his father had too. "By the way, let me introduce you to someone. This is Luya. Like us, he is also a Saiyan." "Luya, this is Trunks from the future." Goku suddenly interjected. "Eh? A Saiyan?" Trunks instinctively glanced at the tail at Luya's waist, momentarily astonished. "Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you." Luya flashed a bright smile. "Ah, the pleasure is mine." Trunks nodded vigorously. "Luya is incredibly powerful. You know, even you, Trunks, might find it difficult to defeat him." Goku laughed. "Is that so? How impressive." Trunks cast a complex glance at Luya, realizing he had no recollection of this individual. Even in the future, Luya had not appeared. However, Trunks understood that history might not unfold as he anticipated, so he refrained from questioning it further. "By the way, Trunks, after sparring with me, how do you think I compare to that Black Goku?" Goku asked with eager anticipation. Upon hearing this, Trunks fell silent, his expression hesitant. "I'm sorry, Uncle Goku, but the truth may be somewhat disheartening." I know. He is even stronger than me. Isn't he?" Goku abruptly interrupted. "You." Trunks was taken aback, puzzled by Goku's assertion. "So, his strength surpasses mine? How intriguing. It seems another skilled fighter has entered the fray." Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Huh?" Trunks looked questioningly at Vegeta, who merely smiled faintly, saying nothing. Suddenly, two figures descended from the sky. It was Krillin and Piccolo. "Uncle Krillin! Uncle Piccolo!" Trunks exclaimed excitedly. "What brings you here?" Krillin smiled. "Chi-Chi informed us of your arrival, so we came to check on you." Piccolo inquired. "Trunks, something must have happened in the future, right?" Trunks nodded, preparing to speak when, suddenly, the sky changed drastically. Dark clouds gathered, and a fierce wind began to blow. "Eh? What is happening?" The group looked up, curiosity etched on their faces. "It's finally here." Luya gazed at the sky as a rift began to form, his expression serious. Oh dear, this is a space-time rift. Whis suddenly frowned, sensing the ominous nature of the event. Huh? Beerus's eyes glinted coldly. Their SA power terrifying. Goku's expression turned grave. Tearing sounds filled the air, and before everyone's eyes, a pitch-black vortex appeared. Lightning crackled within the swirling mass. Suddenly, a blinding light flashed, and a figure solidified in midair. Impossible. How can this be? Trunks' face contorted in terror. What's wrong? Goku asked, confused, before glancing up. When he beheld the figure's appearance, he gasped in astonishment. This can't be real. What? The other's expression shifted to shock. Even Beerus and Whis struggled to contain their surprise. Black Goku. Trunks gritted his teeth, his gaze fixed fiercely on the figure. The others quickly grasped the situation, though Krillin and Piccolo remained bewildered, unaware of the unfolding events. Oh, this is Earth? A familiar voice issued forth, laced with an air of superiority and innate arrogance. Trunks, you're here too. So, you did come to this place. Black Goku smirked at Trunks, a hint of disdain playing on his lips. It seems you wanted me to find you so that I could deal with you myself, right? You fiend. Trunks could hardly contain his rage, poised to strike. Trunks, you're no match for him. Vegeta interjected, his voice grave. Oh, Vegeta? Son Goku? And Lord Beerus is here too. How amusing. Black Goku observed the gathering with unexpected interest. Hey Whis, did you see that ring? Beerus's pupils constricted, speaking nonchalantly. If I'm not mistaken, it seems familiar. Whis nodded. How intriguing. This is becoming more and more interesting. Beerus's interest was piqued. Just then, Goku soared into the air, hovering before Black Goku. Hey, you're Black Goku, aren't you? Kakarot, that guy. Vegeta's expression darkened. Damn, he had been beaten to it. Ha ha ha. Son Goku, I've heard much about you. Black Goku grinned at Goku, his smile wide and sinister. Goku scrutinized him, then nodded. You do resemble me. But you exude an air of malevolence. Is that so? No matter. Since we've met here, let us engage in a little sparring. Black Goku's smile grew eerie. What do you mean? Goku furrowed his brow, puzzled, sensing something was amiss. Haha. Black Goku sneered, gathering a sphere of green energy in his hand. With a flick, the energy sphere shot towards Goku. Goku's expression hardened. He swiftly extended his hand to counter the attack. Boom. As soon as he made contact, it became a struggle. In the next moment, he was propelled backward by an overwhelming force, crashing into a distant mountain. Black Goku glanced at the assembled crowd, then turned toward Goku, a wicked smile gracing his features. Let us play for a bit. With that, he charged toward Goku. What is going on? Piccolo and the others followed suit. Luya remained still, deep in thought. He pondered whether intervening at this moment could prevent the adversary from remaining in this realm. However, he realized it would be futile. The opponent was too difficult to vanquish. If he did not inflict a fatal blow, it might only serve to empower the enemy further. This would not only aid the foe, but could also transform his own strength into a tool for the adversary to learn from. It seemed unwise. Yet, he could not devise a better plan. Should he call upon the god of destruction? Chapter 87. Wukong's first battle against Black Wukong if Beerus were to intervene now. Eliminating Black Wukong would undoubtedly pose no challenge. However, it seems that he is reluctant to involve himself in this matter. Luya felt a twinge of frustration. Was he destined to endure a grueling battle? Ding. System task activated. Task details. Defeat Dark Wukong. Save the future world. Note, as long as you bring him down, it counts as task completion, regardless of whether it is the host who does it. Luya was taken aback. Feeling somewhat speechless, is the system implying that I cannot overpower him? System, the host should have a fair understanding of their own capabilities. Comparatively, Dark Wukong's existence is akin to being immortal, thus the host's abilities cannot obliterate him. After careful consideration, the system has decided to lower the difficulty for the host, albeit with a reduction in rewards. Luya sighed. Very well. Meanwhile, Wukong and Black Wukong stood facing each other once more, excitement gleaming in their eyes, as they were invigorated by each other's formidable presence. It truly seems that way. Krillin, observing from a distance, suddenly exclaimed. Piccolo and the others nodded in agreement, astonished to discover that Black Wukong resembled Wukong to an uncanny degree. However, Black Wukong exuded an aura of sinister power that felt eerily familiar. Piccolo squinted slightly, his gaze scrutinizing Black Wukong. He also possesses the essence of Uncle Wukong, which leads me to believe that this Black Wukong is indeed Uncle Wukong himself. Trunks asserted solemnly. Silence. Focus on his combat style. Vegeta interjected coolly. That wasn't your true power, was it? Wukong brushed off the dust from his attire, smiling at Black Wukong. Likewise. Are you merely testing me? Black Wukong replied, a wicked grin perpetually gracing his lips, yet there was something unnaturally peculiar about it. Very well. If I haven't shown my true strength, you would likely continue to conceal yours. Thus, I shall engage you earnestly. Wukong smiled gently, and the next moment, he erupted with energy, transforming into a Super Saiyan. The golden radiance caused Black Wukong to squint slightly. Then he chuckled. So this is a Super Saiyan? Truly lives up to its reputation. Your battle power has indeed increased significantly. Enough chatter. Let us begin. Wukong assumed a combat stance. Humph. Black Wukong scoffed. Then assumed a simple posture. After locking eyes for a few seconds, they both unleashed energy blasts simultaneously. Boom. Amidst the explosion, Wukong charged at Black Wukong, shouting as he launched a powerful strike. Smack. Black Wukong seemed to have anticipated Wukong's move, effortlessly catching Wukong's fist and countering with a swift kick. Wukong blocked the attack with his arm. You possess considerable strength. Heh. Black Wukong gazed at Wukong with a meaningful expression. They released each other and retreated simultaneously, only to collide once more in an exhilarating clash of power. The fierce battle commenced, characterized by rapid movements and blurred actions, showcasing their extraordinary combat skills. Seizing an opening, Wukong unleashed an energy blast. However, Black Wukong evaded it with ease, closing the distance and conjuring a green energy orb that struck Wukong squarely. Ugh! Wukong was sent flying, crashing into a mountainside, a cloud of dust erupting around him. Humph! Black Wukong chuckled wickedly, soaring towards him. Boom! Wukong erupted from the rubble, charging back towards Black Wukong. Crash! The fierce exchanges resumed, their excitement escalating with each blow, injuries becoming inconsequential to them. Bang! Wukong landed a punch on Black Wukong, but the latter retaliated instantly, delivering a sweeping kick that struck Wukong's face. They both staggered back. Whoosh! In an instant, Black Wukong unleashed a powerful energy blast directed at Wukong. Wukong's expression hardened. He erupted with energy, sending the blast soaring into the sky. Boom! The clouds illuminated brilliantly in that moment. Impressive. I never anticipated you would surpass Trunks by such a margin. Black Wukong remarked with surprise, realizing that Wukong had yet to reveal his full potential. Nonetheless, this was not a concern for him. He had reserved his strength while adapting to Wukong's fighting style as part of his strategy. I didn't foresee anyone reaching this level. You far surpassed Trunks. Wukong laughed, then added, however, I sense a familiar power within you, yet your demeanor is quite irksome. Humph. Enough of this chatter. Let us continue. Black Wukong was disinclined to prolong the conversation, determined to extract Wukong's strength before those others intervened, especially the god of destruction, Beerus. Should he act, it would spell trouble for Black Wukong, just as I desire. Wukong laughed heartily, charging forward. Heh. Black Wukong grinned wickedly and met him head-on. Bang! Bang! They clashed once more, but this time, Black Wukong held the upper hand, countering Wukong's punches with two of his own. His power is surged, Piccolo stated solemnly. Black Wukong's strength would escalate throughout the battle, which was why I couldn't overpower him. Trunks remarked, his expression complicated. Wukong is in a precarious situation. He hasn't even taken this seriously yet. Krillin said helplessly. Speaking of which, Uncle Wukong should be able to transform into Super Saiyan level 3, right? Why isn't he using it? Trunks questioned, perplexed. Humph. Not unleashing his full power from the outset is Kakarot's habitual flaw. Vegeta remarked coolly. Trunks glanced towards the arena, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. Boom. In the air, Black Wukong landed a punch squarely in Wukong's abdomen, the force far exceeding that of their previous encounters. Wukong, in pain, retaliated, but his arm was seized by Black Wukong. With a wicked grin, Black Wukong swung Wukong around several times before hurling him towards the ground. Boom. A massive crater formed upon impact, the terrifying force wreaking havoc and resulting in a tremendous explosion. Suddenly, a dark aura enveloped Black Wukong, and he gathered an astonishing energy sphere in his hand, launching it downwards. Boom. A colossal explosion echoed, expanding the crater severalfold. Haha. Is this all the power you possess? Wukong, you fail to excite me. Black Wukong taunted, rumbling. At that moment, an overwhelming force erupted from the pit, and Wukong's figure shot forth. His speed was so immense that it was imperceptible to the naked eye, and his energy had reached staggering heights. What? Black Wukong was caught off guard, receiving a solid punch from Wukong. Wukong halted, gazing at Black Wukong with a smile. You truly are formidable. I nearly struggled to withstand your onslaught in this form. Black Wukong clutched his abdomen, suddenly bursting into laughter, as the dark aura surrounding him intensified. Chapter 88. The Aura of the Kaishin. Beerus's doubts that Fellow's power continues to rise. Is it possible? Upon witnessing Black Goku's state, Krillin felt it most acutely, for he was the weakest among them. And now he found himself somewhat intimidated by Black Goku's aura. Is this truly the case? Vegeta's expression fluctuated dramatically. Damn it! Trunks clenched his teeth, his face filled with rage. The aura has clearly intensified. Goku gazed at Black Goku, somewhat taken aback. It seems that Trunks was indeed correct. This guy has been fighting relentlessly, and his strength continues to escalate. My power grows stronger with each battle, hence, it is impossible for you to defeat me. Black Goku grinned wickedly at Goku, and then, with a sudden roar, he unleashed a dark radiance that enveloped his body, his momentum surging forth. A bead of sweat trickled down Goku's face, his expression turning grave. Truly formidable. Just this current state exudes such terrifying strength. Let us continue. Black Goku smiled at Goku. Goku grinned. Bring it on. Whoosh. Bang. The two instantly dashed toward each other, delivering a powerful punch, followed by a series of explosive sounds as they exchanged blows. As Black Goku's strength increased, Goku refused to be outdone, gradually becoming exceedingly serious. Boom. The two clashed in midair, both bodies retreating simultaneously. Haim. Goku began to gather energy, a terrifying force escalating at an astonishing rate. Black Goku's gaze turned icy as he pressed his hand toward Goku. A green light manifesting in his palm. Kamehameha. Goku unleashed the Kamehameha with furious intensity, a monstrous energy shooting forth. Black Goku was undeterred, launching the green energy ball from his hand to intercept Goku's Kamehameha. Not good. Move away quickly. Krillin and the others sensed the ominous turn of events and hurriedly retreated to a safe distance. Meanwhile, Bulma and her companions, watching the live broadcast through Whis' crystal ball, felt a surge of anxiety. Are all Saiyans this terrifying? Although the trio had seen such scenes numerous times and were almost desensitized, they were still astonished. Such a confrontation was indeed a rare spectacle for them. Son Goku has truly grown stronger. Boss, when can we truly exact our revenge? Little Mai whispered to Pilaf. The latter was sweating. Let us discuss that later. They were currently mooching off Bulma's hospitality, and thoughts of vengeance were far from their minds. Especially as these foes continued to grow stronger, pushing the trio's dream of world domination further out of reach. After all, they had nearly defeated Son Goku in their childhood. Yet now they couldn't even come close to him. How intriguing, the battle between the false Goku and the true Goku. Beerus observed the fight projected before him. Visibly intrigued. Lord Beerus, do you not feel a sense of crisis? That false Goku possesses an aura that is more than just familiar. His power is continuously evolving and growing stronger, and his physique seems rather peculiar. Whis remarked playfully. Beerus replied nonchalantly, what of it? If he proves to be troublesome, I would not hesitate to eliminate him, but theoretically, I cannot intervene. Lord Beerus, do you not find the aura emanating from him rather strange? Luya suddenly approached and inquired. Oh, pray tell, what have you discerned? Beerus regarded Luya with a casual smile. Luya mystically stated, it isn't much, merely that this aura feels somewhat familiar. Akin to that of a Kaishin. What? Both Beerus and Whis were taken aback. How could this lad possibly know such a thing? Beerus narrowed his eyes and shifted his gaze to the distant combatants, his expression darkening with contemplation. Whis smiled slightly. Indeed, it is true. Isn't that so, Lord Beerus? Beerus did not deny it, stating, it does resemble the power of a Kaishin, but it seems to be from another universe, and this aura strikes me as eerily familiar. It feels as though I have encountered this deity before. Luya pondered for a moment but chose not to reveal too much, as it might incite suspicion unnecessarily. However, Beerus regarded him with curiosity. How did you come to know this? What? Luya was puzzled by the question. Beerus replied coolly. How did you ascertain that his aura belongs to a Kaishin? Luya smiled gently. Because I have encountered a Kaishin before. I possess a vague impression of their aura, and during the tournament with the Sixth Universe, both Kaishins were present. It is no great secret, is it? Beerus's eyes narrowed slightly. However, divine auras should be difficult for mortals to discern. Luya chuckled lightly and suddenly activated his power. Boom. Whoosh. Instantly, a red energy enveloped him. And his hair transformed to crimson. Super Saiyan God. How is this possible? Both Beerus and Whis were astonished. Luya could also transform into a Super Saiyan god. Something they had not anticipated, considering the stringent requirements to achieve such a transformation, needing the power of 5 Saiyans. Had Goku and the others secretly assisted Luya in his transformation? How were they unaware of this? Luya reverted to his normal state. Grinning, "Now do you believe I can discern divine auras?" Beerus replied coolly, "Who exactly are you? How can there be such a mysterious being among the Saiyans?" The enigma surrounding him eluded even this god of destruction, and while Luya had contributed significantly to the 7th universe, it did not prevent Beerus from questioning him. Luya shrugged. "I am merely a Saiyan, albeit with slightly superior talent." Upon hearing this, Beerus fell silent. Luya continued, "That Black Goku is quite troublesome. Resolving the issue will not be easy, but we should first uncover the mastermind behind him to mitigate some trouble." With that, he turned and left with an air of discretion. Beerus observed Luya's retreating figure, lost in thought. "Lord Beerus, what occupies your mind?" Whis inquired suddenly. Beerus slowly closed his eyes. "This lad is far too enigmatic." "Indeed, but fret not. He harbors no ill intent." Whis chuckled. "Let us hope so. However, speaking of which, Black Goku and the ring he wears warrant further investigation," Beerus stated nonchalantly. Boom. Suddenly, a commotion erupted, and Goku's figure was seen crashing to the ground, creating a tremendous disturbance. Chapter 89. The purpose of Black Goku. Luya takes action in the air. Black Goku's form was enveloped in dark radiance, exuding an aura of mystery and power. Amidst the dense fog, he revealed a sly smile. Suddenly, an unexpected scene unfolded. The time rift from which Black Goku had emerged was beset by fierce winds and crackling lightning, as if doomsday had arrived. Concurrently, a force of suction emanated from the rift, relentlessly pulling towards Black Goku. Oblivious to this development, he remained fixated on the swirling smoke. Without warning, a thunderous shout erupted, and in an instant, Goku burst forth. What? Black Goku was taken aback by the intensity of the counterattack, having underestimated his opponent. With a resounding thud, Goku's fist struck Black Goku in the stomach, causing his eyes to widen in shock, blood vessels bursting, as if he might regurgitate his last meal. Goku observed Black Goku and remarked, "Your power is indeed formidable, yet it pales in comparison to hits." This pain. A sensation I have never experienced before. This agony will only serve to strengthen me." Black Goku responded, his excitement palpable. Goku frowned. "You're rather insufferable in this state." "What?" Black Goku paused, then erupted into raucous laughter. "Ha ha ha. Well said. This visage, son Goku, you are truly an amusing individual." Goku furrowed his brow, sensing the escalating power emanating from his adversary, which was rapidly approaching a terrifying threshold. Boom. Crackle. Suddenly, a force of suction surged forth, catching Black Goku off guard. What is happening?" he exclaimed, astonished, as he struggled against the irresistible pull, yet his body was drawn back toward the black hole. Goku was equally surprised. "Damn it. Is time up?" Black Goku muttered in frustration, but he knew he could not resist the forces of time and space. "Uncle Goku, deliver a fatal blow. Do not allow him to return to the future," Trunks suddenly shouted in fury. Goku, realizing the potential chaos that could ensue should Black Goku return unchecked, unleashed a powerful energy blast directed at him. Black Goku's expression twisted into a snarl as he unleashed an even greater force, effortlessly swatting Goku's energy blast aside. "What?" The onlookers gasped as the blast careened toward Bulma and the others below. Bulma. Vegeta's expression shifted to alarm as he dashed forward. Whoosh. At that moment, Luya appeared in midair, countering the attack with his own energy blast, neutralizing the threat. Luya regarded Black Goku, but chose not to engage, wary of allowing his powers to be replicated and thus enhanced. Black Goku noticed Luya, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. What is this? A Saiyan? However, his attention was soon diverted by something else. The time machine. So this is how Trunks arrived here. A sinister smile crept across Black Goku's face as he unleashed an energy blast, aiming directly at the time machine. No, the time machine. Trunks panicked, realizing the implications of its destruction. He dashed forward recklessly, but it was too late. His speed could not match Black Goku's onslaught. Just as the time machine seemed destined for destruction, Luya reappeared, effortlessly deflecting the energy blast with a mere gesture. Impossible. Black Goku's expression turned to fury. Luya smirked. Wait for us in the future. As his words echoed, Black Goku could no longer withstand the rift's relentless tearing and was abruptly pulled into it. The rift soon closed, restoring tranquility. Goku and the others gathered together. Wonderful. The time machine is unharmed. Trunks breathed a sigh of relief, expressing sincere gratitude to Luya. Luya nodded slightly. Hey, Beerus. Why didn't you intervene earlier? Bulma inquired, visibly dissatisfied. Beerus, appearing slightly drowsy, replied, Why should I intervene? Your use of the time machine is, in itself, a transgression. If I were to save it, would I not be complicit in your crime? But surely you could have dealt with Black Goku? Bulma pressed. Beerus replied nonchalantly. He has wronged me, and he possesses too many unknowns. Dealing with him now would not resolve the underlying issues. Indeed, it appeared that their opponent had mastery over the fabric of time, a feat achievable only by the Kaioshin, thus rendering him complex. Whis interjected, That individual is truly formidable. His power escalates with each battle, a talent that inspires trepidation. How exhilarating. Goku's excitement lingered as he reflected on his encounter with Black Goku. He was a demon, nearly annihilating humanity. With his survival, his strength would only grow, and soon, even Uncle Goku and Father may not stand a chance against him. Trunks felt a pang of regret. He could have subdued Black Goku, but hesitated. Rest assured, while that imposter cockroach will grow stronger, we have yet to reveal our true strength. Vegeta suddenly scoffed. Really? Trunks was taken aback, puzzled by their confidence. Indeed, Trunks. Both Goku and Vegeta have yet to unleash their full potential. You need not worry. Krillin reassured him. Is that true? Trunks' eyes brightened with hope. Vegeta and I can now transform into Super Saiyan Blue, a form whose power far surpasses that of Super Saiyan. Leave Black Goku to us. Goku said with a carefree laugh. Hey, Kakarot. This time, it's your turn. Next time we encounter that fiend, I must be the one to face him first. Vegeta glared at Goku. What? I haven't had my fill of fighting yet. Goku protested. I don't care. I must go first. Vegeta insisted. This. Trunks watched the bickering duo, bewildered. Were Uncle Goku and Father truly so confident? Why did they show no fear of Black Goku? Luya, unable to bear the spectacle, covered his eyes in exasperation. These two were insufferable, especially Vegeta, who never seemed to learn. Throughout the Dragon Ball series, Vegeta's grandstanding often led to swift repercussions. This pattern was undeniable. Regardless, a fierce battle loomed ahead. Chapter 90, Wukong ventures to the 10th universe. Vegeta trains Trunks say, When will we return to the future world? Wukong suddenly inquired, drawing the attention of everyone towards Trunks. After a moment of hesitation, Trunks replied, The time machine my mother gathered can only make a single trip. Hence, by the time I arrived in this world, the fuel was depleted. If we wish to return swiftly, we must gather fuel. That's no problem. Leave it to me. I will gather the fuel as quickly as possible. Fortunately, Black Wukong didn't destroy the time machine. Otherwise, I would be at a loss. Bulma interjected. This is all thanks to Luya. Had it not been for him, the time machine would have been destroyed long ago. Krillin chuckled. It was a simple task. I was also keeping an eye on that Black Wukong, which is why I acted in time. Luya humbly smiled. Regardless, Luya, your contributions are invaluable. Wukong laughed heartily. Luya nodded slightly before continuing, that Black Wukong is formidable. Wukong, have you considered that he might be a version of you? As soon as the words left his mouth, the group fell silent, their gazes turning towards him. Wukong was momentarily taken aback. Then his expression grew contemplative. During our battle, I distinctly sensed that his power bore some resemblance to mine, indicating a profound connection between us. Luya nodded. As long as you understand. I know who this aura belongs to. At that moment, Beerus interjected unexpectedly. Who is it? Lord Beerus? Wukong asked, eyes wide with curiosity. Beerus glanced at Wukong and said, Come, I shall introduce you to a broader perspective. Huh? Wukong and the others looked puzzled, unsure of Beerus' meaning, yet Wukong did not refuse. Luya exchanged a knowing glance with Beerus, aware that he was alluding to the 10th universe. After all, Zamasu resided there and was an apprentice Kaioshin, a candidate for the future Kaioshin. Beerus turned to Bulma, since you aim to resolve the troubles of the future, expedite the repairs on the time machine. However, this must be the last time. Once we eliminate this crisis, the time machine must cease to exist. Bulma was taken aback but quickly nodded, though she harbored thoughts that Beerus could not fathom. Very well, it is time for us to part ways. We shall return another day. Wish chuckled, leading Wukong and Beerus away from Earth. Wait, I just remembered something. Suddenly, Bulma exclaimed. What is it, Mom? Trunks asked, puzzled. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Bulma's eyes before she shook her head. Nothing. Just some thoughts I had. Oh. Trunks nodded. Hey, come here. Before heading to the future world, I need to train you. Vegeta declared abruptly, striding away with an air of arrogance. Trunks hastily followed suit. Shall we return as well? Krillin suggested to Piccolo, who nodded in agreement, and together they departed. Alas, the carrots in the field remain unharvested. Luya bid farewell to Bulma, intending to train a bit more before venturing to the future world. Once the others had left, Bulma suddenly wore a playful smile, whispering to herself, how could I have forgotten about the other time machine? If I repair it, there will be two. Even if Beerus destroys one, I will still have the other. Ha ha ha. I am so clever. With that thought, Bulma displayed a peculiar grin. Boss. I can't shake the feeling that something is off with her. The trio nearby noticed Bulma's odd demeanor, with Axia trembling slightly, sensing something amiss. Hey, you lot. Come help me out. I need to gather fuel. Bulma suddenly called out to the trio. Right away, they responded without hesitation, as everyone busied themselves. Luya arrived at the Heavenly Temple, where Tian and Bobo appeared somewhat flustered. Surely he isn't planning to enter the time chamber again? That would be terrifying. However, Luya did not enter the time chamber. Instead, he asked Tian, do you know where the old Kaishin is? Tian was taken aback but quickly replied, I know where he is, but I cannot go there. What do you seek the old Kaishin for, Mr. Luya? Luya smiled. Just a small matter. If you cannot go, then it is of no consequence. He had initially intended to inquire whether the old Kaishin possessed a ring like Black Wukong's, but reconsidered, fearing it might lead to an awkward encounter with Beerus. After pondering for a moment, Luya returned to his residence. Meanwhile, in a distant forest, explosions rang out with a series of booms, followed by a figure being propelled backward as an immense energy surged forth, hurtling towards him. The figure skidded along the ground. It was Trunks. With a fierce shout, he unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, instantly obliterating the incoming energy. From the smoke, a figure emerged, rapidly closing the distance to Trunks and unleashing a flurry of punches. Trunks could only guard his head, his body retreating once more. Suddenly, he erupted with astonishing power, transforming into a Super Saiyan, causing Vegeta to step back slightly from the overwhelming aura. Seizing the opportunity, Trunks launched a frenzied counterattack. Now it was Vegeta's turn to defend, yet his expression remained unchanged. With a rapid succession of strikes, Trunks sent Vegeta reeling, then conjured a terrifying energy blast. Launching it forward, Vegeta remained unfazed, instantly transforming into a Super Saiyan, and with a swift motion, he deflected the energy blast. Boom! An explosion erupted in the distance, forming a dumpling-shaped energy wave. Vegeta turned to Trunks, unleash your full power. Trunks, not daring to disobey his father, unleashed his energy, swiftly achieving his Super Saiyan form. Vegeta smirked, simultaneously tapping into his own energy, ascending to Super Saiyan 2. You mentioned that Black Wukong grows stronger in battle, if that is the case. Vegeta grinned mysteriously, then roared as he transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, his aura pure and formidable. This is. Trunks was left astounded by the sight. This is the transformation that transcends the limits of Super Saiyan, reaching the divine realm. Super Saiyan Blue. Vegeta proclaimed with pride. Super Saiyan Blue. Incredible. Trunks marveled, astonished at how much his father had surpassed him. Dad, why don't you transform into Super Saiyan 3? Can Uncle Wukong do that too? Trunks inquired. Of course, the gap between Kakarot and me is vast, yet I cannot transform into Super Saiyan 3. Vegeta replied nonchalantly, a frown crossing his brow as if recalling something troubling. Let us continue. Chapter 91. Lure training and unleashing potential. Vegeta's inability to transform into a Super Saiyan at the third level weighed heavily on his mind, a persistent concern that required resolution. However, he had come to terms with his situation, realizing that as long as his power was formidable enough, he need not be inferior to Kakarot. Ha ha ha. Trunks roared, channeling his strength to its utmost, drawing his sword and charging towards Vegeta in an instant. Vegeta's expression curled into a disdainful smirk. It was time for him to assert his superiority. Just as Trunks was about to land a strike, Vegeta effortlessly reached out and pressed his hand against the sword's tip. A blue aura enveloping his palm, rendering him unscathed. How is this possible? Trunks gasped in astonishment. His full-force attack, one that even Black Goku would have to respect, was effortlessly thwarted by his father. Have you underestimated the power of Super Saiyan Blue? Vegeta remarked coolly. With a sudden surge of strength, he yanked Trunks, sword and all, towards him, delivering a powerful punch in the process. Bang! Gagging. Trunks' complexion paled as he instantly lost his radiant glow, reverting to his normal state. Vegeta's gaze hardened, and he sees Trunks, hurling him downward with great force. Boom! In an instant, a massive crater formed in the arena, with Trunks lying bewildered within it. Vegeta descended slowly, observing his son in silence. After a long pause, Trunks sat up, grappling with complex emotions. Indeed, his father and Uncle Goku were so powerful. What was he even worried about? He believed that as long as they took action, any future calamity could be resolved. Ugh! Vegeta's disappointment was palpable upon hearing those words. He suddenly appeared before Trunks, grabbing him by the collar. You fool! As a Saiyan, how could you harbor such thoughts? Father? Trunks was taken aback, confused as to why Vegeta was furious. With an icy demeanor, Vegeta continued, as a proud Saiyan and my son, how could you possess such a mentality of complacency? You have truly disappointed me. Trunks finally grasped his father's temperament and instantly regretted his earlier words. I had my reservations about you from the start. You couldn't face Black Goku, stood idly by as your mother was slain, and still had the audacity to flee back here. You coward! You have sullied the pride of the Saiyans. Vegeta lifted Trunks and delivered 2 swift punches to his abdomen. Trunks winced in pain but dared not utter a word. Yet, Vegeta's anger stemmed from another source. After all, the future Bulma was his wife, and he had been suppressing his feelings since her death. Now, he was releasing some of that pent-up frustration. Seeing Trunks gasping for air, Vegeta finally let him go. Coughing heavily, Trunks struggled for breath. Remember, a Saiyan must never entertain any notions of luck or fear, regardless of the circumstances. Vegeta shot a glance at Trunks before turning to leave. Watching his father's retreating figure, Trunks felt a wave of shame wash over him. Indeed, he had abandoned his mother and shamelessly returned here. Was that the epitome of cowardice? Damn it! Trunks slammed his fists against the ground in frustration. Your father is not entirely blameless either. Suddenly, a voice interrupted. Trunks turned, surprised to see Luya approaching. Luya? Luya smiled as he approached. Others may not understand your predicament, but I can. The power of Black Goku is truly overwhelming, and he has hidden depths that ordinary individuals cannot hope to defeat. Eh? Luya, you seem quite familiar with Black Goku. Trunks inquired, puzzled. Luya chuckled softly. It's not that I know him well, but I believe even your father and the others would struggle against him. Why? They can transform into Super Saiyan Blue. Trunks protested, confused. Luya replied calmly. What if Black Goku can transform too? What if he has allies? Trunks was taken aback, breaking into a cold sweat. How could that be possible? Luya smiled. It's not outside the realm of possibility. Your father does not fully comprehend the magnitude of the enemy's strength. Despite their might, they are not Black Goku's match. Trunks felt a wave of bewilderment wash over him, yet he secretly grew vigilant. Black Goku might indeed be more formidable than he appeared. With that thought in mind, Trunks' gaze hardened as he turned to Luya. Luya, I request your assistance in training me. Luya paused, about to respond when ding. System task triggered. Task: battle with Trunks to unlock his potential. A task was issued? Without hesitation, Luya turned to Trunks. Very well, I shall fight you. Thank you. Trunks rose, urgency in his voice. Let us begin at once. Luya nodded slightly, then tossed a senzu bean to Trunks. First, restore your energy. Trunks nodded and swiftly consumed the bean, immediately revitalizing himself. The two ascended into the air and positioned themselves at a distance. Luya addressed Trunks. My training method is akin to that of Goku and Vegeta. Unleash your full power. Okay. Despite not witnessing Luya's strength, Trunks had no doubts. Boom. In an instant, Trunks transformed into Super Saiyan 2, crackling with energy. Luya's eyes sparkled with excitement as he unleashed his own power, transforming into Super Saiyan 2. He then roared, amplifying his strength further. This Trunks was astonished. This was reminiscent of the power Uncle Goku exhibited. Indeed, Luya transformed into Super Saiyan 3. How incredible! He can achieve a transformation even my father cannot. Trunks marveled. All right, let us begin. Luya beckoned Trunks with a gesture. Whoosh. Trunks drew his sword and unleashed a fierce aura, merging his energy with the blade. Luya narrowed his eyes. No wonder this was Trunks' full power. He had successfully fused his spirit with the sword. However, that only made things more interesting. Trunks launched himself toward Luya like a rocket. Luya deftly evaded Trunks' assault while simultaneously gathering energy in his palm. Clang, clang, clang. Luya swiftly parried each of Trunks' strikes, without fail. Suddenly, With one hand gathering energy, he unleashed a blast that sent Trunks flying. Utilizing instant transmission, Luya appeared before Trunks just as the latter swung his sword, only for Luya to effortlessly deflect it, responding with a flurry of punches and kicks that sent Trunks crashing down. Observing Trunks below, Luya smirked provocatively. Hey, this one do. You're far too weak. At this rate, how can you avenge your mother? Trunks struggled to rise, unleashing a torrent of power from within. With a mighty roar, a staggering force surged upward. Meanwhile, Vegeta noticed this spectacle and gradually closed his eyes, a smile creeping onto his face. Chapter 92, The 10th Universe Kai. Zamasu. A few days later, Goku, along with Beerus and Whis, returned. Date, Vegeta, and Luya were waiting in the spaceship, while Luya trained Date daily, significantly enhancing his strength. Uncle Goku, Lord Beerus. Lord Whis, you're back, Date exclaimed as he rushed to greet them. By the way, Trunks, your energy has increased remarkably, Goku remarked, his eyes sparkling with admiration as he assessed Date. Date humbly replied, Indeed, I have been training with Luya and my father, which is why my power has improved so much. Goku nodded and greeted Vegeta and Luya. Hey, Kakarot, where have you been? Vegeta suddenly inquired. Goku chuckled. Lord Beerus took me to another universe. It seems to be the 10th universe. There, I encountered a rather intriguing individual named Zamasu, who is a Kai. After that, I asked Lord Beerus to take me to Zeno, and by the way, I became friends with him. He even gifted me a little something. Zeno? The others looked puzzled. Foolish Goku. Do not refer to him so casually, Beerus scolded, his expression darkening as he was displeased with Goku's flippant attitude and threatened to report him to Zeno if he failed to comply with future requests. Goku sheepishly stuck out his tongue. Zamasu? Who is he? Vegeta furrowed his brow, clearly unfamiliar with the name. Zamasu is the Kai of the 10th universe, and he exhibits considerable talent, being groomed by the Supreme Kai as the next generation. The energy of that dark Goku bears some resemblance to Zamasu's. Hence I wanted to investigate further, Beerus explained calmly. What? Both Vegeta and Date were taken aback, shocked by the revelation. Dark Goku is a Kai? No way. Date expressed disbelief. It is still uncertain. We cannot jump to conclusions. Whis smiled gently. However, Zamasu does seem peculiar. As a Kai, he harbors a malevolent aura and lacks the demeanor expected of a deity. His disregard for living beings is suspicious. Beerus stroked his chin thoughtfully. Yet, I do not believe Zamasu is Dark Goku. I have fought him, and though he is powerful, he does not possess the same might as Dark Goku. Moreover, his techniques seem somewhat crude, indicating they are not the same individual. Goku laughed heartily, unfazed. You fought him? How strong is he? Vegeta looked at Goku inquiringly. Goku pondered for a moment before responding. To put it simply, he is strong, but still a notch below a Super Saiyan. So, it is impossible to determine whether Zamasu is Dark Goku? Luya suddenly posed a question. Beerus scrutinized Luya closely, stating, their energies are indeed somewhat similar, yet distinctly different. There are many enigmas surrounding this matter. Furthermore, Dark Goku possesses the time ring overseen by the Supreme Kai, yet when we arrived in the 10th universe, that ring remained intact. Indeed, there are still some suspicions. Dark Goku carries Zamasu's energy, yet Zamasu does not carry Dark Goku's energy. They cannot be the same person, but there must be some connection, was added thoughtfully. This complicates matters. Vegeta frowned, visibly displeased. Regardless, we must defeat Dark Goku in the future, so I must return to the future, Date declared resolutely. Count me in. Dark Goku must have become exceedingly formidable by now. I am quite eager to face him again, Goku exclaimed with excitement. Have you not considered the differences between reality and the future? Luya interjected suddenly. What? The group stared in confusion. Luya, what do you mean by that? Goku asked. Puzzled. Luya smiled. Firstly, even if you are uncertain whether Zamasu is Dark Goku, it is due to some inconsistencies. However, Dark Goku hails from the future, where the timeline undoubtedly differs from our present world. Is it possible that the passage of time in the two worlds is not the same? Goku and the others were left bewildered. Beerus and Whis, however, began to contemplate. Are you suggesting that you suspect Zamasu is the culprit? Beerus regarded Luya intently. Luya nodded. Indeed, I harbor suspicions. On what grounds do you suspect him? It seems you possess considerable knowledge about this Dark Goku, Beerus replied coolly. Whis also looked at Luya, intrigued. Luya smiled slightly. I do not claim to know much, but Zamasu is currently the only lead we have. Therefore, we should continue to monitor him, should we not? Hey, He is a Kai, a deity. You speak of him so lightly? Beerus expressed his dissatisfaction. Luya turned to Date, Trunks. The future world has likely continued to function normally since the defeat of the androids, meaning that other warriors have not been revived. Date paused, then, after some thought, nodded yes. That is indeed the case. Luya continued. You see, even though Trunks defeated the androids, his world remains unchanged. And Goku and the others did not come back to life. It can be said that aside from eliminating the enemy, history has hardly been altered. Beerus contemplated this. Realizing Luya's intent was clear, he held profound suspicions regarding Zamasu. Lord Beerus, I believe we should closely monitor Zamasu's situation, was suddenly suggested. Beerus mulled over and then nodded. Very well, let us put in some effort. With that, he turned to Vegeta and asked, by the way, how is the repair of your time machine progressing? Just as Vegeta was about to respond, Bulma emerged, saying, the damaged parts of the time machine have all been repaired, and I even had my parents return from their vacation to assist. We have also replenished half the fuel. What? Half? Suddenly. Date looked shocked as he stared at Bulma. Yes. Is there a problem? Bulma asked, smiling at Date. Date's expression turned complex as he replied. In the future world, my mother took half a year just to gather half the fuel. In the future, the resources and ecology had suffered catastrophic damage, making resource acquisition exceedingly difficult. It could be said that the present future world was akin to hell, desolate and lifeless. Date felt a pang of sadness at how easy it was to collect resources in this world. Do not worry, in just a few days, you will be ready to embark on your journey to the future to defeat Dark Goku. Everything will return to normal then. Bulma reassured him. Thank you, Mom. Date said, tears welling in his eyes. Well then, I must get back to work. You all focus on your tasks. Bulma said with a gentle smile, before turning to leave. After a moment of silence, Date suddenly looked at Luya and asked, Luya, can I skip training for now? I want to visit Brother Gohan. Luya understood his sentiment, recognizing his affection for Gohan, and nodded in agreement. All right, go ahead. P.S. It is undeniable that the gift count has indeed surpassed 100. Today, there will be 10 updates. I promised you all, and I am still too young. I did not anticipate falling into your hands so hastily. Had I known, I would have requested a higher standard. This has nearly exhausted me. Nonetheless, I am still immensely grateful to those who have supported me. As long as you support me, we are good friends. Chapter 93. Let Whis guide the training. The Spicy Strips resurfaced Date arrived to seek out Gohan, while Goku engaged in sparring with Luya in the space capsule. Days slipped by, and 3 days later, Goku and his companions gathered in Bulma's garden, joined by their other friends. Date remained silent, lost in contemplation. He glanced at his elder brother Gohan, who seemed quite different from the valiant warrior he remembered. The Gohan he recalled was a passionate fighter, but the current Gohan had settled down, savoring a warm and joyful life, an existence that Trunks had long yearned for. He wished to share such a tender life with his future mother and Mai. Trunks felt a pang of envy at Gohan's happiness, yet disappointment lingered, for the Gohan he admired now felt distant. This thought brought a touch of sadness to Date's heart. Just then, Bulma approached them, announcing, I've prepared the fuel. It's sufficient for your round trip. That is splendid. I can hardly wait. Vegeta remarked nonchalantly, clearly eager for a confrontation with the Dark Goku. Thank you for your efforts, Bulma. We shall await good news from you. Goku chuckled heartily. However, the time machine is quite cramped for 3. Are you certain you wish to take 4? Bulma hesitated. Well, Goku pondered. Vegeta, and Trunks definitely wanted to go, but Luya also expressed a desire to accompany them. Hey, although the Dark Goku is formidable, he cannot possibly match the Super Saiyan Blue. Vegeta interjected suddenly. Is that so? Date felt uncertain. Though he trusted Goku and Vegeta, the Dark Goku's powers were shrouded in mystery. Even he doubted his ability to defeat such an opponent. Luya smiled gently. If you believe you can handle the Dark Goku, then I shall refrain from joining. It is better for you to lead the charge. Vegeta slowly closed his eyes, remaining silent. Bulma exchanged glances with Goku, who then smiled at Luya. Have a little faith in us, Luya. Luya nodded. Very well. You may proceed without me. After much deliberation, Goku, Vegeta, and Trunks set off together. Farewell, everyone. Await our good news. Goku waved at the crowd. Safe travels. Bulma waved back. With a rumble, the time machine ascended slowly before vanishing in a flash of white light. They have departed. Luya contemplated, then turned to Bulma. We must prepare new fuel quickly. They will return, and we will need it. What do you mean? Bulma asked, puzzled. Both Beerus and Whis looked at Luya. Do you believe Goku and the others cannot defeat the Dark Goku? Beerus inquired. Luya nodded. It's an instinct. By the way, why did you so easily agree to avoid the future world? Do you not wish to help? Beerus chuckled lightly as he questioned. Luya shrugged. It's not that I don't want to go. Goku and the others are confident enough, so I prefer not to interfere. I will join them once they return. Your words are rather strange. Are you suggesting Goku and the others can return again? Bulma said, her brow furrowed in confusion. Luya smiled. I cannot say for certain. But you should always be ready with the time machine's fuel. Unforeseen circumstances may arise. All right then. Bulma agreed with a nod. Suddenly, Luya turned to Beerus. Lord Beerus. May I spar with you? Oh, you are certain? Seeking to spar with me may be somewhat presumptuous. Beerus raised an eyebrow in surprise. Luya grinned. Who knows? However, I am eager to grow stronger. I am nearing my limits and need to explore new possibilities. Beerus replied coolly, I have no interest. You may seek Whis instead. Luya turned to Whis. Whis, what do you say? Whis pondered for a moment before smiling. When Goku and Vegeta come to train with me, they always bring gifts. So, Luya, what do you have to offer? Luya was taken aback, then contemplated. He knew Whis had a penchant for gourmet food, likely desiring something he had never tasted before. After a moment of thought, Luya asked the system, Hey, system, do you have any particularly delicious items? System, host, the system does not sell food. This system does not possess such items. Luya, I thought you were an all-powerful system. Disappointment flickered in Luya's heart. System, host. This system only loads Dragon Ball-specific content. I am unable to assist in the culinary domain. Well, it seems I must showcase my own skills, Luya sighed. System. Luya gazed at Whis and declared, All right. I have a snack that I assure you has never been tasted before. If you find it delectable, you must teach me to train. What do you say? Whis's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? Then I shall humbly accept. Delicious snacks? Is that true? Beerus perked up at the mention. Luya shrugged. I'm afraid I will only prepare this for Mr. Whis as a treat. You. Beerus felt a twinge of annoyance. Why was this fellow so obstinate? Luya requested Bulma to procure flour and chili peppers, and he began to prepare. Crafting snacks was not beyond him. In his original world, he had honed his skills quite well. Before long, Luya approached with a plate of finished products. Even before his arrival, the enticing aroma wafted through the air, drawing the attention of the trio. What a delightful fragrance. A hint of spice. What could it be? Ashu sniffed, his eyes lighting up. This scent. What is it? Beerus and Whis were equally astonished. Beerus eyed the peculiar stick-like items on Luya's plate, swallowing hard, curious. What are these slender, stick-like creations? Luya beamed with pride. This is a new snack I developed, with a unique recipe like no other in the world. I call it Neo-Gene, commonly known as spicy strips. Spicy strips? Beerus and Whis leaned in closer. Indeed. Give it a try, though they differ from the ready-made versions. I assure you they are quite tasty. Luya smiled. Beerus and Whis exchanged glances before tentatively grabbing one each and savoring the flavor. What? Suddenly, Beerus' eyes widened. This texture, soft yet chewy, not unlike melting ice cream, but bursting with flavor upon chewing. The spicy aroma envelopes the senses, igniting a fiery delight in the mouth. Whis closed his eyes in enjoyment. How is it? Is my creation not splendid? Luya asked, brimming with pride. Very good. Your culinary skills are impressive. Make sure to prepare these for me often. Beerus exclaimed eagerly. Am I training? Luya hinted. Rest assured. I shall take care of that. You may train with me from now on. Whis declared with satisfaction. With culinary delight secured, Luya smiled subtly. Success was within his grasp. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task of persuading an angel or a destroyer god to assist in your training. Rewards are now being issued. Beep. Reward. Host gains a combat power of 2 billion points. Beep. Reward. Host receives 1 consumption of angelic power. The host may rely on the power of angels to accomplish feats akin to those of the celestial beings. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a single use of the destruction god's destruction bomb. The host can unleash this bomb, possessing a power comparable to that of a god of destruction. Upon hearing this, Luya felt a jolt of excitement. Goodness, this is truly delightful. Just moments after Goku and the others departed, Luya triggered a system task. Otherwise, it would have been inconceivable for him to seek a spar with Beerus. Spicy strips. Forever cherished. P.S. Indulge in a moment of entertainment and leisure, and prepare for an exhilarating battle scene. Chapter 94. The Battle of the Future. The Dawn of the Future World. Boom. Above a certain ruin, a beam of white light suddenly illuminated the surroundings, and a time machine materialized in the midst of it all. The time machine gently descended, and Goku, along with his companions, leaped out from within. Trunks, secure the time machine, Vegeta commanded. Trunks nodded in acknowledgement. Understood. Unbelievable. Is this truly the future world? How can this be? Goku took a few steps forward, surveying the desolation around him, feeling a sense of shock. Every sight within his view was in ruins. The entire city lay in devastation, the world enveloped in darkness. A palpable sense of despair hung in the air. Indeed, this is our world, and the mastermind behind it all is none other than Black Goku. Trunks clenched his fists. His teeth gritted, his eyes filled with hatred. Vegeta scanned the surroundings, his expression grave. Tell me, is there anyone left on this planet? There are some survivors, but they have hidden themselves away, ensuring that Black Goku cannot find them. His twisted enjoyment lies in exterminating the Earthlings. He kills without mercy, a true harbinger of death for humanity. This fiend may very well seek to annihilate all of humankind. Trunks replied solemnly. Humph, if that is the case, let us confront him. Vegeta scoffed, then turned to Goku. Kakarot, remember, I shall be the first to engage. Fine, I suppose I have no choice. Goku replied with a hint of exasperation. However, we currently have no way of locating Black Goku. Yet he must be nearby, Trunks stated gradually. Humph, is that not simple? Given his thirst for blood, we can simply lure him here. Vegeta chuckled coldly, then unleashed an energy blast into the sky. Boom. In an instant, the entire sky was illuminated. The shockwave startled every creature in the vicinity. Oh, far away, Black Goku turned his gaze towards the light in the sky, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Have they finally arrived? Son Goku, Vegeta, and Trunks, heh. This time, I shall entertain you thoroughly. With that, Black Goku shot upward, heading straight for Vegeta and the others. Meanwhile, Trunks and his companions felt an overwhelming energy approaching. Yes, here, they exclaimed, their expressions turning serious. Almost as soon as the words left their mouths, a figure appeared above them. Black Goku. Hee, what a rare guest. I never expected you would truly return. Black Goku grinned at Goku and the others. We came here to defeat you, which is why we are here. Goku replied with a smile. Is that so? Well, you shall be sorely disappointed. Foolish mortals, daring to seek trouble with a deity. You are merely courting death. Black Goku taunted. A deity? Are you truly a god? Goku's eyes narrowed, growing serious. Humph, that is of no concern to you. Right now, you shall serve as my toys. Black Goku chuckled sinisterly. Silence, you imposter. Allow me to show you what I can do. Vegeta stepped forward, unleashing his energy and transforming into Super Saiyan Blue. A splendid hue. It seems you still have some tricks up your sleeve. Oddly, Black Goku showed no surprise at Vegeta's transformation. Something feels off. Goku's expression grew grave. What's wrong? Trunks asked, perplexed. Goku's gaze remained fixed on Black Goku. His power has reached a terrifying level, and to stand undaunted before Super Saiyan Blue, he must also possess hidden strength. A cold sweat trickled down Trunks' face as he began to fear the implications of this revelation. Vegeta hovered in the air, a mocking smile directed at Black Goku. That arrogant face of yours, which makes me want to pummel you, will soon learn what true power feels like. Heh. Black Goku suddenly chuckled, then said, Oh dear, Super Saiyan Blue, your taste in names leaves much to be desired. In that case, with a wicked grin, Black Goku unleashed a surge of energy. A dark aura enveloped him, and then with a thunderous roar, an overwhelming power radiated from him, causing the winds to howl violently. In a bizarre transformation, Black Goku's aura shifted to a striking pink hue. He now bore an uncanny resemblance to Goku in his Super Saiyan form. Except his hair was pink. He is transformed. How is this possible? Vegeta gasped, his shock evident. How could a mere transformation grant him such immense power? This must be a joke. It was Trunks' first time witnessing Black Goku's transformation, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. I have now mastered the power of this body to its pinnacle. Son Goku, consider yourself fortunate to witness me at this apex of strength. Black Goku ignored Vegeta and focused on Goku. Goku's expression hardened. How did you manage to cultivate such power? Suddenly, realization dawned on Goku. Of course, your strength has increased since our last encounter, hasn't it? Indeed. Pain only makes me stronger. I now embody the most noble form in existence. You pitiful mortals could never hope to reach my level. Black Goku laughed heartily. He then glanced at the radiance surrounding him and proclaimed, By the standards of your Saiyan kind, I shall name this form Super Saiyan. Pink. Silence. Your opponent stands before you. I will not allow you to be distracted. Vegeta felt a surge of indignation, insulted that this fiend disregarded him. Humph, Vegeta. No matter what form you take, it will prove futile. However, you may serve as a prelude. Once I deal with you, the main event will commence. Black Goku sneered. TCH. You boastful fool. Vegeta shouted angrily, charging at Black Goku with all of his might. Black Goku, you shall fall beneath my fists. With a fierce blow, Vegeta unleashed the full extent of his power, his speed reaching its zenith. However, Black Goku was even quicker, instinctively sidestepping Vegeta's punch with an effortless motion, narrowly avoiding the strike. You dare to challenge a deity, mere mortal? Prepare for your demise. Black Goku scoffed, a mocking smile on his face as he surged forward, delivering a powerful punch towards Vegeta. Chapter 95, The Defeat of Super Blue Vegeta. Goku makes his move initially. Black Goku believed he could easily overpower Vegeta, but he clearly underestimated the power of Super Saiyan Blue. In an unexpected turn, Vegeta swiftly seized Black Goku's fist with his other hand from his side. What? Black Goku was taken aback by Vegeta's reaction. Don't think I'm cockroach. Vegeta roared, unleashing an explosive surge of energy that enveloped him entirely. In the next moment, he struck Black Goku in the abdomen, causing the latter to tremble violently. Vegeta launched a relentless barrage of punches, forcing Black Goku to retreat under the pressure. With a powerful blow, Vegeta knocked Black Goku down. Then, placing both hands at his waist, he unleashed a tremendous energy wave. Final flash. Boom. The resulting explosion was so immense that even Goku and Trunks had to distance themselves from the battlefield. Unlike Goku, Vegeta preferred to dominate his opponent from the outset, granting them no chance to respond. Amidst the thick smoke, Vegeta's eyes reflected an unusual calmness. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. How is this possible? Goku and Trunks exchanged astonished glances as the smoke cleared, revealing Black Goku, who wore a smirk, completely unscathed. Is this your true strength, Vegeta? It seems you were never meant to step onto this stage, Black Goku taunted, his eyes glinting with mockery. What? Vegeta clenched his teeth in fury. Realizing that he had indeed exerted nearly all his power with the final flash, yet his opponent remained unharmed, a notion he found difficult to accept. As Black Goku slowly ascended, a pink aura emanated from him. It is noteworthy that although Black Goku's form resembled a Super Saiyan transformation, his energy rivaled that of Super Saiyan Blue. This was due to his fusion with Goku's body and the divine power he possessed, allowing him to reach such heights. Goku and Vegeta accessed divine power to achieve Super Saiyan Blue, while Black Goku, through a similar principle, attained his pink form. However, the disparity in their strengths was glaringly evident. Pain will only make me stronger, so your attacks merely serve to enhance my power, Black Goku sneered at Vegeta, looking down upon him like an insect. Impossible. Vegeta's expression darkened completely as he roared, instantly pushing his power to its peak. In a flash, Vegeta lunged at Black Goku, aiming a fierce punch at his forehead. However, unlike before, this full-force strike was effortlessly caught by Black Goku. Impossible. Vegeta gasped in disbelief. Nothing is impossible. My power is supreme. You cannot even begin to compare, Black Goku retorted disdainfully. Vegeta bellowed in defiance, breaking free from Black Goku's grip and launching a series of attacks, yet Black Goku evaded with ease. As Vegeta swung a punch that missed, Black Goku positioned himself under his arm, and Vegeta suddenly felt a sense of dread. In an instant, Black Goku transformed his hand into a blade, condensing a pink energy sword that he thrust forward. Thud. Vegeta cried out in agony. Vegeta, father. Goku and Trunks' expressions changed dramatically as they witnessed Vegeta being pierced by Black Goku's energy sword. How is this possible? Vegeta gasped, his eyes wide with disbelief as he reached out to grasp Black Goku, who merely smiled mockingly before withdrawing the energy sword. Thud. Coughing up blood. Vegeta could no longer maintain his Super Saiyan Blue form, reverting to his normal state and crashing to the ground. Thud. Vegeta trembled, unable to move. How could this happen? Trunks rushed over, followed closely by Goku. It can't be. Even Vegeta in his Super Saiyan Blue form has been defeated. How have you trained to achieve such power? Goku stood protectively in front of the two, his gaze fixed on Black Goku with grave concern. Heh. You are not worthy to speak to me in that tone. Now that I've dealt with Vegeta, it's your turn, Goku. Once I eliminate both of you, no one in this world will stand against me, Black Goku declared with arrogance. He had anticipated that Vegeta might provide a challenge, only to find him woefully inadequate. Was it misguided confidence that led him to believe he could contend with his pink form? Ridiculous. Trunks, Take Vegeta to safety, Goku said, his eyes locked on Black Goku. Uncle Goku? Trunks hesitated. With his father defeated, he wanted to join forces with Goku, yet ultimately nodded. I understand. Be careful. He then carried Vegeta away from the battlefield. Goku glanced at Vegeta, feeling a pang of regret. Oh no, I forgot the sins of beans. He recalled Bulma's insistence to bring them. But his carelessness had led him to forget. Now, without Vegeta's assistance, he knew he stood little chance against Black Goku alone. Acknowledging his own limitations, Goku focused on his next move. Now, it's my turn to face you, Goku declared, turning his attention to Black Goku and explosively transforming into Super Saiyan Blue. Uncle Goku. He's actually going all out, Trunks observed, realizing that Goku had finally unleashed his full power. However, recalling his father's fate, Trunks felt a sense of foreboding. Black Goku was becoming increasingly formidable. Heh. Haha. Goku, do you really think you can challenge me in that state? Black Goku scoffed, his gaze filled with ruthless mockery. Goku positioned himself for an attack. Who knows? Here I come. Thud. In the next moment, Goku charged at Black Goku, delivering a powerful punch. But Black Goku merely smirked, catching Goku's fist and countering with a punch of his own, which Goku managed to block. The two locked eyes and immediately engaged in fierce combat. Unlike Vegeta, this time Goku and Black Goku's battle was a true exchange of blows. Chapter 96. Contemplation. Amidst battle, a tumultuous surge of waves erupted on a certain stretch of ocean, reaching heights of several dozen meters. Within this tumult, a figure darted through the tumultuous waters, facing a crimson entity hurtling towards him. To the astonishment of onlookers, it was a person, transformed into a Super Saiyan god. Luya relentlessly assaulted Whis, who remained unfazed, effortlessly evading each of Luya's strikes. Despite Luya exerting his utmost strength, whether through instantaneous movement or rapid dodging, he could not land a blow on Whis. The angel moved with the grace of a fish, always anticipating Luya's actions. Even when Luya employed his most potent abilities, he found himself at a loss, as Whis would alter his trajectory the moment Luya began to comprehend his evasion techniques, rendering him unable to match Whis' speed. With a swift motion, Whis dodged Luya's punch and ascended into the sky. Luya gazed upward, vanishing from his original position in an instant. In that fleeting moment, the very fabric of space around Whis was ensnared in a temporal prison. Luya had now mastered his instantaneous movement to a remarkable 0.7 seconds. Emerging from an unexpected angle, Luya launched an assault on Whis. The latter merely smiled, unaffected by Luya's manipulation of time. For an angel, employing time control against him was a fool's errand. Whis' mastery of time far surpassed that of Hit, and Luya's current application of time manipulation was still inferior to Hit's. With effortless grace, Whis blocked Luya's attack, displaying a demeanor of ease. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Luya's brow. He realized that despite his substantial progress through rigorous training, he remained powerless against an angel. The disparity was glaring, while Luya exerted his full strength. Whis had yet to take the battle seriously, rendering Luya's efforts insignificant and humiliating. Stop. Hold on. Whis suddenly interjected. Luya froze, instinctively pausing. What is it? He inquired. Whis generously offered his critique. While you have transformed into a Super Saiyan god, you have yet to harness the divine power inherent within that form. A frown creased Luya's brow. Divine power? Whis nodded. The Super Saiyan god is, in essence, a deity. However, achieving godhood while confined within a mortal vessel comes with a critical flaw. You still possess the battle instincts of a mortal. This applies not only to you, but also to Goku. In combat, you both tend to deliberate before executing your next move, which slows your reaction time. Though some may perceive your speed as impressive, it is insufficient against true masters. Luya fell silent, recognizing that Whis was referring to the Ultra Instinct technique. Yet, in his current state, he found it impossible to attain such mastery. It was only natural to think during combat. Every warrior, including Goku, operated in this manner, without thought. One would merely flail aimlessly, and Whis' suggestion was far easier said than done. However, I must say, your talent surpasses that of Goku's. Yet, your tendency to overthink during battle proves to be your Achilles heel, was stated solemnly. Luya managed an awkward smile, aware that Goku's singular focus on his opponent was a luxury he could not afford. Unlike Goku, who had trained relentlessly since childhood, Luya's achievement stemmed largely from the system's aid. It was challenging for him to quiet his mind and concentrate. He understood his immense power, yet his command over it lacked the seamless integration that Goku possessed. Despite knowing the intricacies of Super Saiyan Blue and Ultra Instinct, he struggled to transform successfully, highlighting his insufficient mastery over his abilities. In simpler terms, his control over his power remained unrefined. Moreover, while you have transformed into a Super Saiyan god, you have yet to utilize that form to its fullest potential. If you aspire to reach new heights, you must exert greater effort, was remarked with a slight smile. Luya bowed respectfully and replied, "Then I shall rely on you, Mr. Whis." Well, Whis hesitated. Perceiving his reluctance, Luya quickly added, "I have plenty of spicy strips." Whis chuckled heartily. "Then I shall not hold back." With a sigh, Luya reflected on his previous belief that his system was formidable, only to realize in combat with Whis how little he truly understood about power. He could not afford to be reckless. He needed to cultivate his abilities carefully. In the future, a towering structure suddenly erupted in flames, collapsing in a devastating explosion. From a high vantage point, the pink-haired Black Goku descended, observing the ruins below with a smirk of derision. "Impossible! Even Uncle Goku." Trunks gasped, witnessing Black Goku's overwhelming power subduing Super Saiyan Blue Goku. "Damn it." Vegeta glared at Black Goku with one eye wide open. "Father." Trunks hurriedly reassured Vegeta. "That fool Kakarot forgot to bring the sins of beans." Vegeta grunted with difficulty. After being stabbed by Black Goku, he had lost all combat ability, unable to even rise to his feet, and he cursed Goku in frustration. Boom. At that moment, the ruins erupted once more, and from the explosion emerged Goku, enveloped in a radiant blue aura. Goku regarded Black Goku with a serious expression. "Impressive." Black Goku grinned. "Surrender now. With this body, I have reached a realm beyond your grasp. I am invincible." "Ha. Invincible? Ha. After all this training, I wouldn't dare claim invincibility. Your arrogance is truly insufferable," Goku retorted, wiping the blood from his lips. "Humph. Ignorant mortal. How dare you presume to understand the greatness of a god? You merely stumbled upon a fraction of divine power, and now you boast of your strength. Saiyans? Mere brutish. Inferior beings. You unfinished monkeys should have perished long ago." Black Goku's eyes brimmed with contempt. He loathed humanity. He despised these primitive beings that only knew how to incite war. He detested those who dared to sully the divine with their weakness. Such life forms, in his eyes, deserved annihilation. Goku assumed a combat stance, smiling defiantly. "Then let us see if you possess the capability. I shall not concede easily. You wretched Saiyan. Die." Black Goku roared, channeling his energy into a sword of ki, charging fiercely towards Goku. Chapter 97. Zamasu and Black Goku unite with a cacophony of anguished cries. A figure shattered through several dilapidated buildings. "Uncle Goku!" Trunks exclaimed, watching in distress as Goku was overwhelmed. He had initially believed that Goku and Black Goku were evenly matched, but he was astonished to discover that the latter's power far surpassed that of his uncle. What was even more terrifying was that Black Goku seemed to grow stronger with each passing moment, as if his power was boundless. Ha, inferior beings. No matter how you wield the power of the gods, you are still mere mortals. How could you possibly stand alongside true deities? Black Goku sneered, hovering in the air. Suddenly, amidst the chaos, Goku charged back into the fray, relentlessly attacking Black Goku. The latter effortlessly dodged the blows, taunting, still not giving up. "Very well. Toying with you barbaric Saiyans is precisely what I desire." The two combatants ascended from the ground into the sky, their battleground engulfed in devastation. As the sheer force of their clash shattered nearby structures, Goku's power has increased. Has he caught up to Black Goku? Trunks exclaimed in surprise. "No, not at all," Vegeta interjected suddenly. "Dad." Trunks turned anxiously toward Vegeta, who remained prone, straining to see the battle. "Kakarot cannot win. How can that be?" Trunks refused to believe it. Ugh. At that moment, Goku's fists were suddenly seized, and Black Goku took advantage of the situation to deliver a knee strike, causing Goku to nearly retch from the impact. "Humph. Super Saiyan Blue, is this all you've got?" Black Goku laughed heartily. "Scoundrel!" Goku roared in fury, exploding with energy and breaking free from Black Goku's grasp, launching a powerful punch in retaliation. With a swift motion, Black Goku raised a hand to block while simultaneously lowering his body to deliver a punch that struck Goku squarely in the abdomen, eliciting another pained cry. Without missing a beat, Black Goku executed a knife hand strike, sending Goku crashing to the ground. The impact created a massive crater in the earth, and Goku gritted his teeth, struggling to gaze up at Black Goku, so strong. He realized that his adversary was indeed growing more formidable, possessing an alarming talent for rapid growth in battle. Black Goku elegantly landed at a higher vantage point, looking down at Goku with a mocking smile. "See? no matter how hard you strive. You can never hope to match my strength. Goku attempted to rise, but quickly succumbed to pain, collapsing back to the ground. The blows he had received were devastating, rivaling even those of Hit. No, this Black Goku was even more powerful than Hit. Enough of this charade. Your time has come to an end, Son Goku. Black Goku sneered, slowly raising his hand as a green energy sphere began to coalesce, radiating a dark, destructive power that was visually striking. And no, this can't be. I cannot lose here. Goku struggled to stand, but the searing pain impeded his ability to concentrate. Uncle Goku. Trunks stood in alarm, preparing to assist. Curse it. Vegeta's face was ashen, desperate to join the fight, yet finding it nearly impossible to even rise. Damn it. To be reduced to this upon my entrance. My dignity as a long-standing second, no, third in command, has been trampled. Black Goku gathered his energy, ready to deliver a final blow to Goku and the others. At that moment, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The sky above Black Goku suddenly split open, and a voice echoed, "Do not go too far. I will not allow you to do this." Who? Goku and the others' expression shifted as they looked up in unison. Black Goku glanced upward, then returned his gaze with a knowing smile. A figure descended gracefully from the rift, exuding an air of nobility. How is this possible? Goku's eyes widened in disbelief as he recognized the newcomer. Zamasu. What? Zamasu? Trunks and Vegeta were taken aback, unable to fathom that this sudden arrival was indeed Zamasu. The figure was Zamasu, the Supreme Kai of Universe 10, with green skin and adorned with 2 pendants. He landed beside Black Goku, calmly observing Goku and the others. "Ah, you have arrived." Black Goku's expression remained unchanged, even gaining a hint of amusement. Zamasu regarded Black Goku and then spoke. "If I had not come, would you have killed them?" Black Goku shrugged nonchalantly. "Who knows?" Zamasu replied coldly, "I told you. Son Goku must be dealt with by my own hand." "Very well, understood. Do as you wish," Black Goku responded with a resigned shrug. "Zamasu, how did you come to be here? Are you truly in league with Black Goku?" Goku glared at Zamasu intently. The suddenly appeared figure was indeed Zamasu, with whom Goku had previously battled to gauge his strength, and at that time, he had doubted that Black Goku was Zamasu himself. Now it seemed that Zamasu and Black Goku were not the same entity, yet Zamasu appeared to work alongside him. "Son Goku, we meet again." Heh. Zamasu regarded Goku with a knowing look, his eyes betraying a divine disdain and a hint of hatred. Goku stood resolutely, addressing Zamasu. "Can you provide me with an explanation?" Zamasu grinned. "The explanation is simple. I intend to eliminate every single one of you present. Of course, that includes all of humanity." "What? Your demeanor is utterly detestable." Goku retorted coldly. "Haha. What right does a lowly mortal have to criticize a deity?" "Son Goku, I must thank you. If it weren't for you, I would not have reached this point. It is your very existence that has enabled my plans to come to fruition. The Zero Plan for humanity is now nearing its conclusion." Zamasu laughed heartily. In truth, he ought to be grateful to Goku, for it was Goku who had revealed to him the formidable power of humanity, which he would then exploit to annihilate them. This was undeniably exhilarating. After inadvertently witnessing the battle between Universe 7 and Universe 6 and recognizing Goku's strength, Zamasu began to plot. He inquired about the Super Dragon Balls in Goku, ultimately locating them and creating Black Goku, a super warrior. Thus, he eliminated all deities who posed a threat to him, including his own teacher, the Supreme Kai. The plan to eradicate humanity had officially commenced. P.S. I am diligently stockpiling material, preparing for the next wave of surprises. You should save your support. Shower me with your generosity. Each day, seeing your contributions fills me with fervor, and I think, if you could sustain me, I would ride on endlessly. Additionally, I would like to mention that readers may have sensed the protagonist's presence has been somewhat diminished. This was intentional. My initial intention was to create a narrative akin to Dragon Ball, where no single character is the sole protagonist. Both Goku and Vegeta can embody that role. However, it seems I have yet to capture the essence fully. Moving forward, I will strive to allow the protagonist to shine with his rightful radiance. Chapter 98, A New Form. Super Saiyan read on the other side, in the real world. Boom. A massive wave surged on the ocean's surface, followed by a hemispherical crest that rose dramatically. Above the waves, a figure floated, surrounded by a radiant crimson glow, none other than Luya. Opposite him, Beerus observed with a calm and composed demeanor. Luya gasped slightly. Yet he remained still, suddenly closing his eyes. Through Whis' guidance and Beerus' training, Ruya had now matured in his mastery of the power of the Super Saiyan God. With his remarkable talent, his progress had undoubtedly accelerated, and he was on the verge of transformation. Oh, this aura. Suddenly, Beerus narrowed his eyes. Perhaps ordinary individuals could not perceive it, but as a god of destruction, he was well acquainted with divine power. He sensed that Ruya was undergoing a transformation in a particular direction. Intriguing. A talent like this surpasses even Goku. Beerus chuckled softly. Haha. Suddenly, Ruya opened his eyes wide, erupting with an intensely scorching and pure power. In an instant, he was enveloped by fiery crimson flames extending several meters around him. That force was still expanding. Simultaneously, Ruya's hairstyle began to change, transforming as if he were becoming a Super Saiyan. It is well known that when transforming into a Super Saiyan, aside from Vegeta, others would have altered hairstyles. However, the hairstyle of the Super Saiyan God remains largely the same. Yet now, Ruya appeared as if he had transformed into a Super Saiyan. Though his hair was relatively short, akin to Trunks, the change was still quite evident. Boom. In a fleeting moment, Ruya's aura reached a peak before stabilizing. Of course, this astonishing power was perceptible only to Beerus, for Ruya was still in the form of a Super Saiyan God. A new form? Beerus's pupils constricted as he realized that Ruya's strength was not in the slightest inferior to that of the Super Saiyan Blue. In fact, it might even surpass it. It certainly exceeded Goku's initial transformation into a Super Saiyan God. When Goku first unleashed the Super Saiyan God, it was during Beerus's first visit to Earth, where the power was gathered from 6 Saiyans, representing a pinnacle stage. Unlike now, when Goku could only harness the residual divine power for his transformation, the earlier Super Saiyan God was formidable enough to warrant Beerus's serious attention. Now, Ruya's transformation evoked memories of Goku's initial emergence. Fascinating. It seems these Saiyans are truly remarkable, consistently surpassing their limits, leaving one to ponder where their ultimate threshold lies. Beerus marveled. Ruya clenched his fist, exhilarated, as he felt he had ascended several tiers. His body was acutely sensitive to external stimuli, yet he could precisely control and capture subtle auras. Building upon the foundation of the Super Saiyan God, he had transcended to a new level, yet he was not merely a Super Saiyan Blue. He would call this form Super Saiyan Red. A slight smile graced Ruya's lips. He had broken through. Ruya was genuinely delighted, for this was a breakthrough achieved without the reliance on a system. The Super Saiyan Red, theoretically still a Super Saiyan God, was a culmination of his mastery over divine power, transcending the boundaries of his own self. Undoubtedly, he owed much to Whis' guidance for reaching this level. While Goku and his companions possessed Super Saiyan Blue, he now held Super Saiyan Red. He was uncertain who was more formidable, but he was certain that his power was at least on par with Super Saiyan Blue. Ruya smiled faintly. The Super Saiyan Blue primarily relied on Goku's inherent strength, whereas his red form depended more on divine power. Two distinctly different forces, yet remarkably similar in essence. You seem to have succeeded. Beerus suddenly appeared before Ruya. Ruya nodded, grinning. I initially aimed to break through to Super Saiyan Blue, but I unexpectedly gained this form, which took me by surprise. He nearly let slip his intention to achieve Ultra Instinct, fearing Beerus would become suspicious. Ultra Instinct. Initially, under Whis' tutelage, Ruya had been progressing towards Ultra Instinct, as was emphasized that in combat, action must surpass thought. This was the essence. However, martial artists typically think before they act, which diminishes their speed. Some masters reach astonishing speeds due to their experience and strength, allowing their thought processes to synchronize with their movements, enabling them to act a step ahead of others. That was their strength. Ruya shared this mindset and practiced accordingly. Hence, during his battles with Whis and Beerus, despite enduring considerable punishment, he gradually aligned his thoughts with his actions, significantly increasing his speed. Yet, he was still far from achieving true Ultra Instinct, and he did not rush it. Achieving this new form was already commendable, as his overall capabilities had vastly improved. As Ruya retracted his aura back to normal, he was astonished to find that his stamina had hardly diminished. After all, it was his first transformation. Regardless of whether it was Super Saiyan Blue or the formidable Golden Frieza form, such power typically resulted in substantial energy depletion. Yet, he was unscathed. This was likely a characteristic of his new form. He pondered whether he could still transform into Super Saiyan Blue. If Blue proved stronger than Red, he would pursue it, but if Red offered distinct advantages, he would continue to strive for Ultra Instinct. Ruya was determined to forge a new path for the Saiyans. Well then, since you've broken through, shall we indulge in some spicy snacks as a reward? Beerus remarked. though his primary interest lay in satisfying his hunger rather than merely witnessing Rya's new power. Rya nodded, "Of course. Thank you, Lord Beerus, for aiding my breakthrough. There will be plenty of spicy snacks." Beerus was finally satisfied. Just as they prepared to return, Whis appeared on the scene, accompanied by the young Supreme Kai. The Supreme Kai bowed slightly to Beerus. "Lord Beerus, we have new leads regarding Zamasu," Whis suddenly informed Beerus. Beerus paused, his eyes narrowing. "Indeed. There seems to be something amiss." Whis nodded, then turned to Rya. "Ah, it seems you have achieved quite a bit." Rya smiled and nodded. "Indeed." Whis congratulated him. "Congratulations. Just ensure there's plenty of spicy snacks." Rya thought to himself, what else can these two do besides eat? Regardless, Rya agreed to provide ample spicy snacks in various forms, pleasing the deity and angel alike. P.S. How do you feel about these changes? If not satisfactory, my next step will be to develop towards Super Blue, followed by traversing the divine path, starting from Super Saiyan 4. I'm sure some readers will claim I've altered the plot excessively, but I believe the direction of fanfiction is ultimately at the author's discretion, right? Chapter 99, The Sudden Strength of Zamasu, a 2-on-2 encounter. So it appears that Zamasu is indeed connected to the instigator from the future, Black Goku? After listening to Whis, Beerus fell into deep contemplation. "Indeed, Lord Beerus, should we take action now?" Whis inquired. Beerus hesitated. Luya, however, was not surprised. He cast a glance at the Supreme Kai, who had come here due to the matter concerning Zuno. It was rumored that Zamasu had located Zuno and inquired about Goku and the Super Dragon Balls, which led him to inform Whis, resulting in the current situation. After a moment's thought, Beerus nodded. "Let us go once more. If we can confirm that he is indeed the mastermind, then we shall destroy him. Wouldn't recklessly destroying him offend the god of destruction of Universe 10? Luya suddenly questioned. Beerus replied nonchalantly, "His hands have already reached into my Universe 7. What does it matter if we offend him?" Such confidence. Luya silently admired Beerus. He truly was remarkable. "In that case, Luya, you shall accompany us, and let us broaden your horizons," Beerus declared with a hint of arrogance, eager to showcase his strength and see if any deity from Universe 10 dared to oppose him. Furthermore, as Universe 10 is one of the most advanced civilizations among the 12 universes, it would not allow such a disgraceful being, especially a god, to exist. If the Omni King were to learn of this, it would not simply result in the replacement of a god of destruction. Thus, Beerus had ample reason to eliminate Zamasu, although he remained uncertain whether Zamasu truly posed a threat. Luya nodded. "I will accompany you." "Whis," Beerus called. "Yes." Whis understood and promptly led Luya and the others away from Earth. In the future, Zamasu landed before Goku and coldly stated, "Son Goku, your life should be ended by my own hands to repay the humiliation you have inflicted upon me." Goku laughed heartily. "Then let us see." Zamasu grinned with bloodlust and, in the next moment, lunged forward, launching a fierce barrage of blows at Goku with astonishing speed. After several blocks, Goku's eyes widened in disbelief. What is happening? Why is this power so vastly different? He was shocked. During their previous encounter, he had easily defeated Zamasu using only the ordinary Super Saiyan form. Yet now, he found himself struggling. Zamasu's strength had increased so dramatically. After blocking, Goku ceased to be passive and began his counterattack. The clash of fists grew intense, and gradually, Goku began to overpower Zamasu. Notably, Zamasu's power was still somewhat inferior to that of Black Goku. However, this situation did not last long, as Black Goku suddenly swooped down from the sky, appearing directly behind Goku. This is bad. Goku sensed the impending danger, but there was no evading it. Bang! Ugh! Goku was sent flying, crashing through several dilapidated buildings. "Uncle Goku," Trunks gasped, filled with concern. "Trunks, go assist him," Vegeta commanded, though he too was growing weaker. Gritting his teeth, Trunks no longer hesitated, unleashing his rage to transform into a Super Saiyan and soaring into action. Swish! Swish! Black Goku and Zamasu pressed their advantage, denying Goku any opportunity. "Hey, I said I would handle this personally." Zamasu expressed his displeasure at Black Goku's interference. Black Goku smirked sinisterly. "I had hoped you would be able to kill him, but this body is not yours. I can become even stronger." "TCH, who told you to abandon your own flesh and choose a mere mortal body?" Zamasu retorted with disdain. "Haha, but this body indeed brings me pleasure. Its immense power is sufficient to surpass a god." As he spoke, Black Goku hovered in place and then launched a powerful energy blast toward Goku. Boom! A massive explosion erupted, shrouding the area in thick smoke. Ha! Amidst the haze, a powerful roar emerged, and a fierce gust of wind surged, clearing the smoke to reveal Goku, roaring in defiance. Oh? Still unwilling to surrender? Black Goku mocked. Swish. Beside him, Zamasu charged forward. Smash. Bang. Bang. The two engaged in fierce combat, with Goku fighting Zamasu while simultaneously evading his attacks. Yet, divided in focus, he found it impossible to concentrate. As he dodged Zamasu's strikes, he exposed his vulnerabilities. In the next instant, Black Goku appeared above him, delivering a crushing blow. Ugh! Goku felt as if struck by a mountain, plummeting downward. Below, Zamasu swiftly conjured an energy sword, preparing to deliver a fatal strike to Goku. Whoosh! Suddenly, Trunks materialized before Zamasu, without warning. What? Both Zamasu and Black Goku were taken aback. Without hesitation, Trunks unleashed a powerful attack. In an instant, he sent Zamasu crashing far away, ultimately landing amidst the ruins. Goku seized the opportunity to land. Thank you, Trunks. Uncle Goku, I will join the battle, Trunks declared resolutely. Goku chuckled, but they are quite formidable. I am prepared to sacrifice myself, Trunks replied solemnly. Very well. Goku gazed at his adversaries, his expression grave. He had noticed that during his clashes with Zamasu, Black Goku always managed to strike him from blind spots, making evasion impossible. Ha, just an additional clown, is it? You are feeling confident, aren't you? Black Goku slowly descended above Goku and Trunks, looking down upon them. Boom. Meanwhile, Zamasu charged forward, his face ablaze with fury. You lowly humans dare to harm a deity. You deserve death 1,000 times over. He had been injured by an inferior being. Aside from Goku, this was the second time. It can only be said that you are lacking in capability. Trunks scoffed, charging toward Zamasu. Come on, Zamasu. I am your opponent. TCH. Seeking death. Zamasu sneered, then met Trunks head-on. Goku was not idle either. He suddenly unleashed his energy, pushing his Super Saiyan blue form to its utmost limit. Come on, Black Goku. Let us continue our battle. Hey, why do you continue to struggle? How foolish. Zamasu grinned, his body emanating a rosy glow as he gathered energy in his palm. Forming a sword, Goku's gaze sharpened. That weapon was incredibly sharp and could easily pierce through Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta's defenses. Underestimating it would be a grave mistake. Come, I shall send you both to hell. Ha! Black Goku proclaimed before instantly teleporting in front of Goku, swinging the sword to strike. Goku hurriedly dodged. He dared not confront that sword directly, only able to evade. Yet, the speed of his opponent was overwhelming, and soon Goku bore several wounds. Chapter 100, Crisis. Eruption. The power of Trunks. Boom, boom, boom. In the desolate, lifeless city, explosions echoed, serving as the last sounds of silence. The world was shrouded in darkness, with a long night seemingly heralding the end of days. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Beneath a dilapidated building, a group of armed individuals cautiously maneuvered, their objective being the heart of the conflict. At the forefront was a girl with flowing black hair, her visage marked by a touch of dust. Yet her beauty remained undeniable, now accentuated with an air of heroism. This girl was none other than Xiaowu. Against all odds, she had survived the massacre carried out by Black Goku, and not only that, the self-defense force was composed of ordinary survivors who had banded together to resist Black Goku, waging a relentless battle for many years. Xiaowu was their captain. Naturally, the strength of these mere mortals, even armed with firearms, was of little consequence. As many of their companions had perished at the hands of Black Goku, their numbers dwindling year by year. Captain, are we truly going to confront the Dark Ones? We are down to just a few. A burly man suddenly inquired. Xiaowu replied, we have no other path to take. With Trunks absent, we must buy him time. If we do not stop the Dark Ones before Trunks returns, this place will be utterly destroyed. As she spoke, the group drew closer to the battle. Strange. It seems someone is resisting the Dark Ones. A soldier with binoculars exclaimed. I thought it was merely the Dark Ones wreaking havoc. Upon hearing this, Xiaowu paused, then snatched the binoculars to observe the scene. Upon spotting Trunks, she was instantly filled with excitement. It's Trunks. Really? The others echoed, equally exhilarated. Trunks had been their guardian angel, having saved countless lives from the clutches of the Dark Ones over the years. It had always been Trunks battling against them. Seeing Trunks return filled Xiaowu with immense joy, but she quickly adopted a serious demeanor, stating, it seems he has brought allies, but they appear to be struggling against the Dark Ones. We must act strategically and support them. Understood. The group prepared themselves. In the midst of the battlefield, Trunks engaged in fierce combat with Zamasu, showing no mercy. with his Super Saiyan 2 form at full power and potential unleashed. His strength approached that of Super Saiyan 3. However, Zamasu's prowess was evidently superior. In a brief opening as Trunks swung his sword, Zamasu landed a punch that sent Trunks flying. Boom. Trunks crashed into a building but quickly emerged, howling as he charged forward, his sword brimming with energy, striking at Zamasu. Clang. At some point, Zamasu had manifested a blade of energy, blocking Trunks' attack. Humph. Foolish Saiyan, like Son Goku, you are a wretched being. The future world is hindered by your pestilence, thwarting my zero plan, is it not? Zamasu remarked coldly. Zamasu, I will never allow you to annihilate humanity. You demon. You deserve to descend into hell alongside the souls of the departed. Trunks glared fiercely at Zamasu, his eyes ablaze with fury. Ha ha. Ridiculous. I am a god. You, a mere human, dare to slay a deity? Zamasu sneered, then added, apologies, but you will find it impossible to kill me. For I have obliterated the underworld before arriving here. What? Trunks gasped in shock. In that moment, Zamasu's expression hardened, and he forcefully repelled Trunks' sword while simultaneously conjuring an energy blast, launching it at close range towards Trunks. Trunks was sent flying by the energy blast, resulting in a massive explosion that obliterated the surrounding structures. Crash. Trunks, Goku, pushed back by Black Goku, noticed this scene and shouted urgently. Where are you looking? Black Goku descended swiftly from the sky, striking Goku down. Boom. Goku fell, creating a massive crater upon impact. Swish, 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 surrounding Black Goku. A radiant pink aura coalesced, and he clasped his hands at his waist, an astonishing power beginning to manifest. That is, the Kamehameha. Goku stared in astonishment, realizing the magnitude of Black Goku's strength surpassed his own. If he were to take this blow head-on, it would spell disaster. Struggling to rise, Goku exerted himself to gather his energy, preparing to counterattack. Humph. Son Goku, allow me to comprehend your strength. Regrettably, you cannot facilitate my growth any longer. Black Goku smirked wickedly before unleashing a dark Kamehameha. Goku summoned all his might, extending his hands to block the impending attack. Yet, the force was overwhelming, and Goku found it increasingly difficult to withstand. Still struggling? Die, Son Goku. Black Goku cackled maniacally, intensifying his assault. Goku's body was pushed back, unable to hold his ground. Meanwhile, Zamasu observed Black Goku's antics, scoffing, what a reckless individual. However, it matters not who perishes. Boom. Suddenly, from the ruins, a formidable energy erupted, revealing Trunks stepping forth, his entire being radiating with a golden glow, surrounded by arcs of lightning. TCH. What a farce. Zamasu sneered. As they stood at the brink of despair, the situation had become abundantly clear. Trunks glanced towards Goku's direction, clenching his teeth. This is all my fault. I should not have ventured into my father's world. This was a burden I should have borne alone. These foes were terrifying, so terrifying that he felt no desire to fight. Hope had all but vanished. He had believed that enlisting Goku and Vegeta's help would resolve the crisis. Yet the enemies exceeded his expectations. Even his revered father had been defeated. Uncle Goku was now in peril. I am utterly useless. Trunks trembled with rage against himself, feeling incapable of protecting those he cherished. No, I refuse to become someone I despise. This world still needs my protection. In that instant, an extraordinary aura surged forth from Trunks, enveloping him in swirling white steam. Humph. What are you mumbling about? Zamasu's expression darkened as he raised his hand to unleash an energy blast. Sensing the imminent danger, a fierce glint ignited in Trunks' eyes, and in the next moment, he bellowed, final flash. Boom. Amidst a dazzling radiance and a deafening explosion. Trunks surged through the smoke, charging directly at Zamasu. What? Zamasu's face paled in shock, caught completely off guard. Chapter 101. Astonishment. Zamasu's immortality, you bastard. Trunks charged directly towards Zamasu, his power surging exponentially. You scoundrel. Zamasu's expression darkened, and he immediately launched a punch at Trunks. Smack. To everyone's astonishment, Trunks firmly grasped Zamasu's fist in his hand. Impossible. Zamasu was taken aback, never anticipating that he would be outmatched. Bang. Trunks swiftly retaliated with a punch, striking Zamasu squarely on the cheek. Spit. Zamasu coughed up blood in disbelief. How could a mere mortal cause him such pain? Thud, 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 thud. Trunks showed no mercy, his power escalating, golden energy crackling with electricity expanding relentlessly. His strikes becoming increasingly rapid, catching Zamasu off guard. Zamasu attempted to counter, but Trunks had him completely suppressed. Crash. Finally, Trunks delivered a knee strike that sent Zamasu flying. Ultimate Cannon. Without hesitation, Trunks unleashed a barrage towards Zamasu. Boom. A tremendous explosion erupted, engulfing Zamasu in its wake. Trunks gasped for breath, his face pale. And suddenly remembered something. He quickly glanced towards Goku, ready to assist him. At that moment, Goku also unleashed his power. Kaioken. Ha! Goku shouted, a phenomenal force erupting. Enveloped in a blue aura tinged with red. Ha! Goku exerted himself, sending Black Goku's power flying, which exploded upon impact in the distance. What? Black Goku's expression hardened as he observed Goku's stance with a newfound seriousness. Kaioken. He could sense that Son Goku's strength had multiplied several times over. Goku, panting, gradually calmed his breath and turned to Black Goku, smiling. I must admit, you are indeed formidable, having pushed me to this extent. Oh, haha, what is this? Do you still possess the courage to face me? In your current pitiful state? Black Goku sneered mockingly. Goku slowly ascended into the air. My greatest aspiration is to continually encounter worthy opponents that excite me, and you fit the bill perfectly. Opponent? Ha ha ha. Son Goku, you truly widen my horizons. But I'm afraid you do not qualify as one. You and all Saiyans are merely my stepping stones, and I shall eliminate each one of you before annihilating humanity. To represent the divine punishment for your disrespect towards the gods. Black Goku laughed maniacally, dripping with sarcasm. Son Goku's expression suddenly turned cold, as a deity. One should advocate for the welfare of the universe, eliminating threats to it. Even Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, far surpasses you in this regard. Silence. You have no right to criticize the divine. To the universe, you humans are the true threat. All wars originate from you. Thus, the ultimate culprit behind the disappearance of civilizations is humanity. Black Goku's face darkened. You are utterly detestable. The annihilation of humanity, in my eyes, is a threat to the universe. Therefore, I shall not allow you to escape. Goku exploded with rage, amplifying the Kaioken to 10 times its usual level. His battle power skyrocketed. Though Lord Beerus may have a short temper and occasionally cause destruction, he still maintains a semblance of normalcy, unlike Black Goku and Zamasu, who are utterly deranged. With this thought, Goku grew concerned. He wondered what Zamasu from his world might concoct. He was uncertain if the Zamasu battling Trunks was indeed from his world, but Goku felt it was unlikely, as the disparity between the two was too great. Without further contemplation, Goku pressed down and charged towards Black Goku. Black Goku clearly sensed Goku's newfound strength, yet he showed no fear, for the stronger Son Goku became, the stronger he would also be. Crash. The two engaged in battle, their speed astonishing. Super Saiyan rose. The power was far more complex than it appeared, having transcended Super Saiyan Blue. Meanwhile, Trunks picked up his sword, suddenly feeling an instinctive alertness, and turned sharply towards the ruins. In the next moment, boom, a resounding explosion erupted, debris flying everywhere. Zamasu emerged from the rubble, several wounds adorning his body, his face twisted with rage. Bastard! How could this happen? How could a mere mortal injure me? Zamasu roared in disbelief, charging towards Trunks. Humph! Trunks scoffed, and in the next instant, he surged forward, sword in hand. Slice! 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 Zamasu formed a key blade in his palm, but after exchanging a few blows, his fury caused his techniques to falter, and Trunks seized the opportunity to counter. You demon! You are unworthy of being a god. Trunks lowered his stance, thrusting his sword forward. Impossible. Zamasu's eyes widened in horror. His mind suddenly cleared. But it was too late. Thrust. Trunks' sword pierced Zamasu's body. Zamasu's eyes bulged, yet they held no fear, only rage. Trunks withdrew his sword and quickly retreated to a safe distance. I won. Trunks exclaimed joyously. He had not expected to defeat Zamasu so easily, feeling a sense of surprise. Won? No, you have not won. Suddenly, Zamasu's expression turned calm as he gazed at Trunks. What? Trunks' face shifted, eyes widening as he noticed Zamasu's wound healing. Healing? Impossible. Trunks gasped in shock. There is nothing impossible. I am a god with immortality. You lot can never defeat me. Zamasu sneered, a mere mortal, angering a deity. You shall die without regret. Damn it. You scoundrel. Trunks roared, gathering his energy. Final. Flash. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, Trunks amplified his aura to its zenith. Ha! A terrifying energy surged forth, racing towards Zamasu. The latter merely grinned, bracing himself to absorb the blow. Rumble! A colossal explosion erupted, and Zamasu's aura seemed to vanish. Did it succeed? Trunks wondered, but soon sensed something was amiss. Not dead. Zamasu's form re-emerged, now completely unscathed. Immortal body. Trunks struggled to comprehend. How could he not die? Wasn't he that akin to having an unfair advantage? Chapter 102. The turnaround. Zamasu is unharmed. Trunks' expression darkened immediately. The opponent's immortality was simply too monstrous. It was impossible to kill him. Humph. Arrogant mortals. You shall pay for your actions. Zamasu's face twisted in fury, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. Trunks was taken aback and instinctively raised his hand to block. But the next moment, a tremendous force sent him flying. With a swish, Zamasu reappeared behind him, unleashing an energy blast with no reservations. Bang! A deafening explosion echoed, accompanied by Trunks' anguished scream, as a blinding light erupted. As the smoke cleared, Trunks knelt on one knee, steam rising from his body as he began to cough violently. The sudden surge of power from his opponent was overwhelming. This is the price of provoking a deity, Zamasu stated coldly, extending his hand towards Trunks, preparing to finish him off. Whoosh! Huh! Suddenly, Goku's figure appeared before Zamasu, delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying. Zamasu was forcibly halted in his tracks. Son Goku? How is this possible? He was astonished. Wasn't he Goku entangled with Black Goku? How could he possibly intervene? Uncle Goku! Trunks exclaimed in surprise. Are you alright, Trunks? Goku asked with concern. I'm fine. I was careless. Trunks struggled to rise, cautioning, be careful, Zamasu is immortal. Goku looked at Zamasu, his expression growing grave. An immortal being, this complicates matters significantly. Zamasu regarded Goku and then inquired, Why? Why has your power increased so dramatically? Goku glanced at himself, then replied nonchalantly, This? It's called the Kaioken, which amplifies my strength exponentially. Thus, Zamasu's demeanor turned serious. The Kaioken, indeed a formidable power, capable of inflicting intense pain. Son Goku, you are quite impressive. Just then, Black Goku descended slowly beside Zamasu, clutching his chest, his expression pained. In the recent battle with Goku, he had been unable to contend with Goku utilizing the Kaioken, and thus had been under continuous pressure. Black Goku. Trunks' expression instantly turned cold. Goku gazed at Black Goku. Astonished. Unbelievable. Not even the Kaioken can defeat you. He had already pushed the tenfold Kaioken to its limits. In truth, he could unleash an even stronger version. Yet he could only master the tenfold Kaioken perfectly. Any further enhancement would lead to immense exhaustion from prolonged combat. Humph. Your level of power is indeed a significant threat to me, but the pain you inflict will only serve to make me stronger. Black Goku laughed maniacally, then let out a furious shout. Boom. In an instant, a rosy aura surged dramatically. Black Goku's power escalated at that moment. How is this possible? Are you joking? Both Trunks and Goku's expressions changed drastically, for Black Goku's energy had reached an entirely different level. Such a tremendous increase in power, I must say, Son Goku. You have my gratitude, Black Goku proclaimed with delight. How infuriating. Goku's expression soured. One is immortal, the other's power rises with battle. How are we to combat such foes? Let us continue our game. Black Goku grinned, as a sort of energy coalesced from his rosy aura, charging towards Goku. Goku yelled in anger, unleashing his energy, instantly maximizing the Kaioken to face Black Goku. The two clashed fiercely once more, but this time Goku could not suppress Black Goku. The latter's power continued to ascend, seemingly without limit. Zamasu's eyes flickered. In the next moment, he appeared before Goku, launching a surprise attack. Goku was startled and hurriedly defended against Zamasu's assault, but ultimately, two fists could not contend with four hands. Black Goku swung his sword. Goku hastily dodged, yet still received a cut. Simultaneously, Black Goku landed a solid kick on Goku. Ugh! Goku was sent reeling, crashing heavily into the ruins. Uncle Goku. Trunks' expression shifted, and he erupted with energy, instantly transforming into Super Saiyan 2, charging with his sword towards Black Goku. Black Goku smirked, not bothering to evade. Trunks felt a sense of dread, but just then, Zamasu appeared before him. Trunks' sword pierced Zamasu's body, but in the next instant, Zamasu delivered a series of brutal punches. Ugh! Trunks spat out blood, and after being struck several times, he reverted to his normal state, collapsing before Zamasu. Zamasu, with a cold gaze, withdrew Trunks' sword and discarded it, his wound healing rapidly. Arrogant mortals! Zamasu scoffed, then raised his foot to press down on Trunks' head, rubbing it relentlessly. Trunks could only emit pained cries, utterly lacking the strength to rise. Stop it, Zamasu. Goku suddenly charged out, throwing a punch at Zamasu. Whoosh. But Black Goku intercepted him, gripping Goku's fist tightly. What? Goku's expression changed. Higi, what's wrong? Your power has diminished significantly since before? Ah, I see. This form must be incredibly taxing on your stamina, judging by your current state. Black Goku taunted, then struck with lightning speed, landing a blow to Goku's abdomen. Ugh. Goku winced in pain, and before he could react, Black Goku hurled him away. Crash. His body slammed hard against the ground, struggling to maintain the Kaioken. Reverting to Super Saiyan Blue. How can this be? Goku struggled to stand, intent on fighting back once more. But suddenly, Zamasu kicked Trunks aside and charged at Goku. Goku's expression shifted, and he threw a powerful punch, but Zamasu evaded and twisted, seizing Goku's arm, successfully redirecting his force. At the same time, Zamasu firmly restrained Goku. What? Goku gasped, bewildered by Zamasu's intentions. But soon, he understood. Swish, swish, swish. Black Goku completed his energy gathering, unleashing a Kamehameha blast. How is this possible? Do you intend to perish together? Goku exclaimed in horror, glaring angrily at Zamasu. Zamasu said nothing, and they were both engulfed by the overwhelming force. Boom. A colossal explosion erupted, creating a massive crater in the arena. Inside the crater, Goku had reverted to his normal state, lying helplessly. Meanwhile, Zamasu emerged unscathed. Chapter 103, Salvation or Defeat? Utter defeat. At this moment, Wukong and his companions had lost the ability to contend with Black Wukong and Zamasu. They were simply no match for either. Enough. The game ends here. Prepare to vanish. Black Wukong and Zamasu slowly ascended, and simultaneously, they conjured two energy spheres, the power of which could obliterate everything in their vicinity. Regrettably, as tools for my enhancement. Your existence ends here, son Wukong. Farewell. Black Wukong mockingly gazed at the fallen Wukong. But, how infuriating. Wukong stirred, immense agony rendering him motionless, devoid of the strength even to rise. Huh. Enough. Perish. Whoosh. Boom. Suddenly, a wave of energy shot forth, catching both Black Wukong and Zamasu off guard. And an explosion erupted. Now's the time. Akalope. A faint voice echoed, and a shadow darted across the scene, only to vanish swiftly. Simultaneously, Wukong and Trunks disappeared. Who? Amidst the smoke, Black Wukong waved his hand, dispersing the haze, and their gazes fell upon the arena, their expressions darkening. Damn humans. How dare they cause trouble at such a moment? They discovered that Son Wukong and Trunks had vanished. They fled. Vegeta. Black Wukong glanced at Vegeta, his face impassive. The recent energy wave had been unleashed by Vegeta, yet he now lay unconscious after exhausting his remaining strength. Forget it. They cannot escape. Let us deal with Vegeta first. Zamasu stated calmly. A valid point. Black Wukong replied coolly, extending his palm towards Vegeta, energy coalescing. However, at that moment, several sounds erupted, startling both Black Wukong and Zamasu. As smoke bombs detonated, enveloping the area in obscurity. Damn it. Insignificant humans. How dare they? Zamasu's furious roar emanated from within the smoke. Yet, it was too late. For when their vision cleared, there was no trace of anyone left. How is this possible? Black Wukong ascended rapidly, attempting to sense their energy, but to no avail. Bastards. Meanwhile, in a shadowy underground chamber. Bang. Bang. After casting the severely injured Wukong and Trunks aside, Akalope let out a great sigh of relief. I'm utterly exhausted. Thank you, Akalope. Wukong expressed deep gratitude to his friend. Akalope replied nonchalantly, it's nothing. The protagonist only acts in critical moments. Internally, he was in a state of panic, fully aware of the terror that Black Wukong embodied. But upon witnessing the seemingly deceased Wukong appear here, he felt compelled to take a risk. Of course, he also understood that this was not their world's Wukong. The Wukong of this realm had long since perished. Akalope, where's my father? Trunks suddenly inquired. Akalope turned towards the entrance. He should be arriving shortly. Moments later, commotion echoed nearby, revealing a group led by Xiaowu, with two individuals supporting the unconscious Vegeta. Father, Xiaowu. Trunks' expression changed dramatically upon seeing his father rescued. He was evidently overjoyed, yet upon spotting Xiaowu, he stood in stunned silence. Xiaowu is still alive? How can this be? Am I dreaming? Trunks, unable to contain herself. Xiaowu leapt into Trunks' embrace. Ouch. Trunks cried out in pain. Sorry. I'm just so thrilled you're alive. Xiaowu hastily apologized. Trunks looked at Xiaowu, tears shimmering in his eyes. Xiaowu, you're alive. How wonderful. I must say, what is going on here? Wukong observed the pair with mild curiosity. Astonished to find Trunks and Xiaowu entangled romantically, it was quite absurd. Both Trunks and Xiaowu felt a tinge of embarrassment. Enough of this flirtation. Let us find safety first. For this place remains perilous. Akalob interjected at an opportune moment. The group understood, and shortly thereafter, they departed from the location. In the skies, Black Wukong and Zamasu were searching for the energy signatures of Wukong and his companions, but met with failure. They could only sense a few human energies. As if Wukong and his companions had vanished into thin air. Black Wukong's expression soured. Humph. I should have dealt with them sooner. Zamasu's countenance was equally grim. No rush. They will undoubtedly emerge again, and we shall wait for them to fall into our trap. Black Wukong stated coolly. Who can escape the wrath of a deity? He. Wukong and Vegeta arrived at the temporary command base established by Xiaowu, which not only housed their assembled forces but also some survivors. Upon seeing Wukong and Vegeta grievously wounded, despair washed over the crowd. With even the reinforcements summoned by Trunks defeated, what hope did they have against Black Wukong? To reassure the people, Xiaowu had been telling them that Trunks was fetching help, firmly believing that the reinforcements would surely defeat Black Wukong. However, now that the renowned Sun Wukong had been vanquished, the impact on their morale was profound. Rest here and regain your strength. We have limited provisions, so make do. Xiaowu approached, carrying some water and coarse grains. These items were their lifeline here, yet they had no choice but to distribute them now. Thank you. Both Wukong and Vegeta understood the plight of these individuals, yet they were utterly drained. At this point, neither he nor Vegeta had the strength to even stand. It was a dire situation. By the way, Akalob, do you still have any senzu beans? Wukong suddenly asked Akalob. The latter shook his head. None left. After Master Roshi's demise, I had a little remaining, but I consumed it to stave off hunger. Wukong. Vegeta. What are we to do now? Xiaowu asked, concern etched on her face. Trunks, barely able to stand, approached and said, there is no other option. We must return to the past world. Uncle Wukong and Dad need to heal. No. If we use the time machine now, we will expose our location. Wukong stated grimly. How will we know unless we try? But this is the only course of action. We cannot simply wait here to perish. Vegeta replied coolly. Ultimately, they resolved to return. A few hours later, Wukong and Vegeta could barely move, while Trunks, though injured, was in much better shape than Wukong and his father. In a secluded location, Trunks retrieved the time machine, preparing to return with Wukong and the others. Meanwhile, in a pavilion, Black Wukong suddenly sensed something. They have appeared. Zamasu, seated opposite him, remarked nonchalantly, let the destruction plan commence. P.S. While I can still manage, I will strive to provide you with more chapters. Soon, I will become busy. If I revert to fewer chapters then, please do not scold me. I fear you might grow accustomed to the current update pace, and upon returning to a slower rhythm, you might berate me. Such a thought terrifies me. Writing novels yields little profit, and I have to work part-time as well. Life is challenging. A note. For those who find it unbearable, there's no need to persist. It would be better to abandon it early. Don't chase while hurling insults. It only serves to showcase my plight, playing both the victim and the judge. Leaving would be for the best, benefiting everyone, preserving one's health. Is it easy for me to update 5 or 6 chapters daily? If you believe in the original work, it would be far better to revisit the anime. There is no need for discord here. Occasionally emerging to assert your presence does nothing but disrupt. We all strive for success in our own ways. Who can truly claim superiority over another? The above remarks are directed at a select few, and I sincerely apologize for any disruption it may cause to fellow readers. Chapter 104. A Crisis Moment. Luya and the Supreme Kai come to the rescue. We must return quickly. Black Goku and the others are formidable. We need a solid strategy, Goku said. His expression filled with resignation. Goku, Vegeta, and Trunks took their seats in the time machine. However, before they could settle in, several streaks of light suddenly shot towards them. In an instant, explosions erupted around them. What? The faces of Xiaowu and the others turned to expressions of terror. This is bad. We've been discovered. Goku and the others struggled to exit the time machine. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Moments later, Black Goku and Zamasu appeared above them. We found you at last, Son Goku. Black Goku grinned wickedly. Damn it. This is not good. Goku's face turned grim. Now, escaping seems impossible. He and Vegeta were completely drained of fighting strength. and Trunks was severely weakened, let alone Xiaowu and the other young ones. We're in deep trouble. Oh my, what an unexpected bonus. Humanity, where will you hide this time? Zamasu looked at Xiaowu and the others with a cold expression, his eyes betraying a hint of malice. Humanity was his greatest hatred. Of course. He felt the same about the Saiyans. If it weren't for his need to harness Goku's power, he would never have swapped bodies with him. Xiaowu, you all go first. Trunks stood protectively in front of Xiaowu and the others, speaking in a low, firm voice. No, Trunks, I won't leave you behind. Xiaowu realized that if they could not escape this time, Trunks would surely perish. What meaning would her survival hold then? Enough. None of you will escape. Prepare to die. Black Goku extended his hand, a yellow-black energy sphere forming ominously. This is bad. Goku and Vegeta looked on helplessly, not expecting to find themselves in this dire predicament. Just as they were about to act, the sky suddenly tore open, a massive rift appearing, accompanied by a dazzling beam of light piercing through the endless night. Who goes there? Black Goku and Zamasu exclaimed, their expressions shifting to disbelief at the sight. Someone has crossed through time and space. How is this possible? Zamasu suddenly had a thought, his gaze sharpening. Moments later, several figures descended from the rift, the light gradually dissipating to reveal their forms. Supreme Kai. Luya. Goku could not help but exclaim, Master, how can it be? You're alive. Zamasu and Black Goku's faces turned pale with shock. The newcomers were indeed Luya, along with the Supreme Kai of Universe 7 and the old Supreme Kai of Universe 10. It's good to see you again. The old Supreme Kai of Universe 10 smiled faintly at Goku. How did you come here? And Luya? Goku chuckled, his surprise evident. Luya smiled gently and explained. We have confirmed that Zamasu is the instigator of this incident. Lord Beerus destroyed the Zamasu from our timeline, but he was concerned about this one. At the request of the old Supreme Kai, I accompanied them here. What? Zamasu has been killed? Goku responded in astonishment. In the air, Zamasu's expression darkened. Then why does this Zamasu still exist? Vegeta suddenly inquired. This timeline is not the same as ours, thus, even though our Zamasu has been killed, it has no impact here. Furthermore, in this timeline, perhaps I, or other gods, have perished as well, the old Supreme Kai stated calmly. It's akin to the artificial humans from years past. Even if those in that world have changed, the artificial humans in my world remain malevolent. I killed them. Yet their counterparts there still thrive, even to the point of 18 marrying Krillin. Trunks realized, enlightened. Precisely. That is indeed the case. Luya nodded. He too sought to confirm this, but it appeared to be the truth. However, the current situation surprised him. It seemed Goku and the others were about to use the time machine for their return but were intercepted by Black Goku. Moreover, Luya soon sensed something was amiss. Black Goku's power had escalated dramatically. The old Supreme Kai surveyed the chaotic scene and remarked, Fortunately, we arrived in time, otherwise, you would have fallen to my student. He turned to Zamasu, his expression serious. Zamasu, cease this at once. If you can acknowledge your mistakes, there may still be a chance for redemption. Acknowledge my mistakes? Ha ha ha. Teacher, it seems you have aged. My goal is to annihilate all humanity, to rid the universe of these warmongering filth, and now, as you see, I am but a step away from success. If I eliminate these bothersome beings, humanity shall cease to exist. Zamasu laughed maniacally. Such is the fate of a decayed tree. The old Supreme Kai's expression hardened, a cold snort escaping him. He had never anticipated Zamasu could wreak such havoc on the future world. Nor had he imagined the extent of his ambition. Had it not been for Beerus and the others arriving in time, he would have perished. This allowed him to see Zamasu's true nature. He had suspected Zamasu's behavior was off, but after his guidance, Zamasu seemed to have regained himself. However, he had been mistaken. It was all an act. Initially, he had hoped to cultivate Zamasu into the next generation of Supreme Kai. Yet, a Kai with such selfish motives was unworthy of the title. Now, having traversed time and space, he sought to persuade Zamasu to abandon his misguided path. But given the current circumstances, it appeared Zamasu was beyond saving. Have you finished your words? If so, then I shall eliminate you all. A perfect opportunity to take you all out. Black Goku suddenly grinned wickedly. Huh, you, a mere usurper of another's body, dare to act so brazenly here? It is laughable. Luya taunted, glancing at Black Goku. What? Black Goku's pupils contracted. Luya chuckled, then pulled out a bag of Senza beans, tossing them to Xiaowu. Feed these to them. Xiaowu nodded, understanding their significance, and hurriedly fed Trunks and the others. Luya turned to Black Goku and said, Your body originally belonged to Goku, didn't it? What? Goku, who had just consumed a Senza bean, froze in shock. And so what? Black Goku boldly admitted. Heh. You noticed the Super Dragon Balls during the tournament between Universe 6 and Universe 7, so you asked Zuno about them, which led you to the Super Dragon Balls to wish for a body swap with Zamasu. Your soul is none other than Zamasu himself. Luya pointed at Black Goku. Heh. You guessed correctly, but there is no reward. Black Goku laughed heartily. Moreover, you directly murdered Goku's family. Even Chi-Chi and Goten fell by your hand. Luya spoke coldly. What? Goku's mind went blank, but soon, a surge of fury began to boil within him. Ha 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 ha. Do you not find it amusing? To be killed by your own kin? What exquisite artistry! Black Goku cackled mockingly. Black Goku. You, bastard! Suddenly, Goku's rage reached a boiling point, and he transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, charging forward. Chapter 105, The Lure of Battle. Transformation. Super Saiyan, Red. With a powerful resurgence, Goku instantly transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, his strength surging to unprecedented heights. The Saiyans have always possessed a unique trait. Through self-inflicted harm, their powers experienced significant augmentation. The force he unleashed was more ferocious than ever before. Goku's fury was not merely a result of self-harm. He was consumed by a rage like never before. Chi-Chi and Goten represented his greatest vulnerabilities, and that detestable Zamasu not only seized his body but also used it to slaughter Chi-Chi and the others. Such an act was utterly inhumane. This wrath only served to amplify Goku's power, elevating it to levels rivaling the King Kai fist. Suddenly, Black Goku effortlessly grasped Goku's fist, a mocking grin adorning his face. What is the matter? Is this the extent of your rage? You are truly disappointing. You, bastard! Goku roared. And in the next moment, he erupted with energy, breaking free from Black Goku's grasp. What? Black Goku gasped, taken aback, but before he could react, Goku's fist landed squarely on him. Boom, boom, boom. Black Goku was sent reeling backward. Goku wasted no time and charged forward. Zamasu, witnessing this, aimed to intervene. What are you looking at, Zamasu? Vegeta suddenly lunged at Zamasu, landing a punch that caused Zamasu's expression to shift from surprise to fury. You bastard. The two engaged in a fierce battle, trading blows back and forth. Below, the Elder Kai's expression was equally unsettled. Why has Zamasu's power grown so formidable? Rua replied calmly. He is not the Zamasu from our timeline. Thus, one cannot perceive him through ordinary lenses. As he spoke, Rua turned to Trunks and said, The survivors must be in dire condition. Those Sinza beans can save their lives. Trunks nodded. I understand. Shawu. Yes. Shawu immediately led the others away from the battlefield. Rua then addressed the Elder Kai. I leave the Elder Kai to you. The latter nodded in assurance. Rest assured. Rua turned to Trunks. Let us go. Yes. The two dashed toward the battlefield. In the midst of the fray, Goku relentlessly pummeled Black Goku, whose form struggled to withstand Goku's overwhelming power, crashing through building after building. Suddenly, Goku appeared behind Black Goku and delivered a powerful punch. Black Goku was sent crashing to the ground, creating a massive crater. Goku, panting, began to release the pent-up fury within him, his energy gradually calming. As the smoke cleared, a figure stood up slowly. Impossible. Goku's face shifted in disbelief. He had not anticipated that his full-force attack would fail to seriously injure his foe. Haha. Excellent. This is precisely the level I needed. This pain only makes me stronger. Black Goku cackled, then erupted with energy, unleashing a terrifying power that surpassed his previous state. This creature, a monster. Goku thought. Disbelief etched across his face as cold sweat trickled down. Black Goku looked at Goku and said, Thank you. Son Goku, you have made me even stronger. Gritting his teeth, Goku unleashed his energy once more, roaring as he charged at him. But this time, Goku's punch missed its mark, and before he knew it, Black Goku had positioned himself behind him. Oh no. Goku's expression changed dramatically, and before he could react, multiple pink beams shot forth from his body. Heh. Black Goku chuckled lightly, then snapped his fingers. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the light surrounding Goku exploded, accompanied by his anguished screams. As the smoke dissipated, Goku plummeted from the sky. Black Goku, with a mocking expression, said, Navi. To think that mere power increases could defeat me? My strength can grow infinitely. Saying this, he suddenly extended his palm towards Goku, gathering energy. Whoosh! A black and yellow energy ball shot forth, aimed directly at Goku. Just then, a figure appeared before Goku, casually waving his hand to deflect the energy blast. What? Black Goku's expression hardened. You? Who are you? He recognized the one who had thwarted his previous attempt to destroy the time machine. Rua looked at Black Goku and smiled. I am merely a passing Saiyan. A Saiyan? Then you shall perish. Black Goku's expression turned icy as he gathered energy in both hands, launching a fierce attack towards Rua. Rua, be careful, Goku warned. Rua's gaze sharpened. And in the next moment, he erupted with energy, effortlessly deflecting Black Goku's attack with just his fist. Suddenly, Black Goku appeared before Rua, landing a punch to Rua's right cheek and following up with a sweeping kick that sent Rua crashing through several floors. I thought you were strong. Black Goku expressed his disappointment. Black Goku. Goku charged at him, launching a flurry of strikes. However, despite Goku's self-inflicted power boost, he still fell short against Black Goku. Crash. Goku cried out in anguish, propelled backward. Meanwhile, a surge of formidable power erupted into the sky, capturing Black Goku's attention. What? Black Goku turned to Rua's direction, where a vibrant red flame flickered. Rua roared, transforming into a Super Saiyan god. What is happening? This is divine energy. Black Goku and Zamasu, who were engaged in battle with Vegeta and Trunks, halted, their gazes fixed on Rua. Super Saiyan God. Goku and Vegeta's expression shifted. Although they knew Rua could transform into a Super Saiyan God, his current strength was undeniably far superior to his previous incarnation on the planet of fire. That aura. Why does it feel so familiar? Trunks pondered, a hint of astonishment on his face. For some reason, Rua's power at this moment seemed reminiscent of something he had encountered before. After transforming into a Super Saiyan God, Rua did not cease to unleash his energy. His strength was rapidly escalating. How could this be? Is Rua about to transform into Super Saiyan Blue? Goku watched in astonishment. Even Vegeta's expression turned grave. How could this be? Black Goku and Zamasu, taken aback, stared at Rua with wide eyes. Just as Goku and Vegeta had conjectured, Rua was undergoing a further transformation. Yet, the divine power Rua wielded was denser than that of Blue. Chapter 106, Pink Peach vs. Super Saiyan Red. A brilliant crimson light ascended into the sky, illuminating the entire expanse above. Beneath the fiery radiance, Lua's form had undergone a complete transformation. His power had reached a staggering degree. Yet, only a handful could perceive his aura, for Lua remained ensnared within the realm of the divine. Notably, aside from the color, his metamorphosis bore similarities to the evolution of Super Saiyan Blue, which Lua referred to as Super Saiyan Red. Nevertheless, his strength was not in the slightest inferior to that of Vegeta or Goku. Impossible! Vegeta exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment, cold sweat trickling down his brow. This must be a trick. It cannot be Super Saiyan Blue. Goku echoed, equally bewildered, but what astonished him most was when Lua had acquired this transformation. What are you made of? Black Goku regarded Lua with a hint of trepidation. This state was unfamiliar to him. Lua tilted his neck and smiled. This is an advanced transformation through the god of Super Saiyans, which you may also call Super Saiyan Red. Super Saiyan Red. Black Goku paused momentarily before scoffing. Such flamboyance. Regardless, it changes nothing. You cannot hope to match me. Super Saiyan Pink is the strongest. Is that so? Whether or not it's the strongest will be revealed in battle. Lua assumed a combat stance. As Goku and the others joined Lua, they watched Black Goku and Zamasu closely. By the way, Lua, when did you achieve this transformation? Super Saiyan Red looks formidable. Goku inquired curiously. Lua replied, thanks to Whis' guidance. I was able to surpass my limits. I see. But which form is truly stronger, Super Saiyan Red or Blue? I can hardly wait. Goku chuckled. Humph. What nonsense. Super Saiyan Blue is undoubtedly superior. Vegeta retorted, refusing to accept that anyone could surpass him aside from Kakarot. They each have their merits, Lewis smiled. Are you all so certain of your victory? Black Goku interjected suddenly. Here we go. Goku shouted in fury, charging forward, followed closely by Lua and the others. With a rush, Black Goku and Zamasu followed suit. Boom. The battle erupted, waves of collision reverberating through the air. Even in a 2-on-1 scenario, Zamasu and Black Goku held their ground, particularly Zamasu, who was impervious to harm due to his immortal nature, rendering Trunks and Vegeta's onslaught ineffective. Goku and Lua joined forces against Black Goku, and Lua's transformation had significantly amplified his strength, allowing them to reach an astounding level of power. Despite Black Goku's attempts to suppress them, he found it increasingly challenging. However, Goku, already injured, struggled to keep pace with Lua and Black Goku, resulting in him frequently taking hits. Thud. Ack. Goku cried out as he was blasted back by Black Goku. Simultaneously, Black Goku spun around and unleashed an energy blade aimed at Luya, who was preparing a sneak attack. Whoosh! In an instant, the area around him fell into silence. His movements momentarily frozen. By the time Black Goku regained his senses, he could only strike at an afterimage, while Luya had already positioned himself